Chapter 1235, My Faith is in Your Hands, Part 3. After Shayna left the room, William and Melody remained hugging each other. This continued for several minutes before the young lady in his arms pulled back to look at him with a serious expression on her face. Shayna told me that you planned on making the two of us fall in love with you. Is this true? Melody asked. William stared at her for a few moments before reluctantly nodding his head. I would be lying if I said that the thought of making the two of you fall for me didn't cross my mind, William answered. But that wasn't my true intention. My goal for bringing the two of you here was to make the two of you understand that I am not your enemy. Is that all? Also, I wanted you to know that not all demons are bad. Some of them are being forced to participate in this war because they have no choice but to do it. Melody's gaze never left William's, as if trying to discern whether he was telling her the truth or not. The half-elf held her gaze and they remained staring at each other for a while before the young lady lowered her head first. So, what now? Melody asked. What plans do you have for us, now that you've gotten what you wanted? Audrey will be arriving tomorrow, William replied. If you wish to leave, you can go with her. But didn't we have 2 more sessions left? No, I still have 3 sessions because you still haven't drank my blood, Melody stated. Do you really want us to leave that badly? William caressed the side of Melody's face and gently raised her head to make her look at him. If I say that I want you to go because I didn't want to hurt you, will you believe me? William asked. I don't know, Melody answered. I don't know what to believe. William slowly propped himself up from the bed and removed the clothes covering his lean and toned body. Melody's eyes wandered over William's body, while her heart beated wildly inside her chest. As a chaste maiden, the only people she had seen naked were her sisters, who represented the heavenly virtues of the world. This is the reason why I want you to leave, William said as he gently held Melody's head and pulled it close to his chest, letting her hear his heartbeat. A minute later, William held Melody's hand and placed it over his. And this is the second reason why I want you to leave, William stated as he reined in the desire that was slowly rising in his body. I am afraid that if you continue to stay with me, I will not be able to control myself. Melody almost panicked after her hand touched William's, that was hard and hot to her touch. She wasn't completely ignorant about things between men and women, so she understood what black-haired teenager was trying to tell her. Once we cross this step, I am afraid that I will be unable to stop myself from corrupting you and making you fall for me, William said hoarsely. I don't know why I don't feel this way towards Shayna, but with you, I am unable to control myself. Maybe it has something to do with the power of your divinity, or you are simply my type of girl. Either way, my body aches for you. One wrong move and there will be no turning back for either of us. William released his hold on Melody's hand, making the latter pull it back as quickly as she could. She stared at William's face before shifting her gaze downwards to his lower half, then back again to his face, seeing his pained expression in trying to hold himself back. Melody, I don't love you, William said firmly. What I am feeling is purely desire and lust. I want to taint your purity, I want to dye you with my colors, I want to put my mark in your body. I want you. There is no love involved in it. So, if you don't want me to devour you, it will be best that you leave. Leave, while I can still control myself. Melody didn't answer right away. She just digested William's words, while the latter breathed raggedly in front of her. A minute later, Melody looked up and asked the half-elf a question. Did you take Lyra and Ephemera against their will? Melody asked. Did you make them your women? Ever since Melody and Shayna had arrived in the Thousand Beast domain, this question had started to form inside her head. She had noticed that every time they talked about William, Lyra, in particular, would often say hateful words about him, but she could tell that she didn't really mean it. Her divinity was faith, so it was impossible for her to not sense the strong feelings that Lyra had for William, and those feelings weren't of anger. It was feelings of frustration and helplessness for being far away from the person she trusted the most. That was the power of her divinity, the power of faith. It allowed her to sense and gather the countless beliefs of people and use it to strengthen herself. In truth, among the heavenly virtues, Melody could be said to be the most powerful. As long as people believed in something or someone, she would be able to strengthen herself infinitely. And this was why she had been entrusted to hold. A silky raiment hovered around Melody's body like a wide lasso. It was none other than the celestial raiment that could call forth the power of the gods and allow them to descend in Hestia and materialize their divine avatars. It was one of the trump cards of the Holy Order of Light, and one of the things that William coveted. He just didn't know who among the virtues held this artifact, which could instantly change the outcome of the war if used at the right moment. This is the celestial raiment, Melody said firmly. There are two conditions that will trigger the activation of this artifact. The first one is when we call upon its power, to allow our patron god to descend into our bodies, becoming their avatar. The second one was when someone is trying to forcefully attempt to take our purity or corrupt our bodies. Once either of these two conditions are met, this celestial raiment will unleash its might. Due to the power of faith, I have ascertained that I would encounter a dangerous situation, so I decided to ask the Pope to bestow the celestial raiment on me. If Felix had been the one that captured us, and forcefully tried to taint us, he might have already been annihilated by now. William looked at the swirling raiment that hovered around Melody's body like a dragon that was waiting for its owner's call. Good thing that I rescued the two of you, William replied. If you were captured by Felix, and he died in your hands, then I wouldn't have been able to personally beat him up for what he did to my family members. I want to be the one to personally end his life in this world, and having a god do it for me will just waste all the efforts that I have made up till now. Melody looked at William with a complicated gaze because she could sense the killing intent that was now oozing from his body. His desire to personally kill Felix was the truth, and she was certain that if Felix were to really die due to a god's intervention, William would definitely treat the Holy Order of Light as his mortal enemy. This thought made Melody shudder. She couldn't bear fighting against the half-elf who had made her understand that even someone as tainted as he was could make her feel so helpless when he looked at her with a smile on his handsome face. Aren't you afraid that I will use this against you? Melody asked. All I need to do is will it, and my patron god will descend to exterminate you. No, William replied. I am not afraid. Why? Because you wouldn't hurt me. As if trying to prove his words, William reached out to touch Shayna's cheeks, passing through the raiment that circled around her body. See, William said as he moved closer. You can't bear to hurt me, and this is why you should leave. William then pressed his lips over hers and kissed her one last time before moving away. However, just before he could leave the bed, a delicate hand grabbed his arm. The raiment that circled around Melody's body disappeared, and all that was left was a beautiful young lady, who was looking at him with eyes filled with longing. I already said that I don't love you, William replied. Do you want to be corrupted that badly? I don't want to be corrupted, Melody said. I want to believe that you wouldn't hurt me. Girl, you are playing with fire. I know, and that's why. Melody guided William's hand and pressed it over her chest. Through their shared connection, the black-haired teenager could hear her beating heart, which told him that she had already made a decision. Love me, Melody stated. Fall in love with me. You're being unreasonable, William commented. That's now how love works. Then, why? Melody asked. Why did I fall for you, even if Shayna warned me that I shouldn't? I thought that if I treated everything as if it was just a business transaction, I would be able to turn a blind eye to my feelings. So why did I fall for you, while you can't fall for me? William shook his head before pulling Melody close to him. It's not because I can't fall in love with you, William replied. It's because I don't dare. Right now, the feelings that I feel for you are desire and lust. Your case is different from Lyra's and Ephemera's, who had come to attack me. I have no ill will against you, or Shayna, so I haven't tried to make the two of you mine. But you did. Did you really think that we could resist that feeling of pleasure? We can't. You planned all of this from the start. You do have a point. Take responsibility, Melody stated. You kissed my body all over. I can no longer get married. William blinked after hearing Melody's old-fashioned excuse. Well, that is a bit of a stretch. So, you want me to get married to others? For some reason, William felt incredibly conflicted. After drinking Melody's blood, as well as raining kisses on her body, the half-elf felt very possessive of her. Perhaps it was due to his instinct wanting to take her powers for himself. If William was able to control the power of faith, then it meant that he would be able to borrow the power of others through their beliefs. Simply put, gods were born from the beliefs of people. Right now, William was only a demigod. If the beliefs of an entire world were siphoned into his body, then it would not be impossible to break through to the pseudo-god rank, or even to attain the possibility of stepping into the ranks of godhood. After sorting out his feelings, William sighed internally as he whispered in Melody's ears. You might regret this in the future, William whispered. True, Melody acknowledged. But, I might also not regret this. So, won't you at least try to love me? Instead of giving the young lady his answer, William laid her down on the bed and pressed his lips over her. When the kiss ended, he pulled back and stared at the beautiful lady under his body. Melody, do not let yourself get corrupted, William stated. I am now unable to control myself. Melody nodded. I will try. As soon as those words escaped her lips, the half-elf pulled down her nightwear and threw it away from the bed. He had already endured long enough, and he could no longer hold himself back. Melody knew that she had forced William into a corner. But, she wanted to believe that the young man, who was recognized as one of the enemies by the Holy Order of Light, would teach her what it was like to put her own faith in his hands. Chapter 1236. My Faith is in Your Hands, Part 4. Melody breathed heavily as William kissed the entrance of her maidenhood. Now that it had come to this, it was already too late to turn back. Just like his tongue had invaded her lips a while ago, it now relentlessly attacked the place that kept her purity safe. Soon, the virtuous lady of faith found herself unable to endure the different kind of pleasure that William was giving her, and clenched the bed sheets with her hands. A few minutes later, her body shuddered as she reached her climax, proving that William already knew how to make her feel really good. As the young lady panted for breath, William raised both of her legs before rubbing the tip of his manhood on her entrance, which was making wet and seductive sounds that were inviting him in. William moved his hip forward, and pierced through the protective layer that kept her innocence in place. Melody gave a pained cry, but it didn't last long because the black-haired teenager's lips pressed over hers, conquering both her upper and lower lips at the same time. The half-elf continued to kiss Melody for a few minutes before pulling back. A moment later, he started to move his hips as he went deeper inside her, making the virtuous lady moan sweetly, despite being a virgin not too long ago. William didn't do it roughly and simply moved his hips as he did his best to make the beautiful lady under his body shudder with each thrust. Her breast moved up and down, matching William's rhythm, who was slowly, but surely, raising her to the peak. When she was about to reach her second climax, William suddenly stopped moving. The sudden loss of momentum made Melody open her eyes to see why the half-elf had stopped moving. When their two gazes met, William gave her a devilish grin, which made the young lady feel frustrated. She was just one thrust away from reaching ecstasy, and the black-haired teenager denied her of it. Suddenly, Melody raised her hips and started to move it on her own. William allowed her to do what she wanted, and simply remained motionless. The scene of the virtuous lady of faith, shaking her hips desperately to take in his manhood, fueled the desires that were blazing in his chest. The thought of corrupting such a maiden passed through his mind. It was the feeling he had gotten used to feeling whenever he interacted with Melody. In the past, he just forcefully tossed these thoughts aside using his willpower, but now, the idea suddenly sounded so appealing, that William didn't toss it aside completely. As she looked at Melody, who was inching towards climax of her own volition, he thought that corrupting her wasn't entirely a bad idea. Her beautiful flushed face that was desperate for his love, her moderate breasts that were tender to the touch, her unsoiled womb, soon to be a soiled womb, and her sweet voice, that was like music to his ears. He wanted it, he wanted her everything. But, the ironic part was that he didn't need to take it. The beautiful lady was offering her everything to him. All he needed to do was say yes, and pour his essence inside her, turning her innocent heart into a corrupted one. Suddenly, William moved his hips and thrusted it forward. Since Melody was moving her hips on her own, the moment the half-elf moved, his manhood pushed deep inside her, hitting the entrance of her womb and making her already sensitive body ache for him. Say you want to be corrupted by me, William said as he continued to thrust his hips, making the young lady feel as if she was being pushed to the edge of a bottomless pit. Say that you want to get pregnant with my child. Ha, I want, Melody replied. With your child. What? William asked as he stopped moving. He also made sure to hold Melody's waist in place, preventing her from moving even if she wanted to. What do you want? I want to get pregnant, Melody answered. With your child. Then, will you fall into corruption with me? William asked as he slowly pushed his manhood forward until it kissed the entrance of her womb. He made sure to keep still, making the ache that Melody felt intensify. I want. Say it again. Melody bit her lip as she raised her hips as an offering to the Dark Prince, who was about to corrupt her entire being. I want to be corrupted by you, Melody said. I want to be loved by you. I want to bear your child. William smirked before moving his hips once more. This time, he did it roughly, for he had already decided to make the virtuous Lady of Faith fall into the darkness with him. Without any warning, the black-haired teenager's body shuddered as he released his seeds that were stained with darkness deep inside Melody's innocent womb. Melody's body arched up like a bow as she felt something hot explode inside of her. At that exact moment, she found herself inside a white world, where a 2-meter-tall golden orb floated at its center. Soon, the sky darkened, and the land under her feet became as black as obsidian. Only the golden orb that floated at the center of her world was spared, or so she thought. Little by little, a dark stain started to rise up from the bottom of the golden orb. While this was happening, Melody felt her body slowly turning cold. Flashes of memories appeared before her. They were warm and happy memories that would usually bring a smile to his lips, but as she gazed at them now, she felt nothing. It was as if she had lost the ability to feel any emotions. When half of the golden orb was stained by darkness, Melody looked at it in a calm manner, as if it wasn't important. Even if the golden radiance were to completely turn black, she wouldn't give a damn. When a third of the golden orb had been taken over by darkness, two powerful arms filled with warmth wrapped around Melody's body, which had grown cold. "You passed," a warm voice whispered in her ears. "From now on, you are my woman." Melody turned her head to look behind him and saw a red-headed teenager with beautiful green eyes that captivated her. "Let's go back," William said. "You do not belong in this world." As if waiting for that moment, the golden orb that was starting to turn completely into a dark orb, slowly, but surely, pushed back the darkness. William and Melody slowly rose up towards the sky, and as they did that, the dark world changed as well. It didn't return to its pure white state, but it had changed completely. Above their heads there was a clear blue sky, below them, a wide plain with fresh, green grass swayed in the wind. In the distance, rivers and mountains were formed. Lakes and valleys came into being. A beautiful world filled with color emerged from the combination of light and darkness. When the golden orb had removed the last of the dark stains that had tried to corrupt it, a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky, signifying that Melody's sea of consciousness had completed its rebirth. Melody looked at this beautiful world with awe. She no longer felt cold and unfeeling, instead, she felt warmth, secure, and filled with strength that she didn't have before. Due to her happiness, she wrapped her arms around William's neck and kissed him passionately. When the kiss ended, she found herself inside a familiar room, with the black-haired teenager's face mere inches away from her. "Welcome back," William replied with a smile. Melody hummed as she once again kissed William's lips. She kept on kissing the half-elf over and over again, not noticing the glowing pink crest that had appeared on her abdomen, marking her as one of William's women, who had fallen completely in love with him. Outside of William's room, "Will you not regret it?" Chloe asked Shayna, who was standing beside the door like a guardian, preventing anyone from disturbing Melody's and William's private moment together. "I don't know," Shayna replied. "This is the first time I've disobeyed the warnings of my divinity, and left my friend to fend for herself." "Aren't you being fickle? What if William corrupted her? She wouldn't be able to return to being a virtue if that happened. There is also a high chance that a new sin will be born. The opposite of faith is idolatry. Aren't you afraid that your sister will become one of the deadly sins?" Shayna closed her eyes for a minute before opening them again. "Whatever happens, it is the consequence of her choice," Shayna replied. "Whether she will fall into corruption or not, solely depends on William. Although this might be rich coming from me, but I believe him." "Is that what your divinity is telling you?" Chloe chuckled before turning her head to walk away. "Well, I guess we'll see when morning comes whether your gamble paid off or not," Chloe stated. "But I will promise you this. If ever Melody falls into darkness, I will take good care of her. After all, I am the first being that William has corrupted in all my entirety." Chloe gave Shayna a bittersweet smile before turning into a black mist and vanishing completely. Even though she had been corrupted by darkness, she understood more than anyone else that the half-elf whom she loved had preserved her heart, while sacrificing his own for the sake of everyone he loved. Chapter 1237, For the Sake of Her Sister's Happiness. Melody sighed happily as William released his seed inside her womb for the umpteenth time. She had been an innocent maiden till a few hours ago, and yet, after the half-elf took it away, she found herself addicted to the pleasure that William was bringing her. "You're hopeless," William said as he patted the young lady's long and silky smooth hair. "You better behave yourself when you return to the Palace of Light." "I will," Melody replied as she rested her head with contentment in William's chest. I promise that the only one who will see me in this state is you. Good, I'd hate it if others were to see you like this. Chew. Melody nibbled, and kissed William's chest, leaving a red mark on his body. Right now, the half-elf's chest, neck, and collarbone had similar red marks, which the virtuous Lady of Faith had left to ensure that the Dark Prince was not the only one who had left a mark on the other's body. William found Melody's attempts quite amusing, so he just allowed her to do as she pleased and didn't use his magic to heal the kiss marks she had left on his body. Let's stop for tonight, William said softly. Audrey will be arriving in a few hours, so you need to look presentable when you meet her. Okay, Melody replied, I'll help clean you up. The beautiful young lady reluctantly propped herself up. William's manhood slid out from inside her, but it was still hard and glistening due to being inside Melody for a long time. Due to her desire to make her beloved feel good, Melody had asked William to teach her many things, and among them was cleaning him up every time they finished making love to each other. Melody's soft and sensuous lips pressed over the tip of the half-elf's member, giving it a kiss before gently wrapping it up with her tongue in order to clean the leftover traces of their lovemaking. She zealously moved her head up and down to clean, lick, and suck up any remaining essence that was still left on William's manhood, which had made her a woman. His woman. 5 minutes later, she released it from her mouth, creating a popping sound, which she found amusing. There, all cleaned up, Melody said with pride. Thank you, William replied as he too propped himself up from the bed and gave Melody's hand a light squeeze. Let's take a bath together. Melody nodded with a smile. However, the two stayed in the bath an hour longer because the virtuous Lady of Faith once again entangled the half-elf, who was more than happy to satisfy the young lady who had boldly faced the corruption that he brought her. Shayna, wake up, just 5 more minutes, Audrey will be arriving in an hour. You should wake up now so you can shower, and have some breakfast before we meet her. The blue-haired beauty opened her eyes and sleepily glanced at her sister who had lost her innocence to William. Well, you look very happy and satisfied for some reason, Shayna said in a teasing tone. Did your blood-drinking session with William make you feel that good? Melody's face immediately turned beet red after hearing her friend's words. What she didn't know was that Shayna had stayed outside of their room to ensure that the two of them wouldn't be disturbed by anyone, as they made love to each other. The virtuous Lady of Prudence had only gone to sleep in her room when the two had finished making love for the first time. She knew that William had already made her sister his woman, so there was no need for her to do anything but sleep. Well, did it feel good? Shayna asked once again. This time, she used a mischievous tone, which made Melody's face turn a shade redder. Are you fine with this? Melody looked at Shayna with a serious expression on her face. It was at that moment when she understood what her sister was talking about, so she decided to be honest and nodded her head in affirmation. Okay, I understand, Shayna said before she yawned. I'll get up. Since you probably now have over 1 million merit points, you will treat me to several items of clothing and desserts. Make sure to treat Audrey and those inquisitors as well. We'll give them a tour of K-City later. Melody's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish out of water. William hadn't given her over 1 million merit points after the two of them made love over and over again. Simply put, she didn't ask William to embrace her for merit points, but for the sake of the feelings he held for him. I'll meet you in the dining hall. Melody immediately left the room with an embarrassed look on her face. Although she didn't want to do this, she had no choice but to ask William if she could get some merit points, so that she could satisfy Shayna's proposal of buying some clothes for her, in addition to treating Audrey and the Inquisitors to a good meal in K-City. Shayna giggled after her sister closed the door behind her in a hurry. She knew full well that Melody wasn't that interested in acquiring merit points, and only decided to go through with it because of her insistence. I'm glad that he didn't betray my expectations, Shayna said softly. I really thought that he would corrupt her completely. Shayna had felt it when Melody was slowly being corrupted. A part of her had wanted to barge inside the room and save her friend, while the other half wanted to believe that William wouldn't really hurt her sister. In short, the blue-haired beauty had taken a gamble, for the sake of bringing closure to Melody's feelings for William. Fortunately, the half-elf recognized her determination, and saved her from falling into darkness, and turning her virtue into a sin. With this, both of us can return to the Palace of Light. Shayna raised her hand and stretched like a cat. When I return, I'd better interrogate Lyra and Ephemera. I bet those two have already jumped to William's ship as well. Unlike Melody, Shayna treated her sessions with the black-haired teenager as purely a business transaction. Perhaps, to some degree, William had felt this as well, so he treated her with respect, and didn't go past her bottom line. She could tell with utmost certainty that what she held for the black-haired teenager was only pure curiosity, including the skinship that she had shared with him. Being cooped up in the Palace of Light for so long, Shayna also wished for freedom. This was why she felt a sense of liberation when she was in the Thousand Beast domain, because it felt new and fresh to her. Still, I admit that it felt really good, Shayna thought as she remembered her session with William, where the half-elf had taken the liberty of indulging himself on her breast. Well, since Melody will be paying for dozens of clothes later, I will let his actions slide this time. Shayna had already changed her opinion about William. After getting to know him better, she now fully understood that the half-elf really didn't want to harm them. In her eyes, the scary Dark Prince was no longer as scary as she originally thought he would be. The only problem now is the Pope. Shayna frowned after thinking about the old lady that led the forces of the Holy Order of Light. She once mentioned in passing that she already had the perfect means to deal with William. I better keep an eye on her actions when we return to the Palace of Light. For the sake of her sister's happiness, and for the sake of fashion, Shayna also planned to prevent any conflicts between the Holy Order and the Dark Prince, who had now taken hold of several of her sister's hearts. Chapter 1238, Audrey's Arrival in the Thousand Beast Domain, Part 1. Welcome to the floor of Asgard, William greeted Audrey, as well as the 10 Inquisitors that had come along with her to check on the condition of Melody and Shayna. Thank you for accepting our request, Sir William, Audrey replied with a smile. Just call me William, William returned Audrey's smile with a smile of his own. We're already acquainted, so don't sound too distant. Very well, William, I hope my sisters aren't causing trouble for you. Melody and Shayna may be strong-willed, but they are not troublemakers. I think among your sisters, the troublemaker is Lyra. If possible, don't let her come here. She always gives me a headache. Audrey chuckled. What a coincidence. Lyra insisted that she come and become our representative instead. Fortunately her request got rejected, or else I might have been forced to reject your offer as well, William replied with a troubled look on his face. You don't like her, do you? Well, let's just say that she can be quite problematic in her own right. Now, before I bring you inside my domain, there are a few things that I would like to remind you, and your escorts, of. First of all, there are demons that live inside my domain. They are the demon clans that have sworn loyalty to me. If any of you hurt them, I will punish you severely for it. Also, all of you are required to leave your weapons with me. Don't worry, I have no interest in them. I only want to prevent any unnecessary conflicts from arising. One of the Inquisitors stepped forward and shook her head. We came here to ensure that none of the virtues get hurt, the Inquisitor stated. We can't leave our weapons behind. William nodded his head in understanding. No problem, you can stay here then. I don't intend to bring rulebreakers inside my domain. The other Inquisitors, who were about to support their comrade, held back the words they were about to say and kept their silence. If they were not allowed to enter William's domain, then they wouldn't be able to complete the mission that the Pope had assigned to them. Sorry, I was being rude. I will abide by your rules and surrender my weapon to you, the Inquisitor said as she bit down her pride and immediately backed down. Good, William commented. In behalf of our temporary alliance, I will be merciful and allow you to enter my domain. Who knows, you might even be able to bring home a souvenir when it is time for you to go back to the Palace of Light. The Inquisitor nodded her head and passed the sword in her possession to Chloe, who was standing beside William. The other Inquisitors did the same to ensure that they would no longer offend the half-elf whom the Pope had once ordered to be either killed or captured by the Templars who accompanied Audrey, Lyra, and Ephemera. The half-elf knew that the Inquisitors still had hidden weapons in their possessions, but he turned a blind eye to it. A portal opened in front of Audrey, and the half-elf made a gesture for her to come inside. The Inquisitors were about to propose that they check it out first, but Audrey raised her hand to stop them in their tracks. We were the ones that proposed to enter his domain, Audrey stated. Since that was the case, it would be counterproductive if we always doubt William's move. I trust him, and anyone who doesn't trust me can stay here. I can go alone if I have to. Audrey gave William a brief nod before entering the portal with steady steps. The Inquisitors no longer argued and hurriedly followed her inside the portal to ensure that she would be safe from harm. When the last Inquisitor entered the portal, Chloe chuckled as she rested her hand on William's shoulders. They came with bad intentions, Chloe stated. Are you sure about this? William nodded. I am also very curious about what the Pope has in mind. Let's observe them first, and if they do anything fishy then it will not be too late to act in a decisive manner. Well, you're the boss, Chloe replied. I'm going ahead first. I'll keep an eye on them for you. Don't accept any guests tonight in your room. Charmaine, Haleth, Aina, and I also need some attention. Let the virtues have some time alone together. William chuckled before giving Chloe's backside a light pinch. You've become naughty as of late. Very well, I'll keep my schedule and bed open for the four of you. Chloe smiled and gave William a quick kiss on his right cheek before entering the portal to look after the envoy from the Palace of Light. Optimus, did you manage to place a tracker on all of them? Yes, I am now monitoring their every move. Don't worry, they will not be able to escape my sight. William nodded before teleporting inside the Thousand Beast domain. He had already made arrangements, and all he needed to do was to observe his guests from afar. Where are we? One of the Inquisitors asked as they found themselves surrounded by demonic children who were happily riding the attractions of the theme park. This is called K-City Theme Park, a blue-haired beauty said with a sweet smile on her face. Good to see you, Audrey. Did you miss us? Shayna walked side by side with Melody who also had a bright smile on her face. Lady Melody, Lady Shayna, are both of you all right? One of the Inquisitors hurriedly went to the two virtuous ladies whom they had come to meet. Did the Dark Prince do anything bad to the two of you? Have you been harmed anywhere? Melody glanced at the Inquisitor with an understanding look on her face. Don't worry, the two of us are fine. William has been a good host and ensured that the two of us have been very comfortable throughout our stay. Shayna had reverted to wearing her plain robe because she knew that if she showed off the dresses that she had acquired inside William's domain, the Pope would immediately order her to burn all of them. The virtuous Lady of Prudence knew that the Pope had no sense of fashion, so she didn't want to give her any reason to destroy her prized collection. I know that all of you have a lot of questions, but we can talk about it somewhere else, Melody said. Come with us. I know a good cafe that you will definitely like, Audrey. Melody didn't even give Audrey a chance to decline her offer and simply took her hand and pulled her along as she headed to one of the cafes that she and Shayna always visited. Shayna chuckled as she walked behind her sisters, leaving the Inquisitors behind, who were exchanging glances with each other. I will inspect this place first to ensure that no harm comes to our esteemed ladies, one of the Inquisitors declared before immediately heading in the opposite direction of where the three virtues were going. The other Inquisitors followed behind Shayna, leaving one of their comrades to roam free inside the theme park. Chloe, who had been given partial authority over the Thousand Beast domain, followed the Inquisitor that had gone off on her own. William was also monitoring the suspicious individual, alongside Optimus. How obvious, a bunch of amateurs, the black-haired teenager, and his system, found the act of the Inquisitors so silly. Clearly, they weren't trained for such a task, and it was plain to see that they were up to no good. When the Inquisitors found a place without too many people, she subtly pressed an emblem over one of the stalls that was currently unmanned. After doing her job, she immediately left the scene and headed straight to the cafe where her comrades were located. She placed a tracking artifact that is able to transmit images and sounds. Also, it has some kind of beacon that sends an unknown signal. If my calculations are correct, this is some kind of signal that will pinpoint the location of your domain. It seems that the Pope is getting a little impatient. Your orders, don't do anything, and simply monitor it for now. We will make our move once they've left the Thousand Beast domain. William smiled because he didn't find the Pope's actions to be out of place. In fact, he thought that she was brilliant for thinking of such a thing. Unfortunately for her, William had the system, so no matter how hard she tried, her plans were doomed to fail from the very start. What the Pope didn't know was that William had a more effective way of tracking people and things. Right now, all the members of the Holy Order's entourage, including Audrey, had trackers placed on their bodies that monitored more than just what was around them. It also monitored things inside them like their heartbeat, brainwaves, body temperature, as well as other miscellaneous things that only Optimus knew about. In short, the Pope had already lost the information warfare before she even decided to place tracking artifacts inside William's domain. He already had eyes and ears within the inner circle of the Holy Order of Light, namely, Lyra, Ephemera, and Cherry. Melody had also joined William's side, and she was more than happy to share any news with him, especially plans that were meant to harm him in any way. Now, let's see what other tricks you have under your sleeves, people, William muttered as his eyes glowed briefly in anticipation. Show me your worst. Chapter 1239, Audrey's Compromise. A day after Audrey arrived in the Thousand Beast domain. Let's ride that next. Audrey pointed at the roller coaster, which made Shayna chuckle, and Melody shake her head. I'll go with you, Shayna said. Relax, I can pay for every attraction you want to ride today. You and Melody have so many merit points, Audrey commented. How can I get them? I want some too. Melody, who heard Audrey's comment, held her hand and looked at her with a serious expression on her face. You are a guest, it is only natural that we pay for everything, Melody said before looking at Shayna for support. Isn't that right, Shayna? Shayna nodded with a smile because she could tell that Melody didn't want Audrey anywhere near William. Although Melody already knew that the handsome half-elf wasn't particularly interested in Audrey, she would not allow her untainted sister to be bitten even once by him. Just a single night with William would be fatal, and she didn't want Audrey to experience the things that she, and Shayna, had experienced in the black-haired teenager's warm embrace. Shayna took Melody to the roller coaster, while being followed by the 10 Inquisitors. Although their escorts didn't want to admit it, they had also enjoyed the various attractions that K-City Theme Park had to offer. Even Audrey got addicted to Dance Dance Evolution. Unfortunately, she still hadn't won against Shayna, and Melody, who had already become proficient with it after practicing for several days. The virtuous Lady of Faith watched as her two sisters went on the roller coaster ride with a smile. Deep inside, she wanted to bring her other sisters to the Thousand Beast domain as well, especially Cherry, who would definitely enjoy the attractions that would definitely strike her fancy. You really don't want to try riding the roller coaster? A devilish voice whispered in her ears. A moment later, two arms wrapped themselves around her body and pulled her against a lean, and strong, body that she had embraced and kissed 2 days ago. Not in broad daylight, Melody said as she turned her head to look at the black-haired teenager who was looking at her with a mischievous smile. What will you do if they see us together? They won't, William said before pulling Melody to a stall to block the roller coaster's view. See, they won't see you from here. Ha, you're so pushy. I can be pushy when I feel like it. William kissed Melody's forehead, making the latter raise her head to look up at him. Kiss me, Melody said. Hurry before they return. Look who's being pushy now. William replied, but before Melody could retort to his words, he lowered his head and pressed his lips over her soft lips that he had already claimed as his own. Mom, what are they doing? A demon girl, who was walking hand in hand with her mother, asked when she saw William and Melody kissing by the stall. You will understand when you are older, the mother replied as she led her daughter to go to the grand carousel. You said you like to ride horses, right? How about we go there? The demon girl completely forgot the two kissing people beside them as she anxiously pulled her mother's hand in order to drag her to the grand carousel before her mother could change her mind. When William and Melody's kiss ended, the beautiful lady lightly thumped William's chest with her closed fist and looked at him with disapproval. You're being a bad role model to the kids, Melody stated. You shouldn't just kiss me, or any of your women, out in public. I'll think about it, William replied before lightly caressing Melody's lips with his thumb. One more kiss. Just this once, okay? Melody said as she placed her hands over William's shoulder. I'm still angry at you because you didn't allow me into your room last night. You better make up to me tonight. As long as you understand. The two once again kissed, and this time, William decided to use his magic to create a mirror made of water to reflect the surroundings around them, and hide them from view. As much as he wanted to continue teasing Melody, he knew that the latter really didn't want others to see her kissing William in public. Since that is the case, he decided to respect her wishes in order to keep their relationship healthy. Melody has already been registered as one of his familia members. This meant that William had truly recognized her as one of his women, and decided to treasure her, as much as she treasured him. For some reason, there was a foreboding feeling in the back of his mind, telling him that he might have done something wrong. Now that his women had surpassed a dozen, he felt as if he had forgotten something important. However, he tossed these thoughts aside as he enjoyed Melody's lips, whose arms had wrapped around his neck, savoring his kiss that filled her heart with love. Did you guys enjoy the roller coaster? Melody asked as she looked at her two sisters that had just come down from the roller coaster platform. Yes, Audrey said with a big smile on her face. It's a shame you weren't there with us. It was fun. Don't worry, Audrey, Shayna said as she looked at Melody's flushed face. I'm sure that Melody also enjoyed herself while waiting for us to return. Melody shot Shayna a glare, and the latter only chuckled, while covering her lips with her hand. Shayna had seen a red mark on Melody's neck that was half hidden by her robe. The mark was fairly new, and she didn't have to be a genius to know who planted the kiss mark on her sister's neck. In order to change the topic, Melody decided to take Audrey and the Inquisitors to one of the dress shops that were right outside the theme park. All of them were girls, and deep inside, they wanted to dress up as well. She had already seen Audrey's reaction when they passed by this particular shop the other day and knew that her sister wanted to try on a few dresses herself. Naturally, the Inquisitors wanted to refute, but Melody managed to shut them up by telling them that they could also buy a few dresses for themselves. She added that since all of them were buying clothes, they didn't have to tell the Pope about this, and could keep their purchases inside the storage ring for future use, just in case they needed to leave the Palace of Light and needed to infiltrate other territories for reconnaissance missions. Shayna found this excuse flimsy at best. If the Inquisitors were to really wear the dresses from the Thousand Beast domain when they did their missions, it would be impossible for them to keep a low profile. The Inquisitors were quite pretty in their own right, and if that was paired up with pretty clothes, then they would stand out no matter where they went. However, to her surprise, the Inquisitors bought Melody's excuse. It seemed that, aside from their mission, they were also keen on bringing back some souvenirs from their visit inside the Thousand Beast domain. The Inquisitors had already accomplished their mission and placed the trackers in various locations inside the Thousand Beast domain. Naturally, William had taken precautionary steps in order to prevent any leakage of information from the locations where the trackers were placed. Since they had already done what the Pope had asked of them, they no longer hesitated and enjoyed the things that the Thousand Beast domain had to offer. Because of the various spas, massages, and other health services, the Inquisitors lived comfortable lives, which they couldn't experience in the outside world. They were also able to eat delicious food, which they had never tasted before. William was certain that after these ladies, who had mostly lived an ascetic lifestyle, left the Thousand Beast domain, any food they ate afterwards would taste like dirt. Even Audrey, who was more flexible than most, couldn't resist the modern lifestyle that everyone in the Thousand Beast domain had become accustomed to, and she had only been there for a day and a half. Hey, can the two of you be honest with me? Audrey asked as she held two dresses in her hands and looked at her reflection in the mirror. It's not that you can't leave this place, it is that you don't want to leave this place, right? Shayna smiled and gave Audrey a wink, while Melody kept a calm expression on her face. Audrey knew the answer to her question with a single glance. In truth, she couldn't blame her sisters for wanting to stay. The Thousand Beast domain was simply that good, and even she, one of the firm believers of the Holy Order of Light, was tempted to spend a few more days inside William's domain in order to have a short vacation. Fortunately, the Pope didn't give her any time limit. Her mission was to bring Shayna and Melody back to the Palace of Light safely. After a brief internal struggle, the brown-haired beauty looked at her two sisters with a determined look on her face. We can stay here for one more week, after that we have to go, Audrey said firmly. There will be no further extensions, do I make myself clear? Shayna and Melody exchanged a glance at each other. Since they could only stay for one more week inside the Thousand Beast domain, they decided to enjoy their last days as much as they could before they returned to their normal lives, as the heavenly virtues that resided inside the Palace of Light. Chapter 1240. His inner wolf would come out to eat you up. Disclaimer. Minor R18 scenes because I know that you guys are already tired of it. But since this is important for the plot, I'm still going to do it. Cheeky smiley face. William had an awkward look on his face as Melody and Shayna took turns servicing his little brother with their soft lips, showering it with kisses. He thought that Melody would be the only one seeing him tonight, but to his surprise, the blue-haired beauty tagged along, and decided to learn a few things before she left the Thousand Beast domain in a week's time. When William told her that she didn't have to do this, and that Melody was enough, Shayna simply told him that she was only curious about a guy's body, and had no intention of giving her chastity to him. The half-elf looked to Melody for help, but the latter could only give him a bitter smile, which told him that she had already given up in trying to convince Shayna not to come with her. In order to prevent anyone from spying on them, the half-elf decisively took the two girls to the seaside villa inside the Dungeon of Atlantis. Audrey and the Inquisitors could stumble upon them anytime, while they were doing the act, and this was something that William, Melody, and Shayna wanted to avoid at all cost. William was sitting on the bed, while the two girls kneeled on the carpeted floor, wearing the new night dresses that they had bought earlier that day. Although Shayna's face had become red as a tomato after seeing little William, her curiosity pushed her to understand more about this part of a man's body that was responsible for taking her sister's purity. To William's chagrin, his little brother was more than happy to be kissed, licked, and sucked by the two beautiful ladies, who were giving him their full attention. How did this thing manage to fit inside Melody? Shayna thought as he took it inside her mouth to test on how far it could go. It's simply too big. Shayna, don't use your teeth, William said softly as he rested his left hand on Shayna's head. Don't be in a rush, time moves slower here, and I'm not going anywhere until I sat your curiosity. In truth, Melody and Shayna were worried that Audrey would come to look for them in the middle of the night to talk, so they decided to chat with her for a long time in her room before excusing themselves of going back to their bedrooms. Although they feel like their sister was exhausted from the day's excursion and wanted to rest, they still decided to play it safe. The two ladies only planned to spend a small amount of time with William before going back to their rooms before they were discovered to be missing. However, after hearing William's assurance, Shayna no longer felt like hurrying and decided to take her time in understanding the wonders of the Dark Prince's manhood. Melody, on the other hand, cupped the side of William's face and presented her breast to him. The half-elf understood that Melody wanted to make the most of the time they could have together, so he no longer hesitated and accepted her offering. His fangs sank into her soft bosom, and drank her blood as slowly and gently as he could. His tongue kissed, licked, flicked, and bit the firm pink tip, while licking the rich blood that streamed down her tender breast. Melody sighed as she surrendered herself from the pleasure, completely forgetting that Shayna was also in the room with her. Shayna was clumsily doing her beast to pleasure William, and the latter decided to help her a bit. The half-elf's left hand that was resting on top of Shayna's head started to move. Shayna was surprised at first, but in the end, she didn't resist and allowed the half-elf to teach her the ways of pleasuring a man. As for why Shayna was practicing to do these things, William just thought that this was simply how the blue-haired beauty perceived the world around her, not giving it any bias, while using her divinity to calculate what was beneficial for her or not. In truth, Shayna hadn't been using the power of her divinity for the past few days. As an individual, she could make decisions for herself, and not be bound by the percentages that allowed her to live a safe life away from harm. In fact, Shayna was the complete opposite of her divinity that required great caution, and thinking over things twice before doing them. She was bold, she was adventurous, and most of all, she was curious about a lot of things. In fact, her curiosity was similar to that of a scientist, or a doctor, who was curious about what made a human body function. A moment later, Shayna felt the tip of William's member expanding, and knew that he was about to release his essence. Instead of removing it from her lips, she held it firmly in place and braced herself for what was about to come. The moment William's seed shot out inside of her mouth, the blue-haired beauty almost gagged, but she endured and simply accepted William's release. She didn't swallow it but held it in her mouth. When the black-haired teenager was done, the young lady used her tongue to taste and feel the thickness of William's seed, making the latter feel awkward. A minute later, Shayna swallowed everything. She then looked at William's member that was glistening with traces of his seed in her saliva. "Let me clean you up," Shayna said as she meticulously cleaned the little guy, who was standing tall and proud. "You sure are a feisty little guy." Shayna flicked little Will with her finger, thinking that it would be fun to do that. The blue-haired lady giggled when he saw the feisty little guy twitch a few times as if feeling wronged by her action. "You shouldn't do that, Shayna," Melody said as she held the little guy with her fingers. "This part is very delicate, so you should treat it with great care." The next thing that she did was to lower her hips and allowed William's member to slide inside her without any resistance. After doing it with William till dawn the other day, she had gotten accustomed to his size and thickness. However, for some reason, the half-elf's member was a lot harder and more impressive than the last time she had been with him. Melody tossed this matter aside because she didn't think that it was important. She then moved her hips up and down, creating wet and indecent sounds. Melody had already accepted William as her significant other, and the half-elf was more than happy to teach his new lover the various ways there were to make him feel good. "Interesting, there is a slight bulge here," Shayna said as she touched Melody's abdomen, making the latter shudder. The blue-haired beauty watched until Melody and William climaxed together before decisively telling the half-elf to return them to the villa in the Thousand Beast domain. After the half-elf cleaned the two up with his magic, he then transported the two back to their room, just in time for them to hear Audrey's voice, while the latter knocked on their door, making the two of them jump up in surprise. The two ladies exchanged a glance with each other before Shayna hurriedly opened the door, and came face to face with Audrey, who had a very concerned look on her face. "What's wrong?" Shayna asked. She could tell that something was wrong, and wondered if her sister had discovered their tryst with the black-haired Prince of Darkness. "We need to return at once," Audrey said with a serious expression on her face. "The Ellen Empire has completely fallen into the demon army's hands, and they are now planning to expand outwards. The Crater Empire and the Ares Empire Amazon Empire might be their next target, and the Pope had sent me an urgent message to ask William to let the two of you go, so that you can join the battle as soon as possible." Shayna and Melody exchange a glance at each other as their expressions also turned serious. Although they were reluctant to part with the half-elf and the Thousand Beast domain, the safety of the central continent was still their responsibility. "I understand, I will inform William immediately," Melody said as she tried to leave the room in haste. However, before she could even do that, Audrey grabbed her arm and held her in place. "Before that, I think you should change your clothes first," Audrey said as she looked disapprovingly at Melody's nightwear, which barely covered the important parts of her body. "I know that William is a gentleman, but if you present yourself to him dressed like that, his inner wolf would come out to eat you up." Melody looked down on her clothes, then back at her sister, who was still looking at her nightdress with great interest. If only Audrey knew that the wolf inside William had eaten her sister's cherry 2 days ago, the brown-haired lady might have had a seizure then and there for having failed her mission before it even started. Chapter 1241, William's Choice. "And this is the current situation we are facing," Audrey explained. "I apologize in advance, but we really need to have Melody and Shayna return as soon as possible." William glanced down at Audrey from his obsidian throne. It was a position of power which reminded the virtuous lady that the one calling the shots here was the Prince of Darkness, and not her. Also, the half-elf had been able to verify Audrey's claims due to his connection with Lyra, Ephemera, and Cherry. Not only that, Chloe had personally asked Celeste through their connection, and the beautiful elf confirmed that the demon army had indeed taken over the Ellen Empire in a blitzkrieg attack. "I understand your concern," William replied as he gave a sidelong glance at a reluctant-looking Melody that was standing behind Audrey. "Very well, I will agree to release Melody and Shayna tomorrow. Even if you leave now, it will take you several days before you return the next city that has a long-distance teleportation gate. Also, I don't feel safe letting you girls travel across the continent in these troubled times. Because of this, I will send you directly to Hestia Academy. Are you fine with this arrangement?" Audrey's eyes widened in shock after hearing William's words. In order to reach the Tower of Babylon in the fastest time possible, the Holy Order of Light had to use a considerable amount of resources in order to teleport Audrey and her escorts just outside its borders. They had to use the flying ship after that and had to travel another half-day before reaching their destination. If William could really teleport them to Hestia Academy, where a dedicated portal was reserved for the Holy Order, they would be able to cut their travel time down several days if they just waited for the half-elf to finish his preparations. "We will be very grateful for that," Audrey said with relief. "To be honest, after my sisters got captured, the thought of traveling across the central continent with our small group was quite worrisome." William smiled. "Then, please wait for one more day. I will guarantee that all of you will be able to return safely to participate in the war against the demonic army." Audrey was about to say something, but decided to keep it to herself. However, William was quite curious about what was on her mind, so he asked the young lady what was troubling her. "I know that it is presumptuous of me to ask this, but do you have any plans in regards to the Heir of Darkness?" Audrey inquired. "Do you plan to fight him? If yes, we can collaborate with each other and drive him into a corner." William nodded. "Of course I plan to fight against him. You already know that the two of us cannot exist under the same sky. Either he dies, or I die. As for collaborations, I'd like to decline your offer. I prefer to do things at my own pace. But, rest assured, if there will come a time when I can offer you my help, just like how I saved Melody and Shayna from Felix's evil clutches, I will be more than willing to extend a helping hand." "Thank you for your help, Shayna," who was standing beside Melody, couldn't stop the smirk that appeared on her face. Although the two of them might have been saved from Felix's evil clutches, the Dark Prince, who stood before them, still managed to get under Melody's skirt in a roundabout manner. Still, she believed that William's decision to delay their departure from the Thousand Beast domain for one more day was done for Melody's sake. Knowing how her friend had fallen for the handsome half-elf, she could feel William's sincere desire to not make her part with him empty-handed. Melody also had a relieved look on her face. If she could stay with William for one more day, she would be able to part ways with him in a proper manner, and not leave with regrets in her heart. After the meeting ended, William immediately ordered the pseudo-gods that were keeping a low profile in the Crater and Ares empires to ensure that the demon army could not advance within the two empires' territories. The Crater Empire was the birthplace of Princess Sidoni's mother, and the royal family there were her relatives. For the sake of his beloved wife, William would not allow it to be taken over by the demons. The Ares Empire, on the other hand, was Lilith's homeland. As the half-elf's fiancé, he would not allow the Amazon princess to encounter hardships. Because of these reasons, he had mobilized all of the pseudo-gods under his command, with the exception of Sephirin, to defend both empires. The Black Phoenix was known to belong to William's side, and having him enter the battlefield would only raise suspicions as to which faction the unfamiliar pseudo-gods belonged to. "How is the situation on your end, Lilith?" William asked via telepathy. Both Lilith and him were wearing magical earrings that formed a pair. Through this, the two could communicate over great distances and talk in real time. "All the warriors of our empire have mobilized," Lilith answered. "The non-combatants were taken to a safe location. Thank you for sending Astrape, Bronte, and Titania to guard our empire. With them around, the demon army won't be able to gain an advantage over our forces." "This is the least that I can do," William said softly. "Be careful. If anything happens, just tell me right away and I'll be there as soon as possible." "Thank you. Also, I love you, Will." "I love you too. Keep me updated." After making sure that his fiancée was safe, William was left with two choices. Right now, the cooldown to summon Sun Wukong hasn't ended yet, but he could still use his heroic avatar, allowing him to jump through the ranks and reach the peak stage of the demigod rank. He was confident that even if he faced the Bull Demon King, Princess Iron Fan, and Da Peng, he would be able to escape easily from their clutches. His only concern was whether Ahriman's avatar would appear on the battlefield or not. As a primordial god, even an avatar was more than enough to turn the tides of battle. This was also the main concern of the Holy Order of Light, so they had given the celestial raiment to Melody, allowing her patron goddess to descend to the world of Hestia and wield her full powers. Naturally, the celestial raiment had a restriction and couldn't be used in a casual way. This was the Holy Order of Light's trump card, which would allow them to fight Ahriman on even footing if he so chose to appear on the battlefield. Unfortunately, William didn't have this convenient artifact in his possession. Although he could have taken it from Melody, he chose to let her keep it in order to keep herself, Shayna, as well as Lyra and Ephemera safe. After pondering for an hour, William heard a knock on the door of his room. Without waiting for his reply, Melody came in with a longing look on her face. No words were shared between the two of them, because there was no need to say anything. This was the last time that they would be together before the virtuous Lady of Faith would head to the battlefield to fight for the peace of the Central Continent. Right now, what she needed was William's warmth and love, to allow her to endure the days they could not be together. The Dark Prince didn't reject her initiative because this was also why he decided to delay her departure by a day. He wanted Melody to understand that she was now his woman, and he would care for her even if she didn't ask for it. As he embraced the beautiful lady in his arms, the half-elf finally made up his mind to use everything he had at his disposal, and join the war to protect the people that were important to him. While William was making love to his new lover, he had sent a mental note to Chloe and ordered her to mobilize his army in the Silvermoon continent. After several weeks of preparation, the Drows, who had all submitted to William, were now ready to join the war and fight their nemesis in the Central Continent. The Guardians of the Silvermoon continent had also agreed to participate in the battle. With the addition of 2 more pseudo-gods, and several demigods, the army that William commanded was enough to conquer any empire, or kingdom, in the world. He had been waiting for this moment and, this time, he would not be as helpless as he once was. He would show the primordial god of darkness and chaos that he was no longer the half-elf that he could easily crush underneath his feet. Chapter 1242, the demon army's true target. This is goodbye, William, Audrey said. Thank you for your hospitality and generosity. After this war is over, I hope that I can come and visit the Thousand Beast domain again. You're welcome anytime, William replied. I look forward to hosting you, as well as your sisters, sometime in the future. The half-elf then glanced at Melody and Shayna and gave both of them a reminder. Be careful, and don't let Felix's henchmen catch either of you again, William said with a serious expression on his face. I will not always be around to save the members of the heavenly virtues. Melody and Shayna nodded. The only evil prince that they wanted to capture them was William. At least, compared to the heir of darkness, the Dark Prince was kinder, despite his cold touch, that would only turn warm once he had drank some of their blood. Audrey looked at William with a complicated gaze before voicing her thoughts out loud. I hope that the next time we meet, we will be allies and not enemies on the battlefield, Audrey stated. I wish for that as well, William replied. But, our relationship will depend on the decision of your Pope. I will not take the initiative to antagonize the Holy Order. It will always be the Holy Order that will antagonize me first. Audrey could only smile bitterly after hearing William's reply because she knew that the half-elf was right. She could tell that William really had no intention of harming them, but their Pope had other things in mind, which would definitely come to the surface once the battle against the demon army was over. Although I can't speak for the entire Holy Order of Light, know that I have no personal ill feelings towards you, Audrey commented. If possible, I would love to be your friend. William nodded in understanding. I feel that as well. Well then, may all of you have a safe journey. I'll see you on the battlefield. The envoy of the Holy Order of Light was standing on the Bifrost Bridge, which would allow them to instantly teleport to Hestia Academy under William's command. With a bright flash of light, Audrey, Melody, Shayna, and the Inquisitors disappeared from the floor of Asgard and reappeared outside the gates of Hestia Academy. After making sure that the envoy of the Holy Order had arrived safely to their destination, William gathered the important personages within his Thousand Beast domain for a meeting. The patriarchs of the demon clans, Chloe, Charmaine, Princess Aila, Haleth, Shannon, Vesta, Anne, and a few others gathered inside the conference room, including the Elf King, his advisors, as well as the guardians of the Silvermoon continent, who had taken on a humanoid form. Their meeting was held at the City Hall of K-City, which William had designated to be the main conference room during the war against the heir of darkness and the primordial god of darkness and chaos, Ahriman, whom he served. After everyone had arrived, William told them the plans he had for the upcoming war to ensure that all of them were on the same page. Right now, the demon army has completely conquered the Ellen Empire, and is poised to strike the two neighboring empires, which are the Crater and Ares Empire, William said. William pointed at the projection of a giant map that hovered in the center of the conference room. Before I tell you my plans, I would like to hear your opinions on what the demon army's next move might be, William stated. Do not hesitate, and make your opinions known. You will not receive any punishment for voicing your thoughts in this meeting. As soon as William finished talking, the patriarch of the Sand clan, Zeph, who was also Kira's grandfather, stood up. I believe that the demon army's attack on the Ellen Empire is merely a smokescreen, Zeph commented. I don't know what their main goal is, but I believe that this is merely a diversion to force the Alliance, and the Holy Order of Light to pull back their forces, and stop their attack on the Kingdom of Zabia, which had become the heir of darkness, main stronghold. Granted, I could be wrong in my assumption, but I believe that with their ability to go anywhere in the central continent, using the divide and conquer tactic is the most appropriate choice. William nodded his head because Zeph did have a point. A moment later, Lorcan, the patriarch of the Rains clan, which was one of the three major clans of the Fortair Desert, as well as Zeph's true lord, spoke up. If I may make a wild conjecture, I believe that Zeph is correct, Lorcan stated. However, after eliminating the various possibilities I have in mind, there is one place where the demon army can go, which would allow them to expand unchallenged. William, who was listening to Lorcan's words, suddenly realized what the old man was hinting at. Lorcan was the true mastermind within the Fortair Desert, and his insight was still sharp, despite the fact that he was the oldest demon patriarch present inside the conference room. I'm sure that His Excellency has already realized where the demon army would attack next, and, if my hunch is right, they are now amassing their army in order to launch an all-out attack on the most important target that they need to conquer. William took a deep breath because he managed to dodge a bullet. If he hadn't held a conference with his subordinates, he might have failed to understand what Felix's next move was. Originally, William's plan was to attack the Zabia kingdom, while Felix's army was in the Ellen Empire. He thought that this was the best course of action since it would have allowed him to corner the heir of darkness and end his reign. However, he had completely forgotten what the demon army's true target was, and the main purpose behind why they had mobilized the entire demon race to wage their war. The Silvermoon continent, William said with a serious expression on his face. And the location where they would appear is. The elf kings and his advisors' faces became pale after they remembered where the demon lord had appeared when he tried to do a blitzkrieg attack on the Silvermoon continent. The sacred grove, the elf king shouted after standing up from his seat. He plans to take down the world tree. As if waiting for that moment, a notification appeared on William's status page telling him that a distortion in space had appeared and started to open up a mile away from the location of the sacred grove. Everyone, prepare to battle, William ordered as he immediately left the Thousand Beast domain. A moment later, he instantly reappeared in the sacred grove, which startled Arwen, who was reading a book on one of the roots of the world tree. Welcome back, Arwen greeted her son with a smile. Why did you come back, Earl? Mother, now is not the time to talk, William replied as he gazed into the distance where the sky had started to change color. Go to the spring of life and hide there, Sister Skyla, please make sure that Mother is safe. The white crane who was perched on one of the branches of the world tree spread its wings to acknowledge William's request. Arwen wasn't stupid and instantly realized what was going to happen after seeing the distortion that had now become visible to the naked eye. The demons, Arwen said in a voice brimming with anger. They plan to attack the world tree again. William nodded. Don't worry, as long as I am here, the world tree is safe. Mother, please protect my wives. I'll leave their safety in your hands. I'll handle the rest. Arwen no longer hesitated and retreated down the path that led to the spring of life. With his mother leaving the scene, William raised his hand and opened 3 portals behind him. A moment later, Astrape, Bronte, Titania, the nymphs, and Triton appeared by his side. They were his main line of defense against the pseudo-gods under Felix's command. With them standing on the front lines, he was certain that the Bull Demon King, Princess Iron Fan, and Da Peng wouldn't be able to get past them. The Guardians, who were the protectors of the Silvermoon continent, appeared out of the 3rd portal and all of them looked at the distortion in the sky with solemn looks on their faces. It reminded them of the war that happened years ago. Only this time, the one that stood by their side was the son of the Saintess of the World Tree, and not the Dungeon Conqueror Maxwell, who had merged with the tree that towered above their heads. All of the Guardians will stay here near the World Tree, William ordered. Don't let anyone get past your defenses. William, as well as his subordinates, rose up into the sky and waited for the distortion to complete its transformation. The thousands of elves that had been turned into drows lined up around the elven capital in preparation to defend their homeland from the invaders, just as they had done several years ago. Their elven prophecy had stated that their lands would be conquered by the Dark Prince, which had already come to pass. Now that the heir of darkness had come knocking on their doors, they would not stand idly by and allow the elven lands to be defiled a second time. Chapter 1243. Sorry, not sorry. Half a day before the distortion appeared near the sacred grove of the Silvermoon continent. Have the soldiers from the entirety of the Ellen Empire started to mobilize? Felix asked. Yes, Your Excellency, Felix's subordinate replied. The transfer of troops from the Zabia kingdom is going smoothly as well. According to our estimate, it will take us at least 6 to 7 hours before all of our manpower is gathered here at the capital of the Ellen Empire. How about the Alliance and the forces of the Holy Order of Light? Any news about their movements? The Alliance and the Holy Order are scrambling to position themselves along the borders of the Crater Empire and the Ares Empire. They thought that we are amassing our forces for expansion, and are preparing to block our advance. Felix smirked after hearing his subordinate's reply. This was exactly what he had planned in his mind after the blitzkrieg attack in the Ellen Empire. Truth be told, they had run out of manpower after the previous battle against the Alliance and the Holy Order of Light. In order to fill that gap, they needed to attack an empire with sufficient soldiers in order to replenish their fighters. The Ellen Empire was the perfect place to visit, so Felix had decided to attack there and absorb their forces. Although he was tempted to attack the Amazon Empire, Ahriman told him that there was a possibility that the goddess of the Amazons had a way to descend into her city. This was a risk that Felix didn't want to take, so he decided to just go with his original plan. He had no intention of attacking the Crater Empire because there was no merit in attacking it. The heir of darkness thought that he would just be wasting time and resources dealing with another big empire that had now received reinforcements from their allies. I've also gotten bored of human girls, Felix mused. It's time to taste something new, and the elves will be the perfect dish for my new cravings. Those two bitches, Invidia and Superbia, seemed to have sensed that I planned to corrupt them, so they fled before I could even lay my hands on them. I should have taken them when I still had the opportunity to. The ladies of the deadly sins and the heavenly virtues were the true prize that Felix was aiming for. He lusted after their beauty, bodies, and divinities. He was confident that if he managed to absorb their powers, he would truly become the one true overlord of the world. I wonder what that half-elf will think once I've had my way with his mother and recorded it on recording crystals. Felix laughed internally. If I do that, he will certainly come out of hiding. The moment he does, I will immediately capture him and make him wish that he was never born. I will make sure to let his cousin, that bitch, Eve, witness his suffering as well. In truth, Felix was quite irritated because the red-haired girl had almost the same status as him, perhaps even higher than his in Ahriman's eyes. The green-haired demon knew that once he lost the support of the primordial god of demons, he would lose everything that he had built up over the years. Still, it has been a long time since I've heard any news of that half-elf, Felix thought as he rubbed his chin. Could it really be that he has gone into hiding since his wives were killed? Such a troublesome cockroach. Why won't he just let himself be captured peacefully so we can end this struggle between us? Just as Felix was pondering on what kind of torture he would give to William once he had been captured, the Bull Demon King and Princess Ironfan entered the throne room. Will we use the shadow slaves when we attack the Elven Kingdom? The Bull Demon King inquired. Since he was the main commander of the demon army, he wanted to know which units were going to be put under his command. Yes, Felix answered, although I am not too worried about the guardians of the Silvermoon continent, they are an annoying bunch. It is best to capture the World Tree as soon as possible, and use it as a hostage to force the elves to submit to my will. I think it will be overkill, but I have no complaints with this plan, Princess Ironfan commented. Still, this plan of yours is quite insidious. Making the Alliance think that we are aiming for the two adjacent empires, when our true goal is in another continent. Truly, an unexpected move. Felix smirked after hearing Princess Ironfan's praise. If not for the fact that she was the Bull Demon King's wife, he might have considered screwing her as well. We will leave as soon as we can, Felix ordered. Make the final preparations and ensure that, when we start our invasion, the elves will not be able to do anything about it. The Bull Demon King nodded. Understood. A few hours later, Felix stood in front of a massive army that numbered in the millions. Seeing this sight, the heir of darkness couldn't stop the triumphant smile that appeared on his face. What my father failed to achieve, I will achieve, Felix thought. Too bad, that half-elf won't be there when I conquer his mother's homeland. Felix really wished that William was in the Silvermoon continent, because, if he was, they would be able to relive the battle that their fathers had in the past, and this time, it would be Felix who would be the one to claim victory over the hateful Ainsworth family that had prevented them from conquering the Silvermoon continent, many years ago. Everyone prepare, I will open the gate, Felix declared. Soldiers line up, the Bull Demon King ordered. The moment the gate opens, follow my lead and begin our conquest. The cheers of the demon army, and the corrupted human soldiers rang out inside the capital of the Ellen Empire. Eve, who was watching this from afar, lowered her head and closed her eyes. Even if she tried to stop the demons from attacking the Silvermoon continent, no one would listen to her words because this was the will of Ahriman himself. The gems on the crimson crown on Felix's head glowed brightly as it shot a beam of light towards the location where his soldiers were waiting. A moment later, a red portal slowly formed. It grew bigger in size with each passing minute, as the connection between the central continent and Silvermoon continent was being established. 10 minutes later, the giant red portal had fully formed, radiating an eerie crimson light from its depths. Felix nodded in the direction of the Bull Demon King, informing the latter that the connection was now stable and they could begin their conquest anytime. Everyone, rally to me, the Bull Demon King ordered. Charge, charge, the Bull Demon King, Princess Ironfan, and Felix, who was riding on top of Da Peng, rushed towards the red portal. The demon army followed behind them and charged through it while shouting their war cries. As soon as Felix and his army came out on the other side of the portal, a teasing voice reached their ears. Sorry, not sorry, It was at that moment when the heir of darkness and his minions found themselves staring at a concentrated magical bombardment, accompanied by countless arrows that were about to land, directly on their faces. Chapter 1244, spoken like a true Ainsworth. Loud explosions reverberated in the surroundings as the magical bombardment descended upon the demon army that had just emerged from the red portal. Blood flowed like a river, as cry of pain, shock, and anger spread across the battlefield, which was still under heavy bombardment from the pseudo-gods that belonged to William's faction, as well as the drows who were hellbent on unleashing their magical arrows to the demons who once again dared to conquer their lands. Quick-shot war art fourth form, William held Stormcaller in his hands as tendrils of lightning appeared on the tip of his spear. Grand Bazooka, a lightning-infused attack bombarded the center of the red portal, creating a loud explosion that decimated the corrupted humans, as well as the demons, who were still waiting for their turn to enter the portal in the Ellen Empire. A loud shriek came from the red portal as Dapeng, the golden eagle, flew up in the air with serious injuries on its body. Mounted on his back, Felix, who suffered minor injuries, glared at the half-elf who was holding Stormcaller in his hands. "You, what are you doing here?" Felix roared. "I came here to pick up the trash," William replied. "My goodness, I didn't know that there was a cockroach riding on top of it as well." Girls, slug him. Astrape, Bronte, and the nymphs focused their attacks on the golden eagle, dyeing its golden body with blood, and making it cry out in pain. No matter how much it tried to evade their attacks, as long as the nymphs worked together, their attacks would always land on its body. The Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan weren't faring well either. Titania and Triton were making sure that the two pseudo-gods were unable to help Felix due to their relentless attacks that pushed the two of them back repeatedly. "Bitch, get out of my way!" Princess Iron Fan screamed as he unleashed crimson wind blades at the fairy queen who was sneering at her. "Such crass words," Titania replied as he summoned giant vines to block the crimson wind blades that were aimed in her direction. "No wonder you are this ugly. When was the last time you looked at the mirror, you mongrel? How dare you? Bring it on, plebeian!" As the two ladies fought one-on-one, Triton faced the Bull Demon King and kept him at bay. William, who was observing the battle from a distance, didn't move from his place, and only continued to fire his long-range attacks at the red portal, decimating the demons who were still pouring out from it. He wasn't in a hurry to attack Felix because he knew that when the green-haired demon's life was really in danger, Ahriman would make his move. This was why he decided to focus on killing the small fries first, while Astrape, Bronte, and the nymphs give Dapeng a one-sided beating that made it look like a bloody chicken, instead of a golden eagle. With one final unwilling cry, Dapeng crashed on the ground, where it still received a concentrated bombardment from the pseudo-gods, giving it no mercy. Felix had dismounted from its back as it crashed towards the ground and was hurriedly flying towards the red portal when a green vine wrapped on his leg, preventing him from escaping. A moment later, several lightning bolts and a hail of arrows descended upon him with a vengeance. Felix hastily activated the power of the Crown of Darkness and created a black dome to protect himself from the incoming attacks. While this was happening, William ordered Titania to drag the bloody chicken, Dapeng, into his thousand-beast domain, and temporarily house it inside the dungeon of Atlantis. With such a juicy pseudo-god waiting to be cooked, William would be stupid not to fry it in hot oil later. Felix was able to block the relentless attacks that were aimed in his direction, while steadily retreating towards the red portal in the distance. Seeing that the heir of darkness was in full retreat, the Bull Demon King called out to Princess Iron Fan and asked her to retreat as well. "Optimus, did you finish your task?" William inquired. "Yes, I have locked in on their coordinates. They cannot escape now." As soon as Felix, the Bull Demon King, as well as Princess Iron Fan entered the red portal, it began to shrink at a rapid pace. However, before it disappeared completely, a spear managed to fly through it, entering it successfully. "Damn it," Felix cursed internally as soon as he reappeared in the capital city of the Ellen Empire. Where did he get such powerful subordinates? Before Felix could even properly assess the situation that had just transpired, a commotion was suddenly raised behind him. "So, this is the Ellen Empire. What a nice place." A familiar voice sounded from behind him, which made the green-haired demon turn around in shock. "Kill him," Felix shouted. "He is alone. Kill him now." The Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan, who also realized this fact, immediately flew towards the sky with the intention of capturing the black-haired teenager who was sneering down on the two of them. "Alone?" William sneered. "I am never alone. Immediately hundreds of portals appeared in the land and sky, making Felix's face turn pale. Before the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan could even approach William, several magical bombardments descended on them, pushing the two of them back. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, the nymphs, and Triton all lined up beside William, while William's King's Legion, the dungeon monsters, as well as the drows from the elven lands, arrived. In the Ellen Empire, mounted on the monsters that belonged under the Dark Prince's command. Albert, William's fifth master, and his father's best friend, looked at the scene around him with nostalgia. "This sure brings back memories," Albert muttered. "Like father, like son." Millions of dungeon monsters poured out of the portals, and thrashed all those who dared to block their way. Winged ants, wyverns, nagas, giant spiders, goblins, orcs, hydras, undeads, and all kinds of beasts that hadn't appeared in great numbers for several years, emerged as if they were unending. The sky turned dark because the sheer numbers of flying monsters blocked out the light of the sun, and temporarily cast an eerie shadow of death upon the capital city of the Ellen Empire. Felix, who was fully confident that he could easily conquer the Silvermoon continent just as he had done to the Ellen Empire, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Since he hadn't heard any news about William for the past few months, he thought that the half-elf had gone into hiding to prevent himself from getting captured or killed by him. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the latter had been quietly amassing a powerful army in order to deal with him. "Kill," William ordered as he pointed at Felix's army that were now retreating at a rapid pace. The Bull Demon King gritted his teeth and roared towards the heavens. Immediately, several dark portals appeared and shadow monsters emerged from them. This was the trump card that they had prepared to fight against the combined forces of the Alliance and the Holy Order of Light, but they were forced to use it at this point in time due to how serious William's offensive was. A chaotic battle ensued as demons, corrupted humans, shadow monsters, drows, and other monsters fought tooth and nail for supremacy. "William, your head is mine. Do you dare to fight me?" Felix roared in challenge. "Come," William replied as he took out a golden staff in his hand. "I'll give you the beating you deserve." Immediately, a golden light descended upon William as he activated his heroic avatar, allowing him to jump to the peak of the demigod rank. Felix was in the initial stages of the pseudo-god rank, making him more powerful than the half-elf, but William had no plans to back down. The moment the heir of darkness and the prince of darkness clashed at the center of the battlefield, the sky turned completely dark. This was a battle between darknesses, and light played no role in it. As the gods in heaven, and Hestia, watched the battle unfold, the capital of the Ellen Empire was dyed in blood, due to the countless deaths that were happening around them. Standing from within the temple of the Ellen Empire, Eve watched as her cousin fought ferociously against the green-haired demon who had done many atrocious things. Standing beside her was an old man wearing plain robes. The old man was none other than David, who had descended in order to protect Eve from harm. Although Ahriman and him had an agreement, he decided to stay by her side in order to prevent the primordial god from doing anything funny to his high priestess. "You don't have to watch if you don't want to," David said. "This is not a place for children like you." Eve shook her head as she focused her attention on the battle that was happening in the distance. "Big Brother is fighting with everything he has," Eve replied. "I want to see how this battle will end." Before David could even give his reply, a soft chuckle sounded from behind him, which made the six-eared macaque stand beside Eve in order to protect her from the stranger who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Spoken like a true Ainsworth. I'd expect nothing less from my granddaughter," an old man, with a confident smile on his face, said with pride and satisfaction. He had traveled as fast as he could to reach the Ellen Empire as soon as he heard the news from William. Although the distance was quite far, it was nothing to the eight-legged horse that could travel to the 9 realms without even breaking a sweat. The moment Eve saw the old man's face, the little girl teared up before running in his direction. Now that her cousin, her grandfather, as well as her patron god, had arrived in the Ellen Empire, she had a feeling that all the pain and suffering that the people of the central continent had experienced under Felix's rule would finally come to an end. Chapter 1245. It will be a great loss for our empire if we don't give birth to his children. James, who had received William's report, immediately headed towards the Ellen Empire riding the eight-legged horse, Sleipnir, and arrived just in time to witness the chaotic battle that was being waged on the land and in the sky. Now that he and David had arrived to protect the precious little red-headed girl, who was a treasure to both of them, her safety was guaranteed. "Grandpa," Eve shouted as she ran towards the old man, who she hadn't seen for a long time. The old coot hurriedly wrapped his arms around his granddaughter and kissed her cheek. Did you gain a little weight? James asked with a smirk. It seems that they took really good care of you. The old man looked his granddaughter up and down. It was fairly easy to see that Eve wasn't hurt in the slightest, which put his mind at ease. Grandpa, aren't you going to help Big Brother? Eve asked as she anxiously glanced at the center of the battlefield where William was fighting head-to-head with the heir of darkness whose face had already contorted to that of hatred. Will can handle this one, James commented after eyeing the battle. Also, if I interfere, he might get angry with me. He has a lot of pent-up anger inside his heart, and the only way to vent it out is to pound that scummy green-haired demon's face into oblivion. But, Grandpa, Felix has already stepped into the pseudo-god stage, and Big Brother is only at the peak demigod stage. He might lose against him. It's fine. Will has been fighting against demigods and pseudo-gods for a very long time. A newly ascended pseudo-god, who didn't get his rank through constant battles, is just an oversized balloon. It might look big, but the inside is hollow and has no mass. Eve understood what her grandfather was telling her, but she still couldn't help but worry. Her beautiful blue eyes stared at the black-haired teenager, whose face was as calm as a still lake. But, she knew, with every fiber of her being that deep inside that calmness, a raging storm was brewing. I gathered all of you here today because of the latest development that is happening in the capital city of the Ellen Empire, the Pope stated. Everyone, take a look at this projection. The kings and emperors of the central continent were communicating through a special artifact given to them by the Holy Order of Light, allowing them to participate in long-distance conferences in order to discuss the next stage of the war. Everyone's gaze locked on the capital city of the Ellen Empire, whose sky had turned completely dark. Flashes of light, monsters, demons, and shadow creatures, could be seen in the distance, and all of them were fighting each other. The members of the heavenly virtues were also watching the battle through the projection. Lyra, Ephemera, as well as Melody, who had just arrived at the Palace of Light, looked at the battle with calm expressions, but deep inside they were feeling anxious. All three of them knew that only one faction would be able to fight against Felix on his home turf, and that was none other than the half-elf whom they had surrendered their bodies to. After watching for a while, Emperor Leonidas of the Crater Empire spoke up. I am guessing that the one attacking the capital is none other than the Prince of Darkness, Leonidas said. Then, there is only one question that I need to ask the Pope. What do you propose we should do? Emperor Leonidas already knew that the one who called the shots on the advance of the alliance was the Holy Order, who had control over 4 pseudo-gods. As expected of Emperor Leonidas, you know how not to waste time, the Pope replied. Since it is very obvious for everyone to see, we have 2 choices in this war. The first one is to attack now, and use this opportunity to eliminate the heir of darkness and end his reign of terror once and for all. The Amazon Empress, Empress Andraste, as well as Lilith's mother glanced in the direction of the Pope and arched an eyebrow. And the second option is? Empress Andraste asked. Don't tell me that we are going to wait until both of them exhausts their forces before we go in to deal with both of them at the same time. The Pope smiled and nodded her head. I'm sure all of you know that the heir of darkness as well as the Prince of Darkness are the 2 threats that plagued our world. I propose that we first watch, and see how this battle will transpire. There is also the issue with Ahriman's avatar. If we join the battle and it appears, our forces will only suffer massive casualties. We don't want that to happen, right? It will not be too late to deal with the aftermath once the 2 of them have exhausted their trump cards. When that happens, we can end this war, once and for all. The kings and emperors liked this proposal, so they all unanimously voted to wait until the battle had reached a critical point before they launched their attacks. Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste remained silent, and simply watched on the side while the other discussed their strategy. The 2 of them had a connection with William, so they were also forming several strategies in their heads for how to best help the Prince of Darkness escape the net that was about to be cast over his head. Mother, will you really do as the Alliance says? Lilith asked with an anxious expression on her face. The Dark Prince is a fine young man, Empress Andraste replied with a mischievous smile on her face. It will be a great loss for our empire if we don't give birth to his children. Don't worry, Lilith, I'll make sure that your handsome prince will be safe and comfortable inside our empire. Your sisters are still looking for a partner, so having him become our family's stud horse is a good option. Lilith's face reddened because she knew that her mother was lying. She had already told her many times that she didn't plan on sharing William with her Amazonian sisters, and wanted to monopolize him for herself. Still, this will be a little tricky, Empress Andraste admitted. Although I don't like the Pope that much, we share the same opinion in this war. Only after Ahriman's avatar has appeared and has exhausted his strength, that is the only time we can order our forces to advance. Lilith, I will assign you as the commander of this expedition. Your goal is to capture your prince, and bring him back to our empire. As long as you manage to sneak him here, even the Holy Order of Light has to think twice about trying to pry him away from our bosoms. Lilith nodded. Understood, Mother. The Amazon princess knew that William had many ways to escape the capture of the Alliance as well as the Holy Order of Light. What she was afraid of was that Ahriman's avatar would appear and hurt her beloved. She just hoped that the black-haired teenager had already taken this matter into consideration, and prepared a plan to deal with Ahriman, who was certain to make his appearance at the right moment in time. Chapter 1246, When Darkness Descends, Part 1. Baba Yaga smashed her pestle into El Sibin's face, sending the demigod flying several meters away. Oliver, who had taken his chimera form, clawed Mapangari's face, as he fought with all the rage he had bottled up since the battle in Ahriman's domain. The parrot monkey thrashed his opponent, sending it smashing down on the demon army, turning them into meat paste. The powerhouses of each group fought each other, and William's side had the clear advantage in this battle where the balance of power tilted in his favor. The Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan were forced to go on the defensive as they endured the combination attacks of Astrape, Bronte, Titania, the Nymphs, as well as Triton. B1 and B2, alongside the Rainbow Birds, were like carpet bombers who were dropping exploding potions, as well as acid bombs to the demon army who were on the ground. They would also launch magic missiles, using the lollipops given to them by William in order to thin out Felix's army as much as possible. The demon clans that had sworn loyalty to William rode on the flying ants and joined the battle. They had seen how much their lord had suffered during the battle with Ahriman, and this time, they no longer decided to just sit back and watch. All of their warriors participated in the battle, fighting against the demon tribes, who once oppressed them in the past. Vesta, Kira, and Athron fought on the ground, alongside William's herd, that were composed of the goats that had taken demi-human forms. Kronos and Aslan led the charge and annihilated all the enemies that blocked their path. Medusa rode on a 2-meter-tall golden pig, while waving a mace in her hand. She, alongside Gullinbursti, and Sharur were out for blood, and despite William's intention to not let them join the battle, the little Gorgon managed to convince the black-haired teenager to allow them to fight. William agreed to their request and ordered Ragnar, Fenrir, and the Blood Eagle, Skadres, to watch over the little Gorgon who was out for blood. A.N. Ragnar was Ash's beast companion who transforms into a Cerberus during battle. Fenrir is the trollhound that had served William during the war in the southern continent. Chloe, Charmaine, and the rest of the Valkyries were fighting in the air. They didn't fight far from William and were poised to help him at any moment if something unexpected happened. Princess Aila, Shannon, Haleth, and Anne watched the battle in the villa. Princess Aila wasn't suited for battle, and William didn't want her to get hurt. Haleth, on the other hand, was a warrior mage, but William didn't allow her to join the battle because he was afraid that the latter would be overwhelmed by the opponents because she was only at the mithril rank, which was weaker than a centennial beast. As for Shannon, her divinity was simply too powerful and it might cause friendly fire if she were to unleash it. Because of this, they just observed the battle from the safety of the Thousand Beast domain, alongside the non-combatants that had stayed behind. Sephirin was busy attacking the shadow monsters who were trying to help Felix in his battle against William. The Black Phoenix's dark flames incinerated all opposition, allowing its master to fight without worry. Hellfire! Felix roared as he unleashed a cone of purplish flames, which was an ability that he had gained from absorbing the powers of one of the princesses that he had bedded. William dodged the attack, and was forced to dodge again and again after Felix unleashed a barrage of high-level spells that he had also obtained from the women that had fallen into his hands. "What do you think?" Felix asked as he gazed at the half-elf who had distanced himself from him. "This is the difference in our power. I have absorbed the abilities of many women, and with this, I will send you to your grave." "Is that so?" William asked back. "If that is the only thing you can do, then I guess it's time for me to end this." William's status page lit up, and 2 names that were under his familia members glowed golden as he activated the powers that they had bestowed upon him. Lyra v Vavila, Ephemera Fortuna. At the same time William had activated the power of her 2 familia members, the 2 young ladies, who were inside the Palace of Light, felt their connection to William strengthen. A moment later, the black-haired teenager felt the power of the 2 virtuous ladies' divinities flowing inside his body, allowing him to use their powers to a certain extent. Exceed break, William declared. Ephemera's divinity increased William's attack and defense, depending on the conviction of his heart, and what he perceived as justice. As long as he believed that his cause was for the sake of justice, his attack and defense would increase drastically. In just the blink of an eye, William reappeared in front of Felix and smashed Rui Jingu Bang against the green-haired demon's face, sending him crashing towards the ground. Because William had increased his speed, and lowered Felix's speed, the latter was finding it hard to dodge, or block the black-haired teenager's attack, resulting in a one-sided beating. Enough, Felix shouted, and the crimson crown on his head created a dome of darkness that blocked William's blow. However, the forces of his stroke sent the dome of darkness flying like a baseball ball getting hit by a baseball bat. William was about to follow up his attack, but a giant, black lightning bolt flew in his direction. It was so fast that William didn't have the means to evade it, so he used Rui Jingu Bang to block it. The attack held powerful divinity, so William crashed to the ground and skidded for several meters before the black lightning bolt dispersed. "So, you have come," William said in a voice that reeked of killing intent. "Show yourself, Ahriman." Dark clouds formed in the sky, creating a 10-meter-tall avatar of darkness whose eyes glowed bloody red. Now that the one responsible for his wife's deaths had arrived, William knew that the real battle was just about to start. Chapter 1247, When Darkness Descends, Part 2. "So, you've finally gone out of hiding, boy," Ahriman's voice, filled with ridicule and contempt, spread across the battlefield. "I was starting to think that you were afraid of facing me after what happened in my domain." "Afraid?" William asked back with a sneer. "Why should I be afraid of a god that is on his last leg?" "Don't get the wrong idea, Ahriman. If there is someone who should be feeling afraid, it should be you, and not me." "Quite insolent, I see. You still haven't learned anything after I killed your wives," Ahriman stated. "No matter. After this day is over, the so-called Prince of Darkness will cease to exist." Without another word, several black chains erupted from the ground and wrapped themselves around William's body, preventing him from moving an inch. "Master!" Astrape and Bronte shouted and immediately flew down to save William, but several black chains materialized in the air and held them down. Titania, the nymphs, and Triton were also immobilized by the dark chains, and only Sephirin remained free, burning the chains that bound him with a ferocity that not even Ahriman expected. The Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan were so seriously injured that they couldn't take advantage of their enemy's immobilized state to launch a counterattack. They just knelt on the ground, as they panted for breath, feeling relieved that Ahriman had made his appearance. "Now, it's time for you to die," Ahriman said as he summoned a giant dark spear. "Worry not, I will take your divinity, and the divinities that you have acquired, and put them to good use. You can die knowing that you have served your purpose and allowed me to break free from the seals that bind me. Goodbye, Prince of Darkness." Ahriman hurled the spear towards William, who couldn't break through the chains that bound him. These chains had been reinforced with the divinity of a primordial god, and even with the strength he currently had, he was unable to break through them using sheer force. Just when the dark spear was about to reach its target, a chubby man materialized in front of William and threw a punch towards it. The spear shattered into thousands of pieces after colliding with the chubby man's punch, making Ahriman's brow furrow. "Not in my watch, Ahriman," a dignified voice said with determination. "You have gone too far for long enough. It's time for you to understand that there are things that you can, and cannot do even if you are a god." Ahriman looked at the newcomer with a calm expression on his face. "Who are you?" Ahriman asked. "I can somewhat tell that you are a god, but you're not someone I know. Also, for a god, the divinity that flows inside your body is very frail. I guess you are a god with just a few believers, making you so pathetically weak." "I go by the name Gavin," Gavin answered. "I am the god of all trades, and I am this boy's patron god. I've descended into this world to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to beat the crap out of a loser god like you." "I see," Ahriman chuckled. "A weak mortal who serves a weak god. Truly a match made in heaven." Gavin shrugged before snapping his fingers together. Immediately, the chains that bound William, and his subordinates broke apart as if they were made of rice crackers. "A weak god like me is more than enough to beat a pathetic god like you," Gavin declared. "Now, come, let's see who among us will have the last laugh." Gavin's appearance immediately changed. He was no longer the chubby man wearing elegant clothes. He now had sharp features, and stood straight like a sword. This was his battle form, and there had been very few instances when he had shown this appearance to anyone. "Gavin," Albert muttered. The half-elf felt complicated after seeing his patron god descend in the world to help them fight against Ahriman. He was once Gavin's only believer, and with William arriving in the world, Gavin now had two. With only the two of them serving as the god of all trades pillars, the power that Gavin could unleash was weaker than any of the gods in existence. Even so, he still descended to offer his help to his only two disciples, against a god that had existed since the primordial ages. "Albert, I'll leave the cleaning up to you," Gavin said without looking at the half-elf. "As William's senior brother, you have to work twice as much as him. Don't hold back, I am here." "Yes," Albert replied, "I will show them the might of the jack of all trades." "Good. Now, let's do this." Gavin made several hand signs and created over a dozen clones around him. The clones raised their hands and power started gathering in them. One clone absorbed the element of fire, the others absorbed the power of water, earth, and wind. The other clones also absorbed the power of the other elements, namely, light, shadow, darkness, lightning, metal, as well as the other elemental powers in the world. A moment later, the clones fused together, making Gavin's body glow radiantly amidst the darkness. The god of all trades took a single step and reappeared in front of Ahriman, smashing his fist on the latter's chest, sending him flying. Ahriman was totally caught off guard because he didn't expect that the weak god would actually be able to hurt his avatar, who had taken an elemental form. A moment later, the two exchanged several blows, decimating the topography around them. The battle was more intense than what happened when pseudo-gods fought against each other. Gavin made sure to only attack in a location that was away from where everyone was fighting to prevent others from getting caught in his battle against the primordial god of darkness and chaos, who was currently roaring in anger due to the weak god who dared to challenge him. "Clean the trash," William ordered his pseudo-gods, so they would get back to dealing with the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan, but don't kill them. Especially that Princess Iron Fan. I'll make sure to torture her later for killing my dear friends. William's words were filled with killing intent as he glanced at the beautiful demon who was responsible for ending Kasaganaga's, Jareth's, Urchatu's, and Soglav's lives. The pseudo-gods under William's command immediately went to attack the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan until their blood stained their clothes, making them look like bloody beggars who were on their last legs. William then shifted his attention to the heir of darkness, whose expression had become extremely pale after seeing that Ahriman's appearance didn't tilt the balance in his favor. Felix had assumed that the moment Ahriman made his appearance, William would be helpless against his might, and would be completely at his mercy. Unfortunately, this was far from the reality that he was facing right now. The green-haired demon knew that he could no longer run away from his opponent, and must face him with everything he had, or lose everything that he had built till now. "Now, it's just you and me," William said as he took a step, making the ground under his feet crumble. He continued to walk, causing the ground to shatter with every step he took. "You managed to acquire many skills and abilities, right? It will be best if you use them to the best of your abilities, because I will make sure that you will regret the day that you were born. I still haven't forgotten how you bullied Chiffon when she was still young. After I'm done with you, I'll deal with your father next. I will not rest until I give both of you the punishment that both of you rightfully deserve." Felix, who was looking at the approaching William, felt his heart being squeezed inside his chest. He couldn't understand why he was feeling afraid of someone that was only in the demigod rank. He was now a pseudo-god, and yet, whenever he clashed with William, the half-elf's blows were sharper, heavier, and whenever they slipped past his defenses, the damage he received was so painful it made his entire body ache. Even so, without his god's backing and his pseudo-gods and army being completely overwhelmed by William's forces, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and face the black-haired teenager whose eyes glowed gold due to the anger he had been bottling inside his dark and tainted heart. Chapter 1248, A Storm Hidden from Within. "Ahriman's avatar has appeared," the Pope said calmly. "Now, we will see how this battle will end." The Pope looked at the projection in front of her, not knowing that behind her, 5 ladies were looking anxiously at the half-elf who had been wrapped up with dark chains, preventing any form of movement. Lyra, Ephemera, Melody, Shaina, and Celeste. These 5 virtuous ladies could feel their hearts beating wildly inside their chest, as they looked at the Dark Prince, who had played a significant role in their lives. "Serves you right," Cherry shouted. "Now, kill each other." The little girl's shout made her the target of the 5 ladies' glare, which made her flinch and take a step back. What's wrong?" Cherry asked in fear because the glares that were being directed at her made her feel as if she was about to be beaten up to oblivion. I just hope that they kill each other, so that we can clean them up later." The 5 ladies knew that if they hadn't met William, and interacted with him, they would also be of the same opinion as Cherry. Unfortunately, they had met and, with the exception of Celeste, embraced the black-haired teenager, who made them feel an otherworldly sense of pleasure that they could no longer forget. It was Lyra who averted her gaze first from the trembling little girl who was about to cry. She understood that Cherry was not to blame for her words. It was her who reacted strongly to anyone who wished ill of her beloved. Melody was the second one to avert her gaze, making Cherry feel as if she was given a pardon from being executed in the guillotine. Just like Lyra, the virtuous lady of faith had fallen for the half-elf and treated him as her dark prince. She would not allow anyone to hurt, or blaspheme the person she loved, even if she had to use the celestial raiment in order to punish them. In truth, Melody was about to do just that. After seeing that William was standing on the cliff of death, she planned to go to the battlefield and allow her goddess to descend, and use her body as an avatar. However, before she could do that, the battle had already progressed to a certain degree, making everyone who was observing it from afar gasp in shock. "A god has descended." The Pope's eyes widened in shock as she saw the chubby man shattered the dark spear that was about to end William's life. In truth, the Pope wanted William to die first so the bindings of the contract would cease to exist. The Pope, and the other high-ranking officials of the Holy Order of Light, felt so constricted due to the non-aggression pact that they had with William. Because of this, they were forced to focus their attention to the heir of darkness, and listen to the half-elf's demands when they asked for permission to check Melody's and Shaina's conditions. They were the mighty Holy Order of Light, an existence that even the kings and empires of the central continent had to treat politely, or else they would face a crusade whose military strength was unfathomable. While the Pope was pondering what to do next, a round mirror hovered beside her. Immediately, the troubled face of the headmaster of Hestia Academy, Byron, appeared. "Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste's armies have started to move," Byron reported. "Although I am not sure what their goals are, I have a feeling that they have mobilized their armies in order to assist William in his battle against the heir of darkness." The Pope frowned after hearing this report. She already knew that William had ties to the 2 kingdoms because of Princess Sidoni and the Amazon princess, Lilith. "Let them do as they please," the Pope replied after a minute. "The Holy Order of Light will only move once Ahriman's avatar has been dealt with." "I understand," Byron commented. "The other members of the Alliance are also asking for your presence in the virtual conference room. It will be best to hear them out, or else they might also send their forces to join the war. As you may already know, they don't care who wins in the end. The Ellen Empire's emperor is dead, and his successors eliminated. I don't know if the princesses are still alive, but the possibility exists. If they are able to retrieve them, then they could use that as an opportunity to easily integrate an empire under the pretense of having the princess marry their sons once the war ends." The Pope laughed scornfully after hearing Byron's words. As long as she was around, the Ellen Empire, Zabia Kingdom, Slovel Kingdom, as well as the other lands that had once been under Felix's control would only belong to their organization. With the pseudo-gods at her beck and call, all she needed to do was use intimidation, and the other kings and emperors would no longer desire to acquire these lands, in fear that their own territories would be taken away from them. "Very well, I will talk to these people and see what they want to say," the Pope replied. She understood that she needed to at least play impartial on the surface, so that the other rulers wouldn't think that she had ulterior motives. Of course, the wiser monarchs, like Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste, had long seen through her facade and were only playing lip service to her. These were the 2 empires that had the strength to resist the Holy Order's advances because of the gods whom they served. Even the Pope knew who she should and shouldn't touch, and the Crater and Ares empires were among the places she didn't dare extend her greedy hands into, for fear of biting off more than she could chew. The Pope left the room, leaving the heavenly virtues to observe the battlefield. She was unaware that under the surface of their calm and beautiful faces, a raging storm was taking place. A storm that would one make the foundation of the organization she was so proud of crumble from within. Chapter 1249, Elam, the God of all trades. The sound of fighting had resumed in the surroundings, but it was mostly William's forces giving Felix's army a one-sided beating. Far from the main battlefield, Ahriman's avatar was finding it hard to launch a counter-attack at the weak god, whom he had ridiculed earlier. No matter what he did, Gavin was a step faster than him, and was able to neutralize his attacks as if he had already seen it before. The avatar roared and countless black chains emerged from the sky, from his body, and from the ground. He was planning to immobilize Gavin before dealing him a lethal blow that would end the battle they were having. Gavin sneered as he brandished his hand as if he was wielding a sword. A moment later, a sword made of divine power appeared, and he used it to slice up all the black chains as if they were made of tofu. Ahriman then shot dark orbs of energy in his direction, and Gavin's response was to shoot fireballs at them, nullifying them completely. The god of all trades then slammed his fists together, making them glow in radiant light. Instant transmission, Gavin said before disappearing from where he stood and reappearing right in front of Ahriman's face. Without missing a heartbeat, Gavin's fists pummeled the avatar's face over and over again, not even giving it a chance to scream. Grand Cross. Gavin's final punch was infused with holy power that left a searing cross mark on the avatar's face, making it explode. The god of all trades hovered in the sky as his warriors' robes fluttered in the wind. "Come out," Gavin stated. "Or as the primordial god of darkness and chaos, specialty playing dead." "Well, I don't particularly mind if you do that, but I will tell you now, it's useless." Gavin pulled back his arm as if he was drawing a bow and set his sights on a mountain in the distance. Just as his sword had materialized earlier, a bow formed in his hands and a silver arrow glowed faintly at its center. "Seed in pain," Gavin said in a voice that reeked of killing intent. "Arrow of the empty void." The moment he released the string of his bow, a deafening silence erupted around him. No sounds of fighting, no screams of pain, no cries of wailing could be heard within miles. Only utter and complete silence, that lasted for several seconds, ruled the world. It wasn't until the arrow hit its target, making the god of darkness and chaos scream in pain because it was an amount of pain he had never felt before. "Damn you!" From on top of the mountain, Ahriman's hateful shout was heard. Embedded on his chest was the silver arrow that Gavin had shot to bring him out of hiding. Never did he expect that a god would descend from the temple of the gods to deal with his avatar, that was formed from his own flesh and blood, causing him great pain and suffering. "I'll make you pay for this." Ahriman roared furiously. "You forced me." A few seconds later, the space behind the avatar started to distort. A powerful aura filled with primordial divine power made even the space around it crack as if it were made of grass. Gavin looked fearlessly at the crack in space that was slowly getting bigger and bigger. He knew that once that passageway had fully formed, the god of primordial darkness and chaos would make his appearance. William's patron god opened the palm of his hand and a spinning ball of energy started to form. Fire, earth, water, air, as well as all the other elements of the world gathered inside it. The space around him flickered as if the world was being reduced to its most basic element, allowing Gavin to absorb the powers that he needed in order to fight the primordial god, whose powers had made all the other gods work together in order to seal him and lock him away in his own temple before burying it deep underground. A moment later, a giant hand reached out from within the crack and attempted to make the passage bigger. The space where his hand touched cracked and fell apart, leaving enough space to let his other hand help widen the passage. Half a minute later, Ahriman's body, which was still bound up with chains, could be seen from the other side of the passageway. His hate-filled expression locked on Gavin's small body, as if he was planning to rip him to shreds. However, before he could even emerge from the other side of the passageway, a small ball of energy, only the size of a baseball ball, passed through the crack and hit his forehead. Ultimate world-end tempest. A second later, a powerful explosion erupted within Ahriman's domain. It was as strong as a nuclear explosion, making the primordial god of darkness hatefully call out Gavin's name from within his domain. "Sorry, not sorry," Gavin sneered. "Do you think I'll just stand by here and watch you come out of your domain unchallenged? You must be out of your mind." Gavin's ridicule-filled remark grated Ahriman's ears as he forcefully tugged on the chains on his body in order to free himself from them. One chain broke, followed by another. Soon, more and more chains broke apart. In truth, after making Eve his priestess, Ahriman had once again gained the power of faith through her. Gods grew more powerful as the number of their believers increased. Eve was truly blessed by the power of a heavenly divinity and, with her as his high priestess, Ahriman had gained considerable power from the demon tribes who had once again started to worship his name. He also fed on the negative energy of the people. Even if they didn't worship him, as long as they thought of him in fear and anxiety, he was able to gain the power of their faith as well. Simply put, Ahriman had gained enough strength to break through the chains that bound him. The only reason why he didn't do it was due to something more important. However, Gavin's appearance had infuriated him, so he had thrown caution into the wind and decided to break free from the chains that bound him in order to show the puny god just what kind of existence he was dealing with. Another energy ball smashed into his forehead, pushing him away from the passage he had created, and back into his domain. After firing 2 consecutive energy balls that were as powerful as a nuclear explosion, the primordial god of chaos and darkness was beyond infuriated. The final chain that bound his body shattered into pieces, allowing his divinity to burst towards the passageway that was starting to shrink due to the laws of time and space. Ahriman's body, which had sustained injuries due to Gavin's attack, wasn't regenerating. This was the price he had to pay for breaking out of his shackles, and due to the fact that Gavin's attack contained traces of his own divinity, preventing him from recovering his injuries. When gods fight, the powers they unleashed were different from mortals. They contained strands of pure divine power, giving their attacks the ability to seriously injure and kill other gods. If Gavin's believers were as many as Ahriman's, he might have already blown holes in the primordial god's forehead, potentially killing him in the process. Now that Ahriman had reformed his body in the central continent, he towered above the god of all trades who was like a little fly hovering around an adult's body. "Are you ready to die?" Ahriman's voice that held the finality of death spread in the surroundings, making those who heard it tremble in fear, with the exception of the god of all trades whose fearless gaze remained fixed on his opponent's face. "Do your worst," Gavin replied. "I am the god of all trades, and I'm not afraid of you." Suddenly, hundreds of energy balls materialized around Ahriman's gigantic body, encircling him in a deadly dance of divine power. World-ending tempest, an explosion that was equivalent to hundreds of atomic bombs exploding together, swept across the surroundings, destroying everything and anything in its path. Even though Ahriman's body was the body of a primordial god, he still wasn't able to shrug off hundreds of attacks that contained Gavin's divinity and were strong enough to cause him to writhe in pain. Chapter 1250. The Pacifist Who Fought for Vengeance. Gavin never put his guard down, but Ahriman's counterattack came swiftly. It was strong and filled with enough hate that it made him feel like he was dying. Before even the dust cloud cleared away, a gigantic fist emerged from within it, hitting Gavin's small body, and sent him flying. He crashed in the desert and tumbled for several hundred meters before coming to a complete stop. "Damn, that hurt," Gavin muttered as he tried to prop himself up from the shifting sands, which were as hot as coals. "I'm starting to regret coming here." Although he said that he was starting to regret coming to the world of Hestia, that was just him complaining about the pain. He would not allow one of his only 2 believers to be bullied by a god, no matter how powerful they were. Gavin scanned his surroundings and noticed that he and Ahriman were no longer in the Ellen Empire where William was fighting against Felix. For some reason, the 2 were transported to the uninhabited Forterre Desert, where William had stayed for a few days while on the Demon Continent. Gavin was quite thankful for this unexpected turn of events because he was afraid that William and his friends would get involved in the battle between him and Ahriman. The god of all trades gave his dislocated left shoulder a good twist to put it back in place. He knew that if he was defeated here, there would be no stopping Ahriman from heading to the Ellen Empire to personally deal with the black-haired teenager, who was fighting against the heir of darkness. "You know, there is a saying," Gavin said as he gazed at the towering giant that had emerged from the dust cloud with blood running down from its body. "Since you chose a shitty prince to become your heir, you must be shit as well. It takes one to know one, is what they say." "You talk too much," Ahriman scoffed as he unfurled the 8 wings behind his back. "Are those your last words?" "No." Gavin shook his head. "My last words are, look behind you." Ahriman snorted and was about to attack Gavin when something hit the back of his head, forcing him to faceplant into the ground, which sent waves of sand flying in every direction. "You can't say I didn't warn you." Gavin chuckled as he looked at the very fat woman whose high heels were stepping on the primordial god's head. It was none other than the god of gluttony, Adephasia, who treated Chiffon like her own daughter. "Gavin, why didn't you call me for the party?" Adephasia asked in a tone that was dripping with fake sadness. I've been waiting for a chance to stomp on this guy, you know. The corner of Gavin's lips twitched because he saw how everything had transpired behind the scenes. Adephasia descended from the heavens like a pro wrestler doing a body slam. However, she changed form midair, allowing her ovaire-sized butt to smash into the back of Ahriman's head, making the latter faceplant on the ground due to the force of the goddess of gluttony's attack. A moment later, the fat goddess was sent flying when Ahriman raised his head and forced the fat lady off it. Adephasia chuckled as she stabilized her body midair. Unlike Gavin, who only had 2 followers, the god of gluttony had many believers. She was someone who could take a beating, even if it was against the primordial god, Ahriman. You, Adephasia, what are you doing here? Ahriman asked as he turned around to look at the fat lady who was hovering in the sky and looking down on him. Naturally, I came here for only one thing, and one thing only, Adephasia said as she summoned a giant kitchen knife. I came here to cut you up to pieces before I eat you. How dare you kill my daughter? I'm going to devour you. Ahriman narrowed his eyes. Ah, so you were the patron god of that pink-haired girl. You and I both know that I wasn't able to devour her soul, so you should mind your own business. Adephasia smiled sweetly after hearing Ahriman's reply. Hey, I didn't come here to hear your nonsense. The giant kitchen knife in her hand turned blood red as the god of gluttony's eyes turned bloodshot. My daughter is such a sweet girl, and was living a happy life, and you dared to kill her even though gods aren't allowed to kill mortals. I will not forgive you. Even if the only thing that moves on my body is my head, I will eat you piece by piece if I have to. Gavin, who was watching from afar, sighed as he looked at the goddess of gluttony who usually minded her own business in the temple of the 10,000 gods. Just like her name suggested, the only thing she did was eat, and couldn't be bothered to join the faction battles between gods. Because of this, she was given the nickname, Big Mama, because she was a pacifist goddess who only cared about her daughters, who carried the sin of gluttony on their bodies. However, that same pacifist goddess had now descended into the mortal realm in order to take revenge for Chiffon, whom she treated as her daughter. Gods couldn't descend upon the mortal realm just because they wanted to. They were bound by powerful restrictions, and if they forced themselves to do it, they would have to pay a hefty price for it. They were different from Ahriman, who was sealed in the mortal realm. Seeing Adephagia's vengeful look, he knew that the goddess had forced herself to appear in Hestia because Ahriman's true body had left his domain. All for the sake of vengeance. Ahriman sneered as his body slowly shrank until it was only 4 meters tall. Now that a goddess had descended, he would have to take this battle seriously, even though he had received significant injuries from Gavin's attacks earlier. Since you want to die that badly, then I will give you what you want, Ahriman said as he summoned a sword made up of darkness. I will kill you, along with that puny god, and take your pathetic divinities for myself. Adephasia sneered. Enough talk. Gavin, let's take down this shitty god together. Okay. Gavin nodded. A moment later, a powerful shockwave erupted in the center of the Forterre desert. Dark clouds covered the skies, blocking the sunlight as 3 gods fought against each other, destroying the topography of the land. This was very similar to the era of the gods that had happened thousands of years ago, when the primordial god of darkness and chaos tried to overthrow all the gods that fought to protect the world from his evil clutches. Chapter 1251. Get in line. Elle got here first. Can you still stand, Gavin? Adephasia asked as she propped herself up with the giant knife in her hands. Yeah, Gavin replied as he twisted his dislocated left leg to fix it in place. Never felt better in my whole life. Adephasia chuckled as she looked at Ahriman, who was missing 2 of the 8 wings on his back. Dark blood seeped out from the goddess' lips as she spat a black feather from her mouth. Out of curiosity, what do his wings taste like? Gavin asked as he stood up with blood staining his robes. His left shoulder had been torn apart, and only his dominant right hand remained, but he was still able to joke around as he endured the pain that racked his body. It tastes disgusting, Adephasia replied. Just like his soul. Adephasia had also taken a good beating from Ahriman, but she was more of a tank than a fighter. Her goal was to grab and bite any part of Ahriman that she could get her hands on, not caring if she got stabbed by the sword of darkness or not. Her dress was also covered with blood, but the stab and slash wounds she received regenerated at a faster rate. Although she looked fine on the outside, she was deeply hurt on the inside. The divinities of darkness and chaos rampaged inside her body, making her feel as if she was being ripped to shreds, but the fat goddess endured it. All for the sake of avenging her beloved daughter from the primordial god that took her life. Bunch of insects, Ahriman roared as he fired several dark energy balls at the two gods, who either dodged or blocked his attacks. He had learned a painful lesson when it came to fighting Adephasia at close range. Right now, he couldn't regenerate any part of his body that had been bitten by the goddess of gluttony because that was the power of her divinity. 2 wings, a bite-sized portion of his arm and leg had been torn off from his body after the fat goddess managed to grab hold of him. Gavin had sacrificed his left arm to allow Adephasia to bite Ahriman silly, and the trade-off was worth it in his eyes. Die, Ahriman shouted as he threw a giant ball of dark magic, filled with his divinity, towards the two gods who were barely resisting his attacks. Get behind me, Adephasia roared as she opened her mouth and sucked up the dark energy ball as if it was made of fruit juice. Right after she finished eating the dark energy ball that Ahriman had thrown at them, a sharp black sword pierced through her chest, embedding itself up to the hilt. Adephasia spat a mouthful of black blood from her mouth before she wrapped her arms around Ahriman and bit down on him. However, before her teeth could even bite through his flesh, Ahriman had transformed into a black mist and backed away hurriedly, successfully injuring Adephasia with his attack. This is nothing, Adephasia stated as she calmly pulled out the black sword from her chest, which was still stained with her blood. A moment later, she bit down on it, eating it piece by piece as if it was a pretzel. Are you okay? Gavin asked as he looked at the bloody hole on the fat goddess' chest. I'm not okay, Adephasia replied while panting for breath. I want to bite him so badly, but I'm too slow to do it. The fat goddess pressed her right hand over her chest as she forced her body to regenerate the latest injury that she received from the evil god in front of them. Want me to sacrifice my right arm so that you can bite his head off? Fool, you should have whispered that to me instead of telling it right to his face. Now he knows what we're planning. Gavin chuckled as he summoned a spear. It doesn't change the fact that we are going to beat the crap out of him together. So true, Adephasia chuckled before coughing in pain, due to her injury. Damn, as long as I can get my hands on him, I'll chomp and chew like there's no tomorrow. Ahriman eyed the two gods in front of him with a serious expression on his face. Since he had forcefully broken through his seals, his full power hadn't fully recovered yet. Right now, he was only a bit stronger than Adephasia. This was why the fat goddess was able to do a good number on him despite the fact that he was a primordial god, and should be stronger than her by a few ranks. I need to end this, Ahriman thought as he raised his hand towards the sky. Nightfall. As if willing the world to submit to his command, the day turned to night, and darkness spread across the entirety of the demon realm. A moment later, several tendrils of dark energy descended from the sky and fused with Ahriman's body, forcefully regenerating the injuries he received from Gavin's and Adephagia's attacks. His wounds healed, and his wings regenerated, making the expressions of the two gods turn grim as they looked at the primordial god who had now started to unleash his true powers to affect the world of Hestia. Since both of you came here, don't expect that you can leave alive, Ahriman declared. I'll have both of your heads as my trophy for my revival. Come and take it if you dare, Adephasia scoffed. I'm not afraid of pus. The censor gods look at you with concern. They are advising you not to continue your words because this is a family-friendly novel. Shut your traps, you fucking censor gods. Adephasia shouted towards the sky. If you care so much then get down here. Otherwise, shut the fuck up, you bunch of passies. The censor gods gave you the middle finger. They are not pleased with your actions and will petition the food deities to sell their products to you with a 50% increase. The corner of Adephagia's lips twitched after seeing the reply of the blasted censor gods. I am in pain and might die here, you know. You bastards still dare to increase my expenses. Adephagia tossed the annoying messages to the back of her mind. Right now, she had no choice but to go all out as well and use the full power of her divinity. Tonight, I dine in hell. Adephagia roared as several giant knives and forks materialized around her. Since her opponent was going all out, she had no choice but to do so as well, and activated her unique divinity called Gluttony's Feast Festival. Gavin, on the other hand, couldn't activate his unique divinity, which was called 10,000 Heroes. He didn't have enough followers to use this ability, so he only did what he could do and summoned several weapons that hovered around him. Just as the three gods were about to clash, several purple fireballs descended from the heavens and forced Ahriman to halt his advance. Who is it this time? Ahriman snarled as he looked up at the sky to find an enchanting succubus, who was giving him a seductive smile. Eros. Adephagia's eyes widened in shock. Why are you here? The same reason why you are here, of course, Eros replied. I had to finish settling things with my lawyer, so it took a while before I could come here. Eros, the goddess of lust, had also descended into Hestia after seeing that her friend, Adephagia, was getting injured. She had also wanted to avenge Princess Sidone, but the restrictions on her were too severe, so he needed to ask Cadmus, the god of contracts, to find a few loopholes, so that she could descend with most of her divine powers. Adephagia had descended without thinking about these things, so her power was cut more than half after she arrived in Hestia. Right now, the gluttony goddess was only able to use 30% of her full powers because the world of Hestia would not allow her to devour all of creation if she got too desperate during the battle. Eros, on the other hand, was different. Her powers were more on charming people, and awakening their primal instincts of lust. Because of this, she was able to descend with 60% of her powers intact, allowing her to deal significant damage to the primordial god who had also killed her daughter without any shred of mercy. Fortunately, I already activated my special domain, Ahriman thought as he looked at the newcomer, who was only slightly weaker than him. But, before he could feel relieved, he felt something dangerous approaching him from behind, so he immediately teleported away. A second later, the place where he stood was cleaved in half. Oh, now this is a surprise, Eros said. I didn't think that a stuck-up woman like you would descend as well. Holding a holy sword in hand, the goddess of female knights ignored Eros' teasing words as she pointed her sword to the primordial god, whom she had personally fought thousands of years ago. I've come for your head, Ahriman, Astrid, who was Estel's, Isaac's, and Ash's patron goddess declared. Your evil reign ends here. Get in line, Adephagia said as she and Gavin surrounded Ahriman. I got here first. The corner of Astrid's lips curled up as she looked up at the beaten-up fat goddess with an amused expression on her face. I'll chop off his arm for you, Astrid replied. Okay, I don't mind having some company. Adephagia chuckled. You know what they say, the more the merrier. Gavin, Adephagia, Eros, and Astrid surrounded Ahriman in an encirclement. The four of them only had one thought in mind, and that was to put an end to the primordial god's goal of becoming the supreme god in the world of Hestia. The other gods in the temple of the 10,000 gods weren't being idle either. The god of harem, Issei, and the Lolicon goddess, Lily, were standing in front of the world gate that led to the world of Hestia. They, along with some other gods, namely the heavenly virtues, the deadly sins, as well as the apple goddess Lulu, blocked the entrance of the world gate to prevent the other evil gods from helping Ahriman. Sun Wukong was standing as the vanguard with his trusty golden cudgel at the ready. He didn't care if he was fighting against gods. All he knew was that he would not allow any evil god to interfere in the battle that was happening in the mortal realm. In front of them, the evil gods, who wanted destruction and death, stood and were slowly increasing in numbers. For the gods, this was a very common occurrence as the light and darkness factions would always settle their disputes in a brawl. However, this time it was different. Even the neutral gods like Issei, Lily, and Lulu had taken a stand. For the sake of the half-elf who had received their blessings, they would guard the world gate, and ensure that Ahriman wouldn't get any reinforcement from the other gods, who wished for the same thing as him. Chapter 1252, Ahriman's Council of Demons Part 1. The free-for-all brawl inside the capital city of the Ellen Kingdom was well underway. The Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan lay on the ground, riddled with serious injuries on their bodies. Titania, Triton, and the nymphs were keeping close watch on them, while Astrape, Bronte, and Sephirin unleashed hell upon the remaining members of the demon army who still hadn't surrendered. Of course, there were demons who had already thrown their weapons away and surrendered to William's forces. These demons were gathered in one part of the city, due to the half-elf's order. Since Eve was also present in the city, the black-haired teenager decided to be merciful and allow those who had surrendered to keep their heads on their bodies. He also did this for the sake of the demons who had sworn their allegiance to him. By showing compassion and mercy to their brethren, their confidence in him as their new leader would raise to a higher level. Felix knew that it was only a matter of time before the entirety of his forces had been routed. However, there was nothing he could do about it. William, who was doggedly fighting him despite the difference in ranks, was blocking all paths of escape. Clearly, the half-elf had no intention of letting Felix leave the Ellen Empire alive. The six-eared macaque who was watching the battle in the sky sighed in his heart. Now that he had pledged to become Eve's heroic spirit, no one would be able to command him aside from her. This also allowed him a certain level of protection because none of William's pseudo-gods came to find trouble for him, especially Astrape and Bronte whom he had dealt with in the past. James sat on a chair, while Eve sat on his lap. The old coot was making sure that his granddaughter would not be involved in the battle, and was being overprotective of her. David, who was standing only a meter away from them, would glance to the north from time to time with a worried look on his face. "You can go there, you know," James said without looking at the god of shepherd. "I can handle things from here." "No," David replied, "I don't trust Ahriman that much to leave Eve unattended. Even if you're here to ensure her safety, Ahriman is someone that will resort to any means necessary, just so he can have his way." James nodded. True, Eve knew that her grandfather and her patron god had no intention of joining the fight because of her. Since that was the case, she decided to behave and not cause any trouble for the two of them. "Grandpa, will Big Brother be fine?" Eve asked as she gazed up in the heavens where two black lightning bolts were colliding repeatedly. "That's the 10th time you've asked that question, Eve," James chuckled. "Don't worry, unless something unexpected happens, Will wouldn't lose to the likes of that heir of darkness." "But, I feel anxious, Grandpa," Eve said softly. "I feel like something bad is going to happen." James, as well as David, frowned after hearing Eve's words. After the little girl had become the high priestess of two gods, the divinity in her body had also awakened. In truth, Eve had the makings of an oracle. This was why David had decided to have Ariadne train the little girl, because she had the same ability, after becoming the high priestess of the herd. "Do you see anything?" David asked. "Visions of the future." Eve shook her head. "No, Your Excellency. But, I can feel that something bad is going to happen." "Something very bad." James and David exchanged a glance at each other before shifting their gaze to the north where Ahriman was fighting with the other gods. The old bandit had taken off the eye patch covering his left eye, and his gaze crossed thousands of miles until he saw the battle being waged in the Fortair desert of the demon continent. David frowned because, looking at Ahriman's sorry state, he couldn't think of a method that the primordial god of darkness and chaos would use to be able to overcome the four gods that were ganging up on him at the moment. After a while, the two old men shifted their attention to William's and Felix's battle. The demonic army had mostly been defeated, and the only active battle that was taking place above the capital city was the fight between the heir of darkness and the prince of darkness. "Just die already," Felix roared as he unleashed a hellfire blast at point-blank range in order to kill the pesky half-elf who was attacking him non-stop with the golden cudgel in his hands. The black-haired teenager spun Rui Jingu Bang in his hands and blocked the hellfire blast that almost caught him by surprise. After dispersing the spell, he found that Felix had already retreated to a safe distance away from him. The two had already fought for several minutes and both realized that darkness-based attacks had no effect on each other. This was why they resorted to other abilities, in order to fight each other. Right now, William's job classes were locked into 3 professions: Quickshot Shepherd, Prince of Darkness, and Familyomancer. Among those 3, William could only use the abilities of the Quickshot Shepherd, Prince of Darkness, as well as one of the temporary skills of each job class that he had mastered. Aside from those, he was also able to use the familia abilities of the ladies that belonged to his familia, including Lilith's, Charmaine's, Chloe's, Lyra's, Ephemera's, Melody's, Haleth's, and Princess Isla's. In truth, he had only been using the familia abilities of his lovers, and it was more than enough to push Felix into a corner. Lilith's ability to summon crystal shards to use in battle, Charmaine's ability to multitask, Chloe's Herculean strength, Lyra's ability to increase and decrease the speed of William and his enemies. He also had Ephemera's justice that allowed him to increase his attack and defense, Melody's faith divinity that allowed William to become stronger due to the beliefs of the people that were under his rule, Haleth's divinity of quick-wittedness, and Princess Isla's regeneration ability that heals the injuries he received in battle. With all of these abilities working at the same time, William was able to overcome the gap between his rank and Felix and deal devastating blows to the green-haired demon who was using everything in his arsenal to kill him. Quick-shot war art fusion form, William pointed Rui Jingu Bang at his opponent who was speeding away from him. Blitzer railgun, William merged with the golden cudgel in his hand and it shot out towards the fleeing Felix 6 times faster than the speed of sound. In just a split second, the golden cudgel slammed into Felix's back, sending the latter crashing towards the ground and screaming in pain. If not for the fact that the crimson crown on his head had an automatic defensive ability that mitigated any lethal attacks directed at his body, the half-elf's weapon might have already pierced through his back with ease. Just as he was about to follow up an attack on the fallen green-haired demon, the half-elf's sixth sense kicked in, warning him that he shouldn't approach Felix no matter what. Heeding his instincts, William immediately stopped in midair and gazed at the fallen demon, whose lips rose up to a smirk. "Why didn't you continue your attack?" Felix asked as he nonchalantly dusted his body before propping himself up from the ground. "Who are you?" William asked back, completely ignoring the green-haired demon's question. "You're not Felix." The heir of darkness laughed before setting his sights on the half-elf. "This vessel is good, but its holder is weak-minded," Felix said with a sneer. "Still, I like you better. Would you consider becoming my subordinate instead?" "So, it's you, Ahriman. You're only half correct." The green-haired demon smirked as he eyed William with great satisfaction in his eyes. "I'll ask one more time, become my subordinate and I will give you this world," Felix declared. William snorted. "I'd rather die than become your pawn." "Right, this is how it should be." Felix smirked. "I would have been disappointed if you agreed from the start. It will be better if I make you understand just who exactly you are dealing with." Chapter 1253, Ahriman's Council of Demons Part 2. William smashed into one of the houses inside the capital city after getting hit by a punch from Felix. After their brief exchange of words, the heir of darkness immediately charged at the half-elf and engaged him in close combat. In the beginning, the black-haired teenager was able to evenly exchange blows with him, but after 10 minutes, the green-haired demon's movements suddenly increased, and his attacks became more precise. "It took a while, but I have now adapted to this body," Felix said as he looked down on William, who had just propped himself up from the ground. "Sorry, but it has been thousands of years since I fought. I'm getting a little rusty." "Well then, shall we start for real?" William wiped the blood that flowed from the corner of his lips with the back of his hand before looking at the sneering demon, whose personality and strength was vastly different from the demon that he had been fighting since he launched a counterattack against the demon army. The half-elf stomped his right foot on the ground before flying towards Felix, who looked as if he was just taking a stroll in the park. Immediately, powerful shockwaves reverberated in the sky as William exchanged blows with his opponent. He had been fighting using all of the powers of his familia members, and yet, he was unable to land a hit on his opponent, whose smile never left his lips. "You might be faster than me," Felix said as William unleashed a flurry of blows against him. "And I can tell that you are slowing me down, but that isn't enough to win against me." The green-haired demon blocked and deflected all of William's attacks with ease, as if he was fighting a toddler. "You were only able to overwhelm this brat earlier because he is inexperienced in fighting and didn't know how to use his strength," Felix commented. "How can a pseudo-god lose to a demigod? Does that make any sense to you?" As if proving his point, after deflecting one of William's punches, the green-haired demon unleashed a powerful kick, hitting the half-elf's chest, sending him crashing through several houses until he came to a complete stop. "Hellfire Blast," Felix sneered. A giant purple fireball, which was far bigger than the one that Felix had used earlier, descended upon the place where William lay. A moment later, a powerful explosion shook the capital city as hellish fires and deadly fumes rose up towards the sky. "As expected, you're one tough nut to crack," Felix commented when he saw William standing up from the hellish crater that he had created. "But, eventually, I will be able to crack you open and see what makes you tick." The robe that William was wearing had been burned to tatters, but his body was relatively fine. After using the power of the heroic avatar, his constitution became as sturdy and tough as Sun Wukong's, preventing the hellish explosion from dealing serious injuries to his body. The minor injuries he received had already been healed by Princess Isla's powers, which were currently circulating inside his body. "I now understand how strong you are," William stated. "However, I still don't know who you are. I should at least know the name of the person that I am going to pound to oblivion, right?" "Pound to oblivion?" Felix asked in a sarcastic tone. "Me." The green-haired demon laughed out loud after hearing William's words. Clearly, he didn't believe that William had the ability to defeat him, which tickled his evil heart. After having his fill of laughter, his eyes focused on the black-haired teenager, and crossed his arms over his chest. "Very well, I will tell you the name of the one that will make your life a living hell," Felix replied as he crossed his arms over his chest. "I have many names, but you can call me aka Mana." One of Ahriman's council of demons, and your worst nightmare. Akamana, William muttered before thumping the golden cudgel in his hand against the ground, extinguishing the hellish flames that were starting to spread inside the capital city, killing the residents that had refused to abandon their homes. Right, have you now changed your mind? Do you wish to become Ahriman's subordinate? aka Mana asked in a teasing tone. This world is ripe for the taking. The only thing you need to do is bow your head, and I'll convince Ahriman to spare you, and your subordinates' lives. So, what do you think? Not a bad offer, right? William's body rose towards the sky until he was standing face to face with an existence that had completely taken over Felix's mortal body. I'm not interested in your offer, William replied. The only thing I am interested in is having yours and Felix's head served on a silver platter. Aka Mana shrugged before shaking his head in disappointment. I have already asked you twice, and you still refuse my generous offer, Mana sighed. I guess you still haven't suffered enough. Maybe you will change your mind after you see your true self. The next moment, aka Mana's clawed hand pierced through William's chest, grasping the obsidian gem in his hands. Now, let me take a look at what you really are, Mana whispered in William's ears. I want to see the darkness that resides in your tainted heart. Those were the last words that William heard before he dropped Rui Jingu Bang on the ground. The golden cudgel that belonged to one of the strongest heroic spirits in the world lost its radiance at the same time its owner lost the luster in his eyes. Screams of shock and anger reverberated in the sky, as Astrape, Bronte, Titania, the nymphs, Chloe, Charmaine, as well as the other people who cared about William, saw this unexpected turn of events. Each of them flew towards the hateful green-haired demon whose claws had pierced through William's chest, with the intention of ripping him to shreds and saving the black-haired teenager in his hands. However, before they could get near him, a dome of darkness burst forth from William's body, blocking everyone's attempts to help him. A moment later, aka Mana's insidious laughter spread throughout the surroundings as William's corrupted heart opened, allowing him to bring out the true darkness that lay within. Chapter 1254. How the World Began, and How the World Will End Part 1. In the beginning there was chaos. Before the world was born, and life came into being, there was only darkness. Utter, absolute, darkness. Empty, silent, endless, darkness. And from within that endless darkness, love was born. Then light appeared, day appeared, and the world, Gaia, was formed. Doom, fate, death, sleep, dreams, nemesis, and others followed suit, all of whom came from darkness, womb. Giants that towered over the lands were the first being that came to existence. They came in all shapes and sizes. Some had many faces, some had only one eye, some looked like normal humans, while others had hundreds of limbs protruding from their bodies. Some of these creatures were so hideous, that the first god decided to hide them from the face of the world. Alas, their mother loved her children equally and plotted against her husband, starting the irreversible destiny of sons killing their fathers. That was how creation began. That was how destruction was born. That was how the first gods came into being. Many worlds had been born since then, and life flourished within the multiverse. Humans, elves, dwarves, demons, devils, gnomes, halflings, and other creatures, both fair and hideous, roamed the land. As they started to gain sentience, these early beings started to worship the unknown. They prayed to them when they were facing danger, they prayed to them when they faced abundance, they prayed to them to ask for assistance. They prayed to them, they prayed for them. From within the void, their prayers were heard. Gods with various forms came into being. The god of fire, water, wind, and earth. The god of wine, good harvest, family, and home. The god of lightning, storms, tides, and seasons. The god of music, god of laughter, and even the god of children were born. Primordial gods, personification gods, and lastly the new generation gods. However, during an era where the new generation gods still didn't exist, a time where the great strife had just ended in one of the earliest pantheons in the heavens, a prophecy was told. You who have overthrown your father will one day suffer the same fate. Because of this, one of the gods that ruled the world, devoured his children one after the other, except for one that had escaped due to his mother's love. This young god was sent to a place where his father's eyes couldn't see. There, he was nourished by a goat that went by the name, Amalthea. Several years later, this child grew and hatched a plan to overthrow his father, who had devoured his brothers and sisters. This man went to the places where the ancient creatures were sealed and hidden. Giants, titans, and other creatures of old fought alongside the young man as they waged a 10-year war against the mighty god who sat on top of the heavenly throne. The moment he had defeated his father, he forced him to disgorge his siblings. Gods and goddesses, in their adult forms, were released one by one. After that, a new era of peace spread across the land, or so everyone thought. The same prophecy that had allowed him to stand against his father befell him. Since he feared that the same fate would fall upon him, the current god decided to take drastic measures to ensure that this prophesied son of his would never be born. To a certain extent, he succeeded. The child that was supposed to end his reign wasn't born. However, as if fate found this whole thing silly, the child who wasn't supposed to be born was born, through the help of the same goat, who had nourished and raised the young god who had overthrown his father. She was a compassionate goddess, wanting the child to be born, and yet, didn't want the god she had raised for to suffer. She decided to make the ultimate sacrifice. Sacrificing her divinity, to become a constellation, she sent the prophesied soul to the cycle of reincarnation, with the condition that he would not be born on the same plane as his father. For thousands of years, she watched over him from the heavens, laughing with him during his happy moments, crying with him during his sad moments, loving him when he needed it the most. Then one day, she witnessed how he fought against the army of destruction, and watched his beloved perish one after the other, before dying in the arms of the elf he had forgotten. The tender goddess decided to send half of her soul to the cycle of reincarnation. Being only half a soul, she couldn't be born as a human. This continued for hundreds of years until finally, fate decreed that she would be born in the world where he would appear. A place far away from his father. A place where she could care for him, like a mother, and ensure that he wouldn't go down the wrong path. A path that would lead to destruction. A path that would make him the enemy of the world, and the very people he desperately tried to protect. You, aka Mana, pulled back his hand, and retreated several meters away from William as if he was burned by hellish flames. Black mist started to ooze out of the obsidian gem that floated at the center of the bloody hole in William's chest. A moment later, his injury regenerated. The black-haired teenager's eyes slowly opened, and a crimson glow radiated from his pupils. His eyes locked in on aka Mana's body, as if looking at his prey, making the green-haired demon shudder. Stay away, aka Mana lost his earlier composure and flew towards the sky in fear of the existence that had come out of the Pandora's box that he had just opened. William's fangs extended and a guttural growl escaped his lips. Chloe, who was about to fly towards the black-haired teenager, was suddenly blocked by Astrape and Bronte. Don't come near him, Astrape said as she held Chloe's arm, preventing her from going close to William. Master is acting strange. I think he has lost his consciousness and is only acting on his primal instincts, Titania commented as she stood beside her comrades. Right now, he can't determine friend from foe. It is best that we don't go near him, or else he might do something he might regret later on. As if waiting for that cue, William roared towards the heavens. A powerful shockwave destroyed everything that was 1,000 meters away from him, forcing Titania as well as the others to cast powerful barriers in order to protect themselves from the sudden surge of divine power in William's body. Kill, William muttered as blood and saliva dripped from his fangs. Kill. The black-haired teenager crouched down on the ground before leaping to the air like a railgun. His target was the fleeing green-haired demon, who was dead set on escaping with every fiber of its being. Aka Mana had no doubt in his mind that the moment the black-haired teenager's clawed hands managed to grab hold of him, he would experience something that was far worse than death. Chapter 1255, How the World Began, and How the World Will End Part 2. Several minutes before aka Mana had pierced William's chest with his clawed hands. What's this? A hideous demonic creature with bat-like wings asked the gods that were blocking the path to the world gate in a teasing tone. Are you guys here for a festival or something? The demonic-like creature chuckled as he gazed at the faces of the gods that were standing in their way. Shut up, Chernobog, Lily shouted as she raised her adorable fists at the demonic god. None of you are getting past us. Ah, Lily, sweet little Lily, why are you doing this? Chernobog inquired in a voice that was similar to an adult coaxing a child. We're not going to do anything bad. We're just going to take a stroll in Ahriman's world. Isn't that right, guys? Right, we're just going to take a stroll, a goddess replied with a smile. Nothing wrong with that, right? HMPH. Do you think I'm a gullible child that will believe your words, Loviatar? Lily glared at the blind goddess who had the power to bring all sorts of diseases and pestilence to the world. You're not taking a step through the world gate, period. Ha, why must it be like that? A god that looked like a centaur with black wings on its back asked. Gavin, Adephasia, Eros, and Astrid went there to have fun. Why can't we join as well? Nergal, you don't have to go down there to have fun. Issei rested his hand on Lily's shoulder before stepping forward to become the main vanguard of the gods protecting the world gate. If you are itching for a brawl, we can do it right here, right now. Boost. Issei cracked his knuckles as the word boost repeated several times in the background. A brawl here, why not? A god that went by the name Adro replied. Brawls are our favorite pastime, so let's get it on, shall we? Hundreds of evil gods laughed as they joined their comrades' side. Clearly, they were itching for a fight, and they were just using Ahriman as an excuse to instigate the other gods into having a brawl with them. Several gods of hell stood on the evil faction's side, however, there were quite a few who stood among Lily and the others. Amun, Belith, Person, and Asmodeus, why are you standing there? Belith, one of the kings of hell, asked in confusion. He was a god that rode on a horse. Aren't you supposed to be on our side? Amun smiled and gave his acquaintance a wink. Let's just say we owe a mortal from that world a favor, and now is a good time to return it. I guess that works as well. I've always wanted to give you a good beating until that handsome face of yours becomes swollen like a pig. Perfect. Now you have a perfect excuse to do that. But, we'll see who among us will get beaten like a pig first. Oi, I'd appreciate it if you don't involve my brethren in your squabbles. The god of boars, Makis, commented. He was a neutral god, who sat on the side of the peanut gallery who were planning to watch the skirmish for their amusement. Shut up, pig, Belith shouted. If you've got guts, come here and make my day. Bastard, you really think you're so tough, huh? Makis glared at Belith as he walked towards the side of the gods protecting the world gate. Since you want to get your ass handed to you, I'll grant your wish, and make sure that you apologize to all the pigs in the world. Citri, and Yomael, who together with Belith formed the evil trinity of demons, chuckled after hearing the boar's threats. Just like most of the bored gods of the evil faction, they decided to join the fun and clash with the other gods due to boredom. Dim, a new generation god rolled towards Lily before facing the evil gods with an adorable glare. No, you can't join this fight, Dim. Lily picked up the little dim sum god who was born a few years ago. You're still too young. You can just watch from the side for now and join when you become stronger. The dim sum god nodded and allowed itself to be returned to the peanut gallery, where the popcorn god was taking everyone's orders. Make sure to deal with Issei as soon as you can, Chernobog whispered to one of his comrades. If you allow him to become active for long, his strength will gradually increase until it surpasses that of a primordial god. Moros, the god of doom, nodded his head in understanding. Got it. Surprisingly, the faction of light didn't join the battle and simply stood beside the peanut gallery. They were the staunch opponents of the evil gods, but this time, they were sitting this one out. Luff, who had a beef with William, chuckled internally as he looked at the small number of gods standing to protect the red portal, which led towards the world of Hestia. Right now, the number of evil gods that wanted to pass through the gate outnumbered the defenders 3-1. The goddess of the heavenly virtues stood alongside Lily and the others. Clearly, they decided to join this fight even though they weren't supposed to because of their daughters back in Hestia. Lisa, the goddess of wrath, glared at the evil gods as she hovered in the air. Since William was the father of Celine's child, she decided to protect him just this once, in order to not make her daughter sad. The other goddesses of the deadly sins also stood at the world gate, looking at the evil gods with contempt. Usually, the deadly sins should be in the evil faction, but due to conflicts of interests, they decided to take a stand. Fight! Belith roared as he took the initiative to charge towards Issei and the others. Get them! Makis, the boar god, squealed before it charged at the evil gods with the intention of screwing them 3 times over. Immediately explosions reverberated in the surroundings as the gods clashed against each other. Amun laughed as he transformed into a black wolf with a serpent's tail and unleashed a breath of hellish flames at the other gods of hell whom he wanted to crush long ago. Lovely. Merry go round, Lily shouted as she activated her divinity. Several stuffed bears, horses, and candy canes sent the gods that targeted her flying. Got you, little girl. A god who resembled a giant bear reached out his paw to grab the pink-haired lowly goddess, but his paw was swatted away by a human god wearing glasses, and had a pink bandana on his head. "I'll protect you, Lily," the lolicon god shouted. "Get away, pedobear god." "Lolita no touch, shut up weeb," the pedobear god replied. "Go back to your room and watch your 2D waifus." Lily made sure to move as far away from the two new generation gods, who were slapping each other silly, as she could. Although they belonged to the same faction, Lily wasn't too fond of either of them because they always stalked her whenever she walked around the temple of the 10,000 gods. Moros, the god of doom, was supposed to fight Issei, but several other gods had already targeted the harem god due to old grudges. The god of male virgins, as well as the no harem god, attacked Issei with a vengeance, as if they couldn't exist under the same sky. Moros then smashed the other lesser gods who had joined to defend the world gate with ease and sent them flying. He then charged towards the world gate with the intention of passing through it. He didn't care about the repercussions he would receive after descending to the world. He simply wanted to run amok and destroy everything in his path. However, before he could reach the gate, a black obsidian throne materialized out of nowhere. Sitting on it was an otherworldly who was busy filing her nails with a nail filer. As if sensing Moro's gaze on her, the black-haired goddess raised her head and looked at the god of doom with one of her eyebrows raised. "Yes," the primordial goddess of darkness asked. "How can I help you?" Hello, mother," Moro said before smacking an evil god who was about to run past him, sending him back into the massive brawl that had started to become chaotic. "Nice weather we're having today, The primordial goddess smiled and nodded her head. "Yes, a perfect day for a brawl. Ha ha ha, indeed. Well, I'll go back and beat some gods back there. Have fun." As if being given a royal pardon for a crime that he had committed, Moros returned to the battle. However, this time, he switched sides and started smacking the evil gods who were trying to enter the world gate, which was now being blocked by the primordial goddess, who was also his mother. The other evil gods also saw that their path had been blocked by the primordial goddess of darkness, so they decided to just focus on just fighting against the opposing faction, and no longer venturing near the world gate. Primordial gods weren't pushovers, especially the primordial goddess of darkness, who had been born before any other gods came into existence. As long as she sat on the obsidian throne, blocking the entrance to the world gate, no other gods, even the primordial gods of light, dared to challenge her might. Several minutes later, the primordial goddess paused from filing her nails as she gazed down on the world of Hestia. The corner of her lips curled up into a sneer as aka Mana pierced William's chest with his clawed hands with the intention of corrupting the half-elf's will, forcing him to become one of Ahriman's subordinates. "Fools rush in where angels fear to tread," the primordial goddess said softly. "You're playing with Pandora's box. Sometimes it's better not to open it. Sometimes, it's better not to know." The primordial goddess laughed silently as her precious prince discovered the secret that Amalthea had kept hidden from everyone, except her, for thousands of years. "I guess I'll descend on my avatar later and help him with the cleanup," the primordial goddess mused as she gazed at the constellation in the sky, whose stars were shining in a threatening manner. "Fine, I'll seal his memories for now," the primordial goddess compromised. "But, don't blame me if it doesn't work, okay? After all, I am not the one that forced it open." The primordial goddess really didn't care if William kept his memories of his past or not. However, just to make a certain tender goddess not do anything stupid, she decided to pacify her for the time being and descend into Hestia after the scuffle was over. That way, she could manipulate William's memories, and make him temporarily forget about his real origin, which might make him take the path of destruction that Amalthea was hell-bent on preventing. Chapter 1256, How the World Began, and How the World Will End Part 3. "Stop," aka Mana shouted, but the berserked half-elf wasn't listening to anybody. After catching up to him, the black-haired teenager roared like a wild beast and smashed his fist into the green-haired demon's face. However, a black dome of darkness appeared and blocked his attack. Even so, the force behind William's attack was so strong that the orb of darkness smashed towards the ground, creating a crater that was several meters wide. Before aka Mana could even catch his breath, William's fist descended once again on the black dome of darkness, pushing it deeper in the earth, and making the crater wider. "Damn it," aka Mana cursed out loud as he decided to force his way out of the predicament he was in. He knew that if he remained passive, nothing would change, and he would be at William's mercy once the barrier of darkness broke apart. "Don't get carried away, brat," aka Mana roared in anger as he met William's fist with his own. "I won't lose to the likes of you." The green-haired demon managed to push William away and fly back into the air. However, before he could go far, the black-haired teenager was once again right in front of him, and extended his razor-sharp claws towards his neck. Once again, the dome of darkness reappeared to block William's attack, but this time something happened. Several cracks appeared in the black dome as William's guttural roar reverberated in the surroundings. Using both of his hands, he clawed through the barrier with the intention of ripping it apart. A second later, the sound of crystals breaking was heard in the sky as the dome of darkness shattered under the black-haired teenager's ferocious attack, making aka Mana's face turn pale with shock. "Kill." William's fist smashed onto the green-haired demon's face, sending aka Mana spiraling towards the ground. As soon as his body smashed into the hard surface, William's clawed hand grabbed on his head and slammed it repeatedly on the ground before using it as a broom to sweep the ground for several hundred meters. Just like a beast, William then proceeded to repeatedly punch the living daylights out of aka Mana as if there was no tomorrow. Blood spurted in the air as the black-haired teenager's ferocious blows that were packed with a powerful divinity prevented the demon from staging a counterattack. A minute later, William opened his mouth and sunk his fangs deep into aka Mana's neck, making the latter scream in pain. Blood poured out from the gaping hole in Felix's neck, as the half-elf continued to devour his blood. Although his rank was that of a pseudo-god, aka Mana found himself unable to overpower the berserk teenager that was pinning him down as easily as an adult could if his opponent was a toddler. William was radiating a kind of aura that makes his attacks several times stronger, while making his enemy's resistance several times weaker. As his life force was rapidly being sucked out of him, aka Mana knew that his vessel wouldn't last much longer, so he decided to make his escape. The crimson crown of darkness on Felix's head disengaged itself from the green-haired demon's head with the intention of escaping. However, as if expecting this to happen, William's right hand grabbed it midair and held it in a vice grip. Grah! William gave a guttural roar before forcefully clamping his hand on the golden crown that was emitting black mists from its surface. "Stop! I surrender!" aka Mana, who was sealed inside the crown of darkness, shouted as he tried to save his life from the monster that wasn't able to understand his pleading. Several cracks started to form in the crimson crown's surface, as the black-haired teenager's divinity flared up, forcing anything related to a god to crumble under his touch. The crimson crown of darkness started to emit cracking sounds as the cracks on its surface multiplied. Even the gems that were embedded in it had several cracks on their surface, which represented that they were nearing its limit. With one last cry of desperation, aka Mana tried to leave the crown of darkness to escape. However, he was sealed in this divine artifact and it was practically impossible for him to escape it without Ahriman's permission. "No!" Mana shouted as the golden crown shattered along with his will. Black mists erupted from the crown and, at its center, a glowing red orb that resembled a soul could be seen. William grabbed it without a second thought and devoured it as if it was something that would nourish him and make him stronger. Aka Mana's hoarse scream of pain, fear, and frustration spread in the surroundings, but no one under the heavens, not even Ahriman, would come to save him. After the evil soul had been devoured completely, William growled and looked down on the green-haired demon who had just recovered his sanity. Stop!" Felix shouted. "I beg you, stop." Grr! William growled at the green-haired demon, while saliva and blood, which belonged to the same demon who was desperately pleading for his life to be spared, streamed down his fangs. "I apologize for everything," Felix shouted as William's clawed hand pinned him down on the ground, preventing him from moving away. "I'll do anything, just spare me please MMPH." As if finding his words irritating to his ears, William's clawed hand grabbed Felix's jaw and held it in a vice grip. He then slowly, but surely increased his grip as if trying to test his strength. A few seconds later, a cracking sound was heard as Felix's jaws broke under William's powerful crushing force. A bestial chuckle escaped the half-elf's lips as if torturing Felix was something he found fun. William broke Felix's right arm first, then proceeded with his left arm. He then tore off the green-haired demon's right leg and drank the blood that poured from it. Felix no longer pleaded and begged for mercy and forgiveness. He just screamed, and screamed until his voice grew hoarse. William's clawed hands then pierced through the green-haired demon's body, making sure not to hit any of his internal organs. He was simply doing this to torture the helpless demon who couldn't do anything to stop his advances. The black-haired teenager, who was still in a berserk state, started to tear parts of Felix's body off one by one. The first thing he pulled off of Felix's head was his right ear. Then he plucked out his left eye. He shredded his nose, broke his teeth, and snapped his shoulder blades. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, and the nymphs, Chloe, Charmaine, and several others watched from a distance as William slowly mutilated the green-haired demon who no longer had the strength to oppose him. Even Charmaine, who wished for Felix's death, found this scene to be too extreme, and was quite worried about William's current state of mind. As if wanting to humiliate him further, William crushed Felix's manhood, which was responsible for making countless chaste maidens suffer during his conquest of the central continent. Felix's screams, which were filled with pain, anger, unwillingness, and regret, reached everyone's ears, before they came to a screeching halt, after he received a slap from the black-haired teenager, who found his shouting annoying. Finally, William's hands pierced Felix's chest and grabbed onto something from within. The green-haired demon's body squirmed as William slowly pulled a black orb, that resembled a beast core, out of Felix's chest. After becoming the heir of darkness, Felix's heart had transformed into a core of darkness that stored the power of darkness, as well as the abilities he had obtained from the women that he had captured. A chuckle escaped William's lips as he held the beast core firmly in his hand. Initializing absorption of core of darkness. Initializing absorption of skills and abilities. Initializing absorption of job professions. Progress rate, 1% complete. Progress rate, 6% complete. Progress rate, 13% complete. The luster of Felix's eyes disappeared as he breathed his last breath. For a brief moment, those who had witnessed this nightmarish scene thought that they sensed a trace of relief in Felix's last breath, as if he was glad that his suffering had finally come to an end. "Will," Chloe muttered as she watched the one she loved roar towards the heavens like a mad beast out for blood. She knew that right now, William couldn't discern friend from foe, so approaching him was something they couldn't do, or else they might end up just like Felix, which was something that they didn't want to happen. As Optimus absorbed the beast core in William's hand, several notifications appeared on his status page. However, due to the half-elf not being in the right state of mind, he was unable to see the gains that he received after absorbing aka manas and Felix's cores of darkness. Powers that had now become a part of his own. Chapter 1257, What Now? Progress rate, 21% complete. Progress rate, 26% complete. Progress rate, 33% complete. As Optimus slowly absorbed the power of the core of darkness, several other notifications appeared on William's status screen. Dancer job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Blade dancer job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. War dancer has reached its max level. Priest has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. High priest has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Archbishop has reached its max level. Soldier job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Armored knight job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Armored crusader job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Cavalier job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Wyvern rider job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Wyvern Lord job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Arcane Swordsman job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Arcane Swordmaster job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Arcane Warmaster job class has reached its max level and will be automatically upgraded to its next class. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Felix had absorbed the skills and abilities of many women during the time that he had conquered the kingdoms and empires in the central continent. Because of this, he had accumulated a lot of power, which had allowed him to break through the initial stages of the pseudo-god rank. Progress rate, 53% complete. Progress rate, 66% complete. Progress rate, 78% complete. As William neared 100% completion in absorbing the core of darkness, his rank also rose. Originally, without using the power of his heroic avatar, his rank was at the initial stage of a demigod. Now that he was absorbing the core of darkness and making it his own, his rank had broken through the middle stages of the demigod rank, and was still steadily rising. Progress rate, 100% complete. Congratulations. You have reached the peak stage of the demigod rank. William's body glowed briefly before a powerful aura exploded from his body. Since he had become a peak stage demigod, while he was still in his heroic avatar form, his rank shot up to the initial stages of the pseudo-god rank, allowing him to break through the limits of the world of Hestia. Right now, he was the strongest demigod in Hestia, with the exception of Tarisk and Leviathan, who could become peak pseudo-gods once they fully unsealed their powers. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, the nymphs, Triton, and the other members of William's army that were also at the pseudo-god stage looked at the black-haired teenager with solemn expressions on their faces. Will he attack us too? Loxos, the youngest of the nymphs, asked anxiously. I don't think we can win against that thing. Her entire being knew that, even though the black-haired teenager was only at the initial stages of the pseudo-god rank, and was, technically, weaker than her, she felt as if she wouldn't be able to beat him, even if all her sisters, as well as the other pseudo-gods around her, were to work together. It was as if William was a different breed of pseudo-god from them. Another analogy was the difference between a kitten and a fully grown tiger. Even if both of them were of the same rank, the tiger would still be superior to the kitten in terms of strength. This was similar to how primordial gods would always be stronger compared to the other gods because their ranks were different from each other. For now, don't do anything to provoke him, or catch his attention, Hekerj replied. I think it will be best if we all back away slowly. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, and Triton nodded their heads in agreement. Right now, their master was currently not in his proper state of mind, and it would be very risky to approach him. Let's go, Astrape said as she held Chloe's arm because she had a feeling that the succubus would do something reckless and endanger herself. Chloe, although feeling reluctant, understood that this was not a time to be stubborn. She allowed herself to be dragged away by Astrape, while looking at the black-haired teenager who was roaring towards the sky. Charmaine and the other elves also retreated back to the capital city of the Ellen Empire and waited for William to return to his senses. However, the group had only backed away for a few hundred meters when the half-elf stopped roaring and glanced in their direction. His crimson eyes locked onto their bodies as his blood dripped from his fangs. The group immediately stopped moving in fear that if they continued to move, the half-elf, who was still in an unstable state, would run after them out of instinct, similar to a dog chasing a moving object. What they didn't know was that they had guessed correctly. Right now, William was like a mad dog that would chase anything that moved. Even with the great distance between them, all the pseudo-gods could hear the half-elf's threatening growl. Beads of sweat were already starting to form in Loxo's head because she had a feeling that the first one that William would attack would be her. Suddenly, the black-haired teenager took a step, instantly disappearing from where he stood. A moment later, he stood right in front of Astrape, who was holding onto Chloe's arm. Grr! William growled as he moved his head closer towards the two ladies, whose hearts had started to beat wildly inside their chest. They had a good look at the half-elf's eyes, and both of them realized that the latter didn't recognize either of them. In fact, what they saw scared them. Both knew that the black-haired teenager that was only half a meter away from them was looking at them as if they were both his prey. When William's face was only a few inches away from Chloe's face, he suddenly stopped moving and turned his head towards the north. A growl escaped his lips before his entire body turned into a lightning bolt, and streaked across the skies, heading towards the demonic continent, where he sensed the presence of several powerful entities, including the presence of someone he despised the most. Only after a minute had passed, did Astrape, Chloe, and the rest of William's entourage dare to take a breath. Although they didn't want to admit it, they really felt like they had just dodged a bullet, and were quite thankful that William had decided to leave them alone. However, after the relief passed, worry washed over them. Charmaine, who was at the center of the group, glanced at Chloe and the other pseudo-gods with a worried look on her face. What now? Charmaine asked. It was a simple question, and yet, none of them couldn't give her an answer. Now that their master had left them, and the battle in the Ellen Empire had ended, they, along with William's herd and King's Legion, had no idea what they should do next. Chapter 1258, He Who Must Not Be Born, Part 1. Within the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, the primordial goddess continued to file her nails, as she paid close attention to William's fight and the brawl that the gods were having. Because everyone was either too busy bashing each other's faces, or watching the spectacle from the side, none of them had noticed the changes that had happened on the battlefield in Hestia. Only the primordial goddess, as well as a certain constellation in the heavens, bore witness to the awakening of the soul that they both treasured for the past 1,000 years. A frown appeared on the otherworldly beauty's face when William flew towards the north, where the demon continent was located. Clearly, the black-haired teenager had sensed Ahriman's presence, and had decided to go there to fight against him. This is a bit troublesome, the primordial goddess thought before flicking the nail filer in her hand, hitting a daring evil god who tried to enter the world gate while everyone was busy fighting each other. A pained cry escaped the evil god's lips before he was sent flying back towards the chaotic brawl, where he immediately was gangbanged by the gods who were on William's side. The primordial goddess was worried that due to William's unstable state, he would doggedly fight Ahriman, who had forcefully unsealed himself, and had the power of a god. Nemesis, the primordial goddess said in a volume that was barely audible to anyone. A moment later, a beautiful, winged goddess materialized beside the obsidian throne and bowed respectfully to the otherworldly beauty in front of her. Go to Hestia and make sure that the boy whom the neutral gods are fighting to protect will not die in Ahriman's hands, the primordial goddess ordered. As you command, Nemesis replied before turning into a beam of light, entering the world gate without anyone noticing her departure. In truth, the primordial goddess knew that the constellation in the heavens would not sit idly and allow the half-elf to get hurt. However, she still decided to call forth someone who had the power to save William, just in case Ahriman succeeded in capturing the berserked half-elf who wasn't in his right mind. Fortair Desert, Demon Continent. Ahriman, who was being besieged by 6 gods, were finding it hard to launch a proper counterattack. Although he was stronger than any of the gods that were around him, they had him completely outnumbered. In truth, although Eros, Astrid, and Lisa were quite annoying, the one he was paying close attention to was none other than Adephasia. The goddess of gluttony was the real deal. Although she didn't have any strong offensive attacks, whatever she ate would be gone for good. If not for the fact that he had unleashed his divinity of darkness within the entire demon continent to regenerate the injuries he had received from her and Gavin, the primordial god of darkness and chaos might still be missing a pair of wings and the several mouthfuls of flesh that Adephasia had managed to bite off his body. Gavin, while being the weakest god of all, was bombarding Ahriman with different kinds of attacks from all the professions at his disposal. Although the damage he received from them was minor, the bombardment was starting to get into his nerves. Suddenly, Ahriman felt that his connection with the crown of darkness on Felix's head had disappeared. Did something happen to aka Mana? Ahriman thought. Impossible. No one in this world can contend against him. The primordial god refused to acknowledge that one of his strongest subordinates had fallen in battle. Even if aka Mana fought against pseudo-gods, Ahriman was certain that it wouldn't lose. Also, even in the case that his subordinate had found an opponent that was stronger than him, no one would be able to stop the evil-doer from escaping. The 5 gods who were attacking Ahriman noticed his sudden lapse in movement, and used the opportunity to deliver several blows to his body. While Ahriman was busy protecting himself from the blows that were coming from every direction, he sensed someone approaching their location coming from the south. A moment later, a hateful roar spread across the heavens as a lightning bolt descended towards Ahriman, delivering a punch to his face. The primordial god of darkness took a step back after getting hit, but that was all. William was just about to deliver another punch on Ahriman's face, but before his attack could hit, the primordial god had already unleashed a blow of his own. The 5 other gods, when they saw who the newcomer was, froze in shock. A resounding clap spread across the desert as Ahriman's fist connected with William's body, sending him smashing towards the ground and sending sand flying in every direction. William, Gavin shouted after seeing his follower take a direct hit from Ahriman. The god of all trades immediately flew down from the sky in order to check on his condition. The other 4 gods immediately resumed their attack against Ahriman in order to prevent him from targeting the boy who had joined their battle uninvited. Boy, are you fine? Gavin crouched down as he examined William's body, which had taken a direct hit from a god. Grr. A low growl escaped William's lips as he slapped Gavin's hand away before staring hatefully at the 4-meter-tall demon in the sky. You, Gavin stared in disbelief at William's current disheveled state, which proved that he had just fought a hard battle before coming to their location. What happened to you? The black-haired teenager ignored Gavin's words, and flew towards Ahriman, who was being besieged by 4 goddesses at the same time. Oi, wait. Gavin hurriedly summoned a whip and lashed out towards William's feet. The whip wrapped itself around the half-elf's leg, preventing him from moving forward. The black-haired teenager roared in anger as he clawed the whip that bound his leg, cutting it in one swipe. Impossible. Gavin's eyes widened in shock after seeing what William had done to the weapon that was summoned using the power of his divinity. Although Gavin was the weakest god in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, he wasn't so weak that a mere pseudo-god could destroy the things that he had created using his divine essence. Right now, William's rule-breaker ability, in addition to another passive ability that aka Mana had accidentally awakened, were currently active, allowing the half-elf to damage, and even destroy, anything that held a divinity in them. Kill! William shouted as his clawed hand extended towards Ahriman, who was now ready to grab the half-elf and use him as a hostage against the other gods who were attacking him. Ahriman knew that as long as he could take possession of William, the other gods would stop their relentless assault against him. However, before he could even enact his plan to grab the half-elf, who had easily presented himself to him, several beams of silver light hit his arms and chest, making him take several steps back. A moment later, a fist smashed against his jaw, forcing him to take 2 more steps backwards due to the force behind it. High above the heavens, a constellation was shining brightly. Several more beams of light descended from the sky, hitting Ahriman repeatedly, preventing him from hurting the one person whom the constellation held dear in her heart. Chapter 1259, He Who Must Not Be Born, Part 2. Gavin, knock that boy unconscious, Eros said as she stood between Ahriman and William, while unleashing purple fireballs at the primordial god, who was being bombarded by beams of light descending from the heavens. Adephasia, Astrid, and Lisa also surrounded Ahriman and attacked him simultaneously, using the cover fire from the constellation in the sky to their advantage. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, so the goddesses didn't hesitate and attacked the primordial god of darkness without any shred of mercy. Being besieged from all directions, Ahriman decided to ignore that half-elf for now and focus on pushing back the goddesses whose attacks were doing a good number on his body. Snap out of it, boy! Gavin shouted as he smacked William's head, who was like a wild animal that was out for blood. The black-haired teenager roared in anger after his head was struck, making him glare at the god of all trades who was already missing a left arm. Grah! William clawed Gavin's head in order to retaliate for attacking him, but the god nimbly dodged his attack by stepping to the side before kneeing the half-elf's stomach, making the latter's body bend like a cooked shrimp. Gavin delivered another powerful blow on the black-haired teenager's head, making the latter faceplant on the ground, rendering him unconscious. The god of all trades was prepared to give another smack to William's head, but stopped when he noticed that his follower had already stopped moving. Goodness, just what happened back there? Gavin muttered as he rolled the half-elf over so he was facing the sky. William's face slowly returned to its previous self. His fangs decreased in size, and his face became a lot more peaceful. Gavin looked at William's clothes, which no longer offered any kind of protection. They were more like rags rather than clothes, which showed just how intense the fight the half-elf had was back in the central continent. What to do? Gavin thought as he glanced at the unconscious half-elf before shifting his gaze to the 4 goddesses that were slowly being pushed back by the primordial god of darkness and chaos. Ahriman's strength may not be at his peak, but he was still a god that had been in Hestia for thousands of years. Unlike Adephasia, Eros, Astrid, and Lisa, who had descended to the mortal realm, the primordial god's powers were still stronger than them because the goddesses' powers had been decreased drastically in order for them to materialize in the mortal realm. They didn't use any special tools like the celestial raiment that allowed them to use more than half of their powers whenever their divine bodies descended to the world. Even so, the 4 of them were still able to prevent Ahriman from advancing towards the unconscious half-elf who was now being guarded by his patron god, Gavin. While the god of all trades was pondering what to do next, a pained moan reached his ears. William, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes and looked at his patron god with a face filled with injustice. That hurt, Gavin, William complained. Although his hair was still as black as darkness, his eye color had changed to green. Will, I'm sorry, Gavin replied as he crouched down and helped his follower prop himself up from the ground. Are you all right? No, William answered. The other half of my soul is temporarily knocked out, so I took this opportunity to help. The half-elf's gaze landed on the primordial god of darkness and chaos. His curled-up fists made cracking sounds as he looked at the god who was responsible for the deaths of his wives. Will, I know how you feel, but you being here isn't helping anyone, Gavin stated as he rested his hand on William's shoulder. He knew that now was not the time to sugarcoat things and comfort the half-elf. More than anything else, he wanted William to leave so that the five of them could focus on attacking Ahriman without worrying about his safety. I understand your concern, Gavin, William commented while his gaze was still fixed on Ahriman's face that looked back at him with contempt. But, this is something that I need to do. Don't worry, I have no intention of getting captured. I am able to think clearly now, so you don't have to worry about me. Yes, please, don't stop me. Gavin sighed before reluctantly nodding his head. I understand, but as you can see, we are unable to defeat him in a short time, Gavin stated. We lack the final nail in the coffin to finish him off. William chuckled after hearing Gavin's words. Instead of answering, he closed his eyes as he accessed the system. Optimus, temporarily unlock the functions of the system and prepare to merge all the job classes we acquired together, William ordered. Unlock the 4th subclass in my status page. Understood. Temporarily unlocking all the functions of the system. Initiating system force override, temporarily unlocking 4th subclass. Formulating list of job classes to be merged. Starting to merge all professions. Thunder Emperor. Elemental Archon. Cryo Sovereign. Fire Sovereign. Wind Sovereign. Earth Sovereign. Champion of the Sun. Weapon War Master. Arcane War Master. Armored Crusader. Wyvern Lord. War Dancer. Archbishop. Imperial Dragoon. Hero. 4x. Gavin's eyes widened in shock because he had completely forgotten the power of his divinity that lay dormant inside William's body. Optimus had temporarily sealed the power to merge all the job classes that William had acquired, and several other functions of the system due to the possibility that the corrupted half-elf would use it to cause havoc within the world of Hestia. Right now, the part of his soul that was still untouched by the corruption had temporarily taken control of his body in order to deal with the primordial god that had killed his wives. As the multiple job classes merged together to create the ultimate job class for William to use, his ranks also started to rise at a rapid pace until he made a breakthrough and reached the middle stage pseudo-god realm. Optimus, make sure to add the divinity that sleeps in my soul, William commanded. Even if you merge all the job classes together, it will be of no use if you don't add something that will actually hurt this bastard. Understood. But, if you do this job class will be sealed for an indefinite period of time. That's fine, William replied. After using this ability, I will hibernate inside the Bell of Amalthea. Also, my other half isn't stable right now. Allowing him to use this job class will threaten the balance of the divine realm. It is best that it be sealed indefinitely. Besides, I made a promise to her. William glanced at the constellation that was shining brightly in the heavens. In order for William to emerge from the Bell of Amalthea without being corrupted, the constellation ceased attacking Ahriman and focused on protecting his soul instead, in fear that the primordial goddess would take this opportunity to merge the two halves of William's soul together, corrupting them completely. Understood. Adding ancient divinity to merging of job classes. Due to the host's incomplete soul, the end result failed to reach its max potential. Final job class unlocked. Pseudo-God Slayer. Subrace. Forgotten God. Health points. 999,999,999, 999,999,999. Mana. 999,999,999, 999,999,999. Job class. Quickshot Shepherd. Subclass. Prince of Darkness. Subclass. Familiomancer. Subclass. Pseudo-God Slayer. Strength. 9,999,999. Agility. 9,999,999. Vitality. 9,999,999. Intelligence. 9,999,999. Dexterity. 9,999,999. Title. Pseudo-God Slayer. I will rise above all pantheons. A child that wasn't supposed to be born, has been born. All gods beware. All of you are in for a scare. All damage dealt increases by 1000% when fighting against a god. William's eyes turned golden as the power that resided inside him burst out from his body. Assaul, come to me, William ordered. The spear, Stormcaller, appeared beside William with lightning enshrouding its entire body. The reason why the spear was called Stormcaller was due to the fact that no mortal could call upon its true name. However, William had temporarily surpassed being immortal. Because of this, he was able to call forth Stormcaller's true name, which was Asal. It was one of the 4 magical items that belonged to the gods of Tuatha De Danann. No battle was ever victorious against it, or against the man who held it. William grabbed the spear in his hand that belonged to the gods of old. A spear that belonged to the sun god, Luff, whom the half-elf held a grudge with. "This is for my wives," William said as a thunderous clap of thunder, followed by tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended towards the spear in his hand, making the sands under his feet churn up, and the entirety of the demon continent shake uncontrollably. Lightning god wore art final form. Gavin, who was standing beside William, had to retreat as far as he could because the lightning that was surrounding the half-elf had started to cause injuries to the god of all trades' divine body. The black-haired teenager whose eyes were glowing golden focused his attention on the primordial god of darkness whose expression had become grim after sensing the incredible amount of divinity that was being stored inside the lightning spear's body. "Make the world tremble in your presence," William declared. "Annihilate all opposition." Asal. Chapter 1260. He Who Must Not Be Born, Part 3. "Make the world tremble in your presence," William declared. "Annihilate all opposition." Asal. A sharp and shrill, ear-piercing sound reverberated in the surroundings as Asal traveled at the speed of light and pierced through Ahriman's chest. Due to how fast the attack was, Ahriman didn't have any time to dodge it. Immediately, the power of the concentrated lightning bolt, mixed with the divinity of the sun, and William's Godslayer divinity, started to erupt from the tip of the spear, which was firmly planted in the primordial god's chest. Suddenly a circle of light spread across the surroundings, pushing Adephasia, Eros, Astrid, and Lisa back. A moment later, a loud explosion took place, making the land, as well as the sky, tremble as an attack that was strong enough to lethally injure, and even kill a god, erupted in full force, destroying everything in its path. William felt as if his entire soul had been sucked out of his body the moment the spear left his grip. Even so, a faint sneer appeared on his lips before he closed his eyes and succumbed to the backlash of the attack that was near impossible for someone, who only had a quarter of his soul active, to execute. Gavin immediately grabbed hold of the half-elf before flying away in a hurry. The entire Forterre desert was being sucked up by the radiant light, which was as bright as the sun, making the god that was trapped inside it scream in pain due to the divine weapon that pierced through his chest. No good, Gavin thought as the range of the explosion was about to engulf him and William. Left with no choice, the god of all trades held the half-elf's body firmly and used his own body to cushion the blow that both of them were about to receive. Suddenly, 2 beams of light, one light blue, the other black, descended from the heavens, and intertwined with each other. A moment later, a barrier composed of light and darkness encapsulated the god of all trades, as well as the unconscious half-elf in his arm. The explosion pushed the 2 all the way to the very edge of the desert, sending them crashing towards one of the mountains in the distance. Fortunately, the barrier protecting them held them in place, despite the fact that its surface was riddled with cracks. Gavin and William didn't receive any damage from the attack that came from a pseudo-god slayer, which was enough to destroy an entire empire with one strike. As Gavin held the half-elf in place like a sack of rice on his shoulder, his gaze landed on the gigantic mushroom cloud in the distance. Suddenly, the body of the god of all trades started to glow, before slowly becoming transparent. "I guess time's up," Gavin said softly as he gently placed William on the ground. "I hope the others are okay." As one of the weakest gods in existence, Gavin wasn't able to stay in the mortal realm for a long period of time. Also, he had already used up most of his divinity fighting Ahriman earlier. Although he was unwilling to leave William alone on the mountain, there was nothing he could do about it. Albert, his other disciple, was still in the central continent, and the latter had no ability to instantaneously travel long distances in order to pick William and return to the Ellen Empire. With one last sigh of helplessness, the god of all trades turned into particles of light and ascended into the heavens, leaving the unconscious half-elf alone, and unable to fend for himself. A minute later, Eros, Astrid, and Lisa landed beside the half-elf with serious injuries on their bodies. They had descended into Hestia without their full powers, and William's attack that didn't know how to discriminate between friend and foe had also dealt serious injuries to their divine bodies. "Where is Adephasia?" Eros asked. The goddess of gluttony could be considered as the goddess of lust's close friend, and not seeing her around made her feel anxious. Astrid and Lisa both shook their heads because all 3 of them were blown away in different directions by the explosion. "Forget her for the time being," Lisa said as she stared at the desert, that had stopped being a desert. As Ahriman dead, all the sands had melted due to the extreme heat that was unleashed due to William's attack, and had turned into liquefied glass. In the future, this place would be called the Mirror Land, because the topography had changed, and turned the Forterre domain into one giant mirror that reflected the image of the heavens above it. But, for now, it was still a place where molten hot liquefied glass flowed through its surrounding areas. I don't see him anywhere, Astrid replied. But, I doubt that he died from that attack. Even if he's not dead, he would be close to dying, Lisa commented before shifting her gaze at the unconscious half-elf with a complicated look on her face. The attack that came from a pseudo-god slayer is simply the bane of our existence. Eros and Astrid nodded their heads in agreement. Even if gods fought and lost to each other, this was an understandable outcome. However, a god getting seriously injured, and even killed by a mortal was an extremely rare case. The gods had one term for these people, and that was God Slayer. These individuals were usually hunted down by the gods to prevent them from threatening their divine existence. I'll guard him, Lisa stated. Both of you check for Ahriman's whereabouts. If he managed to survive this attack, he will need dozens of years to fully recover. However, because he is a primordial god, the moment he recovers will spell the end for this child. We need to ensure that Ahriman wouldn't threaten anyone ever again. Eros and Astrid nodded their heads before flying to the molten wasteland to look for any signs of the primordial god, who they believed was still at large. Damn it, Ahriman cursed silently as he forcefully propped his body from the ground. But due to the extent of his injuries, he was unable to stand up, so he simply dragged his body and crawled on the ground. Just like the goddesses had surmised, he had received a fatal injury from William's attack. A gaping hole could be seen on his chest, and all of the blood vessels inside his body had swollen up, with some of them bursting as he used the remaining strength in his body to crawl. Ahriman's black blood dyed the ground, destroying its ability to support any form of life, leaving only a blackened land in his wake. I need to get as far away from this area as I can, Ahriman thought as he glanced at his surroundings. Those bitches might sniff me out if I don't hurry. At the last moment, before William's attack could deal more damage in his body, he had forcefully teleported himself away from the Forterre desert to one of the locations where he had hidden one of his teleportation gates in the demon continent. Ahriman had only dragged himself for dozens of meters when he noticed something sticking out of his left arm, which made him frown. A small knife, Ahriman thought as he gazed at the object in his arm. Suddenly, the knife on his arm trembled before dislodging itself from Ahriman's arm. A moment later a fat and bloody hand caught it in a firm grip, making the primordial god's body stiffen after seeing the goddess that was slowly materializing in front of him. The goddess of gluttony, who was missing a left arm and left leg, looked at Ahriman with a hideous smile on her disheveled face. Ha, so this is where you are hiding, Adephasia said through labored breaths. Several tentacles, similar to that of an octopus, appeared where her severed left arm and leg were, allowing her to stand. Blood streamed down from her body, as she pushed herself to walk forward. Ahriman, on the other hand, tried to back away, but before he could do that, one of the tentacles on Adephagia's body latched onto his arms, pulling him to her. Where do you think you're going? Adephagia asked as she panted for breath. I will make you pay for what you did to my daughter. Adephagia walked with great hardship towards the primordial god, who was doing his best to pry his arms away from the tentacles that were holding him in place. He knew what the god of gluttony was planning to do, so he was resisting with all of his might in an effort to break free and escape from her grasp. Stay away, you ugly hag, Ahriman shouted. Trash, like you have no qualifications to threaten me. Trash, Adephagia chuckled hoarsely as he continued to walk towards the fallen god, who was on his last legs. Yes, my daughter used to eat trash. It broke my heart whenever I saw it. But after she met William, she was able to eat good food. Adephagia slowly knelt on the ground as she used her right hand to hold Ahriman's hair, pulling him up. My daughter didn't deserve to eat trash, Adephagia said as bloody tears fell down her eyes. I am the only one who has the qualifications to eat trash. The goddess of gluttony opened her mouth as saliva poured out of it. I will start with trash, like you, Adephagia shouted as she opened her mouth wide. Damn you, Ahriman shouted in frustration and anger as Adephagia pulled his head close to her gaping mouth. This is not over. I refuse to yield. I am the primordial god of this world. You can't kill me. His loud shouts came to an abrupt halt as Adephagia's jaws clamped onto his head. Crunch. Several more crunching sounds followed as the goddess of gluttony hatefully bit and chewed off Ahriman's head. A moment later, an orb of darkness flew away from Ahriman's body and forcefully opened a path towards the void, leaving the world of Hestia behind. Ahriman had decided to leave his divine body behind and save his divine soul from being consumed by the goddess of gluttony, who was still busy biting his body to pieces. The goddess had already lost consciousness, and only her primitive instincts remained. Little by little, she bit and tore off Ahriman's flesh, devouring it with relish. This was what she had set out to do when she descended into the world of Hestia, and her body obeyed her orders. Only after she had fully devoured Ahriman's body, until nothing was left, did the goddess of gluttony stop moving. A moment later, her body became transparent and exploded into particles of light, which rose up into the heavens. Somewhere, in the burning pits of hell, a soul teared up after seeing what happened to her doting patron god, who fought for her sake with everything she had. While the other goddesses were searching futilely for Ahriman's whereabouts, a single flower bloomed in a place where no mortal would dare to tread. Swaying in the wind, it bore witness to the love of one goddess, who had done everything she could for her beloved until her entire existence shattered into 100 pieces, bringing an end to the terror of an evil god, and turning the page to the that heralded the destruction of the world. Chapter 1261, an ending no one wants to see. Is there any news from the Ellen Empire? One of the kings asked the Pope. No, the Pope replied. We can't get too close because there are several pseudo-gods guarding the place. We don't know what happened when Ahriman's avatar appeared. The pseudo-god we sent said that he no longer sensed its presence in the capital, but this might just be a trick in order to lure us into a trap. While the battle between William's and Felix's forces was at its peak, the various leaders of the central continent were in the middle of a high-level conference. Only Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste weren't present because the two of them had mobilized their armies and personally led the charge to the Ellen Empire. Then, what should we do? An emperor inquired. Should we just wait until their battle is over? Yes, the Pope answered without any hesitation. Let them kill each other first. It will not be too late to attack once there have been massive losses on both sides. The kings and emperors knew that this was the best course of action, but they were still worried. Ahriman had the power to appear in any place in the central continent, and if Felix's army decided to attack their territories, they would be helpless against them. Sensing their anxiety, the Pope reassured them that the Holy Order would immediately come to their aid, if and when Ahriman's forces came knocking on their doors. What they didn't know was that while they were meeting in the conference room and waiting for the outcome of the war between the Heir of Darkness and Prince of Darkness, the battle was already over. Because of this lapse in the Pope's judgment, someone was able to take advantage of the situation and lay claim to the Ellen Empire, who had lost its royal family and military power. Capital of the Ellen Empire. We're finally here, one of the elders of Deus said with a solemn expression on his face. Are you sure it's going to be fine? Yes, a soft and silky voice replied from inside the carriage that was being pulled by a black griffin. Let's go. You have nothing to fear as long as I'm here. As you command, Pontifex, the elder commented. Raise our banners. We will enter the city. Thousands of men wearing black robes raised the banner of Deus as they marched towards the capital city, on where the battle had just ended. When Astrape, Bronte, Titania, and the other pseudo-gods saw the banners that were approaching the capital city, they allowed them to pass unhindered. William had told his subordinates about their ally, who had only been waiting for the half-elf's attack in the central continent. The members of Deus had long amassed their forces, and were more than ready to fight side by side with William as they faced the forces of the Heir of Darkness. Unfortunately, the battle that transpired had happened so suddenly, that the members of Deus weren't able to mobilize and reinforce William in time. Only the members of Deus who had been hiding in the Crater Empire, as well as the neighboring kingdoms of the Ellen Empire, were able to rally under the banner of their supreme pontifex, who went by the name Nisha. Seeing the destruction of the capital city, and the countless corpses around them, even the members of Deus, who were notorious for being unscrupulous, couldn't help but frown. Head to the royal palace, Nisha ordered. We will wait for our lord's arrival there. As the carriage trudged the path towards the royal palace, Nisha watched the scenery from the window of her carriage with a calm expression on her face. The black-haired teenager and her had agreed on an alliance, and one of the duties that the half-elf had assigned to her was the management of the lands that he had conquered. William was someone that didn't want to handle the paperwork, and sit on a throne supervising ministers all day long. He had decided to push this job to Nisha, who was more than capable of managing tens of thousands of people at the same time. In short, Nisha would serve as William's steward in the territories that the half-elf had declared as his territory. Right now, the Ellen Empire's royal family had been extinguished, which was ripe for the taking. However, this alliance held certain conditions as well. In exchange for Nisha managing his domain, the half-elf told her that he would not allow any acts of oppression or violence under his rule. He had known that the members of Deus weren't the best when it came to good morals, so he stressed this point in the negotiation, which Nisha readily agreed to. Deus might be a group of bad people, but even bad people had someone they were afraid of. If you were to randomly choose an ordinary member, or an elder of the organization and ask them what they were afraid of, 10 out of 10 would say that they were afraid of their Supreme Pontifex, who was known to execute those who defied her orders. "We're here, Your Excellency," the elder stated before respectfully opening the door of the carriage. A moment later, a woman wearing a black dress stepped out of the carriage. Her face was covered with a veil, preventing anyone from seeing her face. The only thing they could see was her curvaceous body that was enough to make the blood of any able-bodied men, and even women, give her looks of infatuation. "Place our flags around the city walls, and on the top of the castle," Nisha ordered. "Let everyone know, especially that old pope, that the city is already under our control." Several minutes later, the banner of Deus, which was composed of 4 pairs of black wings, fluttered over the city walls, as well as over the highest point of the castle of the Ellen Empire. This sudden change had caught the attention of the pseudo-god that was monitoring the city, and used his ability to display this in the conference where the Pope of the Holy Order of Light presided. After seeing the black wings fluttering in the breeze, the kings and emperors took a deep breath because they had recognized the emblem on the flags. They had also had their own dealings with Deus, and even asked them for a few favors in the past. All of them knew how notorious this organization was, and even the Pope couldn't help but frown after seeing the flags of their organization's mortal enemy. Originally, the Pope wanted to take the Ellen Empire under the banner of the Holy Order, but after seeing that Deus had already occupied the capital city, the Pope became silent. Having the power of the Alliance, and the 4 pseudo-gods at her beck and call, the Pope had a high chance of overthrowing the organization who had fought them in the shadows. But she was hesitating to do this. For one thing, the pseudo-god that was monitoring the capital city had stated that he could sense over 11 pseudo-gods inside the city. This number was quite alarming, and the Pope wasn't stupid enough to deploy her troops and fight the existences that far exceeded the number of pseudo-gods under her command. There was also the fact that William had millions of beasts serving under him, which was the same reason why the Pope wanted the Heir of Darkness and Prince of Darkness to duke it out with each other first, before they gatecrashed their party. "Deus has occupied the Ellen Empire," an emperor commented. "Are they the allies of the demon or the half-elf? Is the battle already over? Who won?" The other rulers had the same questions inside their heads, but the Pope couldn't give them any answers. The nymphs had already fired a warning shot against the pseudo-god that was spying on them from a distance, which forced the spy of the Holy Order to retreat to a safe location. "Should I ask Melody to let her patron goddess descend upon Hestia?" The Pope pondered. Using the celestial raiment wasn't something that they could do very often. Just like any other artifact with divine powers, certain conditions must be met before they could be activated. "I am lacking information right now," the Pope thought. "It's not good to be hasty. I'll just wait a few more hours to see if there are any changes in the capital city before I make my decision." Nemesis, who had been ordered to keep William safe, stared at the half-elf while under concealment. She had seen how William was able to wound Ahriman with his divinity, making the goddess of retribution and revenge feel as if she needed to kill the half-elf in order to prevent him from killing gods in the future. However, before she could do this, she received a stern warning from the primordial goddess of darkness to not do anything and only do what she was told. A god slayer was an existence that challenged the order of the gods, and this was not a simple matter. If word got out that William was a god slayer, even the primordial goddess whose power outmatched the majority of gods in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, would find it hard to keep William's life intact if the gods decided to launch a manhunt for him. Fortunately for the half-elf, after his full-powered attack against Ahriman, the god-slayer divinity inside him had entered a state of hibernation, preventing anyone from discovering the truth. Only the goddesses that had descended in Hestia, alongside Gavin, were aware of this fact. Unless one of them spread this news in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, the half-elf's secret would remain hidden for a while longer. An hour later, Eros and Astrid returned to Lisa's side, who was currently guarding the unconscious teenager lying beside her feet. I don't sense Ahriman's presence anywhere, Eros stated. The same can be said for Adephasia. Astrid nodded her head in agreement. I can only think of 2 reasons why we can't find them. The first one is that Ahriman might have already died, so his presence couldn't be sent anywhere, or he found a way to escape this world. As for Adephasia, I think the time she could stay in Hestia has run out. Maybe she's back in the temple, which would explain why we can't sense her divinity. Lisa nodded her head in agreement. Actually, I am about to reach my limit as well. It will be best if we send this boy back to his subordinates first. Let them take care of him for the time being. Okay, I'll take him back, Eros volunteered as she picked up the unconscious half-elf in a princess carry. Are you two coming with me, or are both of you heading back to the temple first? Astrid and Lisa glanced at each other before telling Eros that they would accompany her for the time being. Although they couldn't sense Ahriman's presence, they decided to not drop their guard and escort the unconscious half-elf back to his people first. Nemesis watched them go before shifting her gaze to the distance where a little white flower bloomed. A moment later, the winged goddess turned into particles of light to return to the temple of the 10,000 gods. She had already completed her mission, so whatever happened next was no longer her problem. The winged goddess would just let Eros, Astrid, and Lisa handle the rest. Nemesis knew that she couldn't tell anyone what she saw in the mortal realm, or else her mother would become very disappointed with her. In order to not make things difficult for herself, she was willing to turn a blind eye to the young man who was under the primordial goddess' protection. I just hope you know what you're doing, Mother, Nemesis muttered as she ascended back to the heavens. Letting someone like him live might spell disaster to our entire race once he has fully mastered his powers. As the goddess of divine retribution and revenge, she had the power to punish evil deeds, and those with undeserved good fortune. Under her watch, no one could experience excess happiness or excess sadness. She was like the god of harmony that liked to let the scales always balance each other out. Nemesis knew that William's fate had tilted into extreme sadness and suffering. If this was an ordinary matter, the winged goddess would arrange for the half-elf to regain some sort of happiness and good fortune in order to balance things out. However, she couldn't do that because of William's nature. In the end, the only thing she could do was keep her silence and pray that in the future, the unconscious half-elf wouldn't bear his fangs on the gods that truly cared for him. Because if that were to happen, it would be a very sad thing, and even she didn't want to see this kind of ending. Chapter 1262, Both of you are right. Good things must be kept in the family. Only during times like this will you get the opportunity to see a peaceful expression on his face, Invidia said as she cradled William's head in her arms. Yes, Princess Aila replied in a sad voice as she watched Invidia breastfeed William while taking on Ella's form. The wounds on the surface have already closed up, but the damage within is healing very slowly. You don't have to worry about that. The reason why we're both here is so we can patch this guy up, so let's just do our best. Princess Aila had already taken off her clothes in order to help the half-elf recover. She then lowered her hips, as she slid William's inside of her, helping him to directly tap into the source of her life essence, which she had gathered in her womb. When the unconscious William was brought to the royal palace of the Ellen Empire, Chloe immediately called for Invidia and Princess Aila to come and check his condition. After performing an initial diagnosis on the half-elf's body, Princess Aila came to the conclusion that the black-haired teenager's soul had shifted a bit, and was in need of immediate treatment. Since only Invidia and the angelic princess had the ability to heal William in his current state, Chloe opened the portal to the Thousand Beast domain, and brought the half-elf to the villa there. Chloe had been given partial authority to come and go inside the Thousand Beast domain, and open portals if needed be. She didn't feel safe letting William stay in the royal palace where the woman named Nisha was staying. Even though Deus and William had formed an alliance, for some reason, the succubus felt that the veiled woman was a dangerous individual, and refused to allow her to get close to William while the latter was unconscious. While the two beautiful ladies used their bodies and essences to let the black-haired teenager recover as soon as possible, William's other subordinates were busy discussing their next course of action. The armies of the Crater Empire and the Amazon Empire had already entered the boundaries of the Ellen Empire. Astrape and Bronte met with Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste. They were already familiar with Lilith, so the discussion about allowing the two armies to enter the Ellen Empire went smoothly. Both of them were William's allies, so having them around would increase the security around the half-elf. After a unanimous vote by William's subordinates, they decided to stay in the Ellen Empire for the time being. The Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan were tossed inside the dungeon of Atlantis and were being closely monitored by Triton and Leviathan. Both pseudo-gods were riddled with injuries, so it was near impossible for them to resist being imprisoned by a peak pseudo-god that had dominion over the sea. To think that our mighty neighbor, who used to make things difficult for us, would suffer such a fate, I can't help but feel sorry for them right now, Emperor Leonidas said as he stared at the capital city that had barely survived the clash between the heir and Prince of Darkness. True, Empress Andraste, under the whims of the gods, we mortals cannot even raise our heads to resist. The only thing we could do is lament our luck for the calamity that would soon fall upon our heads, which is something that we have no control over. Emperor Leonidas sighed. I guess, my grandson-in-law just acquired an entire empire for himself. I just don't know if he will be able to hold on to it for long. Well, since he will be my daughter's husband in the future, it is best to keep the good things within the family, Empress Andraste smirked. The two rulers exchanged a knowing glance at each other. Neither of them had any intention of handing the Ellen Empire to the Holy Order of Light, which had plans to claim the territories that were once conquered by the demon army. Right now, the kingdom of Zabia and Slovel Kingdom were being argued over by the alliance. Some of the kings near the two kingdoms insisted that this would be their compensation for helping the war. However, Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste knew that no matter how much the kings and emperors argued with each other, the one who would have the last laugh would be none other than the Holy Order of Light and not them. This was also why the Emperor and Empress of the two empires that sandwiched the Ellen Empire decided to help the half-elf become the new emperor of the territory that had lost its ruler. Both of you are right. Good things must be kept in the family. An old man holding the hand of a red-headed girl walked up to the two sovereigns with a smile on his face. Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste could tell at a glance that the old man was a scammer and immediately raised their guards up, just in case the old man tried to scam the two of them. Seeing their guarded expressions, James laughed before introducing himself to the two. The name is James, James stated. James Von Ainsworth. I am William's grandfather and current head of the Ainsworth family. Simply put, William's best interest is my best interest. Since we are all part of the same family, we should discuss our family's interests together. Immediately, Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste looked at the old man as if he was their best friend that they hadn't met for a very long time. All three smiled at each other because, just like James had eloquently stated, William's best interest was also their best interest. Eve looked at the three adults with a curious gaze. Although she didn't understand what the three of them were talking about, she had a feeling that all three of them were up to no good. While the three powerful people chatted with each other, the pseudo-gods under William's command were on high alert. The four pseudo-gods that belonged to the Holy Order of Light, and the one pseudo-god that belonged to Hestia Academy had stopped several miles away from the capital city of the Ellen Empire. These 5 pseudo-gods hovered in the air as they observed the pseudo-gods that belonged to William's group. Should we hit them? Loxos asked. She was feeling annoyed because one of the gods had a long-distance ability that allowed him to spy in their location. No, Titania replied. However, if they advanced even a meter away from their spot, feel free to fire at them. With William's absence, she became the commander of the pseudo-gods under William's command. As a fairy queen, she was well versed in deciding important matters that involved her own interest. Okay, Loxos pumped her fist excitedly as she gazed at the pseudo-gods in the distance. The young lady, who seemed to be in her early teens, was raring to open fire at the pseudo-gods, who was starting to get into her nerves. The reason why Loxos was feeling fearless was due to their advantage in numbers. She would never dare to provoke the other group of pseudo-gods if their own numbers were smaller than them. Fortunately, the pseudo-gods belonging to the Holy Order of Light kept their distance, and didn't provoke the other pseudo-gods whose strength was not to be taken lightly. This tense standoff continued for 4 hours before the pseudo-gods belonging to the Holy Order of Light left the scene, leaving a disappointed Loxos behind. Have you confirmed that there are no traces of Felix and Ahriman in the Ellen Empire? The Pope asked. Yes, the pseudo-god replied. I made an intensive observation, and only the Prince of Darkness forces remain in the capital city of the Ellen Empire. Also, the armies of both the Crater Empire and the Amazon Empire are stationed just outside the city walls. it is safe to assume that the Prince of Darkness has won the battle. However, we cannot confirm if Felix and Ahriman's avatar are still alive. It is highly possible that they managed to escape. The Pope tapped her finger over her desk as she stared at the floating round mirror in front of her. How about the Prince of Darkness? The Pope asked. Have you seen him? The pseudo-god shook his head. No. Do you think he is injured? I don't have enough evidence to reach that conclusion. Also, even if the Prince of Darkness is indeed injured, it is impossible for us to launch an attack in the capital. The Pope frowned after hearing the pseudo-god's words because this particular individual was known for being a strategist in the heavenly domain. Are they that formidable? The Pope asked. Formidable is an understatement, the pseudo-god replied. I'm afraid that even if you use the celestial raiment to call upon a god from the temple of the gods, it would still not be enough to beat the Prince of Darkness. Can you tell me why you say that? The Pope inquired. She was curious what kind of existence was present in William's camp that could match the power of the goddess of faith, who would descend with most of her powers intact. Let's just say that I saw an old familiar face in the capital city, the pseudo-god replied. As long as he is there, we cannot act rashly because that person is known for his unscrupulous methods. Although the person the pseudo-god saw had a different face, the presence residing in his body was something that he couldn't possibly forget. In truth, the pseudo-god was just making an excuse. Although the old coot was now weaker than him because he had lost his divinity when he died, he still didn't want to fight James, whom he once served as the mighty All-Father of Asgard, and protector of the Nine Realms. Chapter 1263, A New World Order. 3 days later, under Invidia's and Princess Isla's care, William finally woke up. He had no recollection on what happened during his fight against Felix, and what happened when he disappeared on the battlefield. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, and the nymphs told him about how his fight with the heir of darkness transpired. They also told him about the powerful demon who had taken over Felix's body, aka Mana, who pierced William's chest with his demonic hand, in an attempt to make him submit to Ahriman's control. A frown appeared on William's face when Titania told him that he had almost attacked Chloe and Astrape in his berserk state. Fortunately, something caught his attention, making him turn into a lightning bolt, and head towards the north where the demon continent was located. After his subordinates finished their report, he asked everyone to leave him for an hour, so that he could process the things that they had told him. Even though everyone knew that there were other pressing matters to be discussed, they decided to give William some time to organize his thoughts before consulting him on what their next course of action would be. Optimus, did you record these events? Yes. Do you wish to view them? I do. Immediately, the obsidian gem in William's chest glowed before a projection appeared in front of him. The half-elf watched everything unfold with a serious expression on his face. The moment he went berserk, William noticed that his strength had surpassed what he could normally do when he was in a normal state. After the crimson crown of darkness that held aka Mana in place was destroyed, the half-elf saw how his berserk state had tortured Felix before killing him and absorbing his heart. He should have suffered more than that. William clenched his fist. The black-haired teenager could only lament that he wasn't in full control of himself when the heir of darkness died. Although Felix's death had been gruesome, the half-elf wasn't satisfied by it. He had long wanted to skin Felix alive, and let him suffer other torture methods. William would repeat this over and over again until he was satisfied before finally ending the green-haired demon's life. The next scene, however, surprised him. It was the battle in the Fortair Desert where Gavin, Adephasia, Eros, Astrid, and Lisa fought together in order to corner Ahriman. He watched how he tried to attack Gavin when the latter tried to stop him from charging at Ahriman in his berserk state. The black-haired teenager's eyes widened in shock when he saw how his other half took control of his body for a short period of time in order to deal a lethal blow to Ahriman. Everything ended at the part where William's other half had lost consciousness and entered a state of hibernation, leaving the half-elf with a few unanswered questions. The first question, of course, was whether Ahriman was dead or not. The primordial god of darkness and chaos was someone that William wanted to kill more than he wanted to kill Felix. However, he also knew that it was impossible for him to kill a god, unless the job class, Pseudo-Godslayer, was equipped. With this job class currently grayed out, just like his family-omancer skill, the black-haired teenager had no way to use it. Even after the projection had long disappeared in front of him, William was still in a state of daze. His body felt so heavy, and he felt so empty. Unable to personally torture Felix, and not knowing whether Ahriman lived or died, He felt as if a gaping hole was left in his heart. He was at a loss on what to do because the goal that he had set for himself had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only when he heard a knock on the door did William break out of his daze. "Come in," William said before rubbing his face with his palms in order to organize his thoughts. "We met again, Lord William." A woman wearing a veil to cover her face entered the room with steady steps. "I hope that you've been well since our last meeting." "I've never felt better in my life, Lady Nisha," William replied in a tone dripping with sarcasm. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Nisha ignored the sarcasm in William's words and sat on the opposite couch, facing the black-haired teenager. "I came to talk to you about matters of the state," Nisha said calmly. "As much as I want to let you rest for a while longer, we cannot afford to delay the important issues that plague the Ellen Empire." "What issues?" "Several. But the most pressing one is the need to have a new emperor sitting on its throne." William frowned before leaning on the couch and eyeing the veiled woman whom he had embraced before he left the floor of Asgard. "You already know that I have no interest in governing lands," William replied. "Let my grandfather deal with it." Nisha chuckled as if she had just heard a funny joke. After her fit of laughter ended, she rested both of her hands over her lap and stared at the black-haired teenager who seemed to be thinking of other things aside from her. "Your grandfather has already left the capital city," Nisha stated. "He said that there are still places he needed to go, and he won't be back for a long time. His Excellency, James, also asked me to rename the Ellen Empire to Ainsworth Empire as soon as possible. He added that you shouldn't look for him because he will just appear when he feels like it." William shook his head helplessly. It was very typical of his grandfather to come and go as he pleased. "We've already talked about this. As long as you keep your end of the bargain, you may rule the Ellen Empire as you deem fit," William commented. "I will not tolerate the harassment of innocents. Do I make myself clear?" "Of course," Nisha replied in a heartbeat. "However, you will still need to attend the coronation ceremony to formally declare the founding of the Ainsworth Empire. This is something that must be done, even if it's just a formality. The role I will play is that of a minister, who will handle things in your absence. Is that acceptable?" William nodded. He didn't have any complaints with this kind of arrangement. "Now that the important issue has been dealt with, let's talk about the second important issue," Nisha said as she stood up from the couch and made her way to where William was to sit beside him. "What major issue?" William asked as he glanced at the mature lady who was now sitting beside him. "Are you talking about the Alliance and the Holy Order of Light?" Nisha nodded. "Actually, this next issue is truly important and it concerns the Demon Continent." William frowned. "What about the Demon Continent?" Nisha didn't reply right away. Instead, she summoned a black, round mirror and tapped its surface with her finger. "Now that the Demon Continent has lost their leader, and Ahriman's hold on the demon army has disappeared, civil strife is happening within the demon realm. Your cousin, Eve, has gone to the Demon Continent in order to pacify the uprisings and prevent further bloodshed. However, that is not the main concern. The Holy Order of Light is planning to conquer the entire demon realm and make it their exclusive territory. Right now, the demon army has suffered major losses, and their casualties numbered in the hundreds of thousands. It will be impossible for them to resist the Holy Order of Light's vanguard, which is now being held back by the black dragon that governs the Amberfang fortress." Nisha paused long enough to allow William to digest her words. Although William wasn't the smartest of person, it was quite clear on what the beautiful woman wanted him to do. "Are you saying that I should be the next demon lord?" William snorted. "I don't see any benefits in doing so." Nisha nodded her head as if to agree to William's words. "True, there are no immediate benefits that you may gain if you came to their rescue." Nisha then removed the veil covering her face and gave William a very sweet smile. "But, doing so will make things difficult for the Pope that leads the Holy Order of Light. Now that the heir of darkness is out of the picture, her next target is none other than me," William commented. "Very well, I'll play along with this plan of yours." "Good," Nisha said with a mischievous glint in her eye. She had long hated how the Holy Order of Light did things, and she would jump at any opportunity to make them suffer losses. Now that William was awake, and his army still intact, it was time to make the world know that a new world order was about to be born from the ashes of the war that took the central continent by storm. Chapter 1264, Don't Test My Patience. A month after the battle in the Ellen Empire. "To think that we were allies just a month ago," Joash, the mighty black dragon that ruled over the Amberfang fortress said in disdain. "Now, They are trying to break past the fortress that served as the first line of defense against the demon invasion in the central continent. Humans truly are fickle creatures. After a month of constant bombardment by the 5 pseudo-gods that belong to the Alliance and the Holy Order of Light, the ley line that was sustaining the barrier of the fortress had almost dried up. According to Joash's estimate, the barrier that protected the fortress would only last for one more day before it disappeared completely. He already knew that both sides had only been using each other for their own interests. Joash needed the power of the Alliance and the Holy Order to have his revenge against Lucille and his family for what they did to his wife. The Alliance and the Holy Order of Light wanted him to block the first wave of the demon army's attack, and prevent them from reaching the central continent using the sturdy walls of the Amberfang fortress. Unfortunately, Ahriman already had a way of entering the central continent without needing to bypass the Amberfang fortress, which served as the first line of defense of the demon continent against any invasion coming from the central continent. Because of the recent happenings in the central continent, no one had time to deal with Joash and his demon army who were still stationed inside the Amberfang fortress. The other armies, including those of the elves and the humans, had returned to the central continent on the first day, because Felix had conquered the Zabia kingdom. The only army left on the fortress was the army that belonged solely to Joash, and they were completely outnumbered, and outmatched by the combined force of the Alliance and the Holy Order of Light. The Pope promised that the lands of the demon continent would be divided equally among the members of the Alliance, as compensation for letting them annex the Zabia kingdom, Slovel kingdom, as well as the Zotera Empire. These were the former territories that Felix had captured, but were now under the jurisdiction and full control of the Holy Order of Light, making the Alliance dissatisfied with them. In order to appease the various rulers, the Pope decided to attack the demon continent and use the lands that belonged to it to tempt the other sovereigns into participating in the battle. Naturally, the Holy Order would keep their word. However, they also planned to get a big slice of the pie, which included the demon capital, Astraea. Just a little more, one of the commanders leading the human armies shouted, "Everyone, are you ready to pay these demons back for the war they started? Are you ready to avenge our fallen comrades, as well as punish them for the monstrosity they unleashed on the people of the central continent?" The commander glanced at the barrier that had several cracks on its surface before raising his weapon high. "Everyone get ready," the commander shouted. "We charge as soon as the barrier breaks." As if waiting for that moment, the sound of tens of thousands of crystal cups reverberated in the battlefield, as the barrier that protected Amberfang fortress finally fell. "Charge," the commander ordered as he rode his wyvern towards the fortress who had lost its protection. Countless hippogriffs, griffins, wyverns, and even dragons flew towards the Amberfang fortress. They had only been given one order, and that was to kill as many demons as they could and find a way to open the gates, allowing their main army to push through. They were not worried about the appearance of the demigod, Joash, because others would deal with him. If in the past, these human armies wouldn't dare to attack the demon continent because they were going to face a demigod. However, after the pseudo-gods had made their appearance, the balance in power had shifted to those who had more of these beings, whose strength had surpassed the demigod rank. Joash knew that the time had come, so he emerged from the Amberfang fortress and unleashed his dragon breath towards the incoming human armies who planned to breach the defenses of his fortress. However, before his dark flames could even reach their target, swaths of golden flames descended from the heavens and devoured the power of his dragon breath. Joash wasn't surprised by this outcome because he had already accepted that there was simply no way for him to overcome the difference in ranks. 5 pseudo-gods against 1 demigod. This matchup was simply too funny to even consider Joash's chances of winning. The pseudo-gods didn't attack the black dragon who hovered in the air with the arrogance of someone who used to sit at the apex of the world. It was at this moment when the projection of the Pope appeared in the sky, looking down on Joash and the defenders of Amberfang fortress. "Since you had allied yourselves with us against the heir of darkness, I will be magnanimous and allow you and your men to surrender," the Pope stated. "We will not treat you unfairly, but you will have to be locked up until the duration of our conquest in the demon continent. This is my last act of mercy. Surrender, or perish." Joash flapped his wings calmly as he faced the Pope's projection in the sky. "How about, no?" Joash replied. "If you want my head so badly, come and get it." "Fool," the Pope snorted as she pointed her finger at the black dragon who dared to defy her act of mercy. "The time of demigods is over. You are but an old relic of the past that no longer serves a purpose. Go and end his suffering. Kill him." One of the pseudo-gods stepped forward and summoned a sword. The other pseudo-gods didn't make a move because they felt that it was far beneath them to deal with a demigod with all 5 of them. Good thing I allowed Vesta to accompany that brat, Joash thought. Now, I don't need to worry about her safety. The black dragon of the demon realm roared in arrogance as he flew towards the pseudo-god with bloodshot eyes. Just as the Pope had said, he was once one of the apex beings of the world. Even when facing beings whose rank far surpassed his realm, Joash was fearless. Although he regretted that he was unable to personally kill Lucille, who had been hidden in the dungeons of the demon capital, there was nothing he could do about it. His last family member, Vesta, was somewhere safe, so he no longer needed to hold back as he performed his duty as the protector of the demon realm. When the black dragon and the pseudo-god were only hundreds of meters away from each other, a call, that made Joash's heart skip a beat, reached his ears. "Father." Joash turned his head to look at a young lady with long green hair, and a green tail that resembled that of a dragon. What are you doing here?" Joash cried out of anger and disbelief. He was prepared to fight to the death because he believed that her daughter was in safe hands. However, after seeing Vesta, he immediately changed his flight path and made a turn to go to where his daughter was. The pseudo-god, of course, didn't plan on letting Joash go. "You are stupid for showing your back at your enemy," the pseudo-god shouted as he slashed on the black dragon's back, with the intention of severing it in half. But, before his blade could even touch the black dragon's scales, a spear infused with lightning bolts repelled the attack aimed at Joash's back. The black dragon shifted his gaze towards the black-haired teenager whose robes were fluttering in the wind. The lightning spear he threw earlier returned to his hand, and it crackled with lightning bolts as if finding this battle laughable. "William," Joash muttered. The black dragon didn't want to admit it, but he found himself sighing in relief after seeing who the newcomer was. He didn't ask the black-haired teenager to come to his aid or anything because of his pride. However, against all odds, William had appeared, which only meant one thing. "From now on, the demon realm is under my protection," William declared, and hundreds of portals appeared in the sky and on the land. "If you don't wish to die, all of you should go back to where you came from. Don't test my patience." 7 pseudo-gods stepped out of the portals alongside hundreds of thousands of beasts, whose bloodshot eyes were looking at the combined might of the Alliance, as well as the Holy Order of Light. The battlefield came to a complete standstill as countless beasts of different sizes and types poured out of the portals. The Pope had already been informed that there was a high possibility that William might be this generation's Dungeon Conqueror. She thought that this was only a bunch of nonsense, but after seeing that scene in front of her, she had no choice but to think of the worst-case scenario. If the Alliance and the Holy Order had been feeling confident before, that they could bring down Amberfang Fortress on their own, now, they were feeling anxious. In the face of millions of beasts whose numbers were still increasing, they were having second thoughts about whether they should continue to fight or retreat as fast as they could. Chapter 1265. William's stick may break my hips, but your words will never hurt me. Don't test my patience. If William had said these words a year ago, the Alliance and the Holy Order of Light would just have trampled him alongside the defenders of Amberfang Fortress. However, right now, none of them could afford to do it because of the sheer number of high-level beings that were under William's command. Oliver and Baba Yaga were both demigods, but they were not the only demigods under William's control. The second-last bosses of the dungeons found in the Forbidden Domain were demigods as well. Under Titania's command, 3 fairy princesses led the dungeon monsters that belonged to Tir Na Nog to battle. Countless satyrs, dryads, kelpies, and other fairy-type monsters emerged in the hundreds of thousands. Naturally, the monsters that belonged to Atlantis, the Seventh Sanctum, as well as Hyperborea joined the battle as well. All in all, there were 12 demigods, 8 pseudo-gods, thousands of myriad beasts, and countless millennial and centennial beasts under William's command, which was more than enough to trample the entire alliance. In the past, antagonizing a dungeon conqueror who was as strong as William's father, Maxwell, was already a bad idea. Even more so for the current William, who had far surpassed all of his predecessors and had successfully conquered the Forbidden Grounds, which the other dungeon conquerors hadn't dared to challenge. Are we supposed to contend with that? One of the grand generals commanding the army of the Korra Empire felt his heart shudder inside his chest. He knew that attacking such a force was akin to an egg being thrown against a rock. They simply stood no chance against William's army and would just be throwing their lives away. The battle immediately came to a complete standstill as the Alliance and the army of the Holy Order of Light held their ground. None of them knew what to do and were waiting for their superior's orders. It seems that we don't speak the same language. William's cold and merciless words descended upon the sky, making everyone's skin crawl. I already said that you shouldn't test my patience, and yet, all of you are still here. As if responding to William's words, the nymphs rose to the sky and unleashed a barrage of silver arrows at the pseudo-gods in the distance. Ha ha ha, come if you dare, Laxos shouted as she manipulated the trajectory of Opie's attacks, while Hekerj allowed the young lady to see her targets over a great distance. Didn't you hear my master's words? He said. Scram. The silver arrows pummeled the pseudo-gods, forcing them to defend against, or dodge, the relentless attacks coming from the three nymphs who were earnestly attacking them with the intention to kill. Laxos seems to be more fired up than usual, Astrape commented. I guess she will ask for a reward later. Well, she did spend a night with Master as her reward for doing her best last time, Bronte replied with a smile. It seems that she enjoyed her first time with him. Titania, who was standing beside the two, blushed after hearing their conversation. She hadn't taken that last step with William, but she did allow him to suck her blood, as well as do a few other things whenever they were together. Triton, who was the only guy in the lineup of pseudo-gods, decided to turn a deaf ear to the latest conversation. He was more curious about how their opponents would react to the nymphs' provocations. In truth, his blood was boiling inside his chest as his thirst for battle soared. Seeing that there were 5 pseudo-gods on the opponent's side made him wish that they would attack them, so he could join the battle as well. What's wrong? Are you pseudo-gods or are you ants? Laxos taunted. Bunch of weaklings. Come and fight me if you dare. I'm here. Come, make my day. Laxos' taunts reverberated across the battlefield, making William remember how they first met in the dungeon of Hyperborea. The youngest of the 3 nymphs had also cursed and taunted him many times when they fought. In the end, William punished the foul-mouthed girl by stuffing her lips with something that prevented her from talking. Since then, Laxos had become very obedient to William, and would often take the initiative to visit and donate her blood to him, so that they could spend some time alone together. This girl, one of the pseudo-gods, was reaching the limit of her patience as she dodged and blocked the attacks that were coming from the 3 nymphs. I want to slap her so badly. As much as the pseudo-god wanted to shut the annoying nymph up with a solid slap on the face, it was impossible for her to do that. They were simply too far away, and the other pseudo-gods on William's side would not stand idly and allow them to attack the nymphs under their nose. This is hopeless, one of the pseudo-gods stated. Sound the horns to retreat. As soon as the pseudo-god gave the order, the officers in the flying ship at the center of the army of the Holy Order of Light began to blow the horns, signaling that it was time for them to retreat. The Alliance, as well as the members of the Holy Order, sighed in relief as they retreated in an orderly manner. There was simply no way for them to contend against William's army, so this was the best suitable outcome. The Pope, who was observing the battle, had come to look for Melody to tell her to use the celestial raiment to fight William and his army. She believed that as soon as the goddess of faith made her appearance, the hateful prince of darkness would flee with all of his might. Sadly, the virtuous lady of faith was nowhere to be found. The only one that the Pope found was Shaina, who said that Melody was currently on her period, and had left the battlefield in order to take some time off. What? She was fine yesterday, the Pope stated. Where is she? I'll talk to her personally. This is such a crucial time and she decided to play truant. Unforgivable. Shaina shrugged and simply told the Pope that she could try to find Melody if she wished. However, the chances of that happening was nil. Melody didn't want to fight William, so the moment she sensed that the Pope might ask her to use the celestial raiment to fight him, she immediately returned to the Palace of Light, using the special artifact that was also given to her by the Pope. Right now, she was their trump card, so she was given plenty of life-saving artifacts, including an artifact that allowed her to teleport directly to the Palace of Light if her life was in danger. The Pope seethed in anger after seeing Shaina's reaction. However, since she wasn't the lady she was looking for, the Pope left to look for Melody, while the forces of the Alliance and the Holy Order of Light retreated in haste. That's right, run. Laxo's voice rang out from the heavens as she continued to guide Opie's arrows, hitting one of the retreating pseudo-gods in the butt. Ha ha ha, bullseye. The pseudo-god that got hit cursed loudly, but he continued to back away as fast as he could. Don't let me catch you alone, little girl. The pseudo-god shouted. I'll crush that jaw of yours to make sure that you stop shouting nonsense. William's stick may break my hips, but your words will never hurt me. Loxos shouted as she once again guided Opie's attacks towards the retreating pseudo-god, forcing the latter to shout in pain. Scram in my name, Astrape, Bronte, Titania, Chloe, Charmaine, and all the ladies who could be considered as William's lovers couldn't help but blush after hearing Loxos' words. Even Opis, and Hekerge, couldn't help but glance at their little sister, who had gotten carried away with her words, not caring about what she was saying at the moment. I guess I'll punish her later, William muttered as he gave the laughing young nymph a sidelong glance before shifting his attention to the retreating army in front of him. Now that he had taken the initiative to attack the Alliance as well as the Holy Order of Light to protect the Demon Realm, he knew that the temporary truce between them had officially ended. William had known from the start that the Pope was only biding her time to attack him. Her intention was to subjugate and conquer as many territories as possible before dealing with the Prince of Darkness, who was the worst eyesore in her eyes. However, what she didn't foresee was that the half-elf had already breached her inner circle. If she only knew that out of the 7 ladies under her command, 3 had already submitted to William, and 2 others didn't want to fight him. Even Audrey, who was the Pope's staunch ally, was having second thoughts about pointing her blade against the half-elf, who had already sunk his fangs into her sister's tender breasts and marked their wombs as his. Chapter 1266. May we please know your exalted name? A week after William's appearance in the Demon Continent. That damned brat, just who does he think he is? The Pope cursed out loud as she paced around her room. After William's intervention, the Alliance had no choice but to pull their forces away from the borders of the Demon Continent and return to the Central Continent. William's ultimatum was that if he saw even a single soldier within the boundaries of the teleportation gates that led to the Demon Realm, he would attack that kingdom, or empire, and murder the royal family, just as Felix had done to the territories that he had conquered in the past. The kings and emperors of the various nations treated this ultimatum seriously, and had therefore decided to immediately pull their forces back from the front lines. There were even talks of ending the crusade then and there and returning to their territories, since the threat of the heir of darkness and the god that backed him up was over. Although there was no evidence about what happened to Ahriman after the war, many believed that since the Dark Prince had dared to change the name of the Ellen Empire to the Ainsworth Empire, the god whom they feared might have been subjugated, or weakened to the point that he no longer posed a threat to anyone. Also, Emperor Leonidas, the Emperor of the Crater Empire, and Empress Andraste, the Empress of the Amazons, both declared that they were William's allies, and assured everyone that the half-elf had no intention of conquering their domains. Because of this, most of the smaller kingdoms, whose manpower was low to begin with, pulled out of the alliance and returned to their homes, declaring that the war against the primordial god of darkness and chaos was over. Damn you, Leonidas, you too, Andraste. The Pope gritted her teeth in anger as she thought of the 2 sovereigns who had made the alliances will waver. Empress Andraste even chided those who still believed in the Holy Order, telling them that they were just being used by the organization to help them capture more territories to be taken under their wing. Emperor Leonidas seconded Empress Andraste's declaration, citing that the Zotera Empire, Slovel Kingdom, and the Zabia Kingdom were solely under the Holy Order's jurisdiction. He added that if the Holy Order really had everyone's benefit in mind, they should surrender the control of these territories and let the alliance divide it among themselves. As if a spark was ignited, all the kings and emperors agreed to this statement, pressuring the Holy Order of Light to make a decision. In the end, the Pope had no choice but to sacrifice her control over the Zabia Kingdom and Slovel Kingdom and allow the alliance to divide the lands among themselves as compensation for the manpower they provided during the war. She was able to keep the Zotera Empire under the Holy Order's command, saying that without them, Felix's and Ahriman's advance wouldn't have been stopped, and his reign of terror would have continued if remained unchecked. The sovereigns of the various nations all agreed to this point, so they no longer troubled the Holy Order and entered a negotiation with each other about how to divide their spoils of war. After pacing back and forth for nearly half an hour, the Pope sighed before walking towards the window of her room. Right now, she was in the palace of the Zotera Empire and staring at the new domain that their organization had acquired. Although it was indeed a vast kingdom, it was not enough to sat the Pope's ambition to make everyone submit to their order's will. It's a bit early, but I guess this is the only option I have now. The Pope's expression became solemn as she stared towards the north where the demon realm was located. You fancy yourself being the demon lord, right? Fine, have it your way. There is always a way to chop off a demon lord's head. With a look of contempt on her face, the Pope opened a portal that would lead her directly to the Palace of Light, where the ladies who held the powers of the heavenly virtues resided. After the incident a week ago, the Pope had taken the celestial raiment back from Melody and handed it over to Audrey for safekeeping. She didn't like the virtuous lady of faith's attitude during the critical moment when William was trampling all over their dignity. The Pope had started to suspect that after being captured by William, she had already joined his side, making her disobedient to her orders. The artifacts that had been left in the Thousand Beast domain were still active, allowing her to gain some vital information from the demons who would discuss the events that were currently happening inside it. What she didn't know was that this was all William's ploy, and the discussions that she had heard were all staged. He was intentionally feeding the Pope half-truths and lies in order to make her believe that she had managed to one-up the Dark Prince when it came to information gathering. After reaching the altar, located at the very top of the Palace of Light, the Pope glanced at the 7 virtues that represented various divinities: prudence, justice, temperance, fortitude, faith, charity, and chastity. The 7 heavenly virtues that represented the power of her organization. Now, she planned to further strengthen her power, and allow her to contend with the Dark Prince, whom she currently despised with every fiber of her being. I have gathered all of you here today to perform a ritual that will rid the world of the threat that the Prince of Darkness poses, the Pope said in a steady voice. Given that the Alliance has already disbanded, it is now up to us to right what is wrong, and punish the evil that threatens the peace of the land. Lyra, Ephemera, and Melody all cursed the old hag in their hearts. These girls were now William's women, and anyone who slandered their beloved was something they couldn't tolerate. However, the half-elf had ordered them to act normally, and not do anything to make the Pope suspicious of them. That's right, Cherry shouted as she raised her delicate hand. Kill the Dark Prince. The Pope looked fondly at the little girl, and nodded her head. In these dark times, I ask that you lend me your power and support, the Pope stated. Please, go to your respective positions, so that we can activate the power of the Palace of Light. The 7 virtuous ladies were quite curious about why the Pope had asked them to gather at the Altar of Light. During the past months, the Pope and the archbishops were preparing for something big, adorning the altar with offerings, and refining the runes of the magic circle that was capable of casting an 11th circle spell. A spell that had the power to break the rules of the world, just like Deus had done in the southern continent when they had turned the adults into crystals, and forcefully barred anyone from entering the southern lands. Although they were reluctant to do so, the ladies stood in their respective places to allow the altar to draw on the powers of their divinities, allowing the spell to activate. Start the ritual, the Pope ordered. Immediately, the archbishops present in the scene began to chant, activating the power of the Altar of Light. A moment later, the bodies of the virtuous ladies glowed faintly as the powers of their divinities were being siphoned by the runes of the magic circle, making its power grow with each passing second. I beseech the powers above to grant your humble servant an audience, the Pope said firmly. For the sake of all that is good, I humbly ask that you grant us the power to ward off the darkness that threatens these lands. The runes of the altars shone in a radiant light as the 11th circle spell that the archbishops were chanting was slowly being realized. Heroic deeds in every age command the world's esteem, each finds a place in history's page, midst gloom a glory beam, and we full oft revert to this, to show man's true descent, from him who is the source of bliss, though, now by passions rent, but we need not consult the past, the present bears this fruit, the hero race will ever last. The tree is sound at root, and never has the world excelled. The present in this line, our loving Lord has not withheld from us this trait divine, and we should not from them withhold the praise we feel is due, for deeds of love, and actions bold, for spirit kind and true, their worth we now should recognize, not chant it o'er their graves. The hero of the past we prize, no less the man who braves the dangers of the present hour, the sneers which now are rife, not for the sake of earthly power, nor yet to save his life, but for the good of fellow man, and for his master's sake. He shuns no cross, and fears no ban. 'Tis these a hero make. I was looking for some epic poems about heroes, and this one stood out. It is a poem made by Joseph Horatio Chant. All rights go to their respective owners, and I'd like to use this opportunity to share this wonderful poem to the world. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards the heavens from the center of the Altar of Light. The dark clouds that hovered above the palace, that had stood for thousands of years, were banished and a clear blue sky replaced it. The virtuous ladies who stood in their respective places felt their divinity being exhausted at a rapid rate. Cherry, who was the youngest of them all, had already crouched down and was gasping for breath, as the power of her divinity was being forcefully absorbed by the altar that used it to activate a spell that would break the laws of the world. A minute after the light ascended to the heavens, the sky changes its color from blue to gold. At the center of this divine radiance was an orb of light that was slowly descending from the heavens. Although it was still far away, the Pope, the virtues, as well as the Archbishop, could feel its divine power. It was very different from the presence of the pseudo-gods that they had summoned in the past. The light emanating from the orb of light had a gentle, and even warm nature. Even so, the power it exuded surpassed any beings under the banner of the Holy Order of Light, making the Pope's wrinkled hands tremble. "Peak pseudo-god," the Pope muttered. "The heavens have answered our prayers." Peak pseudo-god, an existence who was only a step away from attaining godhood. Among the beings in the world of Hestia, only two fit this description. The true overlord of the sea, Leviathan, and the overlord of the land, Tarisk. These two powerhouses were at the peak of the world, and no one, with the exception of William, could fight against them and win. When the orb of light landed on the center of the altar, everyone managed to see a silhouette within its very core. Slowly, but surely, the light dispersed, turning into particles of light that swirled around the person who stood at the center of the altar. A person wearing a red and white robe with a hood appeared in front of everyone. There was a small bird on the person's shoulder, who chirped faintly. The person's face was hidden because of the hood, but with a single glance, everyone could tell that the power emanating from their body was real. "Hero from across the stars, may we please know your exalted name?" the Pope asked as she went down on one knee as a sign of respect from the being that stood before them. The archbishops followed their Pope's action and kneeled, while looking with great anticipation on the person whose robes fluttered in the wind. The heavenly virtues didn't kneel, but they panted for breath as they gazed at the person that they had summoned from who knows where. Just like everyone around the altar of light, they were curious about who the person standing in front of them was. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, throwing off the hood that was covering her face. Silky, long black hair fluttered in the breeze, as the young lady, who was as beautiful as a painting, gazed at the Pope to answer her inquiry. The young lady with long black hair and golden eyes said softly, "My name is Belle." End of Volume 7. The Prince of Darkness, Chapter 1267, Thinking About the Future. Disclaimer. Minor R18 seems to start the new volume. Kekaki. No, not there, MMH. Loxos squirmed under William's touch as the handsome half-elf's naughty fingers played with her. "Will, MMH, stop." The half-elf ignored the beautiful young nymph, whose foul mouth had made the Pope's pseudo-gods wish that they could slap her countless times to shut her up. A light, popping sound was heard as William let go of the pink tip that he had sucked hard, before looking at Loxo's flushed face who was on the verge of climax. His fingers continued to play with her crack, before pressing his lips over her lips, making the young nymph wrap her arms around his neck, enjoying the passionate kiss that was being given to her. The moment William pulled back to allow Loxos to take a breather, the young lady looked up to him with a longing look in her eyes. Even though she didn't say any words, the half-elf understood what she wanted, so he gave it to her. Soft sucking sounds reverberated inside the room, as the half-elf plugged her soft, delicate, and foul-mouthed lips with his. The young nymph clumsily licked, sucked, and kissed the thing that would make her a woman soon. Although this wasn't the first time she'd done this, she still wasn't used to servicing the black-haired teenager, who only gave her a reward whenever she did something good. "It's time," William said as he lightly rested his hand on top of Loxos' head. Loxos then released William's member, making a popping sound before giving it one last kiss before it took away her innocence. William spread the young nymph's legs apart and looked at her maidenhood, which was already overflowing with her need to become one with him. Although he wanted to tease her a while longer, he decided to toss this idea aside. Seeing that Loxos was now ready for him, he lightly rubbed his member at her entrance a few times before lowering his hips, taking her innocence in one swift and powerful thrust. Loxos' body shuddered, as a pained expression briefly showed on her face. However, the pain disappeared as quickly as it appeared, leaving only a sense of fullness, which she could feel deep inside her lower abdomen. "With this, I also now belong to you, right?" Loxos asked. "Yes," William replied before kissing her forehead. "You're mine now." "I'm glad," Loxos said softly as she wrapped her arms around William, giving him a hug. The half-elf didn't move and also hugged back the young nymph, who had now officially become one of his concubines. The two exchanged soft and gentle kisses for a few minutes before William started to move his hips, making the young nymph moan, as the half-elf filled her heart and womb with the pleasure that only he could make her feel. After covering the young and delicate body of his newest lover with a blanket, William looked at the capital of the Ellen Empire, which was now hailed as the Ainsworth Empire. Although he didn't ask for dominion, he would take the territory as his own, rather than surrender it to the Holy Order of Light, who had now become his enemy. Suddenly the sound of rustling sounded behind him. A moment later, two small, yet warm hands, hugged him from behind, making him feel the warmth that was emanating from her body. "What are you thinking?" Loxos inquired as she pressed her head against William's back, feeling the heat of his body that she had stroked for the past few hours. "The future," William replied as he rested his right hand on Loxos' hands that were holding him in a firm embrace. "Our future." The half-elf slowly turned around to hug the young lady, whose height only reached up to his chest. "You know my wives died during my battle in the demon realm, right?" William inquired as he lightly brushed Loxos' hair. Loxo hummed as she buried her head on William's chest, inhaling his scent, and kissing the obsidian gem in his chest. "I think it is now time for me to take their souls back from wherever that god of death took them," William stated. "Also, Celine is pregnant with my child. A few months from now, she will give birth, so I want to find her before that happens. I will do my best to help you." William brushed Loxo's lips gently as she held on to him firmly. A few minutes later, he carried her back to the bed. The sounds of Loxo's pleasure-filled sighs reverberated inside the room, which lasted until an hour before sunrise. When William opened his eyes, the sun was already at its zenith. Loxos slept peacefully while clinging onto his body, and the half-elf had to move gently in order to not wake her up as he slipped off the bed. Traces of their lovemaking could be seen on the white sheets, and William gently lifted the young lady with the wind element in order to change the sheets and replace them with new ones, allowing her to sleep more comfortably. A moment later, he used a cleaning spell on his body and kissed Loxo's forehead before leaving the room. The young nymph had been utterly exhausted, and was sleeping soundly on top of William's bed without a care in the world. As much as he wanted to spend more time with her, time waited for no one, and he still had to take care of the many matters that were waiting for him, as the new emperor of the Ainsworth Empire. Also, the demons of the demon realm had suffered the most in this war. Millions of demons had died, leaving entire tribes unable to fend for themselves. Only a few major demon clans still had a decent number of warriors under their command. However, before they could revert to their previous mindset of dominating the weaker clans to make their clan bigger, William put his foot down on their plans, and declared himself as the new demon lord. The first rule he declared was that the warring era of the demon continent had ended. Anyone who dared break this law would face his might. Therefore, no demon clan dared to defy his decree. They had seen how the Prince of Darkness fought against the Heir of Darkness and won a resounding victory, forcing all the demon clans to acknowledge his strength. Although the half-elf wasn't part of the demon race, and should not be eligible to take the role as a demon lord, no demon clan was stupid enough to voice this opinion out loud. After all, who in their right minds would dare to challenge the might of the Prince of Darkness, to whom several demon clans had already given their allegiance to? A beautiful lady with long black hair sat on the balcony while reading a book that had been presented to her by the Pope of the Holy Order of Light. It was a book about the world of Hestia, showing the current geopolitical powers across the Central Continent, Demon Continent, Silvermoon Continent, and to a certain extent the Gunner Federation that was located on the Western Continent. As someone that had just arrived to a new world, Belle asked that she be given any information in regards to where she was currently at, as well as any information that they had regarding the Dark Prince, whom the Pope wanted to destroy no matter what. While Belle was reading, a small wren landed on her shoulder and chirped a few times. Belle nodded as Aethon reported everything that was happening around the Palace of Light. After she was summoned to the world of Hestia, the Pope busied herself with the preparations for her crusade against William, who was said to be stationed in the newly founded Ainsworth Empire. A moment later, the wren once again took off in order to look for more news and gossip to share with its master. After picking up a rolled-up scroll from the side and checking its contents, a smile that didn't reach her eyes appeared on Belle's face. List of the Prince of Darkness, wives, and lovers, Belle muttered while reading the names on the long list that was procured by the Pope according to her wishes. Seeing that the number of names had surpassed 10, Belle's eyes glowed faintly. "I see, Belle said softly. So, you have chosen death. The scroll in her hands suddenly caught fire as the black-haired beauty casually tossed it to the side. She then glanced in the direction of the north where the Ainsworth Empire was located before sipping the tea in her cup. Several thoughts appeared in her mind, and one of them was on how to castrate the half-elf, who had just added a beautiful young nymph to the list of his ever-growing lovers, without her knowledge, far surpassing the number of women that the two of them had agreed he could have in the past. Chapter 1268, Elle will be the one to kill this bastard. Deep in the prisons of the demon capital of Astraea, the sound of footsteps emanated down the hallway, echoing off the damp and mossy walls. When Felix became the heir of darkness, all the captive prisoners were forcefully corrupted and used as cannon fodder for the demon army. Right now, there was only one person inside the spacious place that once held the most notorious criminals in the demon realm. He had been shackled in the deepest part of the prison, preventing him from seeing the light of the sun again. The prison door creaked as it opened slowly, revealing the silhouette of the half-elf who had personally made his journey to the demon capital to see the man, who had made his wife, Chiffon, suffer so many hardships when she was young. The demon lord who once reigned over the demon realm raised his head, and looked at the person in front of him. Suddenly, a laugh escaped his lips after seeing the black-haired teenager whose eyes glowed golden in the darkness. So, Felix lost, huh? Lucille inquired. Yes, William replied as he looked at Lucille with a gaze that made the latter chuckle. And Ahriman, escaped to the void. Oh, not bad. Lucille's voice held ridicule and contempt toward the primordial god of darkness and chaos, who had lost to the young man in front of him. So, what are you planning to do with me? I came here to torture you, but seeing that you're already this broken, I might as well. William didn't finish his words. Instead, he slowly pressed his hand over Lucille's chest, while the latter sneered at him. The former demon lord thought that William would torture him to vent out his frustration, but he was wrong. William didn't just plan on torturing him. What he wanted was to make Lucille feel the pain that Chiffon had felt when she was still in the demon realm, and had to fend for herself against her own family. The black-haired teenager's hand slowly sank on Lucille's chest and made a grabbing motion. Lucille frowned because he thought that William would squeeze his heart, and rip it out of his chest. Suddenly, Lucille felt a searing pain that he had not felt before. It was as if his entire body was being ripped in half like a piece of paper. Slowly, but surely, William started to pull back his hand, making Lucille's entire body convulse as if he was suffering from an epileptic attack. The moment the half-elf's hand broke free from the demon lord's body, Lucille's movement stopped completely. In his hand a glowing orb of red light could be seen, and it was frantically trying to break free from William's hold. You think physical torture is enough for me? The corner of William's lips curled up as he stared at the struggling soul in his hand. You had made Chiffon's life a living hell, and you think you can get away with just physical torture? Just kill me. Lucille's soul screamed in pain as the small, flickering, dark flames licked the soul's body, making the demon lord experience a pain he had never felt before. William knew more than anyone else how painful it was to have half of a soul torn from its source. This was a pain that transcended all pain, surpassing any kind of physical torture one could experience in their lifetime. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps were heard in the hallway. Not long after, Joash, the black dragon, who also had a grudge against Lucille, appeared. Give him to me, Joash demanded. I will be the one to kill this bastard. Get in line, William replied without even turning his head to look at Vesta's father, who had decisively decided to betray the demon race for the sake of vengeance. I was here first. The black dragon clenched his fist in anger because he was the one who wanted to torture Lucille and make him scream for the death of his wife. However, William also had a valid reason for making the demon lord suffer, so he couldn't find an excuse to get first dibs on Lucille's soul. Seeing Joash's face, that was contorted with rage, a devilish smile appeared on William's lips. Using the power of darkness, he encased Lucille's soul in a protective coating. Fine, I'll give you 1 day to have your way with him, William said before tossing the orb of light towards the black dragon, who hurriedly caught it with both hands, as if afraid that the half-elf would snatch it back from him. Remember, 1 day, you are not allowed to destroy or disperse his soul. I will be the one to do that. William then walked out of the prison room, leaving the black dragon and Lucille's soul behind him. Vesta had helped him in the past, so he considered allowing Joash to have time to torture Lucille, doing him a favor. Also, even though he still wasn't sure about his hunch, he felt that Vesta would also play an important role for him in the future. Haleth, Amelia, Pearl, and Priscilla. These were the girls that he had met in the past. A pretty lady with a single horn on her forehead. William had finally been able to put a name to the face in his dream, which was none other than Anne, the granddaughter of the patriarch of the one-horned clan. A green-haired beauty with a tail that resembled that of a lizard. William chuckled because he had made a mistake. It was not a lizard's tail, but a dragon's tail. Vesta was the other lady in his dreams. Last, but not the least, a halfling who looked like a doll that was only a little more than 3 feet tall. The black-haired teenager still hadn't met this person, and she was the last missing piece to complete the puzzle that was said to lead to his hope. He had seen their faces in his dreams, and yet, he hadn't expected to meet these ladies in the real world. Only one more left, William muttered as he finally left the demonic prison behind him. I wonder, where could she possibly be? William had no answer to this question. However, he had a feeling that sooner or later, the last lady that he had dreamed of long ago, would find her way to him, regardless of whether he looked for her or not in the future. Chapter 1269, Her Words Are My Words. After leaving the prison, William went to the royal palace that was located at the capital city of the demon realm, Astraea. All the patriarchs that had survived the war and the newly elected patriarchs who took over the management of their respective clans, after their patriarchs had died in the war, gathered in the royal palace because the half-elf wanted to fully consolidate his authority, and ensure that no seeds of rebellion, or resistance, would emerge from their hearts. Surprisingly, the patriarch of the Grimoire clan, Alva, survived the war. William gave the old patriarch a sidelong glance, making the latter flinch as if the half-elf had spat on his face. When the half-elf went to the north of the demon continent to deal with the Grimoire clan, he had every intention to wipe them off the face of the world. However, due to the appearance of the demigod, El Sibin, William had no choice but to flee. Back then, because he was unable to fight against the demigod who got stronger when it was fighting against womanizers. The patriarchs all kneeled on the floor, while the Prince of Darkness sat on the demon throne. He sat cross-legged, and rested the side of his face on the palm of his hands, while scanning the faces that were looking back at him in fear, anxiety, and, to a certain extent, hate. William didn't pay any attention to these gazes because in his eyes, they were not important. The only reason why he was bothering to do this was due to the fact that his wife, Chiffon, was part demon. Also, Invidia, Superbia, had helped him greatly in the war, so he decided to prevent the Holy Order of Light, and the Alliance to stake their claim in the demon realm. Nisha, who had now become his steward in the Ainsworth Empire, also advised him that the demon continent was currently too weak to protect itself from outside forces. She insisted that the moment William were to suddenly disappear, the Pope would once again send her crusaders to conquer the entirety of the demon realm as soon, and as swiftly, as possible. I'm sure that all of you already know why I have gathered you here today, William said. I am here to open the election for the next demon lord. Naturally, all of you are free to voice who your candidates are. Just know that whoever you voted for that was not me, will be killed before this day is over. Not only that, those who nominated and voted for that person will also be killed without question. Now that that is out of the way, I hereby declare that the tribal election for the position of the Demon Lord has officially begun. The demonic patriarchs, who heard William's declaration, could only keep their lips shut tight in fear that they would bring calamity upon their heads. A minute passed and not a single person nominated anyone's names, making the half-elf who was seated on the demon throne chuckle. Alva of the Grimoire clan, stand up, William ordered. I heard you muttering a while ago that you want to nominate someone. Can you tell me who that person is? Alva, who was suddenly called, couldn't stop the corner of his lips from twitching. He had never done such a thing and, clearly, the half-elf was putting him on the spot, to serve as an example for the other patriarchs, whom he had lorded over when Lucille was still the demon lord. Forgive me, Your Excellency, but I was muttering that it should be you who should be the next demon lord of this generation, Alva replied. There is no one as great, and as worthy, as you to lead us to a new era of prosperity and peace. Let it be known, that I, Alva Grimoire, hereby nominate William Von Ainsworth as 51st Demon Lord of the Demon Realm. Those who agree with my nomination, please, raise your hand. As soon as he finished his speech, all the hands of the demon patriarchs shot up to the air, as if they were afraid that if they were even a second late, William would chop their heads off of their bodies. Ha, this is so troublesome, William said with a sigh. Why are you making me do such troublesome things? The black-haired teenager sighed for the second time, making all the patriarchs curse him inside their hearts. Who wants you to become our new demon lord? We don't want it. If not for the fact that you will kill us if we voice an opposing opinion, none of us would even raise our hands to elect you as our new lord. That was the collective thought of all the demons inside the throne room, making them feel as if they were all suffering from constipation. Fine, William agreed in a reluctant tone. Since all of you begged me to become your demon lord, I guess I'll just let my steward, Xianxia, handle everything. With a casual gesture from William, a lady, wearing a veil to cover her face, entered the throne room. All the demons glanced at their new lord's right hand, wanting to know more about her. Sadly, aside from her curvaceous body that was filled with womanly charms, they couldn't see her face, making them feel as if they were dealing with something mysterious. A moment later, she stood beside the handsome half-elf who was giving everyone a devilish smile. From now on, all of you will treat her as you treat me, William declared. Her words are my words, and anyone who defies her would be exterminated without fail. Aside from the administrative concerns, my cousin, Eve, will remain the high priestess of the demon clan. She will handle anything related to your spiritual concerns, and her authority is separate from the governance of the demon realm. She said that she deeply cared for all of you, and couldn't bear to leave all of you in this difficult time. My cousin is such an angel. If any of you make her cry, I'll make sure that you will be ground into meat paste, and your remains be fed to the fishes in the Black Sea. Big brother, you shouldn't be like that. A red-haired little girl entered the throne room with a grumpy look on her face, making the Dark Prince chuckle. Fine, William smiled and made a gesture for Eve to come and join him. The little girl was only planning to stand on the left side of the throne when she was suddenly lifted off her feet by a gentle breeze, making her sit on William's lap, looking up at him. Like I said earlier, Eve's words are also law, William declared. Those who dare to defy her would have their souls ripped out of their bodies, and barbecued on the flames of darkness. Do any of you have any complaints? The demons who heard this had no complaints whatsoever. After the red-headed girl had become the high priestess of the demon realm during Ahriman's reign, Eve had done nothing but help those that were in need, giving her a very good reputation even amongst the demons, whose hate for the Ainsworth name ran deep in their bones. In short, aside from Eve, the entire demon race would gladly spit on anyone who had the name Ainsworth, including William. Unfortunately, none of them had the guts to do it. Seeing that all the demons were only paying him lip service on the surface, the half-elf couldn't help but sneer. If they thought that they could do anything behind his back, they would be severely disappointed. In terms of management control, no one could beat Xianxia, who commanded an organization whose army may not be as strong as the Holy Order of Light, but their ability to do dirty things under the sun was second to none. Chapter 1270. Else no use to play dumb now. A week after William had officially taken the position as the Demon Lord of the Demon Continent, Xianxia made many changes in regards to the governing system of the clans, in addition to assassinating the patriarchs who still harbored the fire of resistance in their heart. Xianxia might pamper the black-haired teenager because she had become his secret mistress, but in regards to others, she was ruthless, and didn't bat an eye when it came to exterminating the bloodline of the ruling families. When the bloodline of the ruling families within the major clans was exterminated, the one that replaced them was more subservient to the Dark Prince's right hand, who managed the territories under his command. After this show of ruthlessness, no one dared to question her authority any longer. All of them submitted out of fear that they would be the next ones to be purged by the mysterious lady who always wore a veil to cover her face. William had taken a hands-off approach policy because ruling was not something he wanted to do. Since there was an expert handling things for him, he could just sit back and focus on more important things, like trying to find a way to find the death god that took the souls of his wives, as well as his master, Selene, who was pregnant with his child. He had been reading the books in the Demon Palace for any clue that would lead him to the place he wanted to go. However, even with Optimus' help, the two were unable to find any decent leads, aside from the name of the gods that they were looking for. Thanatos. That was the name of the god that had taken Ashes, Chiffon's, Princess Sidoni's souls with him, alongside Selene's, when they had that battle in the northern region of the demon realm. For William, Thanatos taking his wives was better than having Ahriman absorb their souls. Although it was still a painful thing for him to accept, knowing that their souls weren't completely destroyed made him less worried. Just as the half-elf closed the book he was scanning with the help of Optimus, a knock was heard on the door. "Come in," William replied. He didn't even bother to look at the door and just picked up another book to read. The door opened and Nisha came in. William's steward removed the veil covering her face, showing the otherworldly beauty that she kept hidden from the world. She then walked towards William and gave him a shoulder massage, while the latter flipped page after page, not even bothering to look at the beauty that could bring the downfall of nations. 5 minutes later, William placed the book down after scanning all the information inside it. He then leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. The half-elf had been reading since morning, and now the sun was about to set in the horizon. He hadn't eaten anything because he was determined to find a way to meet the god Thanatos. Now that the heir of darkness and Ahriman had been dealt with, his next agenda was to reunite with his wives as soon as possible. Any luck? Nisha asked as he lightly rubbed the side of William's head, giving him a head massage. After massaging his head for 2 minutes, the otherworldly beauty took an ancient scroll from her storage ring and passed it to William. "Read this," Nisha said. "This contains the information that you are looking for." The half-elf didn't hesitate and unfurled the scroll that was passed to him. A minute later, he glanced at Nisha with the, "How did you find this?" stare, and the latter just smiled and planted a kiss on William's cheeks. "Let's say I have my own ways of gathering information," Nisha replied. "Can I get a reward for my hard work?" "Of course," William answered. Nisha smiled before whispering the thing she wanted from the half-elf, as if she was afraid that someone else would overhear their conversation. "This isn't considered a reward," William commented as he gazed at the otherworldly beauty, who only revealed her face to him. "I will do that even if you don't tell me to." Nisha giggled before pressing her luscious lips on William's own, giving him a long and passionate kiss that would make all the men in the world jealous. 2 hours later, Nisha left the room wearing the veil to cover her face. However, hidden from everyone, a satisfied smile could be seen on her face. Clearly, the reward that William had given her had met her expectations. All of William's inner circle gathered inside the conference room of Asgard in order to receive the half-elf's order while he was away. He didn't know how long his journey would take, especially since he wasn't sure of the exact time difference between the different planes of existence. Since he would be gone for an unknown period of time, he decided to allocate roles for his subordinates, so that his empire would continue to run without problems while he was away. Since the Holy Order of Light was still a threat, he decided to leave all the pseudo-gods behind with the exception of Titania and Leviathan. The half-elf carried Atlantis wherever he went, so Leviathan would always guard it no matter what, giving Triton some peace of mind while he defended the lands under William's control. Loxos was like a newly-wed wife that was heartbroken because her husband was about to go to war, making William promise her that she could sleep with him tonight before he left to go to the Silvermoon continent, where the path that led to the underworld was located. Since the young nymph was part of the Hyperborean sisters, she couldn't follow William on his journey. Only by combining Opie's, Hekerja's, and her powers, would they be able to unleash an onslaught that would keep the pseudo-gods that belong to the army of light at bay. "I hope that none of you will allow anyone to rampage in my domain while I am gone. All of you have permission to kill anyone who creates trouble," Lux ordered. "Triton, you will be in charge of your comrades, and the rest of you will listen to him. Nisha will be in charge of running the affairs of the Ainsworth Empire, as well as the Demon Realm. In the case of a sudden attack, Nisha and Triton will coordinate with each other in order to move our manpower to fight those who dare to challenge our might. I will be only taking Titania with me as my protector during my trip," William stated. "Are there any questions?" "Here." Loxo's hand shot up as soon as William finished his speech. "How long will you be gone?" William glanced at the young nymph who was looking at him with a face filled with injustice. "I don't really know how to answer this question because I don't know how long I will be gone. This is why I hope that during my absence, the Empire and the Demon Realm will function smoothly. I don't want to return to see everything that we have worked hard for lying in ruins. So, all of you should work hard for my sake. Do I make myself clear?" Aside from the pseudo-gods, and Nisha, the rest of William's inner circle would join him on his journey. All of them would stay inside the Thousand Beast domain, while William walked the thorny path to reach the underworld. While William was having this discussion, somewhere in the Palace of Light, 4 virtuous ladies gathered. "I already know that the 2 of you are now Will's women," Melody said to Lyra and Ephemera, whom she had invited inside her room, alongside Shayna, who was calmly sipping tea on the couch beside her. "William's women? Don't be absurd," Lyra replied. "Why would I be that disgusting half-elf's woman?" Ephemera didn't say anything and continued to sip her tea as if she didn't hear Melody's words. It's no use to play dumb now, Melody stated. I know that you are both his women because Will told me before I returned here from the Thousand Beast domain. Nonsense, Lyra scoffed. Maybe it's you that has become his woman. That half-elf is a womanizer after all. Seeing that further talk would just lead nowhere, Melody sighed and started to undress. The three ladies beside her didn't bat an eye because all of them often bathed together. Seeing each other's naked body was no longer a big deal to them. When Lyra saw the faint glowing crest on Melody's lower abdomen, a sigh escaped her lips. She had already guessed that William had already eaten her sisters when the two had become his guests in his Thousand Beast domain. Are you his woman as well? Lyra asked Shayna, who had just placed her cup on top of the table. No, Shayna replied, but I did things with William that I would not do with any other man. So you can consider me his half-lover or something. Melody waited for Shayna's explanation before shifting her gaze back to Lyra and Ephemera, who were now paying close attention to her. Get dressed first, Ephemera said before placing her own cup on top of the table. Although I don't mind if we talk while you're naked, someone might come in and think that you've awakened a new hobby or something. Melody shook her head helplessly as she picked up her clothes that were lying on the floor. The reason why he gathered Lyra and Ephemera was to discuss the lady that he had summoned from another world. The Pope was feeding the latter various half-truths about William, and she couldn't just sit by and do nothing. However, since she couldn't find a good opportunity to talk to Belle, she decided to enlist the help of all of her sisters, whom she could trust in order to warn the half-elf about the peak pseudo-god that threatened his existence. Chapter 1271. Don't like the way the three of you are looking at me. So, aside from four of us, you also think that Celeste has no intention of harming Will, right? Lyra asked. Melody nodded. Yes, her sister is one of Will's lovers, and she is also the Bride of Darkness. Although I can't say for certain that she doesn't harbor a grudge against him, I feel like she won't make things difficult for her sister's lover. Ephemera and Shayna nodded after hearing Melody's reply. Among all of them, perhaps it was Celeste who had the most delicate relationship with William, who was the Prince of Darkness. This was why the Pope had also forbidden Celeste from ever leaving the Palace of Light. The virtue of chastity was the strictest virtue of all. The moment the bearer of its divinity lost her chastity, it would take a while before a new candidate would be born to replace her. Every member of the 7 heavenly virtues, as well as the 7 deadly sins, were chosen at birth. This was a rule that had stayed constant since their divinities came into being many thousands of years ago. As for Audrey, I think she's also on the fence about the notion of attacking William, Shayna commented from the side. It seems that our youngest sister, Cherry, is the only one who harbors hate towards the Dark Prince due to the Pope's influence. Ephemera shook her head helplessly because there was nothing they could do about their little sister. She's been hanging out with Belle these past few days, Ephemera stated. It seems like she has become the Pope's lackey when it comes to badmouthing William, and making him look like a sex fiend who only knows how to pluck cherries. After these words left Ephemera's lips, the room descended into an awkward silence. Among the 4 of them, 3 had already lost their cherries to William, leaving only Shayna with hers intact. Well, it's not entirely false, Shayna giggled as she looked at the 3 ladies who were unable to continue the discussion. I mean, he is an expert in making girls fall for him. If not for the fact that he didn't want to forcefully take my chastity, I might have already been part of the deflowered team. Lyra, Ephemera, and Melody glared at Shayna, who only covered her lips, while her body shook with her suppressed laughter. She found her own words quite funny, and the 3 ladies' glares only tickled her sadistic tendencies. What? Shayna asked while smirking at her 3 sisters who couldn't come up with a rebuttal. But, joke aside, I feel that the Pope's plan is working. It seems that Belle has this sharp glint in her eye whenever William's name is mentioned. It's like she wants to strangle him so badly. I also feel the same way, Lyra commented in a worried tone. Is it really possible for someone to suddenly develop a grudge against someone they haven't seen before due to hearsay? Of course it's possible, Shayna replied. Didn't we all think that William was the bad guy just because the Pope told us so? If we haven't met him ourselves, we might still be like Cherry, who is badmouthing him behind his back. Most of the heavenly virtues, with the exception of Celeste and Ephemera, had been raised in the Palace of Light since a very young age. For them, the words of the Pope were the truth, and their cause was just and righteous. If not for the fact that they had experienced what William was truly like in his corrupted state, they would have definitely drawn their weapons against him, and hunted him down in the name of the Holy Order of Light. Should we also take some time to approach Belle and try to defuse the situation? Melody asked. That can work. Shayna nodded her head. It's worth a try. Lyra voiced out her support. Only Ephemera had a complicated look on her face as she gazed at the three ladies who were waiting for her response. I don't know if that is a good idea or not, Ephemera replied. Yesterday, I decided to take a bath with Belle in order to know how she feels about William. What happened during that time wasn't something I expected. Her words immediately caught the attention of the three girls who pressed her for answers. She said that I smell like the Prince of Darkness, Ephemera said with a serious expression on her face. When I asked her what she meant by that, she just laughed and said that she was just joking. However, I caught her gazing at my lower abdomen more than once, as if she was seeing something I couldn't see. Her attitude became distant as well, as if she needed to treat me like an enemy or something. Did she perhaps discover that you have been marked by him? Shayna, who was the only one that was thinking properly at that time, voiced her thoughts, making Lyra and Melody shudder. If Belle could really see that they had been marked by William, then the Pope would certainly go crazy, and might demand that the two of them be imprisoned in the dungeons of the Palace of Light. Let's not take a bath with her, Melody stated. Lyra nodded. I agree. Shayna scratched her head after coming up to the possibility that Belle might be able to detect William's mark on her sisters' bodies. It was quite fortunate that she hadn't allowed herself to tumble on the sheets with William. While she was thinking these thoughts, she felt three gazes upon her, which made her feel the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. What? Shayna asked with a guarded look on her face. I don't like the way the three of you are looking at me. Shayna, you are the only one that can do it. Melody rested her hand on Shayna's left shoulder. Why don't you take one for the team and try to convince Belle that Will isn't that bad of a person? That's right, Lyra supported Melody's words. Since you are still a maiden, Belle will not be able to figure out your connection with Will. This is the perfect cover for you. Aren't you glad that you're still chaste? Ephemera nodded. That's right, Shayna, you are the only one we can count on. The three of us are now William's women. What will we do if she snuffs us all out? Seeing the three ladies staring at her as if she was their last hope, Shayna stood up from the couch and headed to the door in order to escape. Unfortunately for her, she was completely outnumbered and was dragged back to the couch by the three girls, who wanted to clear the name of the person they loved. Back in the Silvermoon continent, William stared at the world tree in the distance with a serious expression on his face. He couldn't believe that the entrance of the underworld was found within the world tree itself, allowing anyone to travel to the plane of the dead and communicate with those who dwelled on it. Right now, his father, Maxwell, and the world tree were one and the same. He just hoped that his father had regained his consciousness, after helping William turn the entire elven race into drows that would help the black-haired teenager bolster his forces, and fight anyone who dared to get in his son's way. Ash, Sidoni, Morgana, Chiffon, wait for me, William softly muttered as he flew towards the world tree which held the path that would lead him to where his beloved wives would be. Chapter 1272, Let Her Go, or Elle will get you pregnant for real. Welcome back, Will. Arwen hugged her son tightly before pulling back to look at him from head to toe, as if checking to see if he had any injuries on his body. I'm fine, Mother, William commented. I'm not hurt or anything. That's good. I heard from Skyla that you won against Felix and Ahriman, but I didn't know the details of the battle. Can you tell me about it? William nodded. He already planned to stay a day or two with Arwen before going to the underworld to look for the souls of his wives in Selene. Arwen listened patiently as William told her about his battle with the heir of darkness as well as the primordial god that he served. The half-elf didn't cut corners in his storytelling, making sure he included the part when he had gone berserk during his battle with aka Mana. When he said that the other half of his soul had stepped up to deal a killing blow to the primordial god of darkness, Arwen was already weeping due to sadness and hugged her son tightly for a second time. She felt as if her heart was breaking due to the hardships that William had been through, and she wasn't there to offer her support to him during his time of need. The black-haired teenager didn't resist and allowed his mother to pamper him as much as she wanted over the next hour. After that, he went to the springs of life to visit Acedia, as well as the bodies of his wives, and see if the spring had done wonders for them. When he arrived at the spring, William took off all of his clothes and walked into it. Little by little, His body was submerged underwater, until he came upon the sleeping elf, who was hugging Chiffon's body like a hug pillow. William shook his head helplessly after seeing this scene. His other wives also treated Chiffon like a hug pillow, so he didn't mind it too much. For the time being, he walked towards Ash's body and lightly held her hand. The half-elf was surprised when he felt that they were soft, and even warm to the touch. A moment later, another realization hit him, which made him hurriedly press his ear against Ash's chest to confirm whether he was right or wrong. A heartbeat. William listened again and again to the strong beating heart that was telling him that his wife's body had somehow, miraculously, come back to life. He thought that the spring of life would only preserve their bodies, but he was greatly mistaken in his assumption. The spring of life was responsible for sustaining the world tree, which was also called the Tree of Life. This was a secret that had been passed on from one Saintess to the other, but only they knew this fact. Also, even if a dead body were to regain its bodily functions when soaked in the springs for a long time, it would be of no use if the soul was gone. This was the case with William's wives. Even if Ash's, Princess Sidoni's, and Chiffon's bodies were to regain their heartbeats, allowing their blood to circulate inside their bodies, they were nothing more than living husks that held no soul inside them. However, for William, this was already a good thing. As long as he was able to bring his wives' souls back, they would be able to assimilate with their bodies, which were only waiting for their true master's souls to return to them. After checking Ash's body, William went to inspect Princess Sidoni's body next. A minute later, the half-elf sighed in relief when he found out that her body had also recovered just as much as Ash's. The Prince of Darkness then stared at Chiffon's body, who was now wrapped up in Acedia's hair, forming a cocoon. Clearly, the lazy, sleeping bum didn't want her hug pillow taken away from her. "Let me inspect her body first," William said through telepathy as he started to poke Acedia's cheeks. "Or would you rather let me inspect your body first?" Acedia wasn't fazed by William's words, and remained in her position, while hugging her hug pillow. The half-elf sighed after seeing this scene, so he lowered his head and talked to Acedia using the most devilish voice he could muster. "If you don't let her go, I'll make you pregnant." The half-elf then pulled back to see Acedia's reaction. Just like he expected, the beautiful elf opened her eyes and gazed at him in a sleepy manner. The two stared at each other for a full minute before Acedia closed her eyes to continue hugging the soft, little dwarf, who had become her favorite pillow. "Fine, have it your way," William said through telepathy as his knotty hand slid under Acedia's nearly transparent clothes that clung to her body. The lazy elf's brows briefly moved when the half-elf started to grope her left breast, pinching and flicking the pink tip that was starting to harden under his touch. Acedia didn't budge and simply allowed William to do whatever he wanted. For her, keeping her hug pillow was more important than stopping the black-haired teenager, who now had a devilish smile on his face, from groping her breast. William laid behind Acedia, and this time, he used two hands to grope and knead her breasts that perfectly fit his hand. But, no matter what he did, Acedia didn't budge, and just allowed him to do whatever he wanted. The Dark Prince then used his powers to push the water around him, Acedia, and Chiffon away, creating a dry place within the spring of life. "This is your last warning," William whispered in Acedia's ears. "Let her go, or I will get you pregnant for real. Since the only thing you do is sleep, it will be a good idea to let you raise my child in your womb, while I am away." A moment later, the sleeping elf faced him with eyes half open. "Can you?" Acedia asked. "You've been married to your wives for a long time and you've only managed to get Celine pregnant, who is not even your wife. Just where is your confidence coming from?" Acedia's challenging tone made the corner of William's lips curl up. The reason why his wives weren't getting pregnant was because he had asked Optimus to control the virility of his seed to prevent it from happening. Back then, he had unlocked this restriction because he wanted Celine to get pregnant with his child, making him his woman. Now that Donger had merged with his body, he could get any lady pregnant just by releasing his seed inside their womb. Due to William's request, Donger and Optimus worked together to prevent William from siring women left and right as the Prince of Darkness. This was why even though Lyra had kept his seed inside her womb until it swelled, making her look like a pregnant lady, she still wasn't able to conceive William's child due to the restriction he had imposed upon himself. "Are you sure you want to get pregnant?" William asked as he caressed the side of Acedia's face. "The world is not safe to raise a child right now. But, if you want it, I will make it happen." "Can you raise my child during this chaotic time?" After a few minutes of silence, Acedia unwrapped her hair from around Chiffon's body, presenting her to William for inspection. "Don't get the wrong idea," Acedia said. "I'm not letting you inspect her because I am afraid that I will get pregnant with your child. Since I sleep at the roots of the world tree, I can sense and feel the pulse of the world. This world is afraid of something, but I don't know what it is. Until this issue is resolved, I don't want to raise our child when I am unable to protect them from things that are beyond my control." William lowered his head and planted a kiss on Acedia's lips for a few seconds before pulling back. "I believe you," William replied. "But, make no mistake, I will have you bear my child when things have settled down. For now, just keep everyone safe for me. You can do this, right?" Acedia nodded her head, earning her another kiss from William. After inspecting Chiffon's body, it was now Acedia's turn for inspection. An inspection where the lazy elf offered no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 1273, Current Problem of the Elven Race. Acedia held the back of William's head, while he slept soundly with his head buried in her chest. He didn't do anything to her aside from kissing her lips, and suckling her breast while drinking her blood. The two of them had an unwritten understanding with each other, that, although the two of them wanted more, this was not the right time to do it. In truth, Acedia used a bit of her divinity to allow William to sleep peacefully because she sensed that the latter hadn't gotten any good sleep as of late. Her sin was the sin of sloth, so she could immediately tell if someone was slacking or not. For the most part, the half-elf had been too busy to even sleep properly, and this concerned her greatly. William might look fine on the surface, but deep inside, he was nearing his limit. This was why Acedia didn't hesitate to forcefully make the half-elf sleep after he finished drinking her blood. When Arwen came to the Spring of Life to check on William, she saw him and Acedia hugging each other, while they were submerged in the water. The doting mother gave Acedia a thumbs up, which the latter ignored her completely, pretending to be asleep. Several hours later, William finally opened his eyes. The first thing he did was kiss Acedia's cleavage, leaving a kiss mark behind. This was his way of getting back to her after she used her divinity to make him sleep. In truth, William could have resisted her attempt to make him rest, but knowing that she was doing this for his own good, he decided to just allow her to take care of him, and embraced a refreshing and dreamless sleep. William didn't pull back right away from Acedia's embrace. Instead, he hugged her back and just listened to her heartbeat. The lazy elf, in turn, lightly petted his head as if patting a little boy who had done a good job. They stayed like this for a few more minutes before William reluctantly pulled back, and carried Acedia to the surface of the spring. There, they exchanged kisses for a few more times before the half-elf bid his farewell. He didn't promise Acedia anything like, "I will come as soon as I can, so wait for me," because that would be the worst thing to say to the lady who had already waited for him for a very long time. Instead, he just showered her with kisses, and told her he loved her because that was enough to convey his feelings for her. When William returned to the surface, Arwen came with him to talk to his father. Maxwell had woken up from his slumber a few days ago, so it was possible to have a dialogue with him. When they arrived at the world tree, William pressed his right hand over its trunk, and closed his eyes. The next time he opened his eyes, he found himself in a white world, where his father, Maxwell, stood with his arms crossed over his chest. "I have an idea why you came to see me, but just to be sure that we're on the same page, tell me why you have returned to the Silvermoon continent," Maxwell said. William held Maxwell's gaze as he spoke his reason for coming to see him. "I want to go to the underworld," William replied. "Can you help me?" Maxwell sighed before nodding his head. "Your mother and I share a special connection, so whatever she hears and see, I can hear and see as well," Maxwell explained. "Good job in defeating Felix and his minion aka Mana. As for Ahriman, well, I hate to tell you but it takes more than killing a primordial god to kill him. Even if his body is destroyed, his divine soul could leave his body and escape." William nodded in agreement with his father's words. Although the attack he dealt to Ahriman was lethal, no traces of him were seen after the battle, so the three goddesses, Eros, Astrid, and Lisa, believed that Ahriman is still alive. "Well, let's not talk about that primordial god. It will take him a very long time to recover, so let the future generations deal with him." Maxwell changed the topic as he eyed his son. "Let's talk about the goal you want to accomplish by going to the underworld. If you're asking if it's possible for me to open a path to the underworld, then the answer is yes. However, that's it, I can just open a path that leads to the underworld. As to how you can actually get to the place you want to go, you will have to handle it yourself. I understand. William nodded. As long as there's a way, I will find it. Maxwell smiled as he walked towards his son and patted his shoulder. As expected of my son, Maxwell said. If not for the fact that Arwen is a very jealous lady, and being forced to become one with the world tree, I might have had 4 wives by now. William gazed at his father with a calm expression on his face. A part of him wanted to say, rookie numbers, to his father because he had far surpassed 10 lovers already. However, for the sake of the family's peace, he kept his mouth shut and just nodded his head. Seeing that his son was such an understanding and supportive person, Maxwell decided to tell him the 100 ways on how to make any girl fall in love with him. William listened to this, and just kept on nodding as if he was learning a lot of things from an expert. After Maxwell finished his coaching session, he told William that he needed to wait until midnight before the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead became thin, allowing him to briefly open a passageway to connect both worlds. Since he still had a few more hours to spare, the father and son pair continued to talk about the future. I know that this is a bit late coming from me, but are you interested in having a little brother or sister? Maxwell asked. William blinked once then twice before looking at his father with the, "Are you on drugs?" gaze, making the latter chuckle. I am now able to materialize my original body out of the world tree for an hour or two, Maxwell said. I still haven't told this to your mother because I didn't want to give her false hope. I only experiment whenever she is asleep. I think mother will be happy to know that you are able to leave the world tree for brief periods of time. I'm sure she will, but let's just keep it a secret for now. I want to make sure that there will be no problems when I embrace her again. The half-elf smiled because he felt as though his father's worries were quite funny. Clearly, he didn't want any mishaps to happen after years of being unable to hold the woman he loved, due to being assimilated by the world tree. I understand, William replied. I will keep this as a secret from her. Maxwell happily patted William's shoulder as if a great burden had just been taken off his shoulders. Great, as expected of my son. After a few more minutes William opened his eyes and returned to the real world. Arwen, who was standing beside him, looked at him with a hopeful look in her eyes. In truth, she was quite worried that Maxwell wouldn't be able to help William with his goal to go to the underworld, but after the black-haired teenager assured her that his father was going to help him, the beautiful elf hugged her son in happiness. Clearly, she was also looking forward to talking to William's wives, whose bodies had been lying peacefully within the spring of life. Suddenly, several elves appeared in the sacred grove, including Princess Eowyn. Now that the battle against the heir of darkness has ended, most of them felt relief because their race was no longer in danger. However, none of the elves still had reverted to their original forms, because William wanted to make sure that none of them disobeyed his command. Still, he assured them that he would return them to their original forms after 5 years, or when the Ahriman's death was confirmed. Until then, the elves would remain as drows and follow William's orders. For the elves, 5 years was nothing. They were a long-lived race, so their sense of time was different to that of a human. As long as William kept his word, they would not disobey his commands, and follow his lead wherever he may go. Good day, Your Majesty. Princess Eowyn bowed respectfully to the black-haired teenager who had now become the Emperor of the Ainsworth Empire. Since this was the case, the Princess of the Elves treated him in a manner befitting of his status. Eowyn. William gave the elven princess a brief nod. What brings you here, Your Majesty? I came here to ask if it is safe to return the elf children back to their territories since the fight against the heir of darkness is over, Princess Eowyn replied. William rubbed his chin as he pondered the answer to this question. Although his battle with Felix had ended, he would still be fighting against the Holy Order of Light, and he wasn't sure if they would attack the Silvermoon continent or not. Since he was also the temporary ruler of the Drows, it was up to him whether the martial law decree would be lifted, so that all the elf children could return to their respective hometowns. Ahriman's death still isn't confirmed, so it's too early to think that the battle is over, William replied after careful consideration. For now, let them stay in the shelters for 3 more months. If nothing happens during that time, you can give the order for them to return to their hometowns. As you wish, Your Majesty. Princess Eowyn bowed her head respectfully. Beside the elf princess, Pearl remained silent and kept her head lowered. William had allowed her to stay by Princess Eowyn's side as her protector, to ensure her safety. While she still harbored a grudge against William, it was no longer as intense as it was in the past. Part of this was the fact that the half-elf had fought for the sake of the race, and rid them of Felix's and Ahriman's threat. "Is there anything else you need from me, Éowyn?" William asked. He had long stopped calling Éowyn Princess Éowyn, because he needed to act as someone with the bearing of an emperor. This was to ensure that his subordinates would understand the role he played, allowing them to adapt to their master's new rank and responsibility. "Yes," Princess Éowyn answered. "Thank you for your time, Your Majesty." William gave the princess a curt nod before turning around to open a portal that would lead him to the Thousand Beast domain. The path to the underworld would open in several hours, so he decided to make some last-minute preparations before entering the domain that belonged solely to the dead, where the god of death was supposed to reside. Princess Éowyn glanced at William's retreating figure with a complicated look on her face. In truth, she wanted to say more things to the half-elf, but after seeing his reaction, she could tell that he wasn't in the mood to talk about politics. In truth, the royal family, and the Elven Council, had already lost the power to make decisions regarding the affairs of the elven race. They only took orders from William, who held the power to lift the curse from their bodies. However, the half-elf wasn't always there to oversee the elven race. Because of this, she wanted to ask him to delegate a person who would handle the affairs of the Elven Kingdom, and give them a sense of security in these troubled times. "I guess I should talk to Master first and let her handle this," Princess Éowyn thought as she glanced at Arwen, who was currently communicating with the World Tree. Although the Prince of Darkness was a mighty existence, he deeply cared about his family, and Princess Éowyn hoped that Arwen would help them deal with the current problems that their entire race was facing at this point in time. Chapter 1274, Damn it. Stop pushing responsibilities on me. After dinner, Arwen talked to William about a lot of things. This included the current state of the Silvermoon continent. In truth, after the council was dissolved, nobody else had the power to decide things for the elven race. Even the royal family couldn't decide anything in fear that William might sneeze in their direction from thousands of miles away. In short, no one, aside from the half-elf, could dictate what the elves could do. That was fine in itself, but there was one problem. William wasn't always in the Silvermoon continent, and he had no interest in running kingdoms and empires, which led to the current problem. Who would call the shots when the Dark Prince was nowhere to be found? This was the question that all the high-ranking members of the elven families had, since everyone typically just listened to whatever their patriarchs were telling them. "I'm the Saintess of the World Tree and my job is to look after your father," Arwen said. "Also, I am not cut out to carry big responsibilities. My father, your no-good grandfather, can act as a steward, but knowing him, he would just do it half-heartedly. If only your grandfather, James, were here, I'm sure that things would run smoothly, but since he's off to who knows where, we're just stuck waiting for you to make decisions, and we both know that you don't like doing that for the entirety of the elven race, right?" William nodded his head. Since he had no intention of handling the affairs of the Ainsworth Empire or the Demon Continent, he left it all to Nisha. The half-elf believed that even though his secret mistress was very capable, controlling his empire, as well as the demon realm, had already made her hands full. Adding more would just make things spiral out of control, so the half-elf decided to put in a figurehead that would lead the elven race. "Have Éowyn become the temporary steward of the elven race, and make my grandfather, Aenarion, her minister," William commented. "I'm sure that the two of them will do just fine in my absence." Arwen nodded his head because right now, this was the best course of action. Although Princess Éowyn was still far from becoming a monarch, she had experienced many hardships, allowing her to find solutions to most of the problems that the elven race was facing. After discussing with Arwen the final details of the plan, William used the authority of the World Tree to send a continental message to every drow and elf living in the Silvermoon continent. "From this day onwards, I delegate the fourth princess, Éowyn Elberth Nienna, as the steward of the Silvermoon continent," William declared. "Her word is my word, and anyone who dares to defy or manipulate her words, in any which way, will be subjected to the worst execution possible. The one who will help her carry out her duties as the steward of this land will be none other than my grandfather, Aenarion. I expect all of you to follow their words, because those who don't will regret it for the rest of their pitiful and long life." After William's speech ended, all the drows, as well as the members of the royal family, couldn't help but think of the beautiful elf princess who had single-handedly handled the evacuation of the elf children before the war started. They were quite impressed on how Princess Éowyn managed it, and they were starting to think that she might just be able to lead them, on behalf of the half-elf who was usually nowhere to be seen. Aenarion, who was smoking his pipe outside of their family's main residence, almost choked after hearing William's words. "Damn it, stop pushing responsibilities on me," Aenarion shouted at the sky. "I'm already old, I want to retire." Unfortunately, William, as well as Arwen, were too far away to hear his complaints. Even if they were near, they would have just completely ignored him, forcing him to work regardless of how he felt about it. If James was there, he would have clicked his tongue, and wagged his fingers at William's other grandpa, who didn't even have a tenth of his shamelessness. "You're already this old, and you still don't know how to scam people. Shame on you." That would have been James's comment towards Aenarion if he was still in Hestia. Unfortunately, the old bandit of Lant had already returned to the Void and continued his journey to visit the different realms that the Army of Destruction were currently raiding. Princess Éowyn, who had just seen and heard William's declaration, felt a complicated feeling rise in her heart. She was the one that talked to her master, Arwen, about the problems that plagued their race. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that just a few hours after that, she would be delegated as the stewardess of the entire Silvermoon continent. Princess Éowyn wanted to cry because William irresponsibly tossed such a big responsibility to her without batting an eye. Fortunately, another poor soul had been tasked to help her, which was William's grandfather, Aenarion, who was currently cursing his no-good grandson. If the Pope only knew how casually William treated the domains under his control, she might have coughed up a mouthful of blood and strangled the half-elf for being useless. If all of those territories belonged to her, she would definitely use everything in her power to ensure that every resource and manpower belonging to those lands were firmly grasped in her hands. What the beautiful elf princess and the middle-aged elf didn't know was that William was laughing evilly in his heart, after he had finished tossing the responsibility to the two of them. Although many might think that his decision was kinda abrupt, he had thought hard about it, and came to the conclusion that this was the best scenario for the Silvermoon continent. Although they had been turned into drows by him, William was confident that the elves didn't want a half-elf to rule them. Since that was the case, they would willingly follow Princess Éowyn's order. Even if she was just a figurehead who was following William's orders. Even though the Dark Prince was still the one giving the orders, they would gladly turn a blind eye to this, and pretend that the order came from the princess, who was of pure elven blood. It might look and sound stupid from an outsider's point of view, but for the elves who cared about their heritage, this was enough to keep them satisfied, and allow the Silvermoon continent to function properly even if William was away. Chapter 1275, He just doesn't look like him. He LS him. William sat in front of the world tree in the lotus position. He had been meditating for the past few hours, while waiting for midnight so he could enter the underworld. His father, Maxwell, had told him that he could only open the path, but as to how William would reach his destination, it was all up to his ability. Using the memories of the world tree, Maxwell told William the things he needed to know about the underworld. For one thing, he wasn't supposed to eat anything that came from that world. Second, when he left it, he mustn't look back, no matter who or what was calling out to him. As long as he was able to meet these two conditions, he would be able to return to the world of the living, without suffering any side effects from his journey to the underworld. "It's almost time." Maxwell's voice resounded inside William's sea of consciousness, prompting the half-elf to end his meditation and open his eyes. "The entrance to the underworld will open for only 10 breaths, Maxwell said solemnly. "Once it is open, make haste. The world tree can only open it once a month. However, if you fail to enter it tonight, you will have to wait a full year before you can try again. As to how you will return, you will need to find the answer on your own. This is only a one-way trip." William nodded his head in understanding. He had already left Soleil with his mother. The only problem was whether he would be able to travel from the underworld to the lands of the living, with this method. The moment the half-elf nodded his head, dark storm clouds covered the star-studded sky above his head. Lightning crackled, and thunder roared. The very fabric of the world was being forcefully torn apart as the passageway that led to the underworld appeared at the base of the world tree. A second later, a black lightning bolt passed through the portal, leaving the sacred grove behind. It didn't take long before the portal closed again. The dark clouds covering the sky disappeared, allowing the beautiful stars to shine upon the land. Everything returned to its peaceful state, making what happened earlier seem like a figment of someone's imagination. Arwen gazed to the place where her son disappeared with her hands crossed over her chest. She knew that this was no ordinary undertaking, and William's life might be at risk, but she didn't say anything to try and persuade him, or stop him from going. Arwen liked to believe that her son would be able to bring back the 4 women who loved him so much that Ahriman killed them for trying to save him during the battle inside his domain. Be safe, Will, Arwen muttered as she pressed her hands together in prayer. I, and those who care for you, will be waiting for your return. William passed through a tunnel that was constantly changing. If an ordinary person would traverse it, they would find themselves hard-pressed to push forward because the path spiraled up, down, left, right, and center. The half-elf was certain that he had already been flying for what seemed to be an hour, and yet, the path in front of him seemed unending. Finally, as the second hour passed, William saw a red light in the distance. As he neared his destination, he noticed that the small red light he saw was actually a river of flames. The moment he stepped out of the tunnel he was traveling through, his feet immediately landed on the riverbank, making him feel as if he had just jumped off a speeding truck. Fortunately, he was stronger than an ordinary mortal, or he might have collapsed on the ground, and rolled towards the flaming river. William didn't really know if he would burn up if he happened to fall on it, but something was telling him that he didn't have the leisure to find out the answer to this question. As William scanned his surroundings, looking for a way to continue his journey, he noticed a small wooden platform in the distance, where several people were lining up. It looked like an old, decrepit port that could easily collapse at any given time. However, the half-elf felt that this was the place he needed to go if he wished to continue his journey into the underworld. When he was only several meters away from the port, the people that were on the queue looked at him with a glare. Wait, I know you. A demon with a missing ear shouted. You're that blasted dark prince who attacked our camp in the Ellen Empire. Oh, now that you mention it, he does look like that person. Fool, he just doesn't look like him. He is him, ha ha ha. So, you also died. What a joke. It seems that in the end, Felix and Ahriman had the last laugh. All the demons on the queue started to laugh. They were the demons that had died in the war, and although they didn't like Felix, they also hated anyone with the surname Ainsworth. Eve was an exception. Everyone loved her, and even the battle-hardened demons treated her with respect. William ignored their taunts, and simply looked at the long line of souls in the distance. He was wondering whether he should line up, or he should just beat the shit out of the demons who were at the front of the queue, so he could save himself the trouble of wasting his time. Just before the half-elf was about to make a decision, the ringing sound of a bell was heard in the distance. Slowly, but surely, a boat started to appear on the fiery river. Riding on top of it was someone wearing black robes, and holding a lit lantern in his decrepit hand. The black-haired teenager had read, and heard, stories about a being that ferried the dead in the underworld. The half-elf had no doubt in his mind that if he wished to reunite with his wives, the first thing he needed to do was to ride the boat, and somehow convince the ferryman to take him where he wanted to go. A journey that would shake the very foundations of the underworld was about to begin. Chapter 1276, The First Circle of Hell. As the boat neared the old, decrepit pier, all the souls that were in the queue perked up. Earlier they were feeling brave as they made fun with William, but in the face of the ferryman, who would send them to their final destination, anxiety and fear started to sink into their very core. The moment the boat docked into the pier, the being that was almost 3 meters tall, and wearing a black robe that covered its entire body, including its face, raised the lantern in its hand. I will only be ferrying 100 souls at a time, the ferryman said. In half an hour, another ferryman will come to fetch the next batch, so all of you, make sure to line up properly. William wanted to cut in the line, but before he could even execute this plan, the demons that were beside him all started to make a ruckus, catching the attention of the ferryman who was watching over the souls that were boarding his boat. You bastard, why are you cutting in line? Uncultured plebeian who can't even line up properly. Weren't you taught by your parents about good manners and right conduct? Tisk, just because you are more good-looking than me, you think you can break the rules? Not on my watch, playboy. What prince of darkness? All I see is prince of cutting in line. Shame on you, bro, shame on you. The demons were making so much noise that William was very tempted to burn their souls until nothing was left with his flames of darkness. However, he was hesitant to do it because he might break some unwritten rule within the underworld, and it might get in the way of his goal to look for his wives. Because of this, the half-elf endured and simply stood with his arms crossed over his chest, while the demons threw taunts at him. What's happening here? The ferryman approached while still holding the lantern in his hand. "Sir, this plebeian is trying to cut in line," one of the demons shouted. "Can't you tell him that he should line up properly? You know, like civilized people do. Just because he is better looking than me, he thinks that he can do whatever he wants." Another demon shouted, "I believe in equality. I say that he should follow the rules and fall in line like the others." "That's right, no cutting in line. We will not waver. Lolita no touch." After a minute of shouting, the ferryman finally had enough and raised its bony hand to silence everyone. "Stop making a ruckus," the ferryman shouted. "What do you think of this place? An auction house. The underworld has rules, and whoever breaks those rules will need to get punished." The ferryman then glanced in the direction of the half-elf before pointing its bony hand on his face. "For the crime of trying to cut in line, you will come with me," the ferryman stated. "If you resist, you will be imprisoned for 100 years before you can even enter the cycle of reincarnation." The demons who heard this suddenly had smug expressions on their faces. They even sneered at the half-elf with some even mouthing, "Serves you right." William ignored all of these pettiness and decided to follow the ferryman without resisting. He still didn't know the rules of the underworld, so he went along with the creature in front of him, and just behaved for the time being. After taking William onto the boat, along with 99 other souls, the ferryman raised the lantern in its hand, signaling that the boat was already full. A moment later, the sound of a bell was heard in the distance, and the boat finally departed from the pier, leaving tens of thousands of souls behind, waiting for the next ferryman to arrive to take them to their final destination. William stood on the boat and gazed at the fiery river around him. From time to time, a black soul would come to the surface and give a sad wail that made the other souls on the boat shudder. These were the souls that had committed grave crimes when they were still alive, and they would be spending a dozen years, trapped inside the river, before they were taken to the next level of the underworld, where they would receive their next round of punishment, depending on the nature of the crime they committed. After a 2-hour journey, the boat finally reached its destination, which was another port. This particular port, in general, was well maintained, and looked many times better than the old decrepit one where they had left 2 hours ago. "All of you disembark," the ferryman commanded. "This place is called Limbo. You can stay here for as long as you like. If you wish to leave and enter the cycle of reincarnation, just go to one of those people holding placards over there. They are the staff here in the underworld that will help you cross over to the cycle of reincarnation. Take note that you will need to pay hell credits in order to hasten the process of your reincarnation, so make sure to listen to their advice properly on how to earn credits." The ferryman pointed in the direction where several men and women were holding placards with various words written in it in different languages. Out of curiosity, William narrowed his eyes and looked at one of the placards that was being held by a beautiful lady with both hands to see what kind of services they were offering. "Got erectile dysfunction? Step right up. I'll fix you with a quickie." William blinked as he looked at the placard for the second time because he thought that he had read it wrongly. However, after reading it 3 more times, he finally concluded that there was nothing wrong with his vision. He then shifted his gaze at another beautiful lady who was holding another placard that was only 3 meters away from the placard that he first saw and read the words written on it. "Premature ejaculators. No worries, be happy. You're not alone." The half-elf didn't disembark from the boat because the ferryman told him not to do so. Also, he had no intention of lining up in any of those places, because he didn't come to the underworld to enter the cycle of reincarnation. When the last soul had left the boat, the ferryman once again raised its lantern, making the boat leave the pier, and move deeper into the underworld along the river of flames, carrying the half-elf, who had entered the underworld even though he was still very much alive. Chapter 1277. I'll just have the perfect job for you. An hour later, the boat stopped on what seemed to be a small island located in the center of a lake-like body of the river of flames. On the island was a small, 2-story house that seemed out of place when compared to the rest of the fiery river of hell. Even so, in William's eyes, it was the first normal thing he saw after entering the underworld. "Come with me," the ferryman said as it disembarked from its boat. It didn't even bother looking at William because the half-elf had nowhere to go except to follow it inside the house. A moment later, the half-elf found himself seated on a comfortable couch, and holding a cup of tea. In front of him was a small plate of cookies. Although he wasn't expecting this situation, he wouldn't complain about it, and simply sipped his tea, and ate some cookies to pass the time. He didn't know why the ferryman brought him to this place, but since he had nowhere to go, might as well make himself comfortable. A few minutes later, the 3-meter-tall ferryman returned holding another plate of biscuit in its hands. After placing it on top of the table, it took off its hood, and William, who was about to eat another cookie, looked at the ferryman in shock, dropping the cookie in his hand. The 3-meter-tall robed figure shrank until an adorable little girl, who was only a little more than 3 feet tall, stood before him. "Ha! Wearing the ferryman uniform is so exhausting," a childlike voice said. "Hey, you're a living person, right? How did you get in here?" William wasn't able to answer right away because he still couldn't believe his eyes. The 3-meter-tall ferryman, who had looked so intimidating a moment ago, had turned into a doll-like beauty, who seemed to be only around 3.5 feet tall. But that was only a part of what had surprised William. He had seen the girl before, and it was none other than the halfling he saw in his dreams. Her near-perfect beauty was surreal, that even Princess Sidoni paled a bit when compared to her. She had this kind of innocence that Chiffon had, and yet, William believed that the girl in front of him had seen more horrors than he had seen in both of his lifetimes. "What's wrong?" The girl blinked in confusion. "Is there something wrong with my face?" "No," William replied after he had recovered from the shock. "I just didn't expect that the ferryman would be someone as cute as you. You are the second person that has told me that." The girl giggled as she looked at William with great curiosity. The half-elf was the second living mortal that she had seen in the underworld, and she was quite curious about how William managed to enter their domain. "I'm guessing that the first one who told you that is your parents," William said. "Yes, my father. He must be a good father." "Yes, my father is the best, second only to my grandma." "Is that so?" William smiled as he looked at the bubbly and doll-like beauty in front of him. "You must really like your grandma if your father is only second best." The girl once again giggled and gave William the "isn't that obvious" gaze. "My name is Aranis," the girl stated. "What is your name?" "William," William replied. "You can call me Will." "Okay, Will, you're still alive, right?" "Yeah." Aranis looked at William from head to toe before shifting her gaze back to his handsome face. "So, Will, how did you manage to get here?" Aranis inquired. "When I saw you earlier, I thought I was just seeing things, but after taking a closer look, I could tell that you don't belong to the underworld. Did you end up here by accident? If yes, can you tell me how you got here? I want to go to the world of the living as well." "You want to go to the world of the living?" William asked back. Actually, he didn't know how to answer this question because the path he took using the power of the world tree was a one-way trip. Maxwell had repeatedly told him that in order to return to Hestia, he must find his own way back using his own means. "Yes, so, tell me how you ended up here. I want to go there too." Aranis held William's right hand, with both of her hands, as she gazed up at him with eyes filled with excitement. "Don't worry, I promise I won't tell anyone, so take me back to the surface." Her look that was filled with longing and anticipation made William feel a bit awkward because he didn't know how to answer her question. In the end, the half-elf decided to tell the little girl the truth about why he had come to the underworld, making the latter's eyes sparkle as if she was meeting the Prince Charming from a fairy tale. "I've met these girls before, and I know where they are," Aranis said while still holding onto William's hand. "But I can't take you there because you are still alive, and my father might get angry at me. He just recently allowed me to be a ferryman so I can earn some hell credits for the things I was ordering online on Amasun, which is a subsidiary of the God Shop. I don't want to get grounded, so I can't take you there personally." William sighed internally after Aranis confirmed that his wives were indeed in the underworld. However, the problem was that the area where they were in was restricted, and couldn't be accessed by normal means. After asking more questions, Aranis told William that the ladies he were looking for weren't in the same place, and were scattered across the different layers of the underworld. According to the doll-like beauty, the underworld had 12 layers, which they referred to as circles. The first circle was called Limbo. This was the place where the spirits of the dead gathered before they would be sent to the cycle of reincarnation. Depending on the severity of the sin they bore, they would need to spend a few years earning hell credits in order to pay off the crimes they had committed when they were still alive. Those whose sins far surpassed the norm were immediately tossed into the fiery river, where they would spend several years before they were picked up and sent to hell. There, the gods that managed hell would deal with them. "The underworld, heaven, and hell are closely linked together," Aranis said in a sage-like manner. "The underworld is more like a hub, where the dead are sent to either hell or heaven, depending on their past karma. However, since the lower layers are closer to hell, you could say that they are a part of hell as well. The river of hell runs down to the sixth circle, and from there, it makes its trip to hell, where the members of the Ars Goetia ruled. I have never been to hell before, but one of these days, I'd like to visit there as well. But first, I want to go to the world of the living. Aranis sighed, and her adorable face looked so sad that even William was moved by how genuine she longed to go to the surface world. Although I can't promise you anything, you are free to come with me back to the world of the living once I rescue my wives from this place, William said, making the doll-like beauty look back at him with renewed hope. It's a deal. Aranis jumped up and down while still holding William's hand. Very well, although I can't personally take you to where they are, I will tell you the shortcut for how to get there. But first, we must leave Limbo first. To do that, you need to earn hell credits, and I have the perfect job for you. William looked at the smiling girl in front of him, and felt as if he was making a deal with the devil. Even so, if he would really be able to go to where his wives were, then he would be willing to take the chance, and put his trust in the little girl, whom he had seen in his dreams. Chapter 1278, Love Counseling Lane Limbo. This is your idea on how I can gain hell credits? William asked the doll-like beauty that was looking up at him with a satisfied look on her adorable face. Yes, Aranis said with confidence. It will take you a while to get to the second layer, but with this, gaining hell credits is assured. William pinched the bridge of his nose in order to rein in the feelings of dissatisfaction in his heart. Aranis had taken him back to the main island of Limbo, and the little girl brute forced her way to get a seat at one of the limited tables in it. That in itself was fine, but right now, he was forced to hold a placard in his hands that said, Love Advice. Consultations are now open. According to Aranis, each soul that they counseled would automatically give them 100 hell credits, which would allow them to purchase many things within the Underworld Exchange Commission, and one of them was the ticket to allow the half-elf to enter the second circle of the Underworld, which was called, Living a Hell Aloka. He had no idea why the second layer of the Underworld was named that way, but according to Aranis it is the most fun place in all of the Underworld. She added that famous celebrities could be found there, and these people perform on the stage to entertain everyone, allowing them to earn hell credits to buy the ticket to proceed to the third circle of the Underworld, or exchange it for amazing items in the Exchange Commission. The little girl seemed quite excited because she had never tried this before. William didn't know how a little girl, with no experience in relationships, would be able to give advice to the souls who were desperate for answers. However, since he was just the one holding the placard, and Aranis would be the one giving the advice, both of them would split the hell credits 80-20. Aranis would get 80, William would take 20. Since William needed to get the ticket for the second circle, he needed to earn enough hell credits to buy it. This was how Aranis decided he'd be able to earn a lot of hell credits in a short amount of time. Just as the half-elf was about to ask the adorable halfling to think of better ways to earn hell credits, the soul of a man who seemed to be in his mid-20s approached his table. Can you give me some advice? The man asked. Aranis, who was seated and acting as the counselor, glanced at the half-elf beside him with a smug look on her face. She was giving William the, "See, I told you so," gaze, making the half-elf roll his eyes before shifting his attention to the soul in front of them. "Please have a seat," Aranis said with a sweet smile on her face. After the soul was seated, Aranis asked him a few questions in order to better understand what happened in his past life, so she could give him better advice. "You see, I had a girlfriend, but it didn't work out," the soul said. "She said that I was too nice and broke up with me. Can you tell me the reason why that happened?" "Oh, that's simple," Aranis replied. "It is because, sometimes, being too nice turns off the other party. A relationship is give and take. If only one side is doing their best, and giving everything to the other party without expecting anything in return, the girls would think of him as boring. This is why some ladies like bad boys. They get the thrill of staying with them." William, who was just holding the placard, gave the halfling a sidelong glance because he didn't know the little girl to be able to actually give sound advice in something she never experienced herself. Does that mean that I have to be one of those bad guys in order to have a love life?" the soul asked. "Of course not," Aranis answered. "It just means that you weren't able to meet someone that was meant for you in your past life. However, do not be discouraged. Just as there are millions of fishes in the sea, there are millions of ladies who will appreciate someone who truly wants them to be happy. Thank you very much. Now I feel better. No problem. Next person please. William hadn't noticed this until halfway through the counseling, but several souls had lined up in front of Aranis' booth to seek some love advice. The little girl became so excited because her plan to gather hell credits was working better than she expected. However, instead of simple love counseling, it turned into general counseling with the souls asking Aranis for advice even for the most mundane things. It hurts when I do this, the soul said as he twisted his shoulders in a certain angle. Then don't do that, Aranis replied. Next please. How often do people die if they do a free fall from a 30-story building? Just once. Next. What seems to be the problem? Aranis asked. Nothing. I'm just fine, the soul answered. Aranis glared at the soul who just lined up for no particular reason. Then why are you here and wasting my time? Next one please. My back hurts when I wake up in the morning. Just wake up in the afternoon or the evening then. Next please. Little girl, can you guess how I died? A soul asked the smug-faced Aranis with a teasing look. What's your zodiac sign? Aranis asked back. Cancer. Exactly. Next. William didn't know how many hours passed, but the line in front of them wasn't shrinking. In fact, it was even getting longer. The half-elf once again glanced at the halfling beside him and wondered if Ernai's adorable features were attracting these souls to her, even though they weren't really seeking love advice. In the end, he assumed that this was indeed the case because among all those who were present in Limbo, Aranis seemed to be the easiest to approach. Half a day later, Aranis stretched her arms upwards as William placed his placard down. The consultation was over, and the other souls who weren't able to ask her for advice were given tickets with numbers on them, allowing them to gain early access when her consultation session resumed the next day. See, I told you that we can earn many hell credits this way. Aranis giggled after looking at the bracelet in her hand that recorded the number of credits she earned after her first day of consultation was over. I should have done this sooner. Aranis grumbled. The ferryman wage can't even compare to this. William had no choice but to reluctantly nod his head because this was indeed a good way to earn hell credits. Although he only gained 20 hell credits per consultation, his credit count now surpassed 10,000. Unfortunately, the ticket he needed to buy to proceed to the next layer of the underworld was worth 100,000 hell credits. According to his calculation, he would need at least 7 to 9 more days before he reached his goal. After resting for 15 minutes, Aranis dragged the half-elf back to the port, and used her boat to return to her home. The moment they arrived, the little girl dragged the half-elf to her room and used him as a hug pillow to sleep. She threatened him that if he left without her permission, she would no longer help him gather hell credits, which made the half-elf toss away his thought of sneaking away. So cold, Aranis muttered in her sleep. It's like I'm hugging ice. It feels so good. The half-elf wanted to flick the little girl's forehead because she was using him as some kind of ice cooler to make herself comfortable as she slept, but held himself back. Right now, his only guide through the underworld was Aranis, so he couldn't afford to provoke the doll-like beauty, who seemed to be someone important in the underworld. He noticed this right away when Aranis forcefully took over the booth from one of the staff members of the underworld. The man manning his booth left without even saying words of complaint, and even complimented Aranis for trying to help the souls who were currently stuck in limbo, until they earned enough hell credits to pass to the other side. The little girl, who had buried her head on his chest and was using him as a cooler, slept soundly, without any care in the world. William, on the other hand, was talking with Optimus about the different functions that he was unable to use in the underworld. Just as he expected, he was unable to open the portal that led to the Thousand Beast domain. However, aside from that, everything else was working properly. This made the half-elf breathe a sigh of relief because he was still able to use his powers, even if he still hadn't found a way to leave the underworld. I wonder what kind of place awaits me in the next layer, William mused before closing his eyes. So far, his expedition in the underworld was moving smoothly. However, he had a feeling that not everything would be smooth sailing, especially in the higher layers of the underworld, where his wives were currently staying. Unknown to the half-elf, a pair of viscous eyes were watching him right now. He had long known that William would come to find him, but he didn't expect the half-elf to come so soon. But, since he was already here, he would just wait patiently and allow the black-haired teenager to reach him using the rules of the underworld. He was very curious about how the one that his mother held in high esteem would fare in the underworld, where the souls of the departed stayed until their final judgment fell upon their heads. Chapter 1279. Tell me everything you know about the Dark Prince. While William was busy in the underworld earning hell credits, a week has passed in Hestia. On the surface, everything looked peaceful, but underneath this calm facade was a storm brewing somewhere in the central continent. Are you sure that the Dark Prince is not in the Ainsworth Empire or the Demon Continent? The Pope asked her agents, whom she had asked to gather information on William's whereabouts. She and the high-ranking archbishops of the Holy Order of Light were painstakingly planning a blitzkrieg attack on the Ainsworth Empire once they had gathered sufficient manpower to capture or kill the Prince of Darkness, whose whereabouts were currently uncertain. Yes, the Pope's informant replied, whose projection could be seen in the round mirror floating in front of the Pope. Only his high-ranking officers, including the pseudo-gods, have been seen patrolling the Ainsworth Empire. No trace of the Dark Prince has been seen or heard since he stopped us from entering the Demon Continent. The Pope nodded her head as she pondered her next move. Was he perhaps more injured than he looked? The Pope thought as she lightly tapped her finger on top of the table. This is certainly a possibility. Fighting Ahriman's avatar is no easy feat, so getting seriously, or fatally, injured is normal. Even the Pope knew that facing off against Ahriman's avatar was something she couldn't do, even with all the pseudo-gods under her command. Very well, monitor them for 2 more days, then update me, the Pope ordered. If the Dark Prince doesn't show up, inform me right away. Understood. The informant nodded. After talking to her informant, the Pope left the room to look for Belle, who was currently being accompanied by Cherry. The little girl had taken a liking to Belle, and the latter also liked the little girl who treated her as an older sister. The Pope had been feeding Belle half-truths about the half-elf's history, and made sure to tell her how much of a womanizer he was. Surprisingly, whenever the Pope mentioned that the Dark Prince had many women, a hint of irritation could be seen on Belle's face. Because of this, the Pope assumed that Belle hated those who treated women like playthings, so she made sure to feed her with lies that the half-elf was treating the women from the territories he ruled like they were disposable toys. However, instead of getting the reaction she wanted, Belle only looked at her with contempt. Which made the Pope wonder if the latter had seen through her lies. Since then, she no longer mentioned anything about women in front of the black-haired beauty. What she didn't know was that Belle knew how William treated his women. He would not casually toss anyone whom he recognized as his lover away. Naturally, the Pope didn't know this, so she ended up kicking herself on the foot after she'd made the half-elf look like some kind of sex fiend who would stick his member into every woman he saw. If in 2 days' time, if the half-elf still doesn't make his appearance, I will make a preemptive strike on the border of the Ainsworth Empire, the Pope mused. This will allow me to know for certain if the half-elf is present or not. Ever since the alliance disbanded, the Pope had been feeling restless. She felt as if everything she had done had all been for naught. Even though she had acquired an empire that had lost its ruler, she was still discontent since she had been forced to surrender the territories of the Zabia and Slevel kingdoms to the alliance. Bunch of ingrates, the Pope seethed in anger. After I deal with the Prince of Darkness, I'll deal with you fools next. After a few minutes of searching, the Pope found Belle in the garden reading several books about the world of Hestia. This had been her favorite pastime since she had been summoned by the Pope to fight against the Prince of Darkness, whom she couldn't beat due to William's strong army that outclassed the armies of the Alliance as well as the Holy Order of Light. Although they hadn't fully seen how the battle in the former Ellen Empire had unfolded, they had experienced firsthand how powerful Felix's army was. They had seen for themselves that William had the power to fight them head-on. Belle, in 2 days' time, prepare to set out, the Pope said. We will make a preemptive strike on the Ainsworth Empire. Okay, Belle replied, however, I will only make my move once the Prince of Darkness makes his appearance. If he doesn't appear, I will not fight. The Pope nodded. That's fine. You are our secret weapon, so we need to keep your identity a secret until the big fish arrives. Belle smiled, but didn't say anything else. She wasn't a gullible child who would believe everything she heard from the old woman who wanted her to fight the Dark Prince. What she wanted to do was to see for herself if the man she loved had really changed so much after being corrupted by darkness. If he really had taken the wrong path, then she would give him a good beating until he realized his mistake. As the Pope left with a satisfied look on her face, Shayna appeared in the garden and sat beside Belle. She had been forced by Melody, Lyra, and Ephemera to talk to the black-haired beauty, and casually tell her about the half-elf who had made her 3 sisters fall in love with him. Shayna wanted to know if Belle was really brainwashed by the Pope or not. If she was, then the virtuous Lady of Prudence would do her best to inform her of the truth, without letting her become suspicious of her. However, before she could even say anything, Belle looked at her with a smile and said, "Your name is Xianxia, right?" Belle asked. "Cherry told me all of your names when we were chatting with each other." Xianxia nodded. "Yes, I am Xianxia. Your name is Belle, right? How are you adapting to our world? Is it really very different from the one you came from?" "Oh, yes, the world I came from is very different from this one. By the way, I heard from Cherry that you, and your sister, Melody, had been captured by the Dark Prince, right?" Belle inquired. "Can you tell me more about him? What is he like?" Xianxia, who had been suddenly bombarded with questions about William, smiled. "Well, this is going to be a long story," Xianxia replied. "Do you want to come to my room, or should we go to yours?" "Let's go to your room to talk," Belle stated. "Tell me everything you know about the Dark Prince." Xianxia nodded her head. This was the real reason she'd come to see Belle, and she was glad that everything seemed to be moving smoothly. As the two walked away, the faint sound of footsteps followed behind them. Unseen by the two of them, a certain virtuous lady followed them from behind while she was invisible. The Pope had ordered her to guard Belle for the entire day, and see if someone among her sisters would approach her. Now that Xianxia had made her move, Cherry followed behind them. Cherry liked to stalk her sisters during her free time, and treated it as a game. She had been very good at hiding her presence over the years. Unfortunately for her, William had Optimus and was therefore able to see past her ability. Because of this, she was captured and her memory was erased. As Xianxia led Belle to her room, the sneaky little girl followed very closely. When the blue-haired beauty was about to close the door of her room after Belle had entered, she felt a gentle breeze pass by her. Thinking it was just her imagination, she closed the door and led Belle to the living room, where the two of them would have a nice long talk about the half-elf that was currently doing his best to reunite with his wives in the underworld. Ainsworth Empire. The six-eared macaque scratched one of his ears before glancing to the east. He was one of the 4 celestial monkeys that defied the laws of the world. If Sun Wukong was the great sage equal to heaven, the six-eared macaque was the great sage of informing wind. Among many things, he had a unique ability to eavesdrop on secrets that were being told thousands of miles away from him. William had given him a specific role, and that was to eavesdrop on whatever the Pope of the Holy Order of Light was doing and inform his allies about it. "Oh, so they are looking for William to make an appearance." The six-eared macaque smirked as he cleaned out one of his ears with his finger. A moment later, his appearance changed. Instead of one of the 4 celestial monkeys, a black-haired teenager with golden pupils stood on top of the Temple of the Gods with a smug look on his face. Twirling a golden cudgel in his hand, the half-elf somersaulted in the air and summoned a flying cloud. A moment later, it flew towards the warp gate that connected the demon capital and the capital city of the Ainsworth Empire. Although the half-elf wasn't around, he could make sure that a convenient body double could masquerade with his appearance in the territories he ruled. Right now, he and the Holy Order of Light were in a cold war. William wasn't stupid enough to leave his territories behind without some kind of plan. The only thing that he didn't foresee was that the Pope would summon an individual who had a very special connection to him. One who had the power to put him in his place, the moment they met on the battlefield. Chapter 1280. She can see us. Are you certain that this information is true? Triton asked the 6-eared macaque who were currently masquerading as William. Yes, the 6-eared macaque replied. You should prepare for an immediate mobilization once the Pope makes her move. I suggest we attack them before they enter the borders of the Ainsworth Empire. This way, the one who will have the initiative is us, instead of them. Triton nodded his head in agreement. I agree with this plan, but how do we know that they are coming? The 6-eared macaque smiled before pulling off a few of his hairs from his head. He then blew at them and they instantly turned into miniature versions of him, making Triton and the other pseudo-gods under William's command understand what the 6-eared macaque was planning. Their meeting lasted for an hour, as they finalized the counter-plan they would use once the threat of the Holy Order was found approaching the Ainsworth Empire. Now that William was currently not in the world of Hestia, it was up to his subordinates to ensure that the territories under his command were safe from any form of aggression. 2 days later, over 100 flying ships were mobilized by the Holy Order of Light, and all of them were headed towards the Ainsworth Empire. This was not a full-scale war, but only a blitzkrieg attack to better understand the capabilities of William's subordinates, as well as to check whether the Prince of Darkness was really in the Ainsworth Empire or not. Bell had boarded the flying ship alongside the 4 other pseudo-gods that were under the Pope's command. The pseudo-god that belonged to Hestia Academy didn't participate in this operation because Byron didn't want to antagonize William in any way, so he refused the Pope's request for assistance. The Pope had already expected this response from the headmaster of Hestia Academy, so she didn't think much of it. She only focused on the operation at hand, and observed her fleet using the round mirror that was floating in front of her. "We will be arriving in the territory of the Ainsworth Empire in 5 minutes, one of the pseudo-gods said as he looked in the distance. "Everyone, make your final preparations." Suddenly, a storm of lightning, black flames, and silver arrows rained down on the flying fleet from the sky. More than a dozen flying ships were immediately destroyed at the first wave of the attacks, and several others had sustained serious damages, preventing them from staying afloat. In just a span of half a minute, more than half of the 100 flying ships that were supposed to attack the Ainsworth Empire were out of commission. If not for the fact that the pseudo-gods had reacted at a timely manner, the entire fleet might have been wiped out due to the ambush that was prepared for them along the way. While everyone was in a state of panic, Belle knocked an arrow to her bow and glanced at something in the distance. A second later, a golden arrow shot out from her bow, devouring the other projectiles that were attacking them from afar. The arrow flew straight and true, forcing the 3 nymphs to evade it in haste. "Did that girl just shoot that arrow randomly, or did she intend to hit us from the start?" Opis asked as soon as she regained her balance in the sky. "Impossible, we are 10 miles away from them." Loxos denied Opis' conjecture. "She can't possibly see us from this distance." Heckerge, who represented the divinity of distance, glanced in the black-haired beauty's direction, and saw a smirk on her beautiful face. Belle was looking straight at her, which made Heckerge feel a tingle run down on the back of her spine. Clearly, their opponent knew exactly where they were, and that was why she had shot in their direction. "She can see us," Heckerge said, which made Opis and Loxos look at her in disbelief. "I don't know how she's doing it, but she can definitely see us and attack us from that distance." "No way. That's impossible." Loxos didn't want to believe her sister's words. The 3 of them had to work together in order to create an attack that would transcend distance, and allow them to deal a blow to their enemy from afar. Opis was responsible for attacking. Loxos was responsible for aiming. And Heckerge was the one that was responsible for allowing Loxos to see greater distances, helping her navigate their bombardment from afar. The 3 of them were a set, making them an effective threat to their enemies. But their opponent was only a single person, and she could do what the 3 of them could do alone. How could Loxos possibly accept such a reality? "Don't lose your focus," Heckerge shouted. "The fight has only begun." Loxos gritted her teeth and resumed her role of attacking the fleet of the Holy Order of Light, while Triton, Astrape, Bronte, and Sephirin pulled their attacks in their direction, allowing the youngest of the 3 nymphs to guide their attacks and allow it to reach the enemy lines. "Let's retreat for now," one of the pseudo-gods from the Holy Order said as the last flying ship burst into flames. Powerful as they were unable to defend any of the ships, especially when Loxos had decided to combine all of the attacks of the pseudo-gods in a concentrated beam of light. This attack was so powerful that none of them dared to block it. Even Belle's arrow couldn't match its might, which led to the complete and utter destruction of the fleet from the Holy Order of Light. Fortunately, none of the people on the ships were killed because Belle had used her power to forcefully drag them inside her own portable domain, preventing them from getting killed by the concentrated fire that was coming from an enraged Loxos, whose bloodshot eyes were looking at her from 10 miles away. Belle arched an eyebrow at the young nymph before flying away. They had been taken completely by surprise by the pseudo-god's uncanny offensive, making them reconsider using the next strategy that they planned to use, in order to better understand their enemy's fighting capabilities. The Pope smashed her fist on top of her table after seeing the one-sided beating that her forces had received. They weren't even able to step up to the border of the Ainsworth Empire, nor see the faces of their enemy, and yet, they had already lost the battle before it even started. Cursed half-elf. The Pope clenched her fist tightly as she was forced to accept the bitter loss that was akin to a slap in her face. She had already known that William had 3 pseudo-gods that could attack from great distances, but she couldn't understand how their operation was discovered. She had not told any of the virtues about her plan, especially the time that it would be executed. Even the personnel that had been assigned to accompany the pseudo-gods didn't know where they were headed, so a leak of information was unlikely. Could it be clairvoyance? The Pope immediately tossed this idea aside because no one could look into the future where the Holy Order of Light was involved. The power of the Goddess of Light shielded them from such things, so it was impossible for anyone to use this ability to know their plans beforehand. Then how? The Pope frowned because she really didn't have any answer to this question. The only thing she could do was make conjectures that, somehow, the three nymphs that were part of William's forces had the uncanny ability to detect enemies from great distances. As the Pope was thinking of various hypotheses as to how their enemy was able to triumph over them, a certain six-eared macaque cleaned his ear with his finger, as it laid down on top of the temple of the gods in the demon realm. "It's time to eat, Brother Six," Eve called out from the ground. "Sister Ariadne made your favorite meat buns. Come and get them while they're still hot." "Okay, I'm coming," the six-eared macaque replied as it somersaulted from the roof of the temple and landed nimbly beside the red-haired little girl that he had acknowledged as his master. Eve held the six-eared macaque's hand and dragged him towards the entrance of the temple. The little girl was not aware that her guardian had just foiled the Pope's grand plan against her cousin, whom she loved very much. The six-eared macaque just chuckled as he allowed himself to be dragged by the little girl who was the treasure of the Ainsworth family. Compared to his former masters, the Ainsworth was a family he didn't mind serving. He only hoped that the half-elf would be back soon, so he could stop impersonating him. As someone who was quick on his feet, and adept at running away, he clearly sensed the power of the black-haired beauty that held a golden bow in her hand. Although they won this time, he felt that if the black-haired beauty really became serious, all of William's strongest defenders would be hard-pressed to fight with her on equal ground. Chapter 1281, How This Fairy Tale Would End. William, who was currently in the underworld, was unaware of what was happening on the surface. The trackers he had left to his subordinates, as well as those in the Holy Order of Light, were still there, and Optimus could feel its connection to them. However, when it tried to gather information on what was happening on the surface world, all it got was white noise, and a blank image that didn't show anything. Right now, William had no way of knowing that a battle had just transpired between his subordinates and the forces of the Holy Order of Light. Since he couldn't do anything about it, he just focused on his task at hand, which was currently holding a placard, while the adorable little doll was giving advice to the souls that had once again lined up in her counseling corner. Aranis had gotten addicted to her job as counselor and did her best to give those who sought her help some decent advice. Even William was surprised at how good the doll-like beauty was when it came to the matters of the heart. Out of curiosity, the half-elf had asked her how she was able to have so much life experience, and Aranis' answer made him regret asking this question. "I watched many telenovelas on Netflix. My favorite one is the Squirt Game," Aranis answered with an innocent look on her face. "I still have 4 free accounts that are not being used. Do you need one?" William politely declined her offer and just resolved himself in holding the placard to gather more poor souls that needed counseling. He needed to gather as many hell credits as possible, so he was not going to complain since his only job was to only hold a placard, instead of giving counsel to those who needed it. "And we're done for the day," Aranis said as she started to stretch her arms. "Oh, that felt good. Good work," William replied as he put down the placard he was holding. Did my order from Amma soon arrive?" "Yeah, I left your chocolate chip cookies and gummy bears in the cupboard." Aranis looked up at William with a dumbfounded look on her face. "I can't reach the cupboard," Aranis said. William smiled as he looked down at the little girl who was looking up at him as if she had betrayed him. "I know," William replied. "That's why I put them there." "Why, you meanie?" Bernice stood up and started pounding William's waist with her closed fist. "Why are you bullying me?" William chuckled as he held the head of the little girl, who was flailing her arms wildly with the intention to hit him. However, due to her being unable to reach him, she just latched onto William's arm like a koala, with no intention of letting go. This time it was the half-elf who looked at the little girl with a dumbfounded look on his face. "Are you human or a monkey?" William asked. "Choose one." "I'm a halfling, damn it." Aranis opened her adorable lips and started biting William's hand, but it was quite impossible for a little girl like her to do damage to the half-elf's hand, after the latter strengthened his arms with his abilities. William ignored the clinging monkey on his arm before glancing at the bracelet on his hand. 68,000 hell credits. In order to buy the ticket that would allow him to proceed to the next layer, he would need to spend 3 to 4 more days in limbo as Aranis' assistant. When he asked the little girl to lend him some hell credits, the latter only glared at him and said, "Over my dead body." This left the half-elf no other choice but to patiently wait for the day when he'd collect all the points he needed. There had been more than one occasion when he was tempted to just bite on Aeronus' finger, to drink her blood and make the latter more obedient than him. However, he couldn't eat anything that came from the underworld, so he didn't dare to use that plan. The tea and cookies that Aeronus liked to snack on were all delivered from Amasun. Since their ingredients weren't made in hell, the rule that he couldn't eat anything from the underworld didn't apply to those items. Also, Optimus was there to tell William what was edible, and what was not, covering all the bases without any fear of making a mistake. "Let's go home," William said as he tried to shake the koala that had clung to his arm with a vendetta. To his surprise, Aeronus disentangled herself from his arm in a graceful manner and giggled. "Fine." The little girl walked towards her boat while humming a song. For some reason, she liked the way William said, "Let's go home." In the past, she just spent her time alone in her house watching meth flicks, and thinking of the day where she would be able to go to the surface world. Now, she was no longer alone, and having William around made her forget the loneliness she had felt for many years. She turned around while walking backwards to glance at the half-elf who was walking several steps away from her with a devilish smile on his face. Aeronus knew that William's reason for coming to the underworld was to look for his wives, and she found this to be very romantic of him. As someone who had watched many fairy tales, she was someone who loved to see happy endings. Right now, a prince had come to save the damsels in distress, and she was no longer a spectator watching a drama unfold. She was one of the main characters in the story, and this was something that Aeronus had dreamed of in the past. The only thing she didn't know was how this fairy tale would end. In her little heart, she wished with every fiber of her being, that William and his wives could be reunited. She thought that perhaps, by taking part of this journey, she would get a taste of what it was like to be a heroine in her own story, facing the dangers of the underworld with a Prince Charming by her side. Chapter 1282, Kazo LS Life. Kazo LS Love. Will, let's go to the second layer now. Aeronus barged inside William's room with an excited look on her face. The half-elf was currently drying his hair with a towel, while the rest of his body was laid bare for the halfling to see. Even so, Aeronus didn't bat an eye and held onto his hand while swinging it left and right. "Hurry up, we need to get to the second layer now, Lord Kazo is having a concert," Aeronus said with a determined look on her face. "But I still need 20,000 hell credits to go up the second layer," William replied as he continued to dry his hair with his free hand. He didn't even bother to cover his body because Aeronus didn't seem to care even though he was naked in front of her. The halfling just kept swinging his hand like a spoiled child who wanted to be taken to the amusement park. "It's fine," Aeronus commented, "I will lend you 20,000 hell credits. But, this is only a one-time deal. I am just making an exception once because Lord Kazo will be performing today." "Lord Kazo? I'm his biggest fan. I plan to ask him for an autograph today after his show. Their group will be playing first in today's performance." William didn't know who this Lord Kazo was, but he didn't plan on complaining because Aeronus was going to give him the credits he needed to buy the ticket to the second layer. Since that was the case, he simply nodded his head. "Great," Aeronus patted William's waist. "I'll wait for you outside." "Hurry up." Okay, William replied as he continued to dry his body with his bath towel. Aeronus left the room and firmly closed the door behind her. However, a few seconds after leaving William's room, the doll-like beauty's face immediately became as red as a tomato as she covered her face with both of her hands. In fear that William would discover her current state of embarrassment, she hurriedly went to her room in order to calm herself down. That was the first time she had seen the body of a naked guy at close range. Fortunately, she was very good when it came to having a poker face, so she was able to keep her calm until she left William's room. "I should have knocked first," Aeronus thought after taking shelter inside her room. "I see, so that was what a naked guy looked like. It's bigger than I thought." While the little halfling was recalling everything she saw when she entered William's room, the half-elf had finished drying himself off and had put on his clothes. He had estimated that he would still need 2 days in order to reach his goal, but since Aeronus' favorite performer was about to have a concert, he managed to get a free pass 2 days ahead of schedule. Half an hour later, Aeronus took William to the Underworld Exchange Commission, so he could buy the ticket that would allow him to go to the second layer to watch Lord Kazo's performance. Second circle of the Underworld, living a hella loca. "Hurry up," Aeronus dragged William impatiently as she marched towards a giant stadium in the distance. Giant spotlights were shining down on it, making it stand out from the hellish flames that surrounded it. Now, this is something I don't get to see every day, William muttered as he walked with firm steps towards the stadium that he didn't expect to see in the underworld. 4 long lines of souls could be seen at the entrance of the stadium that extended for miles. Clearly, the person named Lord Kazoo was very popular in the underworld, making almost everyone in the second layer come to see his concert. Just thinking of joining that long queue made the half-elf frown. However, Aranis ignored the line and walked to the side of the stadium with the "nothing can stop me" expression on her face. At the side of the stadium, there was a gate that 2 giant ogres guarded. Although the gate was open, no soul dared to enter it, in fear that they would get clobbered by the 2 giant monsters, who served as the security guards for the concert hall. "Halt!" one of the giant ogres shouted. He looked down at the 2 people with an intimidating gaze, making them understand that this was a restricted area. "The ticket booth is over there. Line up properly if you don't want to get hurt." Aranis ignored the ogre's warning and took out the badge of the ferryman of the underworld. The doll-like beauty gave the ogre a step-aside plebeian glare, making the latter flinch. After making sure that the badge Aranis showed them was authentic, the 2 were able to pass the gate without any trouble. The ogres even became polite and addressed Aranis as young miss, and William, young sir. "Did you see that?" Aranis glanced at William with a smug look on her adorable face. "I'm amazing, right? As long as I have this badge, nothing can stop me from going where I want." "Yes, you were amazing," William replied. "Can I also get a badge like that?" After seeing how the badge made the ogres change their attitude towards them, William thought that acquiring it would save him a lot of trouble. He didn't know if his wives were located in restricted areas of the underworld, so having the badge would definitely help him bypass certain places that were guarded by the officers of the underworld. "You wish," Aranis chuckled when she heard William's words. "Not just anyone can acquire the ferryman badge. Only those that have done meritorious services in the underworld can get it." "Oh, so you were able to do something great. Pray tell what you did in order to get that badge." "That's a secret. Sorry, but I am under a non-disclosure agreement (NDA). I am not allowed to tell anyone how I got this badge." The halfling stuck out her tongue at William before letting go of his hand. She then ran towards the very front seats of the concert hall, near the stage, and sat on a pink chair that seemed to have been reserved just for her. William sat on the chair beside her, and crossed his arms as he looked at the stage. Right now, the stage was dark, and nothing could be seen on it. Even his dark vision couldn't penetrate the darkness. Half an hour later, most of the seats of the concert hall had been occupied. William was surprised because he had only taken his eyes off the halfling for less than a minute and the latter was already wearing a pink jacket, and holding 2 glow sticks in her hands. She also had a white bandana with the words, "I love Kazoo," with a heart in its center, on it. "President, you are already here," a cheerful voice called out from behind Aranis, and the latter turned her head and looked at her comrades with excitement. "Ha ha, of course I am here," Aranis said as she raised her head arrogantly. "Girls, the time has come to give our Lord our support. We must not fail him. Of course, how can we possibly not give our support to Lord Kazoo? Kazoo is life. Kazoo is love." William blinked once then twice as he looked at over a dozen pangolins of different sizes. Some were as tall as a meter, while the others were only a foot tall. All of them were wearing pink jackets, and already holding glow sticks in both of their claws. Just like Aranis, they also had the white bandana on their heads with the "I love Kazoo" logo imprinted on it. Before the half-elf could even ask Aranis the question that popped inside his head, the lights of the stadium suddenly turned off, leaving everyone in complete and utter darkness. The chattering and murmuring inside the concert hall immediately stopped, as everyone, with the exception of William, waited with bated breath for the start of the concert. Suddenly, a single ray of light shot towards the center of the stage, illuminating a rainbow-colored anteater wearing sunglasses, and clothes that were similar to what Elvis Presley wore during his performances. "Good evening, everyone." Thunderous cheers and applause immediately reverberated inside the concert hall, making the entire venue tremble. Lord Kazoo, William, who was looking up at the stage, had the "I knew it" expression on his face because he had somehow connected the dots. "Thank you all for applauding," Kazaganaga said as it smiled at the people that had come to watch its concert. "My friend is still in the toilet, you prolonging this concert will help him finish his business. But, for now, let's not talk about him because it might make this place stink." The audience laughed at the rainbow-colored anteater's joke, while Aranis and the pangolins behind her started to cheer and wave their glow sticks happily. The black-haired teenager smiled as he looked at his dear companion, who seemed to be enjoying his life in the underworld. At the start, he wasn't interested in watching the concert. But now, he was looking forward to seeing what kind of performance the rainbow-colored anteater was planning on giving in front of the millions of souls who had come to see the concert, and watch the deity of the sky give them a show that they would never forget. Chapter 1283, Lord Kazo's LM Rolling. 5 minutes later, several more lights shone on the rainbow-colored anteater and his band members. They were the popular upstarts of the underworld, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had taken the second layer of the underworld by storm. The drummer of their band was a minotaur, their guitarist was a demonic dog with one eye, and the pianist was a goblin paladin. "The song I am going to sing tonight is a very special one," Kusaganaga said. "It is our latest single, I Am Rolling, so make sure to purchase the original copy after this concert is over. It is very cheap, only 100 hell credits per copy. The first 100 copies of this are signed, but they cost 10,000 hell credits each. Grab one while supplies last." Aranis and the pangolins all clenched their fists. They planned to take all 100 of Kusaganaga's latest single and make sure that everyone in the "We Love Kazo" fanclub got one no matter what. After hyping the crowd to buy his latest album, Kusaganaga glanced at his comrades and gave them a brief nod. Urchitu tapped his drumsticks over his head 3 times, signaling that the performance was about to start. Everyone quieted down as they waited for the rainbow-colored anteater to begin his performance. Using a mellow voice, Kusaganaga began to sing the first lines of his latest single, I Am Rolling. You can sing this song using the tune of American Pie, or The Saga Begins by Weird Al. A long, long time ago, I can still remember, when the humans were under an attack, Kusaganaga sang while having a pained look on his face. And I knew if I had my chance, I can make those people dance, and maybe, they'd be happy for a while. The strumming of the guitars increased the solemnity of the song, making the readers feel as if their heartstrings were being plucked. But the elven goddess' response didn't thrill us. She knocked her bow and tried to kill us. We escaped from that hag, but I fell down in Fort Naz. I can't remember if I cried when I was sealed in a block of ice. But something touched me deep inside. The day I met this boy. Suddenly, the piano and the drums came to life as Kusaganaga sang the chorus of the song. I am rolling. My this red-headed guy. Maybe Dark Prince someday later, now he's just a small fry. He died in his world, and said to his beloved goodbye. Wishing he and her would be under the same sky. Wishing he and her would be under the same sky. The corners of William's lips twitched after hearing the chorus of the song. He didn't expect that the rainbow-colored anteater was singing a song based on what was not only exclusive to him, but himself as well. Right after the chorus ended, the song became very lively, as the upbeat music of the piano, guitar, and drums, accompanied by Kusaganaga's cheerful voice, made the crowd wave their joysticks happily as they listened to its song. Did you know the truth of love? And do you have faith in the gods above? If your best friend S tells you so. Now do you believe in Rick and roll? Can Wendy heal your mortal soul? And can Ash teach you how to dance real slow? The anteater shook its hips as the music intensified, making Aranis and the I Love Kazo fans club wave their joysticks more vigorously. Well, I know that Acedia is in love with him. 'Cause the two were SNU snooing in Alfheim. The two went off the roof. And he made her a promise or two. He then met Chiffon in a garbage dump. And the girl was hungry and could eat a truck. William, my boy, was out of luck the day he met his lowly wife. Chorus. I am rolling. Wishing he and her would be under the same sky. William covered his face with both of his hands because the rainbow-colored anteater was basically singing his life story for everyone to hear. He didn't know if the feeling that was bubbling inside his chest was embarrassment, or the strong urge to go to the stage and strangle Kusaganaga, who was singing his hearts out. Now for several years we've been on our own. And my scales are harder due to my rolling zone. But that's not how it used to be. So William went to the demon realm. In a name he borrowed from the hospital's dean. And a voice that came from you and me. Oh, the demons was impressed, of course. They thought he could bring balance to the horde. They went and followed the kid. And that's one big gamble they did. Because the demon clans had so much fear. But William said, now listen here. Just stick it in your demon ears. I will become the demon lord. The lively music then became mellow, as Kusaganaga once again had a pained expression on its face, completely reversing the happy mood that everyone had earlier. We then went to the ancient ruins. 'Cause William and Celine wanted to. I frankly would have liked to stay. Kusaganaga paused for a brief moment before continuing the rest of the song. Then we all fought in that epic war. And it wasn't long at all before our William fought to save the day. In the end, some shadow demons died. Some demons blew up, and they were fried. A lot of our friends were croaking. The King's Legion was broken. And the demonic dog I admire the most met up with Princess Iron Fan and he got toast. Well, we're still here and she's a thought. But still, we lost that war. With a tearful voice Kusaganaga continued the last verse of the song, as the rest of his band members joined him to sing the chorus. Wishing he and her would be under the same sky. The rainbow-colored anteater slowly waved its paw left and right, and the rest of the audience also slowly waved the glowsticks in their hands in response to their Lord Kuzo's tearful voice. The audience then sang along with him because they already knew that they just needed to repeat the chorus for the finale. We were rolling. My this red-headed guy. Maybe Dark Prince someday later, now he's just a small fry. He died in his world, and said to his beloved goodbye. Wishing he and her would be under the same sky. Wishing we and him would be under the same sky. The song finally ended and another thunderous round of applause and cheering shook the entire venue. William, who was watching his friends on the stage, didn't notice the tears that had slid down the sides of his face. He had seen through his sea of consciousness how desperate his friends had fought in order to buy some time to allow him and the others to escape. Ella, Elliot, Conan, Kusoganaga, Urchatu, Jareth, and many more, sacrificed their lives in order to allow him to escape. Back then, he cried tears of blood as he watched the deaths of everyone he cared for, and who cared for him in return. They had indeed lost that war, and through it, William had also lost many things, including half of his soul. As the loud shouts of praise from the crowd continued to reverberate inside the arena, the black-haired teenager who had come to reunite with his wives, and unexpectedly found his friends, cried silently amidst the cheers surrounding him. Only those that had been present for the battle in the demon realm knew how dire the situation was. If not for the courage and selflessness of several individuals, the Prince of Darkness might have been crushed in Ahriman's grasp before he was even born. Chapter 1284, Reunion in Living a Hell Aloka. After Kusaganaga's performance, the other performers of the underworld went onto the stage one by one. However, none of them were able to make the crowd cheer as wildly as the rainbow-colored anteater had. An hour later, Aranis, as well as the members of the I Love Kuzo fan club, stormed the backstage area, using the power of her ferryman badge, which allowed them to completely bypass the helpless security guards along the way. Lord Kuzo, we've come to buy all 100 signed copies of your latest single. Aranis shouted as she looked at the rainbow-colored anteater that was currently drinking coconut juice, and wearing a small fedora on its head, while seated on a chair. Oh, Aranis, it's been a while since I've seen you. Kusaganaga smiled as soon as it saw the doll-like beauty who had proclaimed herself as its #1 fan, and president of the I Love Kuzo fan club. I'm glad that you were able to come to the concert. No matter where I am, as long as I hear that you are going to have a concert, Aranis patted her modest chest with confidence. I will come flying. Right, girls. That's right, President, one of the pangolins said with a flushed look on her face. Even if a river of flames, or the god of death himself stands in our way, we will endure all hardships in order to watch you perform. You have our 101% support. Kusaganaga chuckled after hearing the pangolin's flattering words. I know that you girls feel that way. This is why I reserved all 100 of my signed copies for you girls, Kusaganaga replied as it pointed at a table that was covered with cloth. As if waiting for that moment, Soglav took the cloth away, and showed everyone the 100 CDs with Kusaganaga's signature on it. Lord Kuzo, you're so awesome, Aranis shouted. I'll transfer the hell credits to you right now. Always pleasure doing business with you Aranis. Kusaganaga tipped its fedora in her direction, making the pangolins behind Aranis faint with love-struck eyes. The little halfling didn't even bother to look at her fallen comrades as she immediately secured the goods on the table in fear that some random rival fans club would suddenly barge in and steal them from her. After securing the goods, she went back to help revive the pangolins who had fainted from the gesture of their idol. While this was happening, Kusaganaga's gaze was somewhat pulled towards the door of the room, where a black-haired teenager was leaning on the wall, and looking at him with a smile. The rainbow-colored anteater dropped the coconut in its paws as it looked at the half-elf in disbelief. Will Kusaganaga asked with a doubtful expression on its face. Is that you? It seems that you are enjoying your life here in the underworld, Lord Kazo, William replied in a teasing voice. I guess you like your life here more than your life on the surface. Before William could even continue teasing the deity of the sky, Kusaganaga had already rolled up in a ball and flew in his direction. When it was only a meter away from William, it unrolled itself and clung to the half-elf's chest while crying. Damn it, did Ahriman kill you as well? Kusaganaga asked while its tears fell down like rain. Why did you die? You're not supposed to die. What are you doing here? Urchitu picked up the half-elf and gave him a crushing hug, making Kusaganaga howl in pain because it was being crushed between the two of them. Fortunately, the rainbow-colored anteater was already dead, so it couldn't die a second time. Will, what happened? Soglav asked as it patted William's leg because the half-elf was still being hugged by Urchitu. Is the situation in the surface world that bad? Jareth had also moved towards William and waited for his reply. The 4 pillars that supported William's King's Legion all knew how dire the situation was before they died. In truth, with each passing day, they feared that the half-elf would also appear in the underworld. Although they missed him dearly, they didn't want to see him in the afterlife because that would mean that William had also died at Ahriman's hands. Don't worry, everything is already over, William replied as soon as Urchitu placed him back on the ground. Felix is dead, and Ahriman's soul escaped to the void. We won't be seeing him anytime soon. After hearing William's reply, Kusaganaga, Urchitu, Soglav, and Jareth all breathed sighs of relief. What happened to Princess Iron Fan? Soglav asked. Did you torture that bitch? The demonic dog's words were filled with hatred as it spoke the name of the demon that killed him and his friends. Yes, William replied. I also burned half of her face with the flames of darkness, and unless I personally heal it, her face will stay that way forever. That's not enough, Soglav growled. If only I was there I would have. It's fine, William patted the demonic dog's shoulder. When you get back, I'll leave her in your hands. The demonic dog's eyes widened in shock after hearing William's words. Did you bring my body? William nodded. Since his friends' bodies had no life left in them, he was able to store them inside his storage ring after letting them soak in the spring of life for a day. Their bodies were no longer stiff, but it still didn't have any heartbeats, so they were able to be stored without any problems. Good, Kusaganaga nodded as he patted William's chest. You did well. Actually, this is even better. Did you know that we have been collecting hell credits so that we can reconstruct our bodies? Urchitu doesn't have a body anymore, so we plan to get him a new body before we return to the surface world. Since you brought our bodies here, we can have them modified in order to make them stronger. William looked at the anteater clinging on his chest in disbelief. You can do that? Yes, Kusaganaga replied. Right now, we have millions of hell credits, and we were just about to buy bodies for ourselves, but since you brought them for us, we can just use the remaining hell credits for upgrades. Next time, my scales will be so hard that not even a god can destroy them with a punch. The rainbow-colored anteater shook its little paw as it told William about the latest products that had been released in the god shop. Soglav wanted to have eyes like a normal creature, and its single demonic eye would become its third eye. Urchitu had planned to buy a hybrid body that could shift between his normal form and an adamantite form that is very resistant to magical and physical attacks. Jareth, on the other hand, planned to buy a half-cyborg body, with modern armaments like plasma cannons and lightsabers. William chuckled after hearing the outrageous modifications that his 4 friends planned to make to their bodies using their hell credits. While they were all chatting happily, Aranis, who had finished reviving her club members, looked at the black-haired teenager in surprise. She didn't expect William and Lord Kazo to know each other. Just by looking at how close they were, she could tell that they had known each other for a very long time and got along well. The halfling had so many questions inside her head, but she also knew that now wasn't the time to ask them. However, after thinking for a while, she decided to take the initiative to invite Lord Kazo and his band members to have dinner with her, William, and her fans club at one of the restaurants on the second layer of the underworld, to which the rainbow-colored anteater was more than happy to accept. William also had no problem with it, so he went along with Aranis' proposal. Half an hour later, a grand party was held at one of the VIP rooms of the restaurant called Hell's Kitchen. Aranis sat beside Kusaganaga and listened as William told the anteater everything that had happened in the surface world. As someone who had lived in the underworld all her life, any news about the surface world made her excited. When William said that he had fought against a primordial god, the halfling looked at him with contempt. Clearly, she didn't believe that someone like William would be able to contend against a god, and she simply thought that the black-haired teenager was just bragging. Just as she thought that Kasaganaga and the rest of its band would laugh and ridicule William for spouting nonsense, the rainbow-colored anteater patted William's shoulder while saying, "You made us proud." Aranis blinked once then twice at this unexpected reaction that, for a brief moment, she thought that it was her who didn't have any common sense. She couldn't believe that her idol readily believed William's words, as if the half-elf was incapable of lying. Even Soglav, Urchatu, and Jareth all had smiles on their faces as they listened to William's tale. "So, you came here to find Chiffon, Ash, Princess Sidoni, and Celine." Kasaganaga rubbed its chin. "If I'm not mistaken, the third layer of the underworld is called the Glutton's Paradise. If Chiffon is really here, then she would certainly be there without a doubt." William nodded his head in agreement. Aranis had told him all of the names of each layer of the underworld. He shared the same opinion as Kasaganaga. If Chiffon was indeed located on the next layer of the underworld, then William had to meet her no matter what. For now, he was thinking about how to gain the hell credits that he would need to go to the second layer. Unlike the first layer, the lending of hell credits wasn't allowed on the second layer. However, since Kasaganaga, Soglav, Urchatu, and Jareth had registered as a band, the hell credits they gained were shared between all of them, and they had the option to share them with each other. William didn't have this option, so he was wondering how he could gain 1,000,000 hell credits in order to buy the ticket that would get him to the third layer of the underworld. While the black-haired teenager and his friends were thinking, the halfling, who had remained quiet for the duration of their talk, suddenly raised her voice in order to get William's attention. "I know how you can earn hell credits here in the second layer," Aranis said with a mischievous smile on her face. "I just don't know if you have the guts to do it." For some reason, William could tell that the little girl had something very mischievous planned for him. Even so, he was willing to give it a try. As long as he could meet his wives sooner, he was willing to go to actual hell and back, just to embrace them in his arms once again. Chapter 1285, Just a little more, and we can meet. William was doing his best to keep the smile on his face as he was surrounded by several ladies in the underworld. He was pouring wine and other alcoholic drinks to the glasses of the ladies that had picked him as their host for the night. The second layer of the underworld was the entertainment district of the underworld. Even those from the upper layers would often come down to the second district to watch concerts, as well as enjoy the services that were offered there. Aranis figured out that since William had wives, he had a lot of experience with women. In the second layer of the underworld, cabarets and host clubs were quite popular, so the doll-like beauty told William that if he wanted to earn hell credits at a very fast rate, he should just become a host. However, what the little girl had in mind was not just an ordinary host, but the top host of the most famous host club of the second layer, which was called Oren Host Club. "Will, do you have anyone you like among us?" one of the ladies that had her arms wrapped around William's waist asked as she looked up at him. "I like all of you," William replied with a smile. "Would you like to order another bottle of champagne? Will you let me drink it using your lips?" "No, but if you like, I can make you chug the entire bottle in one go." The four ladies surrounding the black-haired teenager chuckled as they pressed their bodies against him. One beauty was hugging his head from behind, and letting it rest on her chest. Another was sitting on his lap, while tracing his lips with her fingers. Two other girls sat on his left and right, and held onto his arms, letting him feel the softness of their breasts. If other guys had been in his position, they would certainly say that they were in heaven, despite being in the underworld. Even so, despite the fact that William's arms and head were occupied, he was still able to serve the ladies by giving them alcoholic drinks just like his job entailed. The more they spent on food and drinks, the higher his share was, and the higher his share was, the faster he would earn the hell credits required to buy the ticket for the third layer of the underworld. William had been trained by Lady Eros herself, so he was quite proficient in the art of seduction. However, he didn't do anything to his customers, and certainly didn't treat them like girls to be taken out for a one-night stand. This was why, although he had a standoffish attitude when it came to the ladies who chose him as their host for the night, they could still feel that he wasn't just doing his job, but was also taking care of their needs. "Will, do you have a girlfriend or a lover?" the beauty that was tracing William's lips asked as she lightly poked his nose. "Would you like me to become your sugar mommy?" "Actually, I am already married," William answered. I also have several concubines and secret mistresses. Ha ha ha. You are very funny, Will. Thank you for your praise. I can only stay with you girls for 10 more minutes. Do you want an extension? Why not? You won't be getting any sleep tonight. Please, let me sleep. I've been here since noon. Ha 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 ha. Using the power of wind, William poured drinks into glasses and served them to the 4 ladies who had become his regular customers. He had only been a host for 5 days, and yet he had already gained over 100,000 hell credits. Although William didn't hit and touch any of his customers below the belt, his popularity at the host club made the other hosts treat him as their rival. Also, because his body was normally cold if he didn't drink any blood, people thought that he was also a dead person, and not a living person who had somehow snuck into the underworld to look for his wives. You're so uptight, Will, the lady seated on his lap said as she picked up the cherry from her cocktail and pressed it over William's lips. The other hosts would have pounced on us by now, and yet, you're not doing anything to us. Are we that unattractive? That's right, we want to be pampered and spoiled by you, the beauty who was hugging William's head from behind said before nibbling on his ear. Let loose a bit, will you? What are you talking about? William arched an eyebrow. Both of you are very attractive. Our chef has this new dish that was just released on our menu. Are you girls interested in tasting it? It also comes with 4 cosmopolitan magazines. I'll make sure to pamper all of you if you order this set. Yes, none of you are going to get any sleep tonight. The 4 ladies giggled and allowed William to order things for them. True to his word, the ladies enjoyed their night with him, and the half-elf had to personally take them back to their lodgings before going back to Aranis' house to sleep. Welcome home, Will, Aranis said as soon as she noticed William's arrival. The halfling was wearing pajamas and holding a bag of potato chips in her hand while watching the 2nd season of Squirt Games in Netflix. It was around 3 in the morning, and the doll-like beauty should have been sleeping, but she had become hooked on watching the show. She would watch every episode as soon as it was aired, which coincided with the time that William's shift at the host club ended. I'll take a bath first, then we can sleep afterwards. My customers spilled a few of their drinks on me. I'll wait until you're done. The two had been living together since William had entered the underworld and, for some reason, he had gotten used to this usual daily routine of theirs. Half an hour later, the door of William's room opened, and Aranis came in with a yawn. The half-elf who had just finished drying his hair with a towel glanced at the sleepy girl who had already climbed onto his bed. Will it take longer? Aranis asked as she curled up on William's bed, covering herself with a blanket. Just about finished, William replied. 2 minutes later, William entered the bed in his pajamas, and also covered himself with a blanket. Aranis then moved closer to him and buried her face in his chest, while the half-elf wrapped his arms around her, holding her in an embrace. Soon, the halfling's sleeper breath reached William's ears. A minute later, he too closed his eyes to sleep. It may not look like it, but he was also exhausted after dealing with his customers in the host club, making him fall asleep in less than a minute, while holding the soft and delicate body of the halfling in his arms. Aranis had told William that she was lonely living alone, so when he started living with her, the doll-like beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes would sleep with him every night. William didn't mind doing this because Medusa would do the same from time to time. She would come to the black-haired teenager's room and simply snuggle up to him, as if seeking someone to fend off the loneliness that she had been feeling ever since Chiffon had died in the war. As one of the ladies in the black-haired teenager's dreams, he didn't treat Aranis coldly and, to a certain extent, would often spoil her as well. Although his relationship with her was like a caretaker, taking care of a spoiled child, the half-elf didn't mind making the lonely girl in his arms feel less lonely, especially during a cold night in the underworld. Kusaganaga and the rest, with the exception of Urchitu, had already received their bodies, and were busy modifying them using the hell credits that they had gained from their concerts. But, all 4 understood that leaving the underworld was not going to be an easy task for them. Unlike William, who had entered the underworld while he was still alive, Urchitu and the rest had already died. Because of this, a special method had to be used in order for them to return to Hestia, and that would cost an exuberant amount of hell credits that numbered in the billions. Unless they were able to reach this number, they would not be able to leave the underworld because the laws of the dead prevented them from doing so. They had already mentioned this matter to William, and the black-haired teenager understood that it would still take his friends some time to return to his side. However, knowing how popular Kusaganaga was in the underworld, he believed that it wouldn't take the four of them that long to return to the surface world. As William fell deeper into sleep, he found himself in a familiar place that he had been in the past. The Deadlands, William thought as he glanced at his surroundings. He was currently standing on top of the Glory Shelter, and staring at the same scenery that he had seen when he first came to that strange world that floated within the void. "Congratulations, Will," a pair of soft and delicate hands wrapped around the half-elf, as the familiar voice spoke behind him. "Just a little more, and we can meet. Make sure to take care of Aranis because she is one of the ladies that will lead you to me." "When is the right time?" William asked without turning his head. The only thing he did was hold onto the young lady's arms that were wrapped on his waist, holding her in place. "When the time is right. Stop talking in circles." The young lady giggled, but didn't say anything else. She just rested her head against his back, feeling the coldness of his body that had been deprived of blood for many days. "Now is not the time to meet. You still have things to do, and an angry wife to pacify. Once that is over, come and find me. I will be waiting for you." As soon as those words were spoken, the half-elf turned around to look at the person whom he hadn't seen for a long time. However, before he could even look at her, the lady behind him had already turned into countless white feathers, and flew towards the sky. "Not yet, Will," the mischievous voice said in a teasing manner. It was also at that moment when the world around William disappeared. All that was left to him was a promise of reunion, as well as a wish that needed to be fulfilled. The image of the lady in his head also disappeared, as if it was just a fleeting dream, but her voice, as well as her touch lingered within his consciousness, making him wake up. As soon as William opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a sleeping Aranis who was drooling on his pajama shirt. He could no longer remember the dream he just had, but for some reason, a part of him was looking forward to meeting her again. The half-elf sighed as he set aside his dream for the time being. Using the blanket, he wiped the drool-stained face of the halfling in his arms. "I don't need to wait for the future," William thought as he planted a kiss on Aranis' forehead before closing his eyes so he could return to sleep. "It comes soon enough." As if responding to William's kiss, the sleeping halfling held onto him tighter, while dreaming sweet dreams that she had never been able to dream before within the deathly prison that was called the Underworld. Chapter 1286. Follow Me and I'll Take You Flying, Part 1. "Welcome to the Orin Host Club," William said as soon as he opened the door. "I will be your host for Todd." The half-elf wasn't able to finish his words because as soon as he opened the door, the faces of Aranis, Kusaganaga, and two pangolins appeared in his vision. "Hey Will, we came to visit." The half-elf immediately closed the door before pinching the bridge of his nose. He could already tell that Aranis and Kusaganaga had come to visit him out of curiosity, and he would have no choice but to serve them as their host for the night. As a host that was as popular as he was, his schedule was booked for an entire month. The half-elf had decided to accumulate as many hell credits as he could, even surpassing the ticket price for the third layer of hell. The reasoning for this was simple. Regardless of where he went in the underworld, the currency that reigned supreme was hell credits. Since that was the case, he would just farm as many credits as he could, so he could buy the tickets for the third, fourth, fifth, and perhaps even the sixth layer of the underworld before he left the second layer. This was the method that he had devised. Although it would take him a longer time to reunite with his wives, this was still the best method that he could use in order to meet them all without having the need to accumulate hell credits as he advanced to the upper layers of the underworld. To a certain extent, he already knew who his regular customers were, and had expected them to be his guests for tonight, but seeing Aranis with Kusaganaga, he understood that the doll-like beauty had used her authority as the ferryman of the underworld again to cut in line, and reserve him for the night. Taking a deep breath and resigning himself to his fate, William once again opened the door and entered it with a smile. "You bastards, just what do you think you're doing here?" William asked as he lightly pinched Aranis' cheeks, making the latter flail on her chair. "I should be the one asking you that," Aranis replied after prying William's hand off her cheek. "Don't you know that we are customers? Customers are always right." "That's right. What do you think you're doing to our president? Do you want to get fired from your job?" one of the pangolins asked. "Can you act in a civilized manner and not like a barbarian who just came from the countryside?" The other pangolin supported her comrade at arms. "Can't we talk things out like proper civilized creatures?" Kusaganaga chuckled before lightly tapping its paw on the table. "We came here to have a good night, Will," Kusaganaga stated. "No more violence, okay. Fine," William replied. "So, Dear guests, what drinks would you like to have? 1 margarita for me, Aranis ordered. 2 cosmopolitan. One of the pangolins ordered for herself and her friend. I'll take 1 mojito, please. Kasaganaga gave his order as well. William nodded. Understood. 1 orange juice, 2 lime juice, and 1 mojito. Hey, I said margarita, not orange juice. Aranis complained. That's 2 cosmopolitan, and not 2 lime juices. The pangolin also voiced her opinion. I heard you the first time, William replied as he activated the artifact in his hand. 1 orange juice, 2 lime juice and 1 mojito. Jarvis, please prepare the drinks. Got it, Jarvis. The bartender of the Oran Host Club acknowledged William's order and closed the connection. William ignored Aranis and the 2 pangolins, glares before sitting between the halfling and the rainbow-colored anteater. How is the preparation for your next concert going? William asked Kasaganaga, who was just chilling beside him. It's going well, Kasaganaga replied. Our new single is also selling like hotcakes. The recording studio called me earlier and said that they are going to release 100,000 more copies because of increasing demand. That's great to hear. More power to your next concert. William then shifted his attention to the sulking little girl beside him. What's wrong? William inquired. Not watching Squirt Games today. I can watch it anytime, Aranis replied grumpily. I want to be pampered tonight. If you don't give it your best, we will leave you a 1-star review. Isn't that right, girls? Yes, President, one of the pangolins replied. I'll also make sure that the rest of our sisters post 1-star reviews as well. Let's see if he can bully us after that. You are underestimating the power of your customers, the second pangolin commented. So what if you are the most popular host right now? One small mishap and your fame will come crumbling down if you mess with our fans club. William ignored the threats of Aranis and her fellow pangolins. Since Kasaganaga was his friend, just a slight push was all it would take to pacify the I Love Kazo fans club, and change their 1-star reviews into 5-star ones. When the drinks finally arrived, the group became rowdy as they sang and danced in the host club's room that also served as a KTV. In order to entertain guests, hosts would usually sing, dance, and serve them, to make the customers continue to buy food and drinks, thereby raising the commission that they would get for the duration of their guest stay inside the host club. Naturally, they were also given tips in the end, which sometimes exceeded half of the total number of hell credits that they could earn in a day of serving customers. Since William was well versed in the act of seduction and temptation, his ability to squeeze the hell credits from his clients' purses were quite phenomenal, making him the top host of the establishment in just the span of a few days. Peaches and cream, sweeter than sweet, chocolate cheeks and chocolate wings. But your wings are devil wings. There is a bitter next to your sweet. Arian sang while holding the mic in her hand, while the 2 pangolins clapped their hands together to support their president. William and Kasaganaga clapped alongside the beat of the music, making the halfling sing and dance to her heart's content. After the song ended, a satisfied Aranis returned to her seat, as William gave her a glass of Cinderella, which was a mocktail that the half-elf had ordered for the lively halfling who was truly enjoying her night at the host club. Although she was sweating a bit, and breathing a bit roughly, her youthful energy would revitalize anyone that looked at her. Even Kasaganaga was contemplating if he should invite Aranis to become a guest performer in its next concert, which made the halfling look at her idol with sparkling eyes. See, can I really be a star just like you, Lord Kazo? Aranis asked after drinking half of the fruit juice that William had given her. Definitely. Isn't that right, Will? Kasaganaga replied before shifting its attention on the half-elf who was busy wiping the sweat off Aranis' face with his handkerchief. I can already see it happening, William answered. The halfling that took the underworld by storm. The one and only, Lady Aranis, who sings BTS songs as if she was born to do it. That's right, President. One of the pangolins clapped her hands. This is simply perfect. To think that our president can also become a celebrity. I'm so proud. Just thinking of our president's poster being plastered all over the second layer for her upcoming concert, the other pangolin hugged itself while its body shuddered. The mere thought of it is giving me goosebumps. Aranis looked up at William, as the latter continued to wipe the sweat on her forehead, cheeks, and neck. Do you really think I can be a popular idol? Aranis inquired with a serious look on her face. Definitely, William replied. The only question is, whether you are prepared for the consequences of stepping on that grand stage, and looking at the countless people who have come to watch you perform. The halfling closed her eyes as she imagined the scene that William had told her. A grand stage with the lights shining down on her, and countless people waving their glow sticks in the darkness. The mere thought of it made Aranis shudder from both fear and excitement. Chapter 1287, Follow Me and I'll Take You Flying, Part 2. The more Aranis thought about becoming an idol, the more she felt that she might be biting off more than she could chew. A part of her felt anxious about stepping on the spotlight and performing like one of those popular artists that she had watched on meth flicks. What would she do if she wasn't able to sing and dance properly? Worse, what would happen if she accidentally tripped on the stage and fell while dancing? I'll think about it for now, Aranis stuttered as soon as she realized how grand the scale of the performance that Kusaganaga was talking about. She didn't know if she was confident enough to face tens of thousands of people that would come to watch her perform on the stage. Kusaganaga chuckled before poking William's arm. I wonder what would happen if Medusa and Aranis met. I'm sure the two of them would hit it off. Maybe our little Medusa can even help Aranis become the idol she aspires to be. The black-haired teenager smiled because Medusa had become the Thousand Beast Domain's pop star. The little Gorgon would hold concerts once a week alongside Sharuer and Gullenbursti at the concert hall of K-City. It all started when William had asked Optimus to attach a special antenna tower within the Thousand Beast domain to allow the televisions to pick up channels back on Earth. Among these channels was the music channel, where all the latest songs were being played. As someone who had become the champion of Dance Evolution in the Thousand Beast domain, Medusa enjoyed dancing and singing as well. It was as if everything fell in place like a giant puzzle, and before William was even aware, the little Gorgon was already doing small-scale concerts without his knowledge. If not for Optimus' regular weekly reports on the things that were happening inside his domain, he would still be unaware of the latest fad that was happening right under his nose. Maybe I should let them meet in the future, William mused as he finished wiping the sweat off the doll-like beauty's face. I'm sure that the two of them will become the best of friends. A few hours later, William carried a drunk Aranis back home in a princess carry. He didn't know how it happened, but the halfling got tipsy after drinking so many fruit juices. After asking Jarvis about the possibility of adding alcohol in her drinks, the bartender confessed that there were 3 occasions where the halfling had gone to the bar counter of the host club to order a few alcoholic drinks on her way to the bathroom. Since Aranis had the badge of the ferryman of the underworld, Jarvis didn't dare defy her orders and gave her the alcoholic drinks she wanted, which the latter gulped one after the other before returning to the room where William, Kusaganaga, and her 2 friends were currently at. Fortunately, even when drunk, Aranis was still sober enough to not do anything embarrassing. The only thing she did was to sit on William's lap and rest her head on his chest before dozing off to sleep. Half an hour later, Kusaganaga deemed that it was time to end the drinking session and paid William the fee for his services, as well as the payment for the food and drinks. Naturally, the rainbow-colored anteater gave the half-elf a generous tip of 100,000 hell credits, which was his own way of helping William gather the resources he needed to meet with his wives in the underworld. In truth, this was the main reason why he agreed to come with Aranis to the host club. Since lending hell credits was forbidden in the second layer of the underworld, the only way he could help William was to use the loophole that was available in the rules of the underworld, which was giving tips. Sadly, there was a limit to the amount that tips given to an individual could be, and 100,000 was its limit. This was to prevent people from abusing this method, and they could only pay such a huge amount once every week. Naturally, there were exceptions to this rule, and that exception belonged to those who served the underworld in high places, like a ferryman. As William helped the drunken halfling put on her pajamas, the latter transferred 500,000 hell credits to him, while caressing the side of his face. "This young lady is loaded," Aranis said in her drunken state. "Follow me and I'll take you flying." "All right," William replied as he closed the button on Aranis' pajama shirt. "Now go to sleep. Where is my goodnight kiss?" "One goodnight kiss coming right up." William planted a kiss on the halfling's forehead, making the latter giggle. 5 minutes later, Aranis was lightly snoring on the bed while holding onto William. She had enjoyed the time she had spent with him, and it was the most fun that she had experienced since she had taken the position of ferryman of the underworld. The half-elf, on the other hand, looked at the bracelet on his wrist to check the amount of hell credits he currently had. "Over 2 million, William muttered as he lightly patted the head of the doll-like beauty, who was now drooling on his chest. Aranis said I need at least 16 million hell credits to reach the 5th circle of the underworld. The black-haired teenager sighed because he still had a long way to go. In truth, he was a bit worried about what was happening in the surface world. Also, he was starting to feel some withdrawal symptoms from not being able to drink blood for a long time. Aranis had already helped him order some blood in Amasun using Hell credits, but the delivery date was still 2 days away. For the time being, William decided to just sleep longer hours during the day, and only wake up an hour before his shift in the host club started. This was the only way that he could think of to prevent himself from indulging in the temptation of the soft and warm body that was currently nestled in his embrace, which was filled with sweet and delicious blood that was only a bite away. Chapter 1288, Dreaming of the Surface World. What does blood taste like? Aranis asked as she looked at William, who was chugging a blood pack that had just arrived in their home from Amasun. This blood tastes so bland that if not for the fact that I need to drink blood on a regular basis, I would have already thrown it in the trash, William replied as soon as he emptied the blood pack he was holding. There was a small blood stain at the corner of his lips, but he wiped it away using the back of his hand. I know that vampires drink blood on a regular basis, and I've long been curious on what blood tastes like, Aranis commented. It's just that, when I plan to actually drink blood, I feel nauseous and stop my attempt halfway. The corner of William's lips curled up because the little halfling was making a disgusted expression on her face. Trust me, you don't want to drink anyone's blood, William stated. Aranis smirked as she looked up at William in a mischievous manner. But I'm curious about what your blood tastes like. My blood? William blinked in confusion. I don't think my blood tastes good. But didn't your wives or lovers ever think of biting you back? I mean, you've been biting them a lot. If that was me, I would have bitten you back as payback. Well, 3 of them did try to bite me and drink my blood out of curiosity. Oh, what happened next? Aranis was like an auntie who was looking for juicy gossip as she focused her attention on the half-elf who had sat beside her. Well, my wife, Princess Sidoni, is a succubus, William replied. So she can extend her fangs and draw blood from my body. When she drank my blood, she only commented that it was delicious. Really? Aranis arched an eyebrow. Maybe she's just paying lip service since you are her husband. William nodded. I think so too as well. Then the next one that tried to bite me was my wife Chiffon. It was a subconscious act on her part. We were sleeping together, and she was resting her head on my chest. Suddenly, my 6th sense woke me up because it sensed a great danger was about to befall me. Fortunately, I woke up just in time and managed to stop her from literally biting a chunk out of my chest. She was dreaming of eating a cake, so her body moved subconsciously to take a bite. In truth, sleeping with her so close to me is always a gamble because when she dreams of eating something, it is a life and death situation for me. Aranis giggled after hearing William's story. She thought that the half-elf was just exaggerating his claim that his wife's sleep biting was a matter of life and death. How could someone possibly die if they were bitten by a dwarf who was only a head taller than she was? And, who was the last one? Aranis asked. The last one was a young nymph, William replied as he thought of Loxos, who was currently guarding his empire for him. She had been so drunk by pleasure that she bit me without intending to. Naturally, she managed to draw blood and my blood entered her lips. When she regained her senses, she said that my blood tasted bitter, and she didn't want to taste it ever again. Aranis giggled again after hearing the young nymph's complaint about William's blood. So, one said it tastes delicious, and the other says it's bitter, the halfling muttered as she nonchalantly sat on William's lap as she used the remote control to open the TV to watch squirt games in Netflix. She then grabbed the bag of potato chips she had prepared beforehand and started munching on chips. William had already gotten used to Aranis' antics, so he just leaned back against the couch, and held her in place to prevent her from slipping off his lap. The black-haired teenager had taken the day off because of his unstable urge to drink blood. He didn't want to start biting his customers due to bloodthirst and simply waited for the delivery of Amasun to arrive. Now that he had drunk some blood, he felt a lot better, but still unsatisfied with its taste. Drinking blood from a blood pack and drinking it directly from the source were 2 different things. It was like eating from a fast food restaurant and comparing it to a Michelin star restaurant. The difference was that great, and William, who had been spoiled by the blood of his wives and lovers, had higher standards compared to an ordinary vampire. Aranis, what is your father like? William asked. He had been living with the halfling for quite some time now and he wanted to know more about her. My father is quite busy, so he has no time to look after me, Aranis replied as she continued to eat potato chips on William's lap. I often visit my grandma during my free time, but I don't want to bother her too much, so I haven't seen her in more than a year. William listened to Aranis speak about the moments when she went to visit her father and her grandma, and he could genuinely tell that she loved and respected both of them. There was also a trace of loneliness mixed between her words, which meant that she really missed seeing them. Perhaps, becoming a ferryman of the underworld was just her way of trying to find some form of enjoyment in her mundane, everyday life. Being able to talk to and meet other souls was like meeting tourists who hailed from distant lands and worlds. Perhaps it was due to fate that allowed Aranis to meet William the moment he arrived in the underworld, which allowed her to take him under her wing, while he came to understand the rules that governed the place where the dead go after their lives have ended. Through his interaction with Aranis, he noticed that the halfling would ask a lot of questions about the world of Hestia where William had come from. The half-elf had already felt it, but Aranis really longed to see the surface world. She was like the little mermaid in the fairy tale who wanted to go onto the land in order to experience what it was like to be a human, but the price she had to pay for it was very steep. Will, you're planning to take your wives back to the surface world, right? Can you? Never mind. Aranis stopped whatever she was planning to say, and William didn't urge her to say what she wanted in her heart. He already knew what she wanted, but he didn't know if he could make it happen. After what had happened with Acedia, he didn't want to make any promise that he couldn't keep, so he kept his silence. Even so, he wished that the little girl in his embrace would be able to find the happiness that she was looking for. For now, he did what he could and accompanied her while she watched her favorite show, and sat on his lap while she ate potato chips one after the other. Chapter 1289, This will not be an easy battle. Back in the surface world, battles between William's forces and the Holy Order of Light were occurring on a regular basis. In order to prevent any loss of manpower, only the 4 pseudo-gods, and Bel, would attack the borders of the Ainsworth Empire, in order to draw out the guardians that protected it. This bitch, Loxos grumbled as she sent countless silver arrows, that had been fired by Opus, towards the black-haired beauty who had been getting on her nerves. Bel smirked as she urged Aethon to dodge the attacks that were coming her way. The little wren, that had transformed into a rock, flapped its wings and distanced itself away from Loxos' attack that was meant to take Bel's life. The black-haired beauty only smiled at the approaching barrage of arrows, before a barrier appeared in front of her, blocking the attack completely. Does that nymph have a vendetta against you or something? One of the pseudo-gods that specialized in defense asked. Mayhaps, Bel replied with a smile. She sure is something. Is it time for us to retreat? Yes, we have collected enough data for now, the pseudo-god replied. It won't be long before we've analyzed all of their attack patterns, as well as their strengths and weaknesses. It is only a matter of time before we take them out one by one. Bel nodded as she lightly patted Ethan's back, telling it to fly to their temporary base. Seeing the pseudo-gods of the Order of Light retreating, Loxos snorted in disdain. She didn't know why, but as soon as she saw Bel's face, she disliked her with every fiber of her being. This was why she would always aim their attacks at her at any opportunity she got with the intention of ending her life. Unfortunately, Bel was a peak pseudo-god, and was more than capable of protecting herself from her attacks. This left Loxos very dissatisfied. It was as if there was an itch in her back that she couldn't scratch because she was unable to reach it. It seems that Nisha is right, Astrape said as she hovered beside Loxos. They aren't fighting as seriously. They are just focused on dodging and blocking our attacks. Do they really think that they will be able to beat us using this method? Opus commented. Thanks to Nisha's advice, we are limiting ourselves and not using our full powers every time we clashed with them. However, I still feel anxious for some reason. Triton, who was now the temporary commander, nodded his head. I'm sure that they know that we aren't going all out. Still, their attacks are becoming fiercer and bolder with every day that passes. I'm afraid that soon we will not have the chance to fake our attacks, and be forced to take them seriously. Don't worry, we outnumber them, Loxos replied with confidence. My sisters and I are confident that we can keep them at bay. As for the other pseudo-gods, you guys will be able to handle them just fine. Triton sighed. I hope you're right, Loxos. The former king of Atlantis looked at the retreating backs of their opponents. Although they had not lost a single skirmish against them, he felt that it was only a matter of time before they reversed the outcome of the battle. Nisha had also told them that the longer the battle continued, the more adept their opponents would be in fighting against them. As the supreme leader of Deus, the veiled beauty perfectly knew what the Pope was doing, and was also in the midst of devising a plan that would deal the old hag a crushing blow. They had been fighting in the shadows for many years. Xianxia already had an understanding on how ruthless the Pope could be to both her allies and her enemies. The other kingdoms and empires in the central continent just sat on the side and spectated. After the war ended, they had suffered a decrease in military power because they had lost many men in the conflict between Felix's and Ahriman's forces. This was why they were happy to see the Holy Order of Light suffering losses each time they fought against the half-elf's minions, because this weakened the Pope's army in turn. Due to Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste's efforts, the various kingdoms and empires were assured that Williams didn't have any plans on expansion. Because of this, they decided to just leave him alone, and rejected the Church of Light's call for help. Little did they know that the Pope didn't really care whether they helped her or not. She was only doing this to fool their enemies into thinking that they needed additional manpower in order to stamp the half-elf's empire from off the face of the world. Lady Nisha, we have finally found the location of the Palace of Light, one of Nisha's subordinates reported, making the veiled beauty smile in her heart. Is this news confirmed? Nisha inquired. Yes, the subordinate replied. I went personally to check its location 4 days ago to ensure that the information was the real deal. Nisha lightly tapped the armrest of her makeshift throne. Good, you did well. I will make sure that you and your men are rewarded generously for your efforts. You may go. I need to draft a plan for our counterattack. As you wish. After Nisha's subordinate left the room, the veiled beauty continued to read the scroll in her hands. Drawn on it was the location of the Palace of Light, as well as the number of forces that were protecting it. As expected of the Palace of Light, Nisha muttered as she placed the scroll on her lap. This will not be an easy battle. Will, I wish you were here. The veiled beauty thought of the half-elf who had gone to the underworld to reunite with his wives. That peak pseudo-god is a pain, Nisha mused as she read the information about Belle. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at the painting of the black-haired beauty whom she felt was a hindrance to William's rise to power. If we can capture her, then the offensive of the Holy Order will surely decrease, or even cease completely, Nisha thought. Too bad Will isn't here. If he was, then I would just ask him to corrupt her, and make her become his servant. That way, we can launch a full-scale attack at the Palace of Light and finally bring an end to the Pope's ambition for world unification. Unfortunately, William wasn't there to help Nisha capture the black-haired beauty who had been giving them a hard time as of late. The half-elf was still in the underworld and was busy in collecting the necessary hell credits that he would need in order to go to all the layers of hell. According to his estimate, it would take him at least 1 more month before he reached his target. He was unaware that while he was busy collecting the credits he needed, the girl whom he had given his heart to in his past life, was busy making things difficult for his subordinates, who were hell-bent to protect the territories that belonged to him. Chapter 1290, Blitzkrieg Under the Cover of Darkness Part 1. Inside the Palace of Light, the Pope stood in front of the 4 pseudo-gods, as well as Belle, inside the conference hall. None of the members of the heavenly virtues were present because she was starting to suspect that there were spies within her inner circle. In order to ensure that this mission would remain top secret, she only intended to mobilize the 5 strongest warriors under her banner and do a blitzkrieg attack on the Ainsworth Empire. They had already gathered specific data on the different abilities of their opponents. Because of this, the Pope was confident that, although Belle and the others were outnumbered, they would easily be able to deal with their enemies one by one. The plan that the Pope had painstakingly made was foolproof. She had already found out how the 5 pseudo-gods would be able to deal with the 3 nymphs, who were the greatest obstacle in their plan. They believed that as long as the long-range combat power of the Ainsworth Empire had been dealt with, everything else would fall in place. It is of the utmost importance that we kept this operation a secret, the Pope said. The scrolls in front of you designate the time and place where we would strike the Ainsworth Empire. Please, burn the scroll as soon as you have memorized the information written on it. The 4 pseudo-gods as well as Belle picked up the scrolls in front of them and checked their contents. They were curious about what kind of plan the Pope had made for the blitzkrieg operation that she believed would put an end to William's reign once and for all. After reading the information inside the scroll, the pseudo-gods burned it one by one. Belle was the last one to toss the scroll into the brazier that stood at the center of the conference room, completely turning any trace of their operation to ashes. Everyone, please put everything you have into this operation, the Pope stated. As long as we reach our objective, it doesn't matter if the Dark Prince's forces are stronger. We will be the ones to emerge victorious. The pseudo-gods who had read the plan nodded their heads in agreement. They didn't expect the Pope to be truly formidable when it came to creating strategies for war. If they could really put her plan into action, they had no doubt that they would indeed have the last laugh in this struggle for hegemony. The 4 pseudo-gods, including Bel, set off on their mission. They were going to attack the Ainsworth Empire just past midnight. There was no moon in the sky, so visibility wasn't that good. Also, storm clouds extended for miles round the Ainsworth Empire, completely blocking out any sources of light. "Start the operation," the Pope ordered as she looked at the round mirror that was floating in front of her. As soon as she gave the order, the 4 pseudo-gods activated the magic scrolls in their possession, which opened a dark portal in front of them. Bel charged through it without batting an eye, and the rest of the pseudo-gods followed suit. The portal only lasted for 10 seconds, preventing anyone from detecting its presence. After entering the portal, the elite squad emerged at the garden of the royal palace. Everything around them was dyed in darkness, and they couldn't feel anyone loitering around in their surroundings. This was only normal because they had timed their mission perfectly. While they fought against William's forces, the pseudo-god that specialized in long-distance scouting had sneakily placed a waypoint in the gardens of the palace. The plan was to use this waypoint in order to create a portal that would allow them to get as close to their target as soon as possible. The pseudo-god had repeatedly checked the security of the palace, making them sure that this was the perfect moment and location to infiltrate the castle, under the cover of darkness. Using their heightened senses, they immediately reached their destination, which was the king's bedroom. They had seen William appear several times over the past few days, but he didn't join the battle against the pseudo-gods. The Pope's plan was to capture or kill William in this operation. Capturing him was the ideal option because it would allow them to negotiate and make his forces submit. Killing him was also a good option because once the head of the spider was gone, its remaining legs would be rendered useless. When the pseudo-gods entered the king's bedroom, they saw William sleeping on the bed and immediately executed their plan. One of the pseudo-gods threw a bell-like artifact towards William. The bell didn't even make a sound until it landed on William's body. Immediately after that, 3 ringing sounds reverberated inside the room. After the 3 rings were over, William was sucked inside the bell, with no hope of escaping. "We have captured the target," one of the pseudo-gods reported as he held a golden coin in his hand. "Please open the portal to the Palace of Light." The coin remained silent, which made the pseudo-god frown. However, he didn't worry too much and simply repeated the words he said earlier. "We have captured the target. I repeat, we have captured the target. Please open the portal to the Palace of Light." A minute passed, then 2. The time extended to 5 minutes, then 10 minutes. As more minutes passed by, the pseudo-gods were starting to feel that something was off. Even Bel didn't understand what was happening as she held her bow in a guarded stance. "Pope, can you hear me?" one of the pseudo-gods asked. "Open the gate now." The frustration in the pseudo-god's voice was noticeable, but still no reply came to him. This made him wonder if something had happened to the Pope's artifact, or something was preventing him from directly contacting the old lady who was the mastermind of this operation. Palace of Light. Loud explosions echoed in the surroundings around the palace, which stood for thousands of years, as it started to burn in flames. Shouts of surprise, panic, anger, and frustration spread within its walls as several powerful beings appeared and started to unleash all of their powerful attacks at everything and anything they saw. "The gate is broken, advance," Astrape shouted as soon as the barrier protecting the gate, that Triton had smashed his trident against, shattered into hundreds of pieces due to the power behind the pseudo-god's blow. The radiance of the Palace of Light dimmed slightly the moment its main line of defense was broken. Soon, several members of Deus, the demons, as well as the elite members of Lant, stormed the hallways of the Holy Order of Light's most sacred ground. "Remember our mission," Jekyll shouted. "Ignore the small fries. Follow me." Sean, the baker of Lant, Mr. Bond, the barber of Lant, Marcus, Theo's father, and one of the senior shepherds of Lant alongside its boar, Thunder. And John, another senior shepherd, who usually flew around with his flying mount, the giant black raven, Thunder, ran after Jekyll as they followed the mission that Nisha had devised. With the help of the 6-eared macaque, who had the power to hear the thoughts of a person's heart, Nisha had made a counter-plan for the Pope's blitzkrieg attack. Before William left for the underworld, he had assigned the 6-eared macaque to monitor the Pope 24/7 using the power of his divinity. Because of this, every move that the Pope made didn't escape his notice. allowing it to effectively time its attack for when the hard hitters of the Holy Order of Light would be busy with their infiltration of the royal palace of the Ainsworth Empire. That veiled lady is quite ruthless, Jekyll thought as he led the elite members of Lant towards their destination. She planned to sacrifice the entirety of the Ainsworth Empire just to ensure that we will be the victors of this war. Just where did William find such a formidable person? Jekyll had undergone special training under his father's guidance in order to break through the ranks of a demigod. Although pseudo-gods now dominated the battlefield, the role that demigods played was more apparent since the pseudo-gods were busy dealing with each other, giving them free rein to massacre the lower ranks of the opposing army. Smashing the doorway of a room, Jekyll immediately headed to the bedroom where one of the heavenly virtues stayed. Nisha had devised a blitzkrieg operation, and each team had been assigned to capture one of the heavenly virtues. The veiled beauty didn't expect them to be able to get all of the virtuous ladies. At most, Nisha wanted to acquire one or two of them. As long as they were able to get their hands on any of the virtues, even if the entire Ainsworth Empire were to fall, it would still be the Holy Order of Light's loss. William's loyal subordinates, who were staying in the Ainsworth Empire, had been moved to the floor of Asgard. This included Eve, who was a very important member of the Ainsworth family. In short, even if the Empire were to fall, it wouldn't matter to them because, with the power they possessed, they would be able to reclaim it again. However, if one of the virtues died, the power of the Holy Order of Light would decrease drastically, making them unable to use the full power of the artifacts that required all of the 7 virtues to activate. "There's no one here, Mr. Bond reported. "Could she have escaped? I've checked everywhere, and I didn't see anyone," Marcus stated. "Should we look for the nearby rooms just in case?" Jekyll, who was the leader of this operation, frowned. Just as he was about to give an order, Owen, the old life archon of Lant, swaggered inside the room and used the wooden cane in his hand to smack something next to the right side of the wall. Immediately, a loud thud followed as a little girl, who seemed to be only around 11 years old, fell on the ground unconscious. "Let's go," Owen said as he picked up Cherry, who was the virtuous lady of charity, and placed her over his shoulder like a sack of rice. "Leave the other teams to fulfill their roles. We need to get out of here before the barrier we erected to prevent outside interference disperses." Jekyll nodded and tapped the emblem on the back of his right hand. Immediately, the Bifrost Bridge shot out a beam of light in their direction, instantly teleporting their group to the floor of Asgard. While this was happening, the Pope was busy running through the secret passages of the Palace of Light in order to flee. She didn't expect that on the same day her blitzkrieg attack was executed, a similar counterattack would be staged on their own headquarters. The Pope knew that she couldn't be captured no matter what, so she took everything of import inside her room before she entered the hidden passageway that led to several teleporting gates inside the castle. Each of them would take her to a safe place far away from the Palace of Light, that had stood for thousands of years. Chapter 1291, Blitzkrieg Under the Cover of Darkness Part 2. "Just what is going on?" Audrey shouted as she ran behind Celeste, who had come to her room as soon as the attack on the Palace of Light started. "The Palace of Light is under attack," Celeste replied. "Presumably, this is a counter-offensive by William's subordinates after the Holy Order's repeated attack on the Ainsworth Empire." "But how? Isn't the Palace of Light's whereabouts supposed to be a secret? How did they manage to find our location? Isn't the answer to that question very obvious? We have a spy, or spies, among our ranks. That is the only reason I can think of as to why the location of the Palace of Light has been compromised." Audrey gritted her teeth as she ran alongside Celeste. What her sister said was right. There was no way someone could just take a stroll and find the Palace of Light, which had remained undiscovered for thousands of years. "What about the others?" Audrey asked. "Cherry, Lyra, Ephemera, Shayna, and Melody." Celeste shook her head. "My plan was to get to you first, so that we can work together to ensure our sister's safety. However, judging by the explosions as well as the presence of several strong individuals in the surroundings, I'm afraid that William's forces got to them first. However, you don't need to be too worked up. Our sisters aren't that easy to defeat. They will be able to protect themselves just fine." Audrey reluctantly nodded her head as she followed Celeste's back. Claire, who had already taken her battle form, was flying at the rear, making sure that neither of them were being followed. The sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere as the defenders of the palace clashed with the invaders who had taken them completely by surprise. Time and time again, Audrey had told Celeste that they should help their allies, but the virtuous Lady of Chastity told her that if any of them fell, or were captured, then the strength of the Holy Order would decrease drastically. Because of this, Celeste had insisted that they escape, instead of fighting, which made Audrey frustrated. Deep inside, she agreed with Celeste's reasoning, but knowing that their allies were dying around them made her unable to accept the current situation. If not for the fact that Claire had been pushing her from the back to keep herself from turning back, Audrey might have already joined the fight and helped their allies push the enemy back. After taking a right turn, the three ladies came to a complete stop when they saw a beautiful succubus, who looked exactly like Celeste, blocking their way. "Why you?" Audrey pointed at Chloe, who had decided to remain in the world of Hestia at the last minute, and didn't accompany William to the underworld. "What are you doing here, traitor?" "Traitor," Chloe replied. "Well, I guess you can indeed call me that." Audrey glared at the familiar who used to always be by Celeste's side. "Why did you attack us? What's your aim?" "Why?" Chloe snorted. "We were just minding our own business and living peacefully, but your faction kept on attacking us almost every day and you ask why. William didn't want to fight your stupid Holy Order, and yet you guys kept on harassing us day after day. Even now, your Pope has launched a blitzkrieg attack to capture, and even kill, our beloved master. Tell me, who are the real bad guys here?" Audrey gritted her teeth because she couldn't refute Chloe's words. Although the Pope hadn't included the 7 virtues in her plans to attack the Ainsworth Empire, the fact still remained that their organization had been going on punitive expeditions against those guarding the borders of William's territory. Seeing that she had remained silent, Chloe smiled and crossed her arms over her chest. "Also, to answer your other question, we came here for you girls," Chloe said mischievously. "So, why don't you obediently come with us? If you do that, I promise that we will hold back when it comes to killing your allies, and just knock them unconscious." Audrey took a fighting stance. She knew that there was no other way out of this mess, so she prepared herself to fight Celeste's familiar, who possessed extraordinary strength, making her, who was also good at fighting, feel pressured. "Do you think we will believe your word?" Before Audrey could even finish her words, she felt a pang of pain at the back of her head, making her fall towards the ground, dropping the sword in her hand. With great difficulty, Audrey turned her head to look behind her. She couldn't believe that Claire, who was Celeste's familiar, would sneak attack her. To prevent unnecessary casualties, Claire answered before shifting her gaze at her twin, who was standing in front of her with a smile. "You will keep your promise, right?" Chloe nodded. "From the start, we haven't killed a single person in the palace. We've simply knocked them out." Celeste sighed in relief, while Claire nodded her head. "Let's go," Chloe answered as she turned around. "The pseudo-gods that belong to your order will be coming soon." As if waiting for that moment, a beam of light passed through the 4 of them. A moment later, Chloe, Celeste, Claire, and Audrey disappeared from the hallway. They were teleported to the floor of Asgard, where William's subordinates were already waiting for their arrival. Celeste glanced at a small bed where a little girl was currently sleeping. She wasn't tied up or anything, but she was wearing black bracelets on her wrists. "Good job," Nisha said to Chloe before shifting her attention to Celeste, and the unconscious Audrey who was being carried by Claire. "Put the bracelets on her." Owen took 2 bracelets from his storage ring and casually attached them to Audrey's wrists. These bracelets were forged by the power of darkness, preventing anyone from using their divinity. Only those who possessed the power of darkness could use their powers while wearing these bracelets. They even enhanced the strength and scope of their powers. "Must I wear them too?" Celeste asked. Nisha chuckled. Although her face couldn't be seen because she was wearing a veil, everyone around her could tell that she must be having a very amused expression right now. Chapter 1292, Blitzkrieg Under the Cover of Darkness Part 3. "You are our collaborator, why would we shackle you?" Nisha answered. "We're bad, but not that bad." Just as Nisha had said before they attacked the Palace of Light, they had already made preparations. Chloe had talked to Celeste through the connection they had, and divulged to her the plans of the Pope of attacking the Ainsworth Empire. She also said that they planned to launch a counterattack and infiltrate the Palace of Light when their strongest fighters were away. Chloe asked for Celeste's cooperation in getting Audrey to her, so that she could bring her back to the floor of Asgard. Of course, Celeste had no obligation to agree to Chloe's plan. The virtuous Lady of Chastity could have divulged her familiar's strategy to the Pope and allowed the old lady to create a trap for William's forces, but she didn't do that. The reason was simple. Chloe told her that William went to the underworld to rescue his wives, as well as her pregnant sister, Selene, in order to bring them back to the world of Hestia. This discovery made Celeste have a change of heart. In truth, she was getting tired of the war. After Felix and Ahriman were defeated, she believed that the church should have stopped then and there. However, after the Pope gained the help of the pseudo-gods, she became too greedy. Instead of pacifying and helping the people who had lost their homes and loved ones to the heir of darkness, and the god he served, the Pope took this opportunity to gain swaths of territories for her organization instead. This act had made Celeste very irritated, and since then, she already had the notion of leaving the Palace of Light. She refused to be used as a tool to further the Pope's ambition. However, before she could do that, Chloe had reached out to her and told her about the Pope's plan to capture, and perhaps kill, William in order to gain the Ainsworth Empire, as well as conquer the Demon Continent. Only the half-elf stood in the Pope's way. Even the kings and the emperors of the Central Continent didn't have the power to stop the Holy Order of Light once the Prince of Darkness was taken out of the picture. For them, William's presence created the perfect counter for the Pope's ambition and held her at bay. Because of this reason, they refused to send any men, or give the Holy Order any resources that would help them overcome the first, and last, line of defense that blocked the Pope's path to world conquest. "What will become of my sisters?" Celeste asked. "Well, William isn't around, so they won't become his playthings, at least for now," Nisha answered. "Also, you already know that he is not that kind of person. You are a very beautiful lady, and his bride of darkness, but, did he ever make you feel as if your life and chastity were in danger?" Nisha chuckled before glancing at the two unconscious girls who had now been bound by the bracelets of darkness. "As beautiful as you and your sisters may be, that is not enough to entice our Lord to take you girls to his bedroom." The veiled lady walked towards Celeste until her face was only a foot away from her. "My Lord doesn't lack beautiful ladies to warm his bed," Nisha stated. "Even you, my dear, who was prophesied to become his bride, doesn't interest him. So, you don't have to worry about your sisters, or your precious chastity. All of them are safe." Just as Celeste was about to give a reply, a beam of light descended beside them. When the light receded, a blue-haired beauty appeared in front of everyone with a smile on her face. "Oh, so Cherry and Audrey were caught." Shayna arched an eyebrow. "You're not wearing those black bracelets. Did Chloe ask you to help them capture our sisters?" Celeste blinked in confusion as she looked at her other sister, who was supposed to be escaping at this moment. "Shayna, what are you doing here? Are you with them, too?" "Well, the answer to your question is yesn't," Shayna replied. "I came here to volunteer as a hostage to ensure that any of my captured sisters will be safe. But, seeing that there's already 3 of you here, having me around is unnecessary. Can I go back now?" Shayna, who had glanced in Nisha's direction, asked. Nisha didn't answer right away, but after a minute of pondering, she finally nodded her head. 3 virtues is good enough, for now, since losing more would greatly cripple the church and might make it so the Pope continues to hide. As long as she remains at large, we will always have a hidden threat in our midst. "You can return," Nisha replied. "Make sure to send my regards to your other sisters." "Good," Shayna nodded. "I wouldn't have minded to stay, but since William isn't here, there's no point in staying." "Ha, I still need some credits in order to buy more clothes." "When will he be back?" Nisha shrugged. She didn't have any idea on when William would return. The only thing that the half-elf had asked of her was to look after his territories, and make sure that the Pope gets a good spanking if she went overboard, while he was away. "Look after our sisters for us, Celeste," Shayna said. "I'll drop by again once William returns. Till then, be safe always." The blue-haired beauty waved her hand at Celeste in a mischievous manner before disappearing from the floor of Asgard. Celeste wasn't too surprised with this outcome because her familiar, Claire, had already told her the things she saw. When she went to follow Cherry, after the little girl left the Palace of Light in order to look for traces of her sisters in the Central Continent. She just didn't know that even Shayna, whom she thought was the most level-headed among them, and didn't bear the mark of William's crest in her womb, would support the plan of William's subordinates attacking the Palace of Light. With her powers, Celeste had long known who among her sisters had become William's secret lovers. Since Shayna was still a chaste maiden, she thought that she still thought of the half-elf as her enemy, but contrary to what she expected, it seemed that the blue-haired beauty had joined his side even before she returned to the Palace of Light. "You look surprised, but not too surprised." Nisha was paying close attention to Celeste's reaction after seeing Shayna. She had seen the brief expression of shock appear on the beautiful elf's face before it was replaced by an understanding look. Clearly, Celeste already had an understanding of what was going on. Celeste didn't reply to Nisha's comment because she knew that the latter wasn't expecting a clarification. The only thing that was on her mind right now was, what now? As if able to read her thoughts, Nisha waved her hand and the projection of the Palace of Light appeared in front of her. Although it is a lot of work, we kept our promise, Nisha said as images of what was happening inside the Palace of Light flashed into the projection. We didn't kill anyone, and only left them knocked out. Right now, all our forces are pulling out of the Palace of Light. A look of understanding now appeared in Celeste's face after she had glimpsed the grand plan that Nisha had made for their counterattack. I see, Celeste commented. So, you plan to take the virtues who are not on William's side, and leave those that are on his side in the Palace of Light. Doing so will allow you to have hostages, as well as spies within its inner circle. A well thought out plan. As expected of the Supreme Pontifex of Deus. Oh, so, you know who I am. The Pope has spoken a lot about you. She would often call you a sly veiled woman who didn't dare to show her face to anyone due to how hideous it was. Nisha giggled after hearing Celeste's words. She only found this ignorant description of her very funny. Well, I guess you can say that my face is only meant for one person to see, Nisha replied. Also, I have a different position now. Celeste nodded. I've heard that you are now the steward of the Ainsworth Empire as well as the Demon Continent. Must be nice being you. Nisha pursed her lips together. Well, I have one more position that I don't mind telling you about. And that is? Celeste asked in a challenging tone. The corner of Nisha's lips curled up into a smirk before she turned around and walked away. However, just as she was about to disappear from sight, Celeste heard her words as clearly as if she was standing beside her. My other job is the caretaker of William's harem, Nisha stated. As to whether you will be part of that harem or not, we will have to wait until he returns from the underworld. However, don't get your hopes up. Like I mentioned earlier, William has no shortage of beautiful women, and this hideous lady, that your Pope calls so fondly, is one of them. Celeste glanced at Nisha's retreating back with a complicated expression on her face. She didn't expect that even the proud leader of Deus had become one of his women, making her feel as if her title as Bride of Darkness was an empty label that held no value whatsoever. Chapter 1293, Aftermath of the Blitzkrieg Operation. Lyra, Ephemera and Melody were gathered in the grand hall of the palace when a beam of light descended at its center. A moment later, a blue-haired beauty appeared with a smile on her face. How are they? Melody asked. Aside from the black bracelets that bind their wrists to prevent them from using their powers, they are not tied up or anything, Shayna replied. I don't mind staying to look after them, but since William is not around, it will be a waste of time. Also, I doubt that Nisha would restrict them too harshly. She knows that William doesn't want to hurt our sisters, so she won't go overboard. The three virtuous ladies breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Shayna's assurance. Although they had betrayed their organization for William's sake, they didn't want anyone to die, much less make their sisters suffer. So, what now? Lyra asked. The Pope has fled and probably teleported outside of the palace already. What is going to happen next? Melody closed her eyes for half a minute before answering Lyra's question. The Pope will return soon after Belle and the others come back, Melody replied. The Palace of Light is mostly intact and only the gate, a few hallways, and rooms, were destroyed in the infighting. Several of the Guardians were injured, but none of them are dead. Overall, this operation was a success. Do you really think that way? Ephemera, who had remained silent, commented. I doubt that the Pope will just sit still and let things remain the way they were. Shayna smiled before crossing her arms over her chest. Even if the Pope were to attempt something, she would have to consider Celeste's, Cherry's, and Audrey's safety. She might be the head of the Holy Order, but the Holy Order only exists because of us. Also, this attack on the palace will work in our favor. How? Lyra inquired. We can say that this is the consequence for repeatedly provoking the Ainsworth Empire, Shayna replied. We can blame the kidnapping of the heavenly virtues as well as the destruction of the palace on her. Will that really work? Lyra understood the logic of Shayna's explanation, but she still had doubts in her mind if they would really be able to sway the entirety of the Holy Order of Light to believe their words. It may or may not work, Shayna shrugged. But, one thing's for certain. We can definitely blame her for this incident because she kept on provoking someone that he shouldn't provoke. Also, we can always Before Shayna could even finish her explanation, a powerful fluctuation emerged in the sky above the Palace of Light. 5 powerful presences descended from the heavens, making the Guardians, the Templars, as well as the Inquisitors of the Palace of Light, cheer. They had been completely caught by surprise and some of them received serious injuries from their opponents, but none of them were lethal. Because of this, although they had suffered a loss, they didn't feel too bad about it. They were still not aware that 3 of the heavenly virtues had been kidnapped by their enemies, making the radiance that surrounded the Palace of Light a lot dimmer compared to before. The 4 heavenly virtues gave each other a knowing glance before going to the main hallway of the palace to meet with the pseudo-gods who had been hoodwinked by William's subordinates. Belle and the pseudo-gods were shocked at the damage that had occurred in the Palace of Light just half an hour after they left. What happened here? One of the pseudo-gods asked. Who attacked our headquarters? Your Excellency, it was the Prince of Darkness forces, one of the Inquisitors reported. Those cowards attacked us while you were all away on your mission. We are currently assessing the damages, as well as the casualties we received. But so far, no deaths have been reported, and the seriously injured people have already been tended to. The pseudo-god frowned before nodding his head. Where is the Pope? The Inquisitor glanced at his comrades, and the others only replied by shaking their heads. We lost contact with the Pope as soon as the attack started, the Inquisitor replied, but we have reason to believe that she was able to escape safely. Now that your excellencies have returned, it is only a matter of time before the Pope comes back. It was at this moment when the 4 virtuous ladies made their appearance. Belle glanced at them and noticed that 3 of them were missing. Where are the others? Belle asked. Are they hurt or injured anywhere? Melody shook her head. They have been kidnapped by those who launched an attack on the Palace of Light. This can't be. The virtuous ladies are captured by that fiend. This is madness. We must rescue them at once. The Inquisitors, Guardians, as well as the Templars immediately made a ruckus and all agreed that they should launch a punitive expedition against the Ainsworth Empire in order to rescue the heavenly virtues. That was how important they were to the Palace of Light, and all of the members of the Holy Order of Light treated them as sacred existences. The pseudo-gods didn't take this news lightly. They had launched an attack on the Ainsworth Empire, but instead of them accomplishing their mission, they didn't see anyone in William's room. Their plan to capture him had utterly failed, and their connection to the Palace of Light had been cut. This was why they were unable to instantly teleport back to it, using the artifacts that the Pope had given them. They had to wait for an hour before the artifact regained its ability to activate. However, when they returned, what they saw was smoke rising from several places of the Palace of Light, as if it had just suffered from a siege. They weren't stupid and instantly understood that at the same time they executed their mission, several foxes had entered the chicken coop and stole several chickens, while they were away. It was as if they were played by their opponents and treated like babies trying to beat adults in solving a mathematical problem. In short, they had been one-upped by their enemies and it left them feeling bitter. But one question popped up inside the pseudo-gods' heads after they had calmed down and understood the situation. The only one that knew of their mission was the 5 of them and the Pope. Did that mean that one of them was a traitor? As soon as this thought appeared inside their heads, all of them gave each other a sidelong glance, unwilling to say the thought that had been formed inside their minds. If this was true, it only meant one thing, and that was, who was the traitor among them? Surprisingly, none of them believed that it was the Pope who had betrayed them. First of all, the Pope wouldn't gain anything from it. Also, they had long seen her ambition, and someone like that wouldn't do something that would jeopardize her goal for expanding the territories owned by the Holy Order of Light. Let's wait for the Pope to arrive before we decide on things, one of the pseudo-gods commented from the side. For now, we should focus on treating the injured, assessing the destroyed properties, as well as checking to see if they stole anything of importance to the palace, aside from the virtuous ladies. Their goal might not have only be the girls, but the treasures hidden inside this place as well. We can't rule out that they might have had another agenda during their attack, so make sure that all of you scour every hallway and room along the way and check if there's anything unusual. It will be done, Your Excellency. One of the guardians bowed respectfully before leaving the hallway. The Inquisitors and the Templars followed suit and did a thorough search of the Palace of Light. In truth, Nisha did indeed have other agendas after their forces had invaded the headquarters of the Holy Order. She had sent some of her elite members to ransack the treasury, but all of them failed to unlock the runic protection that barred anyone from being able to enter it without permission. Because of this, they just settled for taking anything else of importance, practically looting the palace of anything that seemed expensive and would sell for a high price in the black market. After a quick search of their headquarters, the Guardians, Inquisitors, as well as the Templars felt that their blood was boiling in anger because of the wanton theft that had transpired. The invaders had taken everything, including the couches, beds, as well as linens from the Palace of Light, making them seem like unscrupulous bandits who hadn't seen a bed for years. After reporting their discovery, the pseudo-gods didn't make any comments because these mundane things weren't important to them. The only thing they cared about was whether their enemy had left any clues, or traces about how they were able to infiltrate their headquarters, bypass the barrier that protected the palace, as well as capture the virtuous ladies in such a timely manner. Belle was looking at Lyra, Ephemera, Shayna, and Melody in a suspicious manner. Her golden pupils glistened for a brief moment before they returned to their clear and calm manner. She didn't think that it was the heavenly virtues that had passed the information to William's subordinates about their special mission. They weren't included in their meetings, and the Pope had reminded them over and over again that they shouldn't mention the details of the mission to anyone, especially to the members of the heavenly virtues, whom she was starting to suspect of betrayal. Chapter 1295, My Heart Moves to Where My Heart Wills, Part 1. A month after the two factions in the surface world had executed their blitzkrieg operation against each other, William finally acquired the amount of hell credits he needed to go up to the 5th layer of the underworld, which he believed would be enough to reunite with his wives. "You've gotten this far, I'm so proud of you," Aranis said as she looked at William with a satisfied look on his face. "See you in the next layer." "I'll see you there as well, Will," Kusaganaga replied before drinking the fruit juice in his hand. "Don't take too long, okay?" William's steely gaze landed on the doll-like beauty, as well as the rainbow-colored anteater, who was riding Aranis' boat headed towards the 3rd circle of the underworld. As a ferryman, Aranis had many advantages, and among them was to freely go anywhere as long as she performed her duty as a ferryman. The reason why Kusaganaga was also going to the 3rd circle was due to the fact that he, and his bandmates, Urchatu, Soglav, and Jareth, had been invited to perform there. Aranis had taken the initiative to ferry the popular Kazoo band to their destination, leaving William behind, making the latter have the strong urge to pinch her cheeks to oblivion. Alas, the black-haired teenager couldn't use violence against the little halfling because once he did something like this, a great number of hell credits would be deducted from his savings. In the end, William had no choice but to walk a seemingly unending road that would take him to the next layer, which was called Gluttony's Paradise. Using his abilities, William tried to fly, and transform himself into a bolt of lightning. But, each time he did that, he would find himself standing back at the starting point of the path that he had to take. Aranis had already explained to him that he could only walk within the passage of gluttony. Running, flying, teleporting, and any other special means of travel was not allowed inside this path. Once they broke the rule, they would find themselves at the entrance once again, and had to repeat the same trial again. Left with no other alternative, William trudged the long and winding road towards his destination. After 3 days of traveling non-stop, something appeared in front of him that blocked his path. It was a clown with a big red nose and an even bigger smile on its face. The clown was holding a placard in his hand and showed it to William. "Congratulations, you are halfway to your destination. I am the secret listener, and I am the guardian of the gate that led to Gluttony's Paradise. Anyone who wishes to reach the end of this path must first defeat me in battle." William frowned, but since this was something that couldn't be avoided, he had no choice but to play by the rules of the underworld. As soon as he finished reading the placard that the clown was holding, he immediately attacked it using a black lightning bolt. The half-elf expected his attack to immediately defeat his opponent, but contrary to what he was expecting, the clown simply swatted the black lightning bolt away as if it was just an annoying fly that hovered above its food. The clown lifted another placard as it glared at William from where it stood. "Violence will not allow you to pass through this point. Only by beating me in a game will you be allowed to advance." "What game?" William asked as he walked towards the clown, while flames and lightning made up of darkness circled around his body. "Stop wasting my time and spill the beans." The clown made a chuckling gesture, but no sound came out of its lips. It then took out 2 placards, and waved them in front of William, so that he could read them. "I am the secret listener. One who wishes to defeat me must first understand what it means to listen. The 6-eared macaque is one who has mastered this law, and for you to beat me, you must understand it as well. Here are 4 people, whose fate is connected to you. Choose one of them and listen to whatever their heart is saying. But, be warned, you may only listen to it for 2 minutes. After this 2-minute grace period has passed, you will be unable to hear their words, their thoughts, and the voice of their heart. You will tell me what they said, word for word. If you miss even a single word that they said, you will once again be teleported to the starting point, and have to reach this point again for your second try. So, make sure to choose wisely. After reading the information that was presented in front of him, the clown took out another placard, which showed the names of the people that he had to choose from. Chloe, Nisha, Melody, Belle. The half-elf arched his eyebrow after seeing the list of names in front of him. Let me clarify something first, William said. If I choose one of them, I will not be able to hear their words, thoughts, as well as their heart's voice, right? The clown nodded its head in affirmation. Are we talking about a matter of days, weeks, or months? William inquired. Usually, he could communicate to his subordinates using telepathy, but he was unable to do that now because he was in the underworld. However, once he returned to the surface world, he would be able to instantly talk to them using the power of their connections. The clown smirked at the black-headed teenager before lifting another placard, containing only one word. Indefinite. This word meant that the duration of William being unable to communicate to one of the 4 people listed in the options was unknown. It could last for days, weeks, months, and even years. The half-elf didn't like the notion of not being able to talk to his subordinates for long periods of time, so he decisively chose the last option, whom he thought was not important. So, you wish to choose Belle? The clown asked as it lifted a placard. You can still change your choice. William shook his head. No need, I chose her. Let's get this over with. The black-haired teenager didn't have a good memory, so he wasn't confident that he would be able to say what the lady named Belle would say, word per word. Because of this, he asked Optimus to record everything that the lady would say with her lips, thoughts, and her heart's voice. After gaining Optimus' cooperation, William signaled to the clown that he could begin his trial. As if finding this whole scenario interesting, the clown once again chuckled without emitting any sound. A moment later, William heard a voice that he felt that he had heard in the past. But, the problem was, he couldn't pinpoint on whom it belonged to. Optimus, whom William had asked for help, only told him that he didn't have enough data to guess who the voice belonged to. Naturally, the system knew who the lady was, but due to certain restrictions imposed on it, the true identity of the 4th name on the list remained a secret. William listened to the lady's thoughts, and was surprised that she was thinking about him. The Pope has returned to the Palace of Light, and everything has toned down for a bit, Belle thought. We were no longer ordered to attack the Ainsworth Empire due to the 3 virtuous ladies being taken hostage by William's forces. William, who was simply listening at first, was perplexed about this piece of information that he had acquired in less than a minute of listening to Belle's thoughts. Also, 3 out of these 4 virtuous ladies that have remained in the Palace of Light bear his mark on their wombs. The bastard, I told him to only have 9 wives, and he goes and makes love with women left and right. Cherry was right, he is a demon who taints any beautiful girl he sets his eyes on. William suddenly felt a tingle run down the back of his spine, after hearing Belle's complaint. Although he didn't know who she was, the way she talked made him feel as if he should have known her for a long period of time. However, no matter how much William tried to match her voice to a face, he only came up with a blank. I've been seeing fake William every time I gaze at his territories, making me wonder if something has happened to him. But, I will not be deceived. When the time comes, I will make him give me a proper explanation for breaking his promise. That damned half-elf, I'll make sure to pull out his ears the next time I see him. William blinked in confusion after hearing Belle's words. Promise? What promise? I don't even know you. Those were the words that appeared in William's mind as he continued to listen to the lady named Belle, who seemed to be hell-bent on making him sleep on the floor, and give her an explanation for everything that he had done. Just who is this weirdo? William thought. Why is she cursing me? After racking his head for answers, the half-elf decided to just continue listening to what she had to say. However, the more he listened, the more grievances he could hear from her heart, making him very curious on who the lady really was. Time's up. The clown raised a placard and pressed it over William's face, telling him that the 2-minute eavesdropping session was over. 5 minutes later, William passed by the guardian of the Gluttony's Road with a confused look on his face. He still didn't know who the lady was, but one thing was for sure. He wouldn't be hearing anything from her, until the duration of the no talking and hearing policy had ended. As the clown watched William's retreating back, another silent chuckle escaped its lips. A moment later, the clown turned into an otherworldly beauty wearing a black dress. A small price to pay for your happiness, the primordial goddess said softly as a devilish smile appeared on her beautiful face. I'll make sure that you will never hear any of her words again. The primordial goddess of darkness didn't know how Belle appeared on Hestia. She could tell that someone was manipulating things from behind, but she was unable to find any leads as to how this happened. Even so, as long as she was able to ensure that William wouldn't be able to listen to her, the goal she had in mind wouldn't change. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that, the primordial goddess muttered. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. Even she understood that darkness gave birth to love, and right now, she was doing her best to extinguish the love that William had for the girl who was the greatest threat to his entire existence. Chapter 1296, My Heart Moves to Where My Heart Wills Part 2. Aranis followed a few steps behind William. She had noticed that the half-elf was walking towards the giant white lotus, as if he was in a trance. In just 2 minutes, they arrived at the edge of the river while William stared at the center of the giant flower. Inside it were 4 people. 3 pink-haired girls and 1 very fat, brown-haired lady, who was currently lying down while being hand-fed by 2 of the pink-haired girls that were inside of the white lotus. The third girl, whose long, pink hair fell up to her waist, glanced in William's direction. Immediately, she dropped the candied apple in her hand before jumping off the giant flower with tears streaming down the sides of her delicate face. Will, Chiffon cried out loud. Her shout made everyone who was observing the 2 newcomers look at him with interest because they didn't expect that the black-haired teenager to be one of the super VIPs that were currently staying in the Gluttony's Grand Buffet Hall. William spread his arms wide and caught the pink-haired girl in his arms and swung her around twice before holding her in a very tight embrace. Chiffon hugged him back, and even though William's hug made her feel as if her very bones were breaking, she didn't utter a complaint. Instead, she imitated him and hugged him tight as well. The 2 stayed in each other's embrace for a very long time. A moment later, William pulled back and lowered his head to kiss Chiffon's lips. The 2 of them kissed once, then twice, then thrice in quick succession before pressing their lips together for one sweet and very long kiss, which made those who were also inside the Grand Buffet Hall whistle and cheer because this was something that they didn't see every day. Aranis, who had spent a lot of time with William, could see and feel how happy the half-elf was. Making her feel happy and proud of herself for helping him to reunite with one of the ladies that was very important in his life. Maple wants a kiss too. See, Cinnamon wants to be kissed as well. Now, don't bother them, Adephasia said as she lovingly patted the heads of the 2 little girls who were feeding her gummy bears just a minute ago. You can ask for hugs and kisses later. I'm sure that William will be more than happy to give you what you want. Maple wants 3 kisses. See, Cinnamon wants 4. I want 4 as well. Cinnamon wants 5, 6, 7. Adephasia could only chuckle as the 2 pink-haired girls started to raise the number of times they wanted to be kissed until it reached 2 digits. She then glanced at the black-haired teenager and her beloved daughter, who had finally been reunited after so much hardship. You didn't fail me, Will, Adephasia thought. At least you were brave enough to come to the underworld for your wives. My going to Hestia to help you wasn't in vain. After descending to the Hestia, and getting injured severely in the battle with Ahriman, the goddess of gluttony didn't return to the temple of the 10,000 gods. Instead, she went to Gluttony's paradise to recuperate, as well as to keep Chiffon company until she regained enough of her divinity to return to the heavens. When she got there, she was surprised to see Maple and Cinnamon feeding Chiffon with gummy bears, while the latter laid her head on their laps. Adephasia was more than happy to see the little girls who clung to her when she made her appearance and called her great-grandma, making her heart melt in happiness. Chiffon was also very happy to see her, and she cried while being hugged by her patron goddess, who treated her as her own daughter, in a tight embrace. Will, why are you here? Chiffon asked after their long kiss ended. Did you die fighting my brother and Ahriman? Mama Adephasia has blurry memories of what happened during the battle, so she didn't know whether you won or not. William wiped the tears that were streaming down his wife's face before planting a kiss on her forehead. No, William replied, Felix is dead. As for Ahriman, he is no longer in Hestia. At least, that is what we believe. Then, why are you here? I came for you, Ash, Sidoni, and my master, Celine. I will take all of you back to the surface world. Chiffon's face became hopeful for a fleeting moment before it was replaced by sadness. Will, I've already died, Chiffon said. My body was also corrupted by Ahriman's darkness. I'm sure that it would have long been destroyed by now. William shook his head. No, your body is fine. In fact, it has even regained its heartbeat, and its body functions are working normally as well. All I have to do is bring your soul back to your body and you will be as good as new. Is that true? Chiffon, who had lost hope earlier, held on to William as she gazed at his eyes to check if he was lying or not. It's true, William replied. All I need to do is find a way to bring your soul back to the surface, and we can be together again in the world of the living. After all, William glanced at Maple and Cinnamon before whispering in Chiffon's ears, making the latter blush because of what her husband had told her. You're right, Chiffon said softly. I forgot about them because of how lonely I felt when I was taken to this place. Suddenly, they appeared here one day and had been living with me since then. Oh no, could they have died as well? The pink-haired lady in his arms started to panic as she glanced at the two little girls who seemed to be arguing with each other. The words, 50 times, and 51 times, reached her ears as Maple and Cinnamon continued to argue on how many kisses they would ask William for later. Don't worry, they are very much alive like me, William whispered to Chiffon, making her feel relieved. I don't know how they got here, but I'm glad they were here to keep you company. After all, you get lonely very easily. William kissed Chiffon's cheek as he pulled her closer to him, hugging her in a warm and protective embrace. Chiffon replied as she buried her head on William's chest, inhaling his fragrance, and feeling the warmth of his body. How did you know I was here? Chiffon asked. William smiled before kissing her head. My heart moves where my heart wills, is what I'd like to say, but I had some help. The half-elf then glanced at Aranis, who had kept her distance away from William and simply observed him, and his wife, from afar. She helped me find you, William said. Her name is Aranis, and she is one of the ferrymen of the underworld. Aranis, Chiffon muttered. It's a good name. William nodded in agreement before glancing at the halfling who waved back at him with a smile on her face. The half-elf knew that without Aranis' help, he might have had a hard time in the underworld, and the process of him reuniting with his wives would have taken much longer than he expected. Fortunately, she was there, and it allowed William to find his wives sooner. Chiffon, on the other hand, stared at Aranis as if deep in thought. When the god of death had taken her to Gluttony's paradise, she vaguely remembered the presence of a halfling that was on the same boat as her, Ash, and Princess Sidoni. She didn't know if that person was Aranis or not, but if she was, Chiffon could only feel gratitude towards her, who had brought her husband to Gluttony's paradise so he could be reunited with her once again. Chapter 1297. There's room for negotiations, right? Where is Will? Maple asked. Where is Ma? Chiffon? Cinnamon asked. The two girls were sitting on Adephagia's lap, and looking up at her with pouting faces, and the fat goddess could only chuckle as she pinched their cheeks. Will and Chiffon are eating together, Adephagia replied. We shouldn't disturb them. Her answer immediately made the pout on the two cute girls' faces deepen. They then raised their adorable lips in protest of the unfairness of the situation. I want to eat with them as well. See, Cinnamon wants to eat together. After William had kissed Maple's and Cinnamon's cheeks 100 times each, the half-elf carried Chiffon like a princess and disappeared somewhere in the Palace of Gluttony. Adephagia had sneakily given William the key to the super VIP room of the castle, so that no one would disturb them as they ate each other. Adephagia shook her head firmly as she tried to console the two pouting girls, who were very dear in her heart. Don't worry, William won't be going anywhere anytime soon. How about this, when he returns, you should ask him to feed the two of you some cakes. Maple likes chocolate cake, Cinnamon likes cheesecake. The goddess of gluttony nodded her head as she brushed the hair of the two girls with a big smile on her face. Good, Adephagia nodded. We'll not let him go until he feeds the two of you cake when he returns. Adephagia chuckled as she gave the two adorable little girls a tight hug, and the two hugged her back. The fat goddess then glanced in the direction of the highest tower of the palace and smirked. She was sure that after being separated for so long, her pink-haired daughter would surely eat William, until she had her fill. Disclaimer. Minor R18 scenes. You know the drill. William rested his right hand over Chiffon's head, while the latter lovingly kissed, licked, and nibbled his, with her soft and pink lips. She originally started with slow and long licks from top to bottom, as if savoring her most favorite food in the world. Perhaps due to how much he missed her, William felt as if her little tongue was sending an electric shock all throughout his body, making him shudder with how good it felt. After that long and slow torture, Chiffon started to give it a French kiss, making the half-elf close his eyes to enjoy the pleasure that his wife was bringing him. He could feel that Chiffon missed him so much, and she was doing her best to take things slow, instead of becoming one with him from the get-go. It's like a food aficionado that tasted the appetizers first before going to the main dish, in order to heighten the anticipation that the main course would bring. A moment later, she increased her pace, and took William's inside her mouth. When Chiffon was still alive, she wanted to please William so much that she had asked Princess Sidonia on how to make their husband feel good. Naturally, the seductive princess decided to teach the pink-haired girl the art of love-making. She made William just sit on the couch, while she demonstrated how it was done. As the sin of gluttony, no one, not even the sin of lust, could use her lips and mouth as expertly as Chiffon could. Because of this, among his wives, Chiffon made William feel as if his soul was leaving his body each time he came inside of her soft and delicate lips. Perhaps this sensation was also due to the slight fear that Chiffon might get carried away and really eat little William, making the half-elf feel as if his life was always at stake whenever the pink-haired girl decided to make him feel good by giving him the most pleasurable fellatio he ever had in his life. A small pop was heard as Chiffon pulled back, letting William's manhood, which was glistening because of her saliva, stand straight in front of her face. "No," Chiffon said softly before loosening her dress, making it drop to the floor. "I don't want you to release it in my mouth. I want you inside me. I missed you so much, Will." As if his last strand of reason had snapped, William immediately lifted the pink-haired girl and allowed her to slowly straddle him. The moment they became one, William once again felt an electric shock passing through his body, as the tip of his member pressed against the entrance of her womb. Soon, soft sighs of pleasure reverberated inside the room as William moved his hips to make his half-dwarf wife feel good. Chiffon surrendered herself to her husband's movements, and clung to him. Her gasps and moans were like music to the black-haired teenager's ears, making him use all of his skills in order to make her feel good. Several minutes later, both of their bodies shuddered as they came at the same time. The climax was so good that for a brief moment, Chiffon forgot where and who she was. William, on the other hand, held her tightly as he released every drop of his essence inside her, filling her up completely. The two stayed hugging each other for a few minutes as both of them panted for breath. When they finally regained their composure, both of them stared into each other's eyes before sharing a long and passionate kiss with each other. When their kiss ended, the two once again embraced each other, until both of their hearts were filled with each other's love. "Boo, you two ate without Maple. Cinnamon is angry as well. We wanted to eat together too." William smiled as he cut a small piece of chocolate before feeding it to Maple. "I'm here now, so I'll make sure that you two eat properly," William said. "Say ah." The little girl ate the piece of chocolate cake that William had fed her happily. Cinnamon, on the other hand, watched patiently as William cut a small piece of cheesecake in order to feed her as well. "Say ah." Cinnamon happily ate the cheesecake that was given to her, making Chiffon, who was seated between the two little girls, smile in happiness. "Are the cakes good?" Because the two little gluttons kept on asking for more types of cakes to eat, William spent an entire hour feeding them different cakes, until the two girls were satisfied. Not long after, the two fell asleep while laying their heads on Chiffon's lap, making it look like an older sister was taking care of her younger sisters. Of course, that was only how others viewed it, but for William, Chiffon, and Adephasia, this scene had an entire different meaning. "I forgot to ask them how they got into the underworld," William muttered as he lightly brushed the little girls' heads. "I tried asking them once, but they only said that they knew I was feeling lonely, so they decided to come and visit," Chiffon answered. "As to how they managed to get here, I don't really have any idea because they wouldn't tell me." William and Chiffon then glanced at Adephasia, who was eating an entire plate of grapes. As if sensing their gaze, she shifted her attention to them and simply shrugged. "I also have no idea," Adephasia commented. "However, does that really matter? I'm glad they came here to stay with Chiffon. She gets lonely very easily." Chiffon smiled as she lightly poked the cheeks of the two girls sleeping on her lap. "She did get lonely quite easily," so having Maple and Cinnamon to keep her company made her forget the pain of parting with the person she loved the most in her life. When she was dying, her regret was being unable to stay by William's side until she drew her last breath. That was the last thing she remembered before opening her eyes again in the underworld, and finding herself parting with Ash, Princess Sidoni, as well as Celine, who had been brought to the underworld with the three of them. "How long do you plan to stay here, Will?" Adephasia asked. "I don't plan on leaving until I can take everyone back to the surface world," William replied. "Did you preserve their bodies well?" "Yes, even their heartbeats have returned. All that their bodies lack now are their souls." Adephasia nodded her head in satisfaction after hearing William's confirmation. She then thought of a way to help the half-elf bring her daughter back to the surface world, but she knew that it wouldn't be easy. "I think the only way for you to bring them back to the surface world is to get the god of death's permission," Adephasia replied. "The cause of death for your wives is a bit special, so there is room for negotiation. Technically, gods aren't allowed to directly kill mortals because it breaks the laws of the world. If every god were to do that, you could be assured that most civilizations in the multiverse would have stopped existing long ago. This is why gods are forbidden to kill any mortal directly using their divine powers. This is why Ahriman was unable to fully use his godly powers during our battle. If he was able to do that, Gavin, Astrid, Eros, Lisa, and I would not have been able to defeat him because of the restriction placed on us when we descended to Hestia. Fighting against a primordial god is not something that can be achieved by sheer numbers. We just got lucky that he had been weakened after being sealed for thousands of years." William reluctantly nodded his head. He had no memory of what happened after he started his fight against aka Mana. When he woke up, he was already in the palace of the Ainsworth Empire, and being nourished by Princess Aila and Nvidia. "So, there is room for negotiation, right?" William inquired. Adephasia nodded. "Oh, definitely. If he doesn't agree, then Eros, Astrid, and Lisa would descend to the underworld and join me in wreaking havoc here. Although Thanatos is the god of the dead, as 4 ladies would be more than enough to give him a headache." The half-elf sighed in relief because he didn't expect that there was a possibility of negotiating with the god of death, to allow him to bring them back to the surface world. He didn't care if there was a string attached to the condition that Thanatos would give him. As long as he would be able to take his beloved wives back to the world of the living, he was prepared to go to hell and back, if that was what it took for all of them to once again walk under the sun. Chapter 1298, More Than a Fairy Tale. Maple and Cinnamon were humming a song, while they sat on William's and Chiffon's lap. The 4 of them were riding a literal, banana boat, that was floating on a flowing chocolate river. This was the start of the 2nd day since William had arrived in Gluttony's paradise, and he was spending some quality time with his wife, and the 2 adorable little girls, who wanted to do fun things together with them. Chiffon didn't ask William how long he was planning to stay at the 3rd layer of the underworld. No words were needed to be spoken between them, and she understood that he would be leaving when it came time to look for her sisters, who were scattered throughout the underworld. After having a long talk with Adephasia, William understood that he just couldn't take Chiffon with him and drag her back to the surface world. The fat goddess playfully told William that he could try, but she understood that Thanatos would not sit idly and allow this thing to happen. Even if William were to succeed in bringing them back to the surface world, the god of death would simply drag their souls back to the underworld, and ban the half-elf from entering again. Naturally, Adephasia had told this to the black-haired teenager to ensure that he was aware of the consequences that might happen if he were to wantonly take the souls of the dead back to the world of the living, without the god of death's permission. Because of this, William decided to spend a few days with Chiffon in Gluttony's paradise, before going to the next layer to find his other wives. After a few hours of riding the banana boat, the 4 of them returned back to the castle, to have lunch together. However, since William couldn't eat anything in the underworld, he had asked Aranis to buy him blood packs, as well as set meals from Amasun. As William looked at the 2 adorable girls who were being hand-fed by Chiffon with cookies, he realized something quite interesting. Supposedly, if someone ate something in the underworld, they would be bound by its laws and unable to leave it. However, the 2 little gluttons kept on eating food from the Palace of Gluttony, and both of them were fine. Maybe it is due to the power of gluttony, William thought. Even the laws of the underworld are no match for it. When the half-elf had consulted Adephasia about this matter, the fat goddess confirmed his suspicions. She had already sensed that Maple and Chiffon contained the divinity of gluttony inside their bodies, making them immune to anything they ate in the underworld. It was similar to how light couldn't escape a black hole. Before the laws of the underworld could even take effect and bind their bodies, it would have already been eaten by the black hole that was found inside the two girls' limitless stomachs. After the five of them had lunch together, Maple and Cinnamon felt sleepy, so Adephasia took the two of them to her quarters to rest, leaving William and Chiffon behind. The pink-haired girl looked at her patron goddess retreating back, while she sat beside William. "Will, when we go back to the world of the living, let's conceive them," Chiffon said softly as she rested her head on William's chest. "I don't want to wait any longer." William wrapped his arms around his wife and kissed her forehead. "Are you sure about this?" William inquired. He could tell that his pink-haired wife was serious, but he still needed to ask in order to fully confirm it. Chiffon nodded. "Yes, I want to hold them. I want to kiss them. I want to love them." "Understood. I'll have you conceive when we get back." Somewhere in the Palace of Gluttony, Aranis looked at William and Chiffon from afar using binoculars. She had left William alone, so he could spend time with his wife, but that was not her only reason for doing so. Aranis wanted to observe if the half-elf's and his half-dwarf wife's love life was similar to those that she had watched on Netflix. The halfling understood that there was a boundary between reality and entertainment. She had been observing the two for the past day, and saw the tenderness and affection in William's eyes whenever he looked at his wife. Aranis also noticed a trace of happiness and love within their golden depths whenever he stared at the two little girls that accompanied him, and Chiffon, at all times. William had never shown her this kind of gaze in the past, and for some reason it made her feel envious. Although she would often sit on William's lap, and cuddle with the half-elf before going to sleep, she could feel the care, tenderness, and even warmth in their daily interaction. But, if you compare their relationship with the ones he had with his wife and the two little girls, she felt as if the difference was similar to heaven and earth. They were simply several miles apart. Naturally, Aranis also understood that it was only normal for William to shower his overflowing love to the person he married. But, she didn't understand why he would do the same with the two little girls that always clung to him and acted like spoiled children. "I lived alone most of my life, so I think I hunger for something like this," Aranis thought as she continued to observe the two from afar. "Before we go to the next layer, I'll ask William to be more considerate to me as well. He should spoil me a bit after all the help I've been giving him." Right beside Aranis, a rainbow-colored anteater was also observing William from afar using binoculars. "I'm glad," Kusaganaga said softly. "It must have been hard for him ever since his wives died." "Lord Kazo, what kind of person is William?" "Will, he is someone who likes to drink milk directly from the source." Lord Kazo, please don't tease me." The rainbow-colored anteater chuckled as he picked up a chocolate milkshake from the table next to him. "William is a very caring person," Kusaganaga stated. "Even if his soul has been corrupted by darkness, the light inside his heart still shines, amidst the darkness. However, this doesn't change the fact that he changed greatly after his wives, friends, and his familiars died at the hands of his enemy. Although he looks fine now, I can't even imagine the things he's had to do to get this far, and the prices he'll need to pay to continue moving forward." Kusaganaga looked at the half-elf with a solemn gaze before drinking the rest of his chocolate milkshake. "How about you, Aranis?" Kusaganaga asked. "What are you willing to pay in order to move forward?" Aranis looked at the rainbow-colored anteater in confusion. "What do you mean, Lord Kazo?" Aranis asked back. Kusaganaga smiled as it pointed at the badge hanging on Aranis' robe. "Are you willing to give up everything for your dream to become a reality?" Kusaganaga asked. "Even if it means that you will have to sacrifice everything you have in order to get what you want." Arians finally realized what Kusaganaga was hinting at. In truth, she had asked herself this question many times in the past. The answer she gave each and every time was no. The price was simply too steep for her to pay, and she was afraid of taking that step towards the wish she wanted to fulfill. When Aranis first heard things about the surface world, from her father and grandmother, her curiosity was piqued. Because of this, she decided to read and watch things that belong to the world of the living. One of the stories she had read was The Little Mermaid. It was a bittersweet story because the mermaid didn't get the ending that she strived for. Instead of becoming the prince's wife, she became sea foam, never to be seen or heard from again. After reading this story, Aranis had been traumatized for several months, and didn't read a single fairy tale. She simply immersed herself in watching telenovelas with happy endings, allowing her to recover. However, every now and then, she would dream of the little mermaid's fate, and wake up abruptly covered in sweat. She still had this dream from time to time, but ever since William had started to live with her, these dreams no longer haunted her. Aranis had already labeled William as a prince charming that had come to the underworld to rescue the princesses from the god of death, who ruled the underworld. More than anything else, she wanted to take part in this grand adventure, and help the black-haired prince have a happy ending. This was her wish, and the main reason behind why she was doing her best to help him gather as many hell credits as possible, and even allowing him to pass through restricted areas in order to meet with his wives. But, in reality, she too wanted to be the princess. She too wanted to have a Prince Charming. Lord Kazo, I don't want to turn into sea foam, Aranis replied. I'm fine with being a spectator. Kusaganaga gazed at the halfling for a period of time before shifting his gaze back to the half-elf, who was now giving his wife a passionate kiss beside a chocolate fountain. Well, it is your life, Kusaganaga replied. But, I think you misunderstood the story of the Little Mermaid. For me, it is more than a love story, more than a tragedy, and more than a fairy tale. What the Little Mermaid wanted was an immortal soul, and when she became sea foam, she didn't cease to exist, but became the daughter of the air. This was her reward because she strove to have an immortal soul, without taking the life of the person she loved. She was given a chance to earn her own soul by doing good deeds for mankind for 300 years. But, in the end, it is up to the reader to interpret the meaning behind the story. Kusaganaga jumped off its chair and walked past Aranis, who was still deep in thought. However, before he left the halfling completely, he once again left some parting words that made Aranis raise her head to look at the half-elf who held Chiffon in a loving embrace. Fairy tales may not always have a happy ending, Kusaganaga said softly. But, it will not always have a bad ending either. Having said that, the rainbow-colored anteater curled into a ball and rolled away, leaving Aranis alone while she looked at the badge in her hand. Chapter 1299, Lust's Abode. After spending 5 days in Gluttony's paradise, William decided that it was now time to continue his trip to look for his other wives in the underworld. On that day, Chiffon, Maple, and Cinnamon clung to him with tears in their eyes, wishing him a safe journey as he continued his search for Ash, Princess Sidonie, and Celine. Take care, okay, Chiffon said as she looked up at William with a loving gaze. I'll be waiting for you here. William nodded before lowering his head to kiss Chiffon's lips one last time. If not for the fact that he wanted to see if his other wives were safe, he would have stayed for a few more days, and played with Chiffon, Maple, and Cinnamon. Aranis, who was observing them from afar, sighed in her heart, as she watched the half-elf bid his goodbye. Maple and Cinnamon had stopped clinging onto him, but both little girls were still teary-eyed, making anyone who saw them want to give them a big hug. Make sure to come back as soon as you can, okay? Maple said, I still haven't eaten everything here. I wish to eat them together with you. Cinnamon also feels the same way, Cinnamon commented. Come back soon, okay? William nodded his head before kissing the cheeks of the two girls several times before steeling himself for his departure. The moment he turned his head to walk towards Aranis' direction, the half-elf didn't look back, despite the fact that Maple and Cinnamon kept on calling his name. Are you ready to go? Arians asked as soon as William reached her location. Yes, William replied. Let's go, Aranis. Take me to the next layer. The halfling nodded her head and led the way out of the Palace of Gluttony. Their next destination was the 4th layer, Lust's Abode, where he believed his wife, Princess Sidonie, to currently be. After half an hour of walking, William found himself staring at a small wooden cart, which he would use to travel through the Valley of Lust, before arriving at his destination. The wooden cart was similar to those used in mines, where various resources like coal were dumped and sent back to the surface to be transported. The travel time is only half a day, Aranis said. I'll be going on ahead with my boat. Just remember, no matter what you see, or hear, never leave the cart. If you do leave the cart, you might find yourself trapped inside an illusion. This is something that you should avoid at all cost because if that happens, I might not be able to help you escape. Do I make myself clear? William nodded in understanding and promised that he wouldn't leave the wooden cart no matter what. After ensuring that the half-elf understood the severity of the situation, Aranis summoned her flying boat, and sailed towards the next layer of hell. Kusaganaga and the others remained in Gluttony's paradise because they would be putting on a concert the following day before they returned to the 2nd layer of the underworld, living a hella loca. The rainbow-colored anteater asked William to come and see him again before leaving the underworld. There were some things that Kusaganaga wanted to tell him in regards to their future plans. William sat on the cart, and patiently waited for it to move. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long as the cart moved half a minute after it detected that someone was sitting inside it. Just 5 minutes after the cart traveled the Valley of Lust, William saw several beautiful women, wearing revealing outfits that showed their seductive bodies. If the black-haired teenager wasn't married, and had already made love with many women, he might have been tempted to accept the seductive invitation that the women were giving him. Some of them even came close to the cart and caressed the side of William's face as he slowly rode past them. Their words, filled with the promise of pleasure, fell in deaf ears. Their beautiful bodies, that could make any hot-blooded teenager stare at them lustily, were nothing in William's eyes. Although Chiffon's body was not half as sexy as theirs were, in his eyes, the half-dwarf whom he had made love with several times in the past few days had more charm than all of the seductive ladies, who were flaunting their beauty at him, combined. Half a day later, William successfully left the Valley of Lust, and entered a place where several neon lights could be seen in the distance. The words, "Welcome to Lust's Abode," shone in bright pink colors as he entered the next layer of the underworld that the most lustful beings in existence called home. When William arrived, Aranis immediately ran to him, and shooed away the succubus ladies, who had encircled the handsome half-elf, asking him if he was interested in having one-night stands. "I really hate coming to this place," Aranis said in an irritated manner. "This is the last place in the underworld that I wish to visit." William couldn't help but nod his head in agreement after seeing the scenes around him. Several men and women would fornicate with each other in broad daylight, as if it was a very normal thing to do. The halfling's disgusted expression as they walked the shady streets of Lust's abode was more than enough to tell William that she really hated coming to this place. "Where are you taking me?" William asked. "To the one place where the most lustful people in this lair gather," Aranis answered. "Lust Pavilion. I believe that one of your wives is there." The halfling glanced at William with a frown. Even though she wasn't saying anything, the half-elf understood what she was thinking. "My wife is one of the 7 deadly sins, and the sin she carries is lust," William explained. "That explains a lot of things," Aranis answered. "So, Chiffon bore the sin of gluttony, making her one of the VIPs of the Castle of Gluttony." William nodded to confirm Aranis' inquiry. "That is indeed the case." William nodded. The two of them didn't talk after that, and only walked down street after street, until they arrived at the lake. In the center of the lake was a giant floating pavilion, which looked surreal under the setting sun. Several bright, red-colored paper lamps hung along its sides, illuminating the surroundings. Aranis summoned her boat, and paddled like the ferryman she was, as they headed towards their destination. William had a calm expression on his face, but deep inside, he was feeling anxious. He knew, more than anyone else, how lustful Princess Sidoni was. Whenever her divinity slipped out of her control, he would have to stay and make love with her until her uncontrollable urges came to an end. The black-haired teenager was worried that if those strong urges suddenly flared up, his beautiful wife might do things that she wouldn't do when she was sane and in full control of her senses. A few minutes later, William and Aranis stepped foot inside the floating pavilion. They were immediately greeted by a beautiful woman, who introduced herself as Ariana. She was the Madam of Lust Pavilion, and her role was to keep this establishment running smoothly at all times. She even held onto William's arm, pressing her soft bosom against it, while asking the half-elf on what kind of woman he was looking for. Aranis immediately came between the two of them, and pushed Ariana away, making the beautiful woman giggle. "So, my dear William, what brings you to Lust Pavilion?" Ariana asked. "If you are looking for the most pleasurable experience, I can recommend myself to entertain you for the night. What do you think?" "A tempting offer, but sorry I need to pass," William replied. "I'm here for a lady named Sidoni. Do you know where she is?" As soon as Princess Sidoni's name was mentioned, Ariana's playful expression abruptly changed to one of shock. "I'm sorry my dear, but Sidoni is one of the untouchables in the pavilion," Ariana answered. "I have been given strict orders that no guests may visit her and her beautiful friend, who is currently staying in her private chamber here in the pavilion." "Her friend?" William blinked in confusion. "Someone is staying with Sidoni in her private chamber?" Ariana nodded. "Yes, I believe her name is Ash. The poor girl, she has become Sidoni's plaything, and I often see her unconscious figure on the bed, with her body covered in kiss marks, and her Forbidden fruit, always overflowing with nectar, dyeing the sheets day and night. The half-elf breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that the person accompanying his wife, Princess Sidoni, was none other than his second wife, Ash. Back when William couldn't be around, she was the one responsible for keeping Princess Sidoni's uncontrollable urges at bay. "Take me to Sidoni's private chambers," William said. "I have business with her." Ariana covered her lips and giggled after hearing William's words. "I hear those words every day," Ariana replied. "Men and women, both handsome and fair, want to taste Sidoni's forbidden fruit, but she has always rejected the advances that come from other people, and simply focuses on torturing Ash every day. I have a feeling that if this continues, that blue-haired mermaid will turn into a masochist. Well, not like I really care if that were to happen. I just find her pitiful because she is trapped with Sidoni all day, and has no place to go. But I think it is for her own good. If a beauty like her were to wander the streets of Lust's abode, I'm very sure that she would have already been pinned to the ground by one of the locals, and forced to have her body experience pleasure that she has never felt before." William snorted because if that really happened, he would throw caution to the wind, and eliminate the bastards who dared to touch even a strand of hair of one of the women that belonged to him. "Take me to her," William's commanding voice made Ariana arched an eyebrow at him. "I can't," Ariana answered. "Only people with privileges can visit." Ariana wasn't able to continue because Aranis, who had just been standing silently beside William, had taken out her ferryman badge, which made Ariana keep the words that she was about to say inside her lips. "Very well, since a VIP has come to see her, I will ask Sidoni if she is willing to meet with you," Ariana said in a polite tone. "However, I cannot guarantee that you will be able to see her." "That's fine," William stated. "Just tell her that William is looking for her. That should be enough." Ariana bowed her head respectfully. "Understood. I will let Lady Sidoni know that you are looking for her." Giving the half-elf one last glance, the madam of the floating pavilion left with steady steps as she walked towards the VIP area where Princess Sidoni was staying. She was quite curious as to why William sounded so confident that Princess Sidoni would meet with him, when many others had failed to even set an appointment with one of the most beautiful ladies that had ever graced the floating pavilion since Ariana had taken her post as its caretaker. Chapter 1300. You are out of your league, boy. When Ariana arrived near Princess Sidoni's private quarters, she noticed an exceptionally handsome man with short blonde hair, and blue eyes that could easily capture the hearts of any woman whom he set his eyes on. He was none other than Dominic Jedreed, a prince of a wealthy kingdom, who had died not long ago and entered Lust's abode a few days before Princess Sidoni was brought inside of it. Back then, Dominic would spend his days, enjoying the company of the most beautiful women he could find, who shared the same passion as him in the bedroom. Since he was easily the best-looking young man inside Lust's abode, he never ran out of beauties to make love with. He didn't care where, as long as he was in the mood for it, he would make love with them in the streets, in the forest, in the garden, inside the bedroom, or anywhere else in the house. Simply put, the fourth layer of the underworld allowed such acts, for this was the place where the sinners like them, who had fallen to a lure of carnal pleasure, when they were still alive, would be sent the moment their lives came to an end. But that all changed the moment Dominic laid his eyes on the most beautiful woman that he had seen in his life. Her long, reddish-brown hair haunted his dreams. Her seductive lips, that looked so soft from afar, fanned the desires in his heart. And finally, her seductive body, that was made to be loved by men and women alike, made his loins ache. He wished to push her down on the bed. He wanted to conquer her completely, and lastly, he wanted to mark her entire body, and make it his own, releasing his seed inside her, and claiming her as his woman. Never in his life had Dominic felt a desire as strong as he was now, for the sake of a woman whom he had only seen briefly after she had arrived in Lust's abode. Since then, he would always come to visit her, hoping to catch a glimpse of her beautiful face. Unfortunately, the doors and windows of her pavilion had remained closed. Only the sound of soft sighs tinged with pleasure, that belonged to another woman, would reach his ears, fanning the desires in his heart, and causing his loins to burn, making his whole body heat up with thoughts of conquering the woman that he had set his sights on. "Lord Dominic, you are here again today," Ariana said with a smile as she stopped a meter away from the dashing young man, who had also made love to her when he first arrived in the fourth layer of the underworld. "My lovely Ariana, won't you be a dear and pass a message to Sidoni for me?" Dominic replied as he wrapped his arms around the beautiful lady in front of him. Tell her that I would like to have a chat with her. Just a simple chat. You'll do that for me, won't you? Soon, his hands playfully rubbed her backside before slipping past her clothes, and touching her. Ariana smiled sweetly as she allowed Dominic to have his way with her body. As a local of Lust's abode, she had already felt pleasure countless times in the past. For her, this was a way of life. It was the same as breathing for humans. If she was unable to make love with someone for an extended period of time, she would feel as if she was deprived of oxygen, unable to breathe, and suffering great pains. A few minutes later, a soft sigh escaped her lips. Dominic smiled in triumph as he removed his fingers from her, which glistened with her own juices. The handsome young man then inserted his still wet fingers into Ariana's soft lips, letting the latter clean it with her tongue. This continued for a short period of time before Dominic removed his still wet fingers from her mouth, and placed it inside his own lips. Today might be a bit difficult, Ariana said with a flushed face. A big shot has arrived and he wants to talk to Sidoni. A big shot? Dominic frowned. What kind of big shot? Someone that is accompanied by a ferryman of the underworld. The handsome prince had already been briefed on the hierarchies within the fourth layer of the underworld. Caretakers like Ariana were the highest authority when those with higher ranks weren't present. Although she had this high authority, this didn't mean that she could impose her will on anyone, and force them to do something. Her role was to report to the higher-ups if there were any problems within Lust's abode, and they in turn would send people to deal with the problems in her stead. Ferrymen of the underworld were a special case. They were the fourth highest ranking official in the underworld, and they could go to any restricted places that was allowed by the badge that they carried. This also gave them the authority to order the locals of each layer of hell, making them do their bidding. What did they want to do with Sidoni? Dominic had already labeled the beautiful princess his woman, so he felt that it was his duty to prevent anyone from snatching her away from him. Calm down, they just want to talk to her, Ariana said. Also, Sidoni is somewhat special. She can say no to anyone, and they will have no choice but to back down. She's not someone that even those at the top can casually touch. After hearing Ariana's assurance, Dominic felt relieved, but he still decided to stay to ensure that no one would take away his prized woman away from here. Go and deliver the message, Dominic stated. Also, pass my message to Sidoni. You will do that for me, won't you, my dear Ariana? Ariana giggled before batting her eyes. I will pass your message to her, but as to whether she will hear your request or not is entirely up to her. The beautiful woman smirked before walking towards Princess Sidoni's private quarters, and knocking on the door. Sidoni, it's me, Ariana, Ariana said. There is someone looking for you. Ariana faintly heard the rustling of clothes from behind the door. Not long after, Princess Sidoni's voice, that made her heart tingle, reached her ears. How many times should I tell you, Ariana, that I am not interested in meeting anyone, Princess Sidoni replied. Just send them away like everyone else. Ariana already expected that Princess Sidoni would give this answer, but still decided to complete the task that was given to her by the ferryman. The person said that his name is William. He said that he will. Before Ariana could even finish her words, the door abruptly opened and a lady, whose beauty could bring down the downfall of nations, appeared in front of her. Did you just say William? Princess Sidoni asked. Her voice, which was filled with excitement and longing, made Dominic, who was not far from her doorway, feel his heart ache. Where is he? Another voice, that was similar to Princess Sidoni's asked. Are you sure his name is William? A beautiful lady who was the spitting image of Princess Sidoni appeared on the doorway. It was none other than the seductive princess's other half, Morgana, who had gained a body of her own, after they arrived in the underworld. He is waiting in my residence, Ariana replied with a surprised look on her face. Would you like to meet up with him? Of course, take me to him immediately. However, before Ariana could reply, a third young lady with long blue hair appeared behind Princess Sidoni and Morgana. She was dressed in a one-piece nightwear, and the beautiful curves of her body could be seen by anyone who laid their eyes on her. On her neck, arms, and collarbone, several kiss marks could be seen. Clearly, she had become the plaything of the two succubus-like ladies whom she shared a room with, and yet, the moment she heard William's name, her heart, that had stopped beating months ago, suddenly skipped a beat. I'm coming with the two of you, Ash said with a determined look on her face. Princess Sidoni and Morgana nodded their heads before facing Ariana, who was currently wondering what William's relationship was with the three ladies, whose beauty made them a prize within the fourth layer of the underworld. Please come with me, Ariana bowed her head respectfully. I'll take you to where he is. Just as the four ladies were about to leave, Dominic broke out of his daze and walked towards the beautiful princess whom his heart desired. Sidonie, I know that you don't know who I am, but I want you to know that I've been dying to talk to you since the day I saw you, Dominic said while his eyes glowed faintly with power. When he was alive, Dominic had the power to charm people. Even though he was exceptionally handsome, there were times when his advances didn't work, due to strict rules imposed on the noble women whom he targeted. Whenever this happened, he would use his magical eyes to charm these women, and make them fall helplessly in love with him, ignoring their own families, and the people whom they were in love with. Dominic had enjoyed this lifestyle until one day, one of the young men, who had his lover stolen from him by Dominic, managed to assassinate him, on his way back from her room. That was how he ended up in Lust's abode, and even here, he had retained his powers to charm people. Princess Sidonie, and Morgana, whom he was using his powers on, gave him a weird look, as if saying, just what is this weirdo doing? As the carrier of the sin of lust, Princess Sidonie held the most powerful charm under the heavens. Dominic's pitiful attempt to charm her only made her feel disdain towards the handsome young man, who had wanted to pin her on the bed since the first day he saw her. Let's go, Morgana snorted as she pulled Ash and Princess Sidonie towards Ariana, who was looking at Dominic with an awkward expression on her face. Please follow me, Ariana said after giving Dominic one last glance before walking back towards her residence where the black-haired teenager was patiently waiting for the arrival of his wives. Ariana could only feel pity towards the handsome prince, whose face was crumpled with a look of confusion after his charm spell didn't work the way he intended it to. Trying to use charm against the deadly sin of lust, Ariana could only shake her head as she walked away, leaving the confused prince behind. You are out of your league, boy. Although she liked Dominic, and even desired his touch, Ariana knew that there was no way in hell that the handsome prince would be able to bed Princess Sidonie using petty tricks, especially a charm spell, on the very incarnation of lust in the mortal world. It was simply too funny, so Ariana walked while her delicate shoulders trembled, as she desperately did her best to prevent the bubbling laughter inside her chest from escaping her seductive lips. Chapter 1301. Elle will take that load off your shoulders Part 1. Ariana and Aranis couldn't help but gawk at the scene that was happening in front of them. The moment Princess Sidonie, Morgana, and Ash arrived to meet with William, Morgana immediately ran towards the half-elf and jumped into his arms while shouting, "Darling." What followed next was a one-sided passionate kiss by Princess Sidonie's other half. She kissed William non-stop, while the latter simply held her in his embrace. Naturally, Princess Sidonie didn't stand idly and also joined her other half in kissing the half-elf, who was now exchanging kisses with the two of them simultaneously. Ash blinked once then twice before walking towards the half-elf and hugging him from behind. She then started to kiss William's neck, nibble his ears, and hold the side of his face, turning it around to face her, so that she could also kiss her beloved man whom she hadn't kissed for a very long time. 5 minutes later, Princess Sidonie and Morgana impatiently started to strip William's clothes even though they were in the presence of Ariana and Aranis, making the halfling cover her eyes with her hands, but it was useless because she was still peeking through the gap in her fingers. Ariana didn't find anything wrong with this scene because this was a very normal occurrence in Lust's abode. Everyone could freely fornicate anywhere they wanted, and no one would arch an eyebrow, even if they did it in the middle of the streets. However, someone did mind. Just as Aranis was about to tell William and his wives to get a room, something fell on top of her head, which the latter picked up with one hand and looked at it up close. Aranis didn't know what to say because she was very familiar with the thing in her hands. It was none other than William's underwear, which she had bought for him on Amasun when he was running out of clothes to wear. Oh my! Ariana covered her lips the moment she saw William's, which made the caretaker of the fourth layer swallow her saliva subconsciously. Aranis also saw the thing that was standing tall and proud just below William's waist, making the color of her cheeks turn a shade redder. You foo-foo-foo, I missed you, little wool, Morgana said before giving the little guy a kiss, making it twitch in excitement. Before the beautiful lady could take William's, inside her soft and seductive lips, a shout reached their ears. Stop, Aranis shouted with a face that resembled that of a red tomato. Have you no sense of shame? Why you guys should do it inside a room or something. Oh, dear, I forgot we have company, Morgana said in a teasing manner. Ariana, can we borrow one of the rooms in your residence? I completely forgot we shouldn't let the world see how peerless our husband is. Quote. Sure, Ariana replied. You can take any of the rooms on the second floor. None of them are taken. Thank you, Princess Sidonie replied. She then grabbed William's right arm, while Morgana grabbed his left. The two gorgeous ladies dragged the butt-naked William upstairs in haste. Ash followed right after them, leaving behind a still red-faced halfling, and a beautiful woman who wanted to experience how peerless the black-haired teenager really was. Must be nice, Ariana muttered as she recalled the half-elf's manhood, which made her womb tingle just by looking at it. I wonder if Sidonie will allow me to experience it once. Aranis, who was still holding onto William's underwear, could only open and close her mouth like a goldfish, unable to form any words to say. Although she had already expected that something like this might happen when the half-elf met with his wives, she didn't think that they would start doing it right in front of other people. Stupid William, Aranis shouted as she threw the underwear in her hands away before running out of the residence. Ariana watched the little ferryman go with curiosity, but she didn't follow her. She didn't want to get into trouble with one of her superiors, so she decided to stay where she was, and wait for the visitors in her residence to finish whatever they were doing upstairs. Aranis sat on one of the benches in a park, while looking at the sunset. She had steered clear away from the main road, where the majority of the residents in the underworld were fornicating, and found a remote place, hidden from the view of others to organize her thoughts. This wasn't the first time she had come to the fourth layer. Whenever she saw people doing the act, it meant nothing to her. It was similar to watching shows in the television, but this time it was different. Aranis had secretly installed cameras to the host club where William was working at, using her authority as the ferryman of the underworld. Each host had a specific room where they would entertain their guests, and she filled that room with cameras in order to see if the half-elf would do a proper job as a host. What she saw astounded her. William was an incredibly good host. In fact, he was like a scammer that offered his guests promises, in return for them buying more drinks, so that he could earn more hell credits. The girls would touch him here and there, but William's hands never wandered where they shouldn't go. In the end, it was a very wholesome experience. Because of this, she would act spoiled from time to time, too. Experience William taking care of her, drying and brushing her hair after she took a bath, sitting on his lap as she ate chips while watching TV, taking a stroll and walking hand in hand in living a hella loca, and many other things that couples did in the telenovelas that she watched. The halfling could feel that William cared for her, but the care he had given her was very different from the care that he had shown when he met his wife, Chiffon, in Gluttony's Paradise. Even the two little pink-haired girls, who accompanied him all the time, made her heart melt due to how cute and adorable they were. When she looked at them, the words, "happy family," came to mind. This was something that she didn't possess because her father was busy with his duties, leaving her alone to wander the vast underworld on her boat, while she ferried souls to their respective places. Chapter 1302, Elle will take that load off your shoulders, Part 2. What's wrong with me? Aranis muttered as she lightly scratched her head. This is weird. As someone that had stayed in the underworld since the day she was born, Aranis didn't know what the budding feelings in her chest represented. All she knew was that her chest ached the moment William was kissed in front of her. It was as if someone stole something that belonged to her. Aranis had gathered many things along the way and treated them like treasures. She was like the little mermaid collecting things that fell from the surface world into the sea. Figurines of her favorite characters, wallpapers of her favorite idol groups, and even the signed merchandise of her favorite actors. She treasured all of them and treated them as priceless objects. But the halfling's little heart had been shaken when she saw William's wives stripping him in front of other people, not caring where they were. This in turn made her state of mind a bit unstable, and the feeling of something that belonged to her being taken away by others made her feel bad. Because she was deep in her thoughts, she didn't hear the sound of footsteps coming from behind her. A little further away, an exceptionally handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked in her direction. Dominic, who had been left behind by Princess Sidonie earlier, had suffered the shock of his life. Why didn't it work? Dominic gnashed his teeth in anger. Why? This was the first time that his charm ability hadn't worked on his target, making him feel angry inside. Originally, he didn't plan to use it on Princess Sidonie and just wanted to genuinely talk to her, and form a close relationship. He was prepared to spend days, weeks, and even months, to chip at the defenses that protected her heart from his advances. Dominic knew that he had eternity to waste, so he didn't mind playing the long game, while fornicating with other women on the side. However, the shock earlier made him lose a bit of his confidence, making him wander aimlessly in Hell's abode. While randomly walking around, he noticed a little girl hugging her knees in the distance. Her doll-like beauty, which looked so innocent in his eyes, made the chaotic feelings in his heart rise. Good, Dominic thought, someone I can vent my frustrations on. So young, and yet already so lustful. No wonder she died young. The handsome prince assumed that Aranis was one of the people in the fourth layer, like him, who had been sent there because of their addiction to carnal desire. He wasn't aware that the little girl in front of him was the one responsible for bringing William to Lust's abode, to meet up with his wives. Taking a deep breath, Dominic used his most dazzling smile as he walked in front of the little girl to catch her attention. Good afternoon, Dominic said with a smile. What are you doing here all alone? Are you lost? Aranis looked up at the handsome blondie in an irritated manner because someone dared to disturb her alone time. I'm not lost, Aranis replied. Scram, blondie, I'm not interested in talking to you. Instead of being angry, Dominic just chuckled as he sat beside the little girl, ignoring her glare. I didn't expect to see a beautiful sunset in the underworld, Dominic said as he glanced at the setting sun. But this sunset is nothing compared to your beauty. Aranis cringed internally after hearing the cheesy pickup line that the irritating blondie just said to her. Blondie, I'm not in the mood for your games, Aranis stated. Just find yourself a random girl here in Lust's abode and knock yourself out. I'm not interested in you. Oh, but I am interested in you. A devilish smile appeared on Dominic's handsome face as he gazed down at the glaring doll-like beauty, whom he was planning to use to vent out his frustrations. Why don't we get to know each other more? Dominic leaned on Aranis as his eyes glowed subtly. He didn't believe that the power of his charm was defective because his eyes contained the power of divinity, which he had inherited from the patron god that their royal family served. Aranis was about to punch Dominic's nose in order to make him back away, but her little fist stopped midair as she fell into a trance. The halfling had a very strong will, however, it had been shaken earlier due to the incident with William and his wives. Because of this, a small crack had appeared in her heart's defenses, which Dominic's charm had taken advantage of. See, there's nothing to be afraid of, Dominic said softly as if coaxing a child. He then held Aranis's closed fist, which she had used earlier in an attempt to punch him, and gently placed it over his chest. I can sense that you are feeling troubled. Don't worry, I will take that load off your shoulders, Dominic whispered seductively in Aranis' ear. By the time I'm done with you, you'd be sprawled naked on the ground with my seed gushing out of your little crack-ack. The sound of something breaking reverberated in the garden. William's hand was gripping Dominic's shoulder, making the latter feel a world of pain. A moment later, the blonde prince found himself off the bench as he was slammed into the ground. Stop, Dominic gasped as he looked up to see a black-haired teenager whose eyes glowed faintly, as the final rays of the sunlight disappeared, drowning the world in darkness. Who are you? You don't need to know, William replied as he pressed his foot on Dominic's neck, applying pressure on it little by little. There are some people that you shouldn't touch no matter what, and one of them is Aranis. William applied greater pressure with his foot, making Dominic struggle with all of his might. A moment later, a loud crunching sound was heard as the blonde prince's body turned into blue mists and flew toward the entrance of Lust's abode. Since they were already in the underworld, Dominic couldn't die again, but his soul could be injured. Fights rarely broke out in the underworld, but when they did, the souls just returned to the entrance of the lair they were in, and stayed there for a few days so they could rebuild their bodies. Just as William was about to check on Aranis' condition, he felt a pair of delicate hands wrap around his waist. Don't turn around, Aranis said as she pressed her forehead against William's back. I don't want to see you right now. Okay, William replied as he stood completely still, allowing the halfling to use his body as something to lean on. In truth, Aranis was able to regain her wits after half a minute. Although Dominic's charm was powerful, and had managed to slip past the crack in her heart, she was still a deity. Having her own divinity, it pushed the charm spell out of her. When Dominic finished whispering in her ear, Aranis had already prepared herself to smack the irritating blondie's lower half in order to break his balls. However, before she was able to do that, William had arrived and personally punished the guy who dared to take advantage of her. She just sat on the bench while looking at the half-elf who had lived with her for quite some time. Although he looked calm on the surface, Aranis could tell, after living a long time with him, that William was really angry. The air around him felt so sharp, that for a brief moment she thought that the air around him was cracking like an eggshell. Several minutes later, William felt Aranis let go and turned around. He patted Aranis' head, while she looked down, hiding her face from the half-elf's gaze. "Let's go back," William said softly as he playfully rubbed both of Aranis' ears, as if disinfecting them from Dominic's whisper. "My wives want to meet you." 15 more minutes, Aranis said as she leaned forward and let her forehead rest on William's stomach. "We'll go in 15 minutes. As the stars in the sky appeared one by one to illuminate the fourth layer of hell, William's cold hands lightly rubbed the back of Aranis' head, making the latter close her eyes to enjoy this act of skinship. Although the half-elf's hands were as cold as ice because he drank blood sparingly, the halfling felt his touch start to seep into the cracks of her lonely heart, filling it with his warmth. Chapter 1303, Quest to Find Hope. "What are you doing?" Dominic's soul shouted as he was being carried away by a ferryman of the underworld. "Where are you taking me?" The ferryman didn't reply and simply dragged the struggling Dominic away from Lust's abode. Half an hour later, the blonde prince's eyes widened in shock when he saw a raging river made of flames, whose current was so fast that he felt that the moment he was dropped in there, he would be trapped for eternity. "Wait," Dominic shouted in fear. Don't tell me you are going to." The ferryman grabbed Dominic's neck and pulled him close to his face. "If you want someone to blame, blame yourself for being stupid," the ferryman stated coldly. "You dare lay your hands on a ferryman of the underworld? Fool, you courted death 10 times over." I don't know," Dominic shouted hysterically. "I will apologize. Allow me to apologize. I will set this right." Perhaps getting irritated with his pleading, the ferryman tossed Dominic towards the river of flames, making the latter scream his heart out as he fell on the fiery waters to be tortured for over 100 years. "No, Arg, it burns. Save me, have mercy, forgive me." The ferryman sneered at the suffering blonde prince whose face had already melted along his body, making him wail in despair. 5 minutes later, the ferryman sailed his flying boat away, leaving the lustful prince to suffer the punishment that he so rightfully deserved. Somewhere in the underworld, "Is it done?" a man wearing a black robe asked as he sat on a throne made up of skulls. "Yes, Your Excellency," the ferryman knelt as he replied. 100 years of torment in the river of hell, 100 years of torment in the plains of hell. 200, Your Excellency. The man wearing a black robe shifted ever slowly as his powerful gaze locked on the ferryman who had become frozen in place. "Make his sentence 200 years each. At once, Your Excellency." "It will be done." The ferryman hurriedly left because he still needed to handle the paperwork of Dominic's forceful punishment. They needed to keep tabs on the punishment of each soul to ensure that their punishment didn't exceed the necessary sentence that was placed on their heads. Only after they had been judged, and paid for their sins in full, would they be allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation as pure souls who had forgotten all of their memories of, including the crimes they had committed in, their past lives. "Aranis," the cloaked man muttered softly. "Child, you're playing with fire. Somewhere in Lust's abode." "So, your name is Aranis," Morgana said. "I've heard many things about you from my husband. He said that he wanted to XXX you after breakfast, XXX you after lunch, XXX you after dinner, and XXX you in his dreams. I thought I've seen it all, but for him to target someone smaller than Chiffon makes me worry about what the future holds." "Fit." Aranis spat out the mouthful of tea she was drinking and coughed repeatedly after hearing Morgana's words. William, who was seated beside her, sighed as he rubbed the halfling's back, in order to allow Aranis to recover from his wife's teasing. "I'm no longer a child," Aranis replied. "I'm already 18 years old. Also, I'm small because I'm a halfling." Morgana covered her lips and giggled because Aranis looked so cute and adorable with her cheeks puffed up in anger. Princess Sidonie and Ash, who calmly drank their tea at the side, glanced at the halfling who was blushing profusely after correcting Morgana's statement. They could understand why Morgana wanted to tease Aranis. She was simply too cute to ignore. "I'm telling you now, although our handsome husband looks like a gentle soul, he is a wolf in sheep's clothing," Morgana stated. "He will eat you up, and spit out only your bones. It is best if you don't bind your fate with him. I mean, look at us. We love him so much that we ended up here in the underworld. You should learn from your seniors. That handsome, charismatic, delicious, titillating, and peerless hunk seated beside you is one of a kind. I doubt you'd survive a single round in bed with him. You can still turn back, Aranis. The halfling snorted as she gazed at Morgana fearlessly. I think you're making a mistake. I am not interested in Will. We are merely travel buddies. Friends with benefits. I like that term. Travel bud dies. That's what I said. Friends with benefits. William sighed for the second time before glancing at his seductive succubus wife. Don't tease her too much, okay? William said. If not for her, I wouldn't have arrived here so early. She saved me a lot of trouble by teaching me how things work in the underworld. Princess Sidoni placed her cup on top of the table before voicing out her thoughts. Aranis, in the past, our husband said that he would only have 10 wives, Princess Sidoni stated. Now, he has surpassed that number, and I believe that it might continue to grow in the future. There might be times when you will feel that you are being ignored, but don't worry. We can just pin him down on the bed together. This big sis of yours will teach you the ropes. What are your 3 sizes, by the way? Morgana interjected. Don't worry, Will doesn't care whether they are big or small. He loves all sizes equally. William was at a loss for words due to how the conversation was turning out. He thought that his wives would just ask Aranis things about the underworld, and what he had been through to meet them. However, before he knew it, they were already asking her for her 3 sizes and other very personal questions. They like the managers in a job interview who were interviewing an aspiring employee. However, from the way he looked at it, they were just like aunties who were looking for something to gossip about. Ash giggled after seeing the half-elf's expression, so she decided to take him outside the residence in order to take a stroll. I really thought that I would not see you again, Will, Ash said as she walked holding onto William's arm. If not for the fact that I am with Sidoni and Morgana, I might have felt so lonely that I might have died a second time. The half-elf stopped walking and kissed his wife's forehead. I will go to hell and back, so that all of us can be together, William replied. Don't worry, I will negotiate with the god of death and ask for him to release your souls. Ash nodded before resting her head on William's chest. Be careful, Will, Ash said softly. The price of our release might be something that will make you lose something important in return. William didn't reply and just hugged the beautiful mermaid in his arms. He had the same opinion as Ash, and was prepared to bargain with the god of death until they reached a proper settlement. With Adephagia's promise to cause havoc if Chiffon wasn't released, he believed that even the god of the underworld would have no choice but to compromise. Princess Sidoni had already told him that her patron goddess, Lady Eros, had also visited the underworld before William came. She said that if Thanatos wouldn't budge, she would charm all the souls in the underworld and start a civil war. Princess Sidoni didn't know if her patron goddess was joking or not, but she could tell from her teasing voice that she was half serious about it. After cuddling for quite some time, the two found a bench. William laid on Ash's lap, while the latter brushed his black hair. Will, what is your relationship with Aranis? Ash asked. I can tell by the way she looks at you, that are someone special to her. Also, I can tell the way that you look at her that she is also special to you. So, spill the beans. What is your relationship with her? It's a bit complicated, but are you willing to hear me out? William replied, of course, it's not as if I have anything to do here in Lust's abode, except from getting attacked every day by Sidoni and Morgana in bed. You've suffered so much. Ash chuckled because she found William's words funny. Indeed, she had suffered so much from the pleasure that the 2 succubus ladies had given her for the past few months, but she'd rather suffer in their hands, than suffer in the hands of others. Come on, start talking, Ash urged. Sidoni and Morgana will probably come looking for us soon. You better finish your story by then. William smiled bitterly as he started to retell his story about the Deadlands. Haleth, Amelia, Pearl, Priscilla, a pretty lady with a single horn on her forehead, Anne, a green-haired beauty with a tail that resembled that of a lizard, Vesta, William said as he ended his tale. And a halfling who looked like a doll that was only a little more than 3 feet tall. In that dream, someone told me that if I gathered all of them together, I would find hope. Ash listened silently as William finished his tale. A few minutes later, she playfully pulled on the half-elf's ear with a smile. Are you sure that what you are looking for is hope, and not to add more girls into your harem? Ash inquired. Those are 7 girls altogether. Also, don't you think it is quite convenient that you already know some of them, while the rest you were able to meet in your journey? Does that mean that if we hadn't died, you would not have gotten the opportunity to meet Aranis, who is the last girl to complete your quest to find hope?" William blinked when he realized what Ash was hinting at. Just like the beautiful mermaid said, more than half of the girls he was looking for were the ladies that he had already met. As for Vesta and Anne, he only met them when he went to the demon continent. Aranis, who was the last person missing to complete the set, was found in the underworld. Even the half-elf had to agree that if his wives hadn't died, he wouldn't have had an opportunity to meet with the doll-like halfling, who longed for the surface world, while trapped in the underworld. It was as if fate had played her hand in order to allow him to meet the ladies that would play a major role in his life, and led him to finding the fleeting hope, whom everyone chased after during the darkest moments in their lives. Chapter 1304. Spending eternity with him, wouldn't that be wonderful? Disclaimer. Trust me, this is not an R18 chapter. Ash greedily licked Williams, as Princess Sidoni kissed his lips, sliding her tongue inside of it. Morgana, on the other hand, was leaving kiss marks on the black-haired teenager's body, while his fingers teased her insides, preparing her for what was about to come next. This was William's fourth day inside Lust's abode, and Ash, Princess Sidoni, and Morgana all knew that he would leave them soon to look for Celine, who was pregnant with his child. Because of this, they decided to take the initiative and pin William down any opportunity they got, preventing him from leaving their private residence, and simply indulged in pleasure day by day. Single quote. "Can't you guys tone it down a bit?" Aranis grumbled. "I'm trying to sleep here." She was currently staying inside Ash's room because she and William would be leaving when morning came. Princess Sidoni and Morgana even invited Aranis to join them a day ago, but the latter firmly rejected their offer with a beet-red face. The halfling knew that the two beautiful succubi were only teasing her, but deep inside, she knew that they were half serious as well. William's and Aranis' next destination were the Plains of Wrath, where those that had succumbed to acts of war, violence, and any extreme actions that harmed anything, and everything around them were sent after they had died. This was the place where they would spend their days fighting with each other, until all of their pent-up anger was vented, allowing them to move on to their next stage of life. Since that was the case, William's three wives had locked him inside Princess Sidoni's room, right after the sun went down, in order to engrave his touch, kisses, and essence, into their bodies and souls. Several minutes later, Aranis gave up on sleeping and left the residence. As someone who had no experience in the acts of carnal pleasures, the halfling could only imagine what William's three wives were doing to him. Naturally, she wasn't that naive about it because she had stayed in Lust's abode for a few days, observing the people inside of it from afar as they fornicated in broad daylight. But, surprisingly, she couldn't find herself imagining doing the same thing with the black-haired teenager whom she would accompany to the next layer when the sun rose from the east. Back then, Aranis didn't really care too much about this act of love-making because she couldn't imagine herself falling in love with someone, and surrendering her heart, body, and soul to them. Because of this, she had watched many romantic telenovelas to better understand the feelings of love. This was why she was feeling confused about her wish to stay by William's side. Was it due to the feeling of puppy love, or just her wish to play a supporting role to the tale of the prince going to the underworld to save his wives? When she first saw the black-haired teenager and found out that he was a living person, Aranis' interest in him grew. Then, when she had gotten to know him a little better, she found out that, although William looked standoffish, he was actually a very caring person. Also, she didn't want to admit it, but on the day that William saved her from Dominic's sinister attempt to take advantage of her weakness, she felt as if she had become a protagonist in one of the shows she frequently watched. Just like the leading lady being saved by the male lead in her darkest moments and forming a connection with him that led to a romantic relationship. That was the scenario that happened to Aranis, and yet, she didn't know if that feeling of gratitude had something to do with love, which made her confused. "It's no use to think about these things," Aranis, the halfling muttered. "Even if he manages to rescue his wives, they alone will be able to leave this place. I can't do that, I will forever be stuck here in the underworld." A long and deep sigh escaped Aranis' lips as she laid on the deck of her flying boat, which was currently hovering above Lust's abode. "I hope morning comes soon," Aranis thought as she closed her eyes. "Then we can leave this place, and I will have some time alone with Will to better understand what I feel about him." Just as she was about to fall asleep, she sensed a presence coming near her boat. The halfling immediately propped herself up and glanced to her right, just in time to see another flying boat, led by another ferryman, hover beside her own. "It's been a while," Aranis, the ferryman greeted the halfling. How are you doing? It's you, Callie. Aranis smiled widely after hearing the voice of her friend. What are you doing here? The ferryman named Callie took the black robe off her face, showing a pretty face with long, dark brown hair, and green eyes. I'm just on my way back from tossing someone into the river of hell, Callie replied. The boss sure made things difficult for me. I have to do a lot of paperwork after dealing with that bastard. Sounds rough. How is the boss doing? Well, he's the same as always. The smile on Aranis' face dimmed a little after hearing Callie's words. However, the ferryman, who was also Aranis' close friend, jumped over to Aranis' boat and gave the halfling a bear hug, making the latter struggle in Callie's embrace. Did you become a bit heavier? Callie asked as she put the panting halfling down. Have you only been eating junk food? No good, you've become a slouch since you got the ferryman badge. This will not reflect well on your record. Nonsense, Aranis stuttered. I am eating properly every day. Also, I'm still a growing girl. It is only fine for me to gain a little weight in order to get taller, right? Taller. Callie looked at Aranis from head to toe before circling her 3 times. Your height is the same since I last saw you. Give it up, Aranis. You stopped growing a year ago. Keiku, are you my friend or not? Aranis wasn't able to refute Callie's words and the latter just chuckled while patting her head. Well, enough about your height, Callie said with a smile. What are you doing here in Lust's abode? Don't tell me you finally got curious about doing that. I can't believe it, my little Aranis is finally curious about having say arg. Callie found herself being headbutted on her stomach, making her body bend like a cooked shrimp before falling down on all fours coughing. Don't talk nonsense, Aranis shouted with a beet red face. Who is interested in learning how to do that thing? Calm down, I was just joking. HMPH. Callie massaged her stomach before propping herself up. She didn't expect Aranis to have this kind of reaction, so it piqued her interest. Say, Aranis, I heard that you've been traveling with someone as of late, Callie said with a smile. Is he a boy? That's none of your business, Aranis replied with a pout. Callie walked closer and crouched a bit, so that she could look eye to eye with the halfling who had a wary look on her doll-like face. I see, it's a boy. So, is he handsome? I didn't say if he was a boy or not. Callie giggled. Of course she knew that Aranis was traveling with a boy. She was one of the ferrymen that had been ferrying souls for hundreds of years in the underworld, so it was fairly easy for her to gather information on the person that Aranis was traveling with. I heard that he is still a living person, Callie commented. For him to appear here before his time of death is truly intriguing. Tell me, what is he like? What kind of person is he? No comment, Aranis replied. Don't be like that. Your big sis is here to give you some advice about love. I don't need your advice. Callie smirked before moving her head closer to the halfling who had subconsciously taken a step back. Since he is still alive, it is fairly easy to bind him to you, Callie said. Just let him eat the food of the underworld. As long as you prepare it yourself, he will be bound to you for eternity. I will not do such a despicable thing, Aranis replied. Will and I are friends. Oh, so his name is Will. I've seen his picture, and he looks like a very fine person, Callie smiled. If you are not interested in him, maybe I can feed him some food in the underworld and make him my. Before Callie could even finish what she was about to say, she felt the cold and sharp blade of a death scythe hanging over her neck. Callie, don't even think about it, Aranis said as her eyes turned crimson. Her hair fluttered lightly in the breeze as she held her weapon firmly in her little hands. Will is off limits. He is mine. Instead of feeling afraid, the smile on Callie's face widened. I see, Callie commented. Since you've already made the decision to make him yours, then you know what to do. Callie lightly pushed away the blade of the death scythe from her neck with a finger. There is more than one way to bind the living to the underworld, and it is not just about food, Callie whispered in Aranis' ear as if she was a devil tempting her to do bad deeds. Just imagine, spending eternity with him, wouldn't that be wonderful? Aranis snorted as she unsummoned her weapon and turned around. She didn't want to look at Callie's face right now because the latter's words had shaken her heart. Get out of my boat, Aranis said. I don't want to see you anytime soon. Fine, I'm leaving, Callie replied before casually jumping to her own flying boat, which was floating beside the halflings. But, remember this, Aranis, you belong to the underworld. The surface world is not as beautiful and peaceful as the ones you see in your telenovelas. It is an ugly place filled with wicked men and women who do vile things to each other. You should know that more than I. After all, you've been ferrying those who have departed to the many layers of hell. You should know by now what human nature is like." Having said her words, Callie steered her boat away and headed towards the third layer of the underworld. Although she said some pretty harsh things, she was just worried about her friend, Aranis. She even went as far as to remind her that there were other ways to keep William in the underworld if she truly wished for it. "Aranis, you're still too young and innocent," Callie muttered as her boat descended towards the third layer. "I don't know what the boss is thinking, allowing that half-elf to freely move around the underworld, while he is still alive, but I have a feeling that whatever is in his mind right now, it is something that you should stay away from no matter what." Callie had been in the underworld for a very long time, and she had seen all the faces of humanity during those many years of ferrying the souls of the dead. Although she knew that there were also good humans among the bunch, she had just seen so many evil things that her heart had already grown cold and numb when it came to interacting with people who had made others suffer just for the sake of their selfishness. "Well, whatever happens, I got your back," Callie said softly. "It's good to be young. So innocent and foolish at the same time." The ferryman of the underworld sighed before giving the lust abode one last glance before continuing her journey, leaving her friend behind, whose mind was reeling from the thought of keeping the handsome half-elf by her side. For eternity. Chapter 1305. A part of her world. "Please be careful, Will," Ash said as she hugged the half-elf who held her in a tight embrace. "I will," William replied. "Wait for me, I will return, definitely." "Yes." Ash looked up to her husband with a loving gaze. "I will wait for you." The two kissed passionately for a few seconds before both of them reluctantly parted. As soon as Ash had backed down, Princess Sidoni took her place. Instead of saying words of farewell, the succubus princess kissed William for half a minute, before playfully biting his neck, leaving a kiss mark. "Behave while I'm away, okay?" Will said as he caressed Princess Sidoni's cheeks. "Don't worry," Princess Sidoni replied. "No matter how many handsome men are here in Lust's abode, you are the only one for me." Princess Sidoni playfully kissed William's nose before backing away giggling. "Now, it's my turn, darling." Morgana opened her arms wide as she embraced the half-elf tightly. Just like Princess Sidoni, she kissed William repeatedly, but this lasted for an entire minute before she pulled back. "Darling, be careful," Morgana whispered. When Aranis returned, she seemed to be in a daze. "My woman's intuition is telling me that she might use a honey trap against you." William flicked Morgana's forehead, making the latter yelp in surprise. "Aranis is too innocent for that," William replied. "I'm more worried about you honey trapping other people here in Lust's abode." "Ah. You don't have to worry about that. We'll just eat Ash while waiting for you. Rest assured, our heart, body, and soul only belong to you." "As it should be." William smiled as he pressed his lips over Morgana's forehead. As much as possible, he didn't want to leave, but he still needed to find Celine and ensure that she was doing well. He didn't know how time worked in the underworld, but according to his wives, it had been almost 10 months since they arrived in the underworld. If that was true, then Celine might have already given birth to his child, while she was trapped in the world of the dead. This possibility made William feel anxious because he didn't know what kind of situation she was in right now. After bidding his goodbye, William jumped on the deck of Aranis' floating boat before turning around to face his wives. "I'll see you all soon," William said. "Ash, Princess Sidoni," and Morgana waved at him. Morgana even playfully blew a flying kiss to him, making the half-elf smile, as the flying ship started to ascend to head to the next layer of hell, which was called the Plains of Wrath. William kept on looking at his wives until they disappeared from view. According to Aranis, they would need to hitch a ride on the river of hell in order to arrive at their destination. "We will arrive there in a week at the earliest," Aranis said as she stood beside William, who was still looking in the direction of Lust's abode. "When we arrive there, prepare yourself. There is a high chance that you will get attacked the moment you step onto the Plains of Wrath." William didn't reply as he continued to stare in the distance, while his hair lightly fluttered in the breeze. William's hair had gotten longer, and now rested on his back. It was tied with a small, silver butterfly hairpin, which Aranis had purchased in order to tease the half-elf. But, contrary to her expectations, William didn't mind it, and wore the hairpin that Aranis had bought with over 100,000 hell credits. "I'm sorry, but if I remember correctly, you said that your fourth wife is pregnant with your child, right?" Aranis asked. Yes, William replied without even turning his head to look at the halfling standing beside her. Quote, "The underworld is not a good place to give birth to a child," Aranis said softly. Also, if she did give birth in the underworld, it would be impossible to take the child out of this place without the permission of the god of death. William slowly turned his head towards Aranis, who was looking up at him. "I will find a way," William stated. "Not even the god of death can stop me. Don't push yourself too hard, okay?" William smiled before ruffling the halfling's hair, which made the latter shout in surprise. A moment later, Aranis repeatedly pounded the half-elf's waist with her fists, as payback for making a mess of her hairstyle. After a few minutes, the two went inside the cabin of the floating boat to rest. The black-haired teenager laid on the bed, and soon dozed off from exhaustion. His 3 wives had made love to him until the last minute, milking him dry. It was as if they were trying to store up his essence inside their bodies, before they went into hibernation while he was away. A few minutes later, the door of the bathroom opened and Aranis came out with her hair still wet. Due to her excessive thinking, she hadn't taken a bath before they left the lust's abode, so she decided to take one, while William was asleep. Drying her hair with a towel, the halfling hummed as she took out a set of pajamas from her little closet. She out them on without much fuss before sitting on top of the bed, looking at the sleeping half-elf. "You're too defenseless, Will," Aranis thought. "All I need to do is pinch a grape and allow its juices to enter your lips, trapping you here in the underworld." Aranis sighed before lying beside the half-elf, and resting her head on his chest. Her friend, Callie, had told her things that had shaken her resolve. In truth, Aranis was still trying to understand what the half-elf meant to her. A friend, a close friend, more than a friend, and less than a lover. Stupid Callie, Aranis sighed as she drew circles around the obsidian gem on William's chest with her fingers. What kind of friend would make their friend suffer in the underworld? Doing that is the worst, and yet, I was almost tempted to do it. After being alone for several years, Aranis knew that she might have longed for a companion. Someone that would always be around and accompany her as they explored the hidden mysteries of the underworld together. She found William very pleasing to the eyes, and the half-elf treated her kindly, even going as far as spoiling her from time to time, like letting her sit on his lap while she watched TV, and cuddling with him when she slept at night. His wives are so lucky, Aranis mused as she raised her head to look down on William's sleeping face. They kissed him many times before we left. The halfling cautiously traced William's lips, and marveled at how soft they were. Before she knew it, she was already lowering her head in order to press her lips over his. It was already too late for her to stop as if she was pulled down by the law of gravity, making her soft lips touch William's, with her eyes firmly closed. A few seconds later she immediately pulled back as if she had been electrocuted by something. Placing her hands over her lips, she stared down at the sleeping half-elf, as her face slowly turned crimson. As if sensing that something wasn't right, William sleepily opened his eyes to look at Aranis, who was looking down at him with her hands firmly pressed over her lips. "Aranis." William lightly rubbed his eyes before propping himself up to a sitting position. "You shouldn't sleep on the bed with your hair still wet. How many times do I need to tell you that?" The half-elf grabbed the hand towel that was currently lying on top of the bed and nonchalantly started to dry the halfling, whose cheeks were burning in shame and embarrassment. That was close. Aranis could feel and hear the strong beating of her heart inside her chest, as William wiped her hair with practiced movements. This was not the first time he had done this thing, because he had already done this countless times with his lovers. A few minutes later, Aranis' hair was finally dry after the half-elf used his wind ability to help dry it. "Let's sleep," William said as he tossed the towel away and laid down on the bed. "Come." With the half-elf's invitation, Aranis obediently laid her head on his shoulder, and hugged him like a pillow. The half-elf, in turn, hugged her back and planted a kiss on her forehead before going back to sleep. This had been their regular routine when they were sleeping together due to Aranis' request. William wasn't aware that the halfling in his arms had slowly started to feel things she had never felt before. Experience things she had never experienced before. As the boat of the ferryman sailed the river of flames towards their destination, Aranis was starting to consider Callie's words, and make the half-elf who was holding her in a warm embrace, a part of her world. Chapter 1306. The Plains of Wrath. FWAH. A trail of blood streamed down on a body void of any imperfections. Due to an unexpected incident while sailing through the river of flames, Aranis' boat was dragged off by a great flood of fiery, hellish waters that surged out of nowhere. Using everything she had to prevent the boat from capsizing, and prevent William from falling into the river of flames, Aranis was able to steer her boat to safety. However, she collapsed afterwards because she had bumped her head hard when she was blown away by the hellish waters at the beginning. She only held on for as long as she could because he didn't want the half-elf, whom she had forced to remain inside the cabin, to be tainted by the flames of the underworld. The boat that had lost its master wandered aimlessly as it was carried away by the current, far from their intended destination. Several days passed before Aranis regained consciousness. William, who was trapped inside the cabin, was unable to help her because the halfling had shut it tight using the power of her divinity. Without her permission, no one would be able to break through it. If they did, she would receive a backlash that would make her suffer internal injuries. Knowing this fact, the half-elf could only helplessly call out to her from within the cabin while pounding the door. Perhaps due to her head injury, or perhaps due to exhaustion, her body was paralyzed from head to toe. After hearing William's constant calls from the cabin, Aranis lifted the seal, allowing the half-elf to come to her side and tend to her injuries. The half-elf did his best to care for the injured halfling, but nothing he did worked. Aranis had told him that healing potions that belonged to the surface world had no effect on the denizens of the underworld. Only the medicines from the underworld would heal their injuries. Unfortunately, the halfling didn't have those things because she never thought that she would receive any injuries while traveling through her birthplace. The days turned to weeks, until a month has passed. Although Aranis was slowly recovering, it was still too slow for her to move her body. The only thing she could move was her eyes and mouth that she used to talk to William. To make things worse, William had also run out of blood packs. Staying within the river of flames exposed his body to fumes that were stronger than miasma. These fumes were fanning his bloodthirst, making him use more of the blood packs that Aranis had packed for their journey. The half-elf had also noticed that after his battle with aka Mana, his bloodthirst had somehow increased to the next level. Even so, this wasn't a problem because there were many women who were more than happy to give him their blood. Unfortunately, there was no steady supply of fresh blood in the underworld. No matter how much he tried to hold on, William was nearing his limit, which would make him lose all reason and attack the person closest to him, which was the immobile halfling who was unable to defend herself. Finally, on a day that he was using massage therapy to help Aranis recover the feelings on her body faster, William subconsciously brushed his lips on the nape of her neck, licking it as if to stave off his hunger. "It's okay, Will," Aranis had said back then. "You don't have to endure. It will be more dangerous if you went berserk and started tearing my limbs to drink my blood. You're not only doing this for your sake, but doing this for my sake as well." Gaining her permission, and left with no other choice, the half-elf finally gave in to his instincts and sank his fangs on her delicate neck, drinking a mouthful of her blood. Fwah. A sigh escaped Aranis' lips as her body, which had grown numb over the past month, suddenly tingled. Just like a dried-up field that hadn't received a single drop of rain for several years, she started to regain the sensations that she had lost, as an unfamiliar wave passed over her body, making a soft sigh escape her soft lips. A line of blood flowed down her young body that was devoid of imperfection, making the half-elf, who had nearly lost his senses, stare at it with ragged breaths. A moment later, he licked the trail of blood, up to its source before kissing it, closing the wound completely. As if the month-long suffering they experienced was a lie, Aranis regained full control of her body, breaking free from the paralysis that had taken hold of it for weeks. Right after that, she willed the boat to fix its course, so they once again sailed towards their destination. Even so, the journey towards the Plains of Wrath would take another 2 weeks. Leaving the half-elf no choice but to rely on the halfling for sustenance, which the latter willingly gave him. 2 weeks later, they finally arrived at their destination. "This is the Plains of Wrath?" William inquired as he stared out of the cabin's window. "Yes," Aranis replied as she leaned on the half-elf, who had just finished drinking her blood. "This is the 5th layer of the underworld, and the place where I have seen the lady that bears the resemblance of your master, Celine." Hearing the weakness in her voice, William lifted her up in a princess carry as she laid her down on the bed. "Rest first, we can explore it tomorrow," William said softly as he hugged the halfling who had done so much for him. "Might as well," Aranis commented as she buried her head on William's chest. "I am really tired. It has been a very long journey." The black-haired teenager held the naked girl in his arms. Ever since the day he had drunk her blood, the two would sleep together without wearing anything, holding each other in an embrace. They hadn't done anything sensual, because the two of them only longed for each other's warmth during that long, and perilous, journey to their destination. William cared for Aranis, and the halfling understood this. This was why she trusted him with every fiber of her being, knowing he wouldn't do anything to harm her. Although she still wasn't sure what to feel about him, one thing was for sure. She liked being together with William. She liked being hugged by him, with their skin touching each other, and her body pressed over his. Just as they were doing now, making her feel safe and warm. As the black-haired teenager held the sleeping girl in his arms, he pondered the true meaning of hope. Now that he was in the underworld to see his wives, and negotiate with the god of death, he didn't know where hope came in. He didn't know what role would hope play in his life. Perhaps I will know the answer to the question once all of them have been gathered to one place, William thought. Haleth, Amelia, Pearl, Priscilla, Anne, Vesta, and Aranis. These 7 hold the key to hope, and whatever that would give me in the end, I'll take it whatever form it may take. Plains of Wrath. A green-haired demon threw black fireballs at his enemies before summoning a dark whip to lash at the foes that tried to surround him. Within the Plains of Wrath, everything was a free-for-all. With each person you killed, you gained 1 hell credit, which was a pittance compared to what you could gain from the first few floors of the underworld. However, this was the law in the 5th layer, and they had no choice but to gain 1 billion hell credits, in order to get a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Every day, everyone would die countless times as they are killed by the people who were farming these precious credits to end their suffering. Within the Plains of Wrath, every sensation was multiplied 100 times. A single stab wound would send anyone screaming in pain, as if their entire body were on fire. Only the strong remained. The surprising thing was, every time a person died, they would also gain 1 hell credit. Simply put, this place was hell. So whether you killed others, or died in the process, you would gain 1 credit in the process. However, due to the extreme pain that one would suffer at the moment of their death, everyone preferred killing other people over experiencing a pain that transcended the bounds of mortality. "She's here," Felix muttered right after pulling out his black sword from the chest of the person he just killed. "I can feel it, my bride is here." The air of darkness gazed towards the north where a giant black tower stood. No one could see the top of the tower because it was hidden above the clouds. Even so, Felix could feel the connection between him and his prophesied bride, which surprised him. He didn't expect to find Celine in the underworld, but this surprise soon turned into desire. Now that his bride was on the same plane as him, there was nothing to stop him from going to her side, and staking his claim on what rightfully belonged to him by birth. "Wait for me, Celine," Felix stated as he walked towards a group of men that were running in his direction with weapons at the ready. "I'll be there soon." Chapter 1307, Past and Present Grudges, Part 1. "Take care," Aranis said. "I will be waiting for you here." "Okay," William said as he lightly patted her head. "I'll return as soon as I can." Aranis nodded before giving William one last hug. A minute later, she reluctantly pulled back and stepped away. "I'll be waiting for you inside my boat," Aranis stated before pointing at the black tower in the distance. "Your wife is located at the top of the Tower of Wrath. But beware, this place is the most chaotic place in the underworld. Everyone here in the Plains of Wrath is out to kill you, so don't trust anyone. It will be safe if you just kill anyone you see. They are all bad guys anyway." William smiled. "Don't miss me too much, okay?" Aranis snorted. "Go. Make sure to keep your blood packs with you. I don't want to see you crying like a little kid when you get back because you ran out of blood packs. You're the small one here. Height is irrelevant. I'm a halfling. Have you seen a tall halfling?" William smirked before waving goodbye to Aranis. As much as he wanted the little girl's company, the latter adamantly refused to accompany him across the Plains of Wrath, saying that none of the ferrymen were allowed to step on it without permission from above. The half-elf didn't know whether Aranis was telling the truth or not, but he decided to trust her. Watching his back grow smaller and smaller in the distance, Aranis placed her right hand over her chest. In truth, she could accompany William just fine. However, she didn't want to experience the discomfort she felt in Lust's abode, when the half-elf was being intimate with his wives. She was still confused about her feelings towards the black-haired teenager, who had drunk her blood several times during their trip down the river of hell. Aranis didn't even know if William treated her as a lady, instead of a little girl due to her small physique. She didn't see him blushing when the two of them slept naked together, which made her feel that he didn't find her attractive, and only used her as his blood supply and a hug pillow that he could cuddle at night. Who am I kidding? Aranis sighed. I'm the one that forced that setting to him every night. It was indeed her who liked to cuddle with William, and the one responsible for telling him to not wear anything when they sleep together, because she liked the warmth of his skin against hers. Is this what it means to become an adult? Aranis thought as she rested her left hand over her chest. I didn't know that I'd feel this hurt to see someone leave me. Aranis sighed for the second time as William's image disappeared from her view. Come back soon, well, Aranis muttered. I'm lonely. As William embarked on his journey in the Plains of Wrath, a great battle was taking place in the sky above the Ainsworth Empire. After their loss against the half-elf subordinates, the Pope became low-key for nearly a month before launching an all-out offensive against William's empire. Although there was suspicion that there was a spy among their ranks, the Pope once again gathered the 5 pseudo-gods and took them to the special domain that belonged to the Holy Order of Light. After that, the pseudo-gods erected several barriers, and signed individual contracts with the Pope that none of them would leak their plans no matter what. Because of this, they had managed to catch William's forces by surprise, taking the battlefield to the capital city of the Ainsworth Empire. Damn it, don't you care about who we have as our hostages? Loxos cursed out loud as she guided the ranged attacks of her allies towards their enemies. The pseudo-gods didn't respond and simply attacked their respective targets, according to the plan that the Pope had drafted beforehand. The sound of the whistling wind reached Loxos' ears, forcing her to dodge to the side as Belle's arrow flew past her. A moment later, a portal opened 2 meters in front of her, revealing one of the pseudo-gods that specialized in close-ranged combat. Got you, girly, the pseudo-god said as he delivered a powerful punch to Loxos' stomach, making the latter's body bend like a shrimp. Loxos' pained gasp lasted for only a second before the pseudo-god grabbed her body and pulled her back inside the portal, which closed as soon as she was captured by the enemy. No, Loxos, Opus shouted. Damn it. Hekarj gritted her teeth before glaring in the direction where the young nymph was taken. As someone that held the divinity over distance, she was able to see where the enemy had taken her sister. Finally, we got you, the Pope pulled Loxos' hair, who was sprawled on the deck of the flying ship after she was captured by the pseudo-god under the Palace of Light. Her hands and feet were bound by golden manacles, preventing her from using her power. Right now, she was not different from an ordinary girl, which could be found all over Hestia. You like to curse, right? The Pope sneered as she pulled her hair harder. Let's see how you talk big this time. You old hag, you won't get away with this. Loxos shouted. William will save me. The Pope smirked as she pulled Loxos' face close to hers. That's what we're counting on. We've long wanted to catch that bastard and make him understand who he is dealing with. Belle, who was standing at the helm of the ship, gave Loxos a sidelong glance. Another one of his women, Belle thought as she narrowed his eyes. Her name wasn't on the list last time. It seems that he has really forgotten his promise. The black-haired beauty then knocked another arrow on her bow as she aimed it at Triton, who was fighting against a pseudo-god whose strength matched his. Her role was to support the other pseudo-gods as they followed their strategy to weaken William's forces. Capturing Loxos, whom they deemed as the greatest threat in the battlefield, was only one of their strategies in order to gain the upper hand in the battle against foes that outnumbered them. However, before she could even fire her arrow, something caught her attention, prompting her to jump back from where she stood. A moment later, a silver spear embedded itself into the helm of the ship, exactly where she was standing just a second ago. After missing its target, the spear disengaged itself from the deck of the flying ship and flew towards the sky. The Pope as well as the other pseudo-gods were alarmed because they hadn't noticed that an enemy had managed to get so close to them without them detecting their presence. This was simply unbelievable, and even Belle, who specialized in scouting long distances, didn't notice the enemy's attack until the very last second. You, Belle muttered as she gazed at a familiar face. Yes, it is me. A confident voice coming from someone that Belle had met in the past reached everyone's ears. This is troubling. One of the pseudo-gods frowned as he looked up at the young lady who was riding on top of a wolf with lightning streaks in its fur. The Pope snorted before letting go of Loxos' hair. She then pointed her finger at the newcomer who was standing fearlessly above their flying ship. Who are you? The Pope asked. Why are you getting in our way? The beautiful lady with long blonde hair that fluttered in the breeze, glanced down at the Pope with her clear blue eyes that were similar to the sky around her. She was wearing a feathered helmet, and light-plated armor, which held a design that the Pope had not seen in the past. "Who am I?" the blonde beauty asked back. "You don't know who I am." The beautiful Valkyrie pointed the tip of his spear towards Belle, ignoring the Pope completely. A smile adorned her beautiful face, and an air of confidence could be felt around her. It was as if she didn't care if the one she was fighting against were being stronger than her. "Since you don't know who I am, allow me to introduce myself," the Valkyrie said, ignoring the two pseudo-gods that had risen up in the air to confront her. "I am the Prince of Darkness, first wife," Wendy announced, making the battles around her momentarily stop as everyone looked at her enchanting figure. Even Loxos, who laid helplessly on the ground, forced herself to turn her head to look at the lady who claimed to be William's first wife. Wendy ignored the gazes aimed in her direction, and stared down on the black-haired beauty, who was gazing back at her with a determined look on her face. They had met once on Earth, and both of them knew that there would come a time when they would settle their score with each other. "The Prince of Darkness, first wife," the Pope muttered as a dawn of understanding came upon her. "Yes, his first wife." Wendy gave Belle a sweet smile, making the latter arch an eyebrow at her. Belle had been saved by Wendy during the battle in K-City. Back then, the black-haired beauty was even captivated by how amazing the Valkyrie was when she drove off the monsters that were trying to attack the people around her. Now, that same person had reappeared in front of her. Only this time, she was pointing the tip of her weapon in her direction, as if challenging her into a duel in the name of the man they both loved. "I am Wendy Von Ainsworth," Wendy declared, "and I have come to teach you trespassers a lesson you will never forget." Chapter 1308, Past and Present Grudges, Part 2. "She is William's first wife." The Pope narrowed her eyes as she gazed at the Valkyrie in front of her. "If we capture her, then we will have the upper hand." As if sensing the Pope's intentions, the two pseudo-gods that had already flown up in the sky attacked Wendy on her left and right side. They didn't care if what they were doing seemed to be unfair. Since the enemy had presented herself to them, they would teach her a lesson she would never forget. Suddenly, the six-eared macaque, and the bull demon king, appeared and engaged the two pseudo-gods, keeping them away from Wendy, who was still looking at Belle with the "what are you waiting for?" gaze. Before William left, he had freed the bull demon king and made him one of the guardians of the Ainsworth Empire. The orders he was given were simple: he would follow the orders of the six-eared macaque without fail. With the power of the shepherd, he had branded a rune on the bull demon king's body, making him unable to disobey his order. Because of this, he had no choice but to listen to the six-eared macaque's orders, who used to be his subordinate. The Pope's eyes widened in shock because she was very familiar with the bull demon king. How could she not be? The pseudo-god had served as Felix's general during their invasion of the central continent, and the pseudo-gods under her command had suffered greatly because of him. Belle, who had decided to face Wendy's challenge head-on, summoned Aethon and jumped on his back. She was a bow user, so she decided to gain some distance in order to fight against the Valkyrie, who seemed to be confident in her own strength. A moment later, Wendy and Belle flew away until they were beyond the boundary of the capital city of the Ainsworth Empire. As soon as they deemed that they were far enough, the two immediately battled each other without holding back. This was the first time that they would be facing against each other, and both wanted to know just how strong their opponent was. Using her bow, Belle released countless arrows in rapid succession towards the Valkyrie who was riding on her mount. "Get me as close enough as you can, Wendy ordered. "I'll handle the rest." With a growl of agreement, Thor charged straight towards their enemy. Lightning snaked around its body as it dodged the attacks that were aimed in its direction. Those it couldn't dodge were swatted away by Wendy's silver spear that glowed faintly. "She can block my attacks." Belle frowned after realizing that Wendy's way of blocking her attacks wasn't a fluke. Although she had only appeared in the world of Hestia recently, she was able to tell that the Valkyrie in front of her was only at the demigod rank. She was a pseudo-god at its peak, so if they were basing their attacks on strength alone, Wendy shouldn't be able to take her blows head-on because of the disparity in rank. But the reality was that Wendy was indeed charging fearlessly at her with a confident smile on her face, while blocking her magic-imbued arrows. Half a minute later, Thor had bridged the gap between them and Belle was forced to split her bow into half, creating twin swords to block Wendy's powerful stab. As soon as the silver spear collided with her swords, Belle felt as if she had been hit by a bus that sent her flying off Aethon's back. The rock immediately swerved to the side to catch its rider, allowing Belle to regain her foothold. She couldn't understand why Wendy was able to overpower her despite the great difference in ranks between them. How? Wendy snorted. You're still too green. I have seen countless battlefields and blocked the blow of the god of destruction himself during the War of Ragnarok. Compared to him, your attacks are as light as a feather. When she was still a Valkyrie captain in Asgard, Wendy had already possessed superhuman strength that surpassed all the Valkyries under Freya's command. After regaining all of her memories and battle experiences, with the help of Takkum's artifact in the Corinter Mountains, Wendy had been able to wield the powers that once belonged to her, thousands of years ago. She had indeed fought in the War of Ragnarok and faced the gods of destruction fearlessly. With that battle experience back under her belt, Belle's attacks were simply too light for her. She, who had once been the Valkyrie captain commanding a legion of Aenarions, including William, had carried the fate of the world on her shoulders. A pseudo-god's attack was nothing. Aethon, gain some distance, Belle ordered. We can't beat her up close. The rock shrieked agreeing to her command and flapped its mighty wings to fly away. Follow her, Thor, Wendy urged. The lightning wolf growled and turned into a lightning bolt, streaking across the sky towards the black-haired beauty whose deadly arrow was aimed in their direction. Pierce through the veil, Belle chanted as the radiance on the arrow in her hand intensified. Illumina. A sharp, shrilling noise spread in the surroundings as soon as Belle released the arrow in her hand. Thor stopped in his charge, while Wendy narrowed her eyes as she held the handle of her spear firmly in her hands in a throwing pose. Turn the world asunder, Wendy roared as she threw her silver spear towards the arrow that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the world. Rend my foes, Valerica. The spear hummed as soon as Wendy released it from her hands. A trail of fiery blaze erupted from behind it as it flew straight and true towards the arrow that was flying in its direction. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the sky as the two attacks collided, pushing Wendy and Belle hundreds of meters away from the point of impact. The two of them watched as a giant mushroom cloud soared up towards the sky, and the land below them cracked due to the sheer power that the two blows created. Visibility was nearly zero as the dust cloud covered the battlefield for miles on end. Although she couldn't see Wendy's form within the dust cloud, Belle could tell where her opponent was due to the presence of her aura. Let's go, Aethon, Belle said. This battle is a draw. The giant rock screeched before flying away towards the east. In truth, Aethon didn't want to fight against Wendy, but William had ordered it to take care of Belle and become her protector. Since that was the case, it would ensure her safety and prevent anyone from hurting William's beloved. Within the dust cloud, Wendy clicked her tongue. She was baiting Belle to get her to attack her, but the latter didn't bite her bait. Instead, the black-haired beauty decided that she had enough and left the battlefield. I guess William doesn't love you for nothing, Wendy muttered before patting Thor's back. Let's go back, Thor. I'm sure that the battle at the capital is over as well. Thor nodded its head before running towards the direction of the capital city of the Ainsworth Empire. Just as Wendy had guessed, the members of the Holy Order of Light had retreated as soon as the Bull Demon King appeared. However, before they could escape completely, Estelle, arrived at the scene and rescued Loxos. Riding on the winged serpent, Dia, Estelle was able to sneak into the flying ship, while everyone was busy fighting each other. There was nothing the Pope could do at that moment because she wasn't much of a fighter. Just like Wendy, Estelle was emitting the strength of a demigod, which made the Pope choose to stay behind one of the pseudo-gods protecting her, rather than engage the unknown opponent who she was seeing for the first time. Good job, Wendy said after seeing the young nymph riding on Dia's back. You were a very good distraction, replied with a smile. They didn't see me coming. Loxos, who had been released from the chains that bound her feet and wrists, looked at the two beautiful ladies who had come to help them in their time of need. And nice to meet the two of you, Loxos stuttered. My name is Loxos. I am one of William's concubines. Nice to meet you, Loxos, Wendy replied. Are you hurt anywhere? Loxos shook her head. Although the Pope had pulled her hair and slapped her earlier, that pain wasn't enough to hurt her completely. Are both of you Will's wives? Loxos inquired. She had already heard Wendy's declaration as the half-elf's first wife, but the silver-haired lady beside her hadn't said anything earlier as she was saving her. My name is Estelle, but you can call me Est replied. I am Will's fiancé. We'll get married as soon as he comes back from wherever he is right now. How envious, Loxos muttered after hearing Este's introduction. Let's get along from now on, Loxos. Este extended her hand for a handshake, and the young nymph accepted it gratefully. I have a lot of questions regarding Will, Wendy stated. Can you help answer some of my questions later? Loxos nodded. Of course. Please take care of me from now on as well. Loxos bowed respectfully to the two ladies whom she felt had a very strong connection with her master. She was very curious about them and decided that she would also ask them a few questions when they got back to the royal palace where William's cousin, Eve, was waiting for their triumphant return. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.